After her divorce, Junqi embarked on a journey to soothe her soul. During her travels, she unexpectedly witnessed a solar eclipse, leading to her mysterious rebirth back to her first year of elementary school. As she gazes upon the elongated expanse of her life, how shall she, now a mature young woman, navigate this existence once more while cloaked in the guise of an innocent little girl? The vivid trajectory of the future looms in her mind. Will the entrepreneurial dreams she once merely contemplated find their fruition? And will she, having once endured a heart betrayed, find another genuine heart to cherish in this lifetime? Male lead, my queen, please forge ahead with unwavering courage. Regardless of what lies ahead, I shall remain steadfast by your side, never retreating. In 2015, an off-road vehicle sped along a somewhat rugged national highway. Outside, the verdant landscape flourished, with lush mountains and forests lining both sides of the road, providing a soothing balm for the soul. Yet within the vehicle, the female driver furrowed her brows, frequently glancing at the fuel gauge. I hope I can make it to the gas station. Sigh, what a wretched day. I passed 2 gas stations, and both were out of fuel. Junqi checked the GPS map once more, confirming the direction at the next junction. Fortunately, just before the fuel warning blared, Junqi finally arrived at a gas station. Even more fortuitously, this station had fuel available, allowing her to fill the tank. Learning from her misfortune, she topped off an extra canister to avoid further mishaps. Following the national highway, the vehicle soon entered the urban area. Junqi located her designated hotel as indicated on the map, parked her car, and completed the check-in process. After refreshing herself with a shower, she connected her tablet to the internet and began perusing the news, a long-standing habit of hers. The first thing she always did online was read the news, particularly financial updates. Her phone, resting on the bed, buzzed with a new message. It was a greeting from her ex-husband. The message was simple, inquiring about her whereabouts and whether she was having a smooth journey, primarily asking her to reassure him of her safety. After replying, Junqi tossed the phone aside and continued to browse the news. The relationship between Junqi and her ex-husband, Wang Zifeng, was quite peculiar. At the time of their marriage, Junqi had willingly consented, as she had no one in her heart and felt no resistance to marrying per her parents' wishes. Conversely, Wang Zifeng was still attached to someone else who had rejected him, rendering him reluctant toward this union arranged by their families. However, when they divorced, their circumstances had reversed due to escalating tensions between their companies, which strained their familial ties. Junqi proactively sought the divorce. Wang Zifeng, unwilling to let go, attempted to reconcile for 6 months, but ultimately they settled on an amicable separation. After their divorce, Wang Zifeng wished to remain friends, and Junqi, harboring no ill feelings, agreed to maintain a friendship. This self-driving trip was Junqi's way of seeking solace after her divorce. Her parents felt a deep sense of guilt for arranging such a marriage for her in the name of corporate advancement, only for it to end in divorce due to conflicting interests. They were heartbroken over their daughter's young age at the time of divorce, and, feeling remorse for their selfish motives, granted her an extended leave to travel and find peace of mind. As she scrolled through the day's news, Junqi stumbled upon an article announcing an astronomical phenomenon, a solar eclipse occurring that week, along with several prime viewing locations. One of these locations was conveniently nearby, prompting her to decide to witness the eclipse there. On the day of the eclipse, Junqi drove towards the viewing site, only to encounter a long line of vehicles parked along the roadside, indicating that many had come to observe the celestial event. She turned her vehicle around and headed towards a nearby hill she had scouted a few days prior, selecting a more secluded spot where the crowds would be fewer. Upon reaching the summit, she found a gentle slope bathed in sunlight and settled in to await the eclipse. As twilight descended, the solar eclipse commenced. The sun was gradually obscured by shadows, casting a dim pall over the earth. Just as Junqi marveled at the wonders of nature, the ground beneath her began to tremble violently, the tremors erupting unexpectedly, leaving her no time to react. The earth shifted, causing her to lose her footing, and she plummeted into a dark abyss. Junqi flailed her arms desperately as she fell, landing with a thud on a hard surface. Rubbing her sore body, she sat up, initially feeling utterly weak, as if her spirit had detached from her physical form. Now regaining control over her body, she sighed in relief, cautiously moving her arms and legs before freezing in disbelief. Those slender arms and legs belonged to her. How did you fall down? A nurse entered, swiftly pulling Junqi to her feet. Look, the needle has come out. Well, need to insert it again. Be careful, don't cry. While speaking, she guided Junqi to a nearby medical bed, deftly preparing a fresh foreline, executing her tasks with fluid precision. Junqi stared blankly at the needle in her arm, then surveyed her surroundings, her mind racing. Was she in a hospital? Had she transcended time? Had her soul traversed into another realm? It appeared to be modern civilization. Was this her original space or a parallel universe? Junqi, you're awake. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. A middle-aged man entered the room, holding several colored forms. Upon seeing her conscious, a joyful smile spread across his face as he approached the bed, gently touching her forehead. You're sweating, but no longer have a fever. Just rest a bit longer, your mother will be here shortly. Junqi gazed in astonishment at the man. Wasn't he her martial arts mentor, Teacher Yang? After all these years, he appeared unchanged. He referred to her as Junqi, indicating she was indeed herself. Had time truly reversed, returning her to her childhood? No, perhaps she had returned to her own childhood or to the childhood of another Junqi in a parallel world. The thought that this body might not be her original one sent a wave of anxiety through her. She quickly glanced at her left calf. If this was her body, it should bear a small black mark, a unique trait that each individual possesses. Fortunately, she spotted the small black dot on her left leg, and a sense of relief washed over her. No matter the circumstances, she preferred to inhabit her own body. Noticing Teacher Yang had settled onto a stool beside her, appearing eager to converse, Junqi seized the opportunity to inquire first. Teacher Yang, what happened to me? Why am I in the hospital? Teacher Yang, slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze. It's my fault for not arranging things properly. I let you train outdoors for too long, and you fainted from heat exhaustion. I brought you to the hospital. Heat exhaustion? Junqi recalled her robust health. Having enrolled in martial arts classes at the tender age of 5 and consistently trained thereafter, she had never fainted before. However, upon reflection, she did recall a time in her early childhood when she had suffered from heat exhaustion. When was that? Her eyes drifted to the forms in Teacher Yang's hands. They likely contained the date. A quick glance would reveal the current year. 1990. Junqi's gaze landed on the year, and she gasped. Was that the very year she entered the first grade? She had indeed traveled back to such an early time in her life. Sang Huilan hurried to the hospital, finding her daughter lying on a bed, receiving in 4 drip, yet appearing quite well. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over her. How are you feeling? Are you unwell? Sang Huilan reached to touch her daughter's forehead, relieved to find no fever, her heart lightening further. She turned to Teacher Yang. Thank you so much, Teacher Yang, for bringing Chi-Chi to the hospital. Sang Huilan expressed her gratitude to Teacher Yang and offered to reimburse him for the medical expenses. Teacher Yang, feeling somewhat bashful, insisted it was his fault for the poor training arrangements that led to Junqi's heat exhaustion. It felt undeserved to receive such courtesy from a parent. As Sang Huilan and Teacher Yang engaged in a friendly tug-of-war over who would pay, Junqi felt a swell of emotion. Such mutual respect and understanding between parents and teachers was a rarity she appreciated in this moment. Ultimately, Sang Huilan and Teacher Yang each covered half of the medical expenses, and once Junqi finished her drip, she accompanied her mother home. Junqi rode on the back of her mother's bicycle, returning to their old house, a 2-story structure with 3 rooms on each level. At that time, Junqi lived with her parents and grandparents in that house. A few years later, her parents' workplace, the power plant, built subsidized housing, prompting the family's move. For Junqi, the old house was a treasure trove of cherished childhood memories. The thought of returning there filled her heart with joy. Upon arriving home, Sang Huilan busied herself with meal preparations while Junqi sat at the dining table, observing her youthful mother deftly at work. As evening approached, her father, Guangming, rode in on his bicycle, with Junqi's twin sister, Junwan, seated behind him. Chi-Chi, I heard that you fainted during training. How are you now? Junwan gracefully leaped from the back seat of the car and ran to Junqi's side, her petite frame gently leaning against her, a pair of glistening eyes brimming with genuine concern. Junqi gazed at her younger, innocent sister with a complex mix of emotions. They were identical twins, strikingly similar in appearance, yet their personalities were starkly contrasting. While her sister was enamored with dance, exuding a gentle and cheerful demeanor, earning accolades as a little angel in her youth and blossoming into a perfect goddess as an adult, Junqi harbored a passion for martial arts, characterized by her serious and reticent nature. In her childhood, she was a tomboy, and as she grew older, she assumed a more masculine persona. Consequently, their parents exhibited entirely different attitudes towards the two, with distinct expectations and teachings. Her sister was treated as the cherished daughter, allowed to be capricious and tempestuous, while she was regarded more as a son, destined to inherit the family business, where responsibility outweighed emotional indulgence. In truth, their parents' attitudes towards the sisters had not always been so divergent. It was Junqi's tumultuous romantic experiences that gradually extinguished her hopes for love, leading her to devote her entire energy to the company's affairs. As Junqi transformed into a workaholic, her parents began to treat her as a son, which ultimately resulted in an unhappy and unsuccessful marriage alliance. Among Junqi's two failed romantic entanglements, the first one inflicted the deepest wound, as she faced the dual betrayal of her first love and her own sister. Her first boyfriend had devoted a year to winning her affection, and as they spent time together, Junqi felt content, believing they were fated to be together. However, upon introducing him to her family, her sister developed feelings for him and boldly confessed her love. The moment Junqi witnessed her sister's declaration and her first boyfriend's passionate kiss with her, the bond between the sisters could never be restored. The ensuing melodrama was a painful memory Junqi preferred not to revisit. Ultimately, she resolutely rejected her first boyfriend's desperate pleas, opting to study abroad instead, while he, burdened by guilt, did not pursue Junwan. This tumultuous romance forged an intricate emotional knot between Junqi and her sister, Junwan. It was only after Junwan endured a similar heartbreak that she recognized her own past transgressions. Yet, regardless of how deeply Junwan regretted her actions or how earnestly she endeavored to atone, Junqi could not easily forgive and forget. Apart from obligatory family gatherings, she harbored no desire to share the same space with Junwan. Now, having returned to the year 1990, to the innocent and naive age of 7, when her sister had yet to inflict any harm upon her, how was she to confront her untainted sister?
Chapter 2. Martial arts training all right. Chi-Chi is fine now. It's almost time for dinner. Wan, please serve the rice. Song Huilan interrupted Junwan's inquiry as she brought over the soup, alleviating the unspoken predicament of Junqi. Guangming gently touched Junqi's forehead, saying, after dinner, you should rest. Take it easy at home for the next couple of days and skip the martial arts class. I'll help you take a leave. Okay, thank you. Dad. Junqi nodded appreciatively and then took the initiative to assist in placing the dishes on the table. Once the meal was prepared, her grandparents returned home from work. Both of Junqi's grandparents held positions as cadres in a chemical factory. They raised a son and a daughter, and after their daughter married, she moved in with her brother's family. With 4 working adults in the household, they enjoyed a relatively comfortable life, supporting 2 blooming twin sisters. In their generation, Junqi's grandparents were well-educated and hailed from a revolutionary background, which contributed to their open-mindedness. They did not subscribe to the traditional preference for boys over girls. Since the implementation of the family planning policy in 1983, they did not resort to various means to evade penalties in hopes of having a grandson, but instead doubled their affection for their granddaughters. Junqi felt the warmth and kindness of her elders from a young age. However, it was a bittersweet reality that her grandparents passed away during her school years. The thought of seeing them again in this lifetime nearly brought tears to her eyes. After returning home, her grandparents came over to gently touch Junqi's forehead, offering her a few words of advice to rest well in the coming days. Junqi suppressed her tears and obediently nodded in response. During the 2 days of rest at home, Junwan, having been instructed by their parents, did not dare to disturb her sister too much. This provided Junqi with the much-needed time to adjust. Years of estrangement cannot be easily erased. Although Junqi understood that her sister, in her current innocence and purity, bore her no ill will, she still found it challenging to face her without any reservations. Years of busyness left Junqi somewhat unaccustomed to the 2 days of idle time. With their parents at work and Junwan attending her dance class, Junqi found herself alone in the old house, watching the melodramatic reruns of Desire, and she soon felt stifled by the monotony. Fortunately, she would be able to return to martial arts class on the 3rd day. Upon waking, Junqi swiftly tied her hair into a ponytail and changed her clothes, hurriedly descending the stairs to brush her teeth and wash her face in preparation for dinner. Junqi's quick pace surprised Song Huilan. Her youngest daughter was already ready so promptly, indicating that she could hardly bear to stay at home any longer. Junqi rode on the back of her mother's bicycle to the martial arts class. Upon seeing the familiar venue after a long absence, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Having practiced martial arts for over 20 years in her past life and earning countless medals, this was the place where she had begun her journey, her haven of enlightenment in this life. She had no intention of relinquishing her martial arts practice. She would set forth from here once again, embarking on a path to an even more illustrious collection of accolades than in her previous existence. As soon as Teacher Young spotted Song Huilan's arrival, he came over to greet them and inquired about Junqi's health. After confirming that she was fit to train, Teacher Young finally felt at ease allowing Junqi to join the practice. As Du Junqi stepped into the martial arts venue, she was immediately greeted by her little companions who rushed over, chattering excitedly to inquire about her recent trip to the hospital and how she was feeling. With their incessant questions coming from all directions, Du Junqi found herself at a loss as to whom she should respond. "All right, you chatterboxes, are you not going to practice? Be careful, or Teacher Yang will come over and scold you," a tall, slender boy exclaimed as he squeezed into the circle. Instantly, the group turned to see Teacher Yang at the entrance, seemingly approaching, prompting them to disperse and resume their training. "Du Junqi, are you able to practice?" the tall boy asked impatiently. Du Junqi glanced at him and nodded. "I can." "Then get moving. I will find you for partner practice in 10 minutes, he stated before heading off to stretch his legs. Watching the boy's retreating figure, memories began to unfurl in Du Junqi's mind. His name was Kong Changqing, and from the ages of 7 to 15, he had been her competition partner, 89 years old. Kong Changqing was 2 years her senior and was set to enter the 3rd grade after the summer vacation. Unlike Du Junqi, who eagerly sought to practice martial arts, he had been sent to the martial arts class by his parents due to his mischievous nature. Upon enrolling, Kang's father had repeatedly requested Teacher Yang to impose strict discipline on him, hoping to temper his temperament and instill a sense of responsibility. Initially, Kong Changqing had a difficult disposition, causing Teacher Yang considerable concern regarding his choice of partner. In martial arts competitions, many events are team-based or require pairs, and establishing a few relatively fixed partners from the outset is essential for fostering teamwork and enhancing synergy. However, Kong Changqing was notoriously hard to get along with. Male partners often ended up in quarrels, while female partners were frequently bullied to tears. It wasn't until Du Junqi became his partner that things changed. With her exceptional patience, she ignored his verbal provocations and proved to be more than a match for him physically. After witnessing several of their sparring sessions, Teacher Yang ultimately decided that Du Junqi would be Kong Changqing's partner, thus beginning their 8-year partnership. The reason their partnership did not continue was primarily due to Du Junqi's adolescent pride. As she entered the 4th and 5th grades, she began to develop a burgeoning awareness of the opposite sex, largely influenced by her close interactions with Kong Changqing, leading her to harbor different feelings for him. However, she kept these feelings deeply hidden, sharing them with no one. Upon reaching middle school, Kong Changqing encountered Du Junwan, who had begun to blossom into the school belle. Captivated by her beauty, Kong Changqing became infatuated and constantly pestered Du Junqi for information about her. This left Du Junqi feeling frustrated, and eventually, she grew reluctant to practice with him, opting instead for individual events during competitions. With her deliberate distancing, their partnership ultimately came to an end. Reflecting upon the past, it is evident that at the time, Kong Changqing was merely stepping into the throes of adolescence, still bewildered by the complexities of romantic relationships. Coupled with the fact that men mature significantly later than women, it is plausible that his feelings for Du Junwan were not genuine at that juncture. Perhaps what he experienced was primarily curiosity. However, Du Junqi was imbued with a sense of pride, reluctant to proactively pursue him, as she perceived such actions as a form of servility. Thus, a nascent affection faded away. Now, years later, with a second chance at rekindling a relationship that had once been severed, would she be inclined to start anew? Du Junqi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering whether this was a scheme to cultivate a younger companion. Yet, despite her inner self being that of a sophisticated 30-year-old, she bore no interest in a younger boy. Recalling her past romantic failures, her confidence in successfully executing such a developmental plan was waning. Perhaps, after years of nurturing, the fruit would ultimately be claimed by another. Casting aside these thoughts, Du Junqi commenced her laps around the venue. At present, she was merely a 7-year-old child. What purpose did pondering romantic relations serve at such a tender age? It was far more prudent to hone her physique first. The adage holds true. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice. Without the foundation of diligent training, what merit would she possess to claim a medal? "Hey, Du Junqi, time is up. Come over, let us practice," Kong Changqing called out. After completing 2 laps and a round of shadow boxing, Du Junqi felt her joints loosen. Upon hearing Kong Changqing summon her, she approached him. Practice was practice. Although her stature was diminutive and her strength modest, she possessed her own advantages. Having trained in martial arts for 2 years, she was far more agile than Kong Changqing, who had only recently begun his journey. Moreover, her speed in striking was significantly quicker, bolstered by her rich experience from a previous life, which equipped her with the knowledge of how to strike vital points on the body to inflict greater pain and temporary paralysis. Consequently, she felt quite confident as Du Junqi and Kong Changqing assumed their stances to spar. Teacher Yang arrived on the scene to observe. He harbored some concern for Du Junqi, considering that Kong Changqing was older and taller than her. The disparity of a year or two is quite pronounced in children. However, as the two engaged in combat, Teacher Yang quickly realized his initial apprehensions were misplaced. Under the barrage of Du Junqi's rapid assaults, Kong Changqing found himself unable to counter, and within a mere minute, he was thoroughly subdued. Sparring is meant to be an exercise in moderation, and with Kong Changqing devoid of the ability to retaliate, Du Junqi gracefully concluded her attack, cupping her fists in salute. "Thank you for the lesson," she declared with poise. Kong Changqing, begrudgingly glaring at her, responded through gritted teeth, "Thank you for your guidance." In stark contrast to the inexperienced Kong Changqing, Teacher Yang discerned the subtle differences in Du Junqi's approach. While her techniques may have appeared unremarkable, the application was remarkably judicious. She knew precisely when to feint and when to strike earnestly. If she were a touch older and possessed greater strength, Kong Changqing would not have sustained merely minor injuries. After the martial arts class concluded, Teacher Yang intentionally retained Du Junqi for a discussion. "Du Junqi, your performance during practice today was commendable. Did you have a strategy in mind for how to confront Kong Changqing?" Teacher Yang inquired, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Du Junqi nodded with assurance. "Yes, she is confident yet possesses a keen understanding of Kong Changqing's current state. He is full of strength but lacks the knowledge to wield it effectively. Although he is trained for a period and acquired some fundamental techniques, he remains oblivious to how to apply these skills in practice, merely striking aimlessly. Could you elaborate on that?" Du Junqi inquired. "Kong Changqing is stronger than I am, yet his lower body is quite unstable. Therefore, I primarily target his lower half. As long as it remains unsteady, his center of gravity will falter. Consequently, both his punching speed and power will be significantly diminished, and with my agility, he won't be able to land a hit on me." Du Junqi stated earnestly. You even understand the phrase significantly diminished?" Teacher Yang remarked with a smile. "Well done. Your thoughts are commendable and your actions are equally praiseworthy. Keep up the good work." MHM. Chapter 3. School as summer vacation came to an end. September 1st approached rapidly. The martial arts class concluded its summer course and transitioned into weekend sessions. After enduring 13 challenges and failures, Kong Changqing finally tempered his previously unruly demeanor, becoming less bothersome in martial arts class. Compared to his past life, he had learned the essence of restraint and the importance of yielding to girls a semester earlier. With the new term commencing, Du Junqi and Du Junwan immediately drew the attention of their peers upon entering school. The identical twin sisters, sporting the same braided hairstyle and wearing matching skirts, were an undeniable focal point. However, despite their similar attire, their expressions were starkly different. Du Junwan trailed closely behind their parents, her little head raised in curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings, while Du Junqi walked through the campus with a serious demeanor, appearing unperturbed by the new environment. Mr. and Mrs. Du escorted their daughters to the doorway of Class 1, where the homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, greeted them with a smile and engaged in brief conversation with the parents before taking charge of the twins. She quickly assigned them seats and then stepped outside to await the arrival of the next new student. Once all the new students had gathered, the homeroom teachers returned to their respective classrooms to hold class meetings. The first order of business was the distribution of textbooks. After receiving their books, familiarizing themselves with the homeroom teacher, memorizing their seats and numbers, and organizing their schedules, the class meeting concluded, leading directly into the first lesson. As Du Junqi flipped through the pages, she gazed nostalgically at the texts and illustrations. The disparity between the current and past textbooks was striking. The illustrations were rather old-fashioned, reminiscent of the styles from the 60s and 70s. Even children would find the images outdated and unappealing. In her previous life, Du Junqi had disliked these illustrations, as her classmates preferred to draw their own. However, as the reborn Du Junqi perused these illustrations, she experienced an entirely different sentiment, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Yet, once she finished flipping through the textbook, the feeling of nostalgia dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of gloom, for the content was exceedingly simplistic. The thought of spending an entire semester completing these courses, akin to an ordinary elementary school student, would indeed bore her to tears. But what else could she do? At merely 7 years old, her voice would likely go unheard, and venturing out alone would leave her anxious about the risk of abduction. Du Junqi rarely indulges in female-centric novels, thus remaining oblivious to the fantastical narratives of time travel and rebirth, where a female protagonist, despite being merely 5 or 6 years of age, effortlessly sets up stalls and opens shops, leading her family towards a life of affluence, entirely unconcerned about the specter of human traffickers. A mere recollection of the myriad news stories regarding missing children from her past life prompted her to dismiss the notion of engaging in such high-risk ventures. Selling goods on the street was out of the question. Stock trading seemed impractical as well, given the necessity of a brokerage account. What bank would entertain the idea of opening an account for a 7-year-old child? After some contemplation, Junqi concluded that purchasing stamps was a comparatively safer option. Stamps could be ordered through remittance, presenting a higher degree of security. Otherwise, carrying cash as a child would undoubtedly attract robbers, especially the little tyrants at school who would not spare her. In truth, Junqi had no ambition to achieve monumental success or establish an impressive career, for her family was well off, and her parents would eventually venture into business, destined for prosperity. She needed only to take care of herself and behave as a model child. Consequently, she did not strain her mind over the pursuit of wealth. Upon recognizing her numerous limitations, she relinquished such aspirations. However, the prospect of merely conforming to the role of an ordinary elementary school student, dutifully following the teacher's curriculum step by step, did not sit well with her. Elevating one's intellect is a challenge, and conversely, diminishing it poses its own difficulties. For a 30-year-old adult to masquerade as a 7-year-old child learning first-grade material is an arduous task. Unable to feign innocence or play the fool, Junqi resolved to embody a precocious and sagacious child, aspiring to skip grades and expedite her educational journey. Once she donned the mantle of a prodigy, her status would transform. At the very least, her words would command the attention of adults, who would no longer dismiss them as mere childish musings. With the endorsement of grown-ups, her future endeavors would undoubtedly become far more manageable, free from the myriad constraints she currently faced. Lost in thought for an extended period, Junqi realized that the class was nearing its conclusion. She redirected her attention to her classmates, observing the first graders who exhibited little regard for classroom decorum, whispering conspiratorially and growing increasingly boisterous, prompting the teacher to issue repeated reminders for silence. Gazing at these unfamiliar, youthful faces stirred new reflections within her. The experimental primary school she attended was a prestigious institution, annually acquiring new students through connections, resulting in a constant influx of new classmates from the second grade onward. Concurrently, students would transfer to other classes, as parents often selected homeroom teachers based on their teaching efficacy, actively requesting transfers to classes led by more accomplished educators. By the time of graduation, only a handful of genuine old classmates remained. Now, confronted with these students, Junqi found herself unable to recognize them, their names escaping her memory. They had truly become strangers. Once the bell rang, the students finally enjoyed a moment of respite, no longer content with mere conversation with their deskmates. They eagerly engaged with those seated ahead and behind them. Junyan, having patiently endured an entire class, was now eager to converse with Junqi, expressing her trepidation towards the teacher and her curiosity about the school. Junqi was devoid of the whimsical thoughts characteristic of children. Thus, she merely responded with a few non-committal sounds to indicate her attentiveness. Junwan, however, was unconcerned. She had long grown accustomed to her sister's taciturn nature and could easily fill the silence with her own lively chatter. After the first lesson, it was time for a break. Yet the first graders had yet to learn the calisthenics routine, leaving them confined to their classroom. The students gazed eagerly at the splendidly organized calisthenics formations outside, their voices bubbling with excitement and chatter. By the conclusion of the 3 morning classes, the newcomers had become considerably more familiar with one another. As they departed for the day, they engaged in animated conversations, their spirits high, filling the entire floor with their jubilant noise. This was particularly true when they observed the various classes assembling in orderly lines, eagerly awaiting their turn to exit the school, which only amplified their exhilaration. According to the schedule, the first to leave the school would be class 1 of the first grade. The students walked out with chests puffed and heads held high. Striding confidently through the campus, in contrast, Junqi felt quite out of place, her gaze cast downward as she walked in the midst of the line. With her head lowered, she noticed a boy in front of her suddenly trip, losing his balance. Instinctively, she reached out to steady him, and he murmured a quiet thank you as he kept his head down. Junqi nodded, and the brief incident passed without further incident. Having decided to skip a grade, she found herself unable to focus during class, instead reviewing the first grade material. The arithmetic posed no challenge whatsoever. However, the language arts required her to memorize designated texts, which, overall, remained exceedingly simple. With classes scheduled for 5.5 days each week, Junqi completed her revision of the first grade curriculum and memorized the required texts. Next on her agenda was to study the second grade material. On Saturday evening, she proactively assisted her mother with the dishes and, while washing, expressed her desire to purchase the second grade textbooks. "Mom, I want the second grade books." Junqi met her mother's gaze directly, conveying her earnestness. Song Huilan, taken aback, inquired, "Chi-Chi, why do you wish to buy the second grade textbooks?" Because I've finished studying all the first-grade material, Junqi replied with utmost seriousness. However, Song Huilan found it amusing. You mean you've merely flipped through the textbooks, finished studying? It's not as simple as that. After just 5.5 days of class, you dare claim you've completed everything? That's quite a boast, especially considering we don't even know if you can score a perfect 100 on the midterm. Following this, Song Huilan recounted a little tale about a young master who, having learned to write the numbers 1, 2, and 3, proclaimed himself knowledgeable. However, when his father asked him to write 10,000, he simply scribbled 1,000 ones. After sharing the story, she intended to impart a bit more wisdom, but Junqi, emboldened by the tale, interjected, "Mom, if you don't believe me, you can test me. There are practice questions in the back of the textbook. I'll show you." Upon hearing her daughter's audacious declaration, Song Huilan resolved to give her a small lesson, planning to challenge her with a few difficult questions. When she inevitably faltered, Song Huilan would have her write new words 50 times as a form of discipline. In a bid to impart a lesson to her young daughter, Song Huilan first opened the Chinese language textbook and randomly asked Junqi to transcribe dozens of new characters, memorize their pinyin, and recite several passages from the book. Discovering that none of this posed any challenge for her, Song Huilan then turned to the arithmetic textbook and practice exercises, selecting a number of questions from the final 2 units for Junqi to solve. To her astonishment, the girl completed them with remarkable speed, and not a single answer was incorrect. At last, Song Huilan began to take seriously her daughter's assertions. Perhaps she truly had mastered the material. Summoning Du Guangming, she encouraged him to test their daughter as well. After hearing the background from his wife, Du Guangming carefully selected a few questions, and once again, Junqi breezed through them effortlessly. Compelling her father to acknowledge her abilities, my dear Kikai is indeed clever, finishing the entire textbook so swiftly, Du Guangming exclaimed, lifting Junqi into his arms and settling her in his embrace, a gesture of affection that was quite intimate for the time. Now, tell Daddy, how did you learn all this? Did someone teach you? Or did you figure it out from the practice books? Junqi, somewhat stiffly clinging to her father's neck, felt awkward after such a long absence from such parental interaction. I learned it myself, it's all quite simple, she replied. With a beaming smile, Du Guangming looked at his daughter, his face radiating pride and joy. Excellent. No wonder you're such a good daughter. Tomorrow, I shall take you to purchase the second-grade textbooks. I am eager to see how long it will take my little Chi-Chi to complete the second-grade material. All right, thank you, Daddy, Junqi said, planting a kiss on his cheek. Delighted, Du Guangming urged her for another kiss. Reveling in his cheerful mood, he then carried Junqi upstairs to boast to her grandparents, recounting the assessment in detail. Upon hearing the news, her grandparents were equally thrilled, praising Chi-Chi for her intelligence and encouraging Du Junwan to learn from her sister, advising her to ask questions if anything was unclear, hoping that both girls could advance together. Du Junwan, not fully grasping the adult's intentions, nodded in a dazed agreement. Chapter 4. Fangqiani on Sunday, Du Guangming took Junqi to Xinhua bookstore, where they purchased the second-grade textbooks and workbooks. Afterwards, Junqi expressed a desire to visit the adjacent post office to buy stamps. Although Du Guangming initially intended to accompany her, he encountered a colleague at the entrance, and the two engaged in conversation while smoking, leaving Junqi to enter the post office alone to purchase her stamps. With 5 yuan given by her father and an additional 10 yuan of her own pocket money, she ventured inside. Given their family's favorable economic situation, both she and her sister received 5 yuan each month as allowance. Junqi typically used hers to buy collections of exemplary essays for elementary students, while her sister often spent hers on music tapes for accompaniment, as cassette tapes were the norm at the time and required frequent replacement due to wear. Upon entering the Post and Telecommunications office, Junqi made her way towards the stamp counter. The Post and Telecommunications office, essentially the predecessor of the Postal Service, telecommunications, and mobile networks, had undergone 3 divisions, resulting in the establishment of 3 distinct companies. Today, the undivided Post and Telecommunications office stands as a formidable and influential entity, which naturally reflects in its attitude towards customers. It is not uncommon for the service to be somewhat indifferent. However, despite being mentally prepared, Junqi could not help but inwardly lament the superior service standards of the future when she had to call out 3 times at the empty counter before a clerk finally attended to her. In her previous life, Junqi had merely dabbled in philately, having purchased a few commemorative stamps such as those celebrating the birthdays of Chairman Mao, Premier Zhou, the return of Hong Kong, and the turn of the millennium. To be precise, she was a novice in the world of stamp collecting. In a bid to better understand the intricacies of philately, she took the clerk's recommendation and purchased several newspapers related to stamp collecting, including the China Philately News, as well as a few sets of newly issued low-denomination stamps. Just as she was about to leave after acquiring the newspapers, Junqi noticed a somewhat familiar figure and approached him. It was only after taking a few steps closer that she recognized her classmate, Junqi. He was situated at the front of the line, and having observed his back every day at school, she could easily identify him amidst the throng of people. Junqi was rather reticent in class and had few friends, having only assisted Junqi on the first day of school. Thus, their interactions had been limited to a few exchanges, making their relationship somewhat amicable but distant. Now that she spotted him, she hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him. Junqi was at the remittance counter. Visibly standing out as he filled out the forms, a small child amidst the multitude of adults waiting to withdraw money on this bustling weekend. While Junqi deliberated on whether to approach him, Junqi had already sensed her gaze. He turned his head to locate the source of attention and, upon recognizing Junqi, paused momentarily before offering a stiff nod and a smile. Seeing that Junqi had acknowledged her, Junqi felt it inappropriate to walk away and thus stood aside, waiting for him to complete his transaction. Once he had finished, he approached her and stopped about half a meter away. "Hello, Junqi," he greeted. "Hello," she replied. "Why are you here alone to withdraw money?" Junqi was somewhat taken aback, wondering how his guardians could be so trusting as to allow a child to handle such transactions without concern for potential theft. Junqi replied, offering no further explanation and falling silent. Noticing his reluctance to engage in conversation, Junqi refrained from probing further. "I came to buy stamps. I've just finished purchasing them, and my father is waiting outside. Shall we escort you home?" she suggested, hoping to dissuade any objections from him. It's quite dangerous for a child to carry so much cash. Junqi had observed that Junqi had withdrawn at least 10 large bills, amounting to 100 yuan. Junqi nodded in acceptance of her kind offer. Junqi then called out to her father, Guangming, at the entrance, and together they accompanied Junqi to his relative's home. While on the road, Guangming inquired about Junqi's family situation and discovered that Junqi was studying alone in the county town. His father had spent a considerable amount of money to enroll him in a reputable primary school, as well as to arrange for him to stay with a distant relative. "Why don't you attend school near your home? You're so young. How can your parents feel at ease letting you stay out on your own?" Guangming asked. Junqi looked up at Guangming and replied, "Uncle, my family is from the countryside. The only school I could attend is the primary school in the town, but it is not as good as the schools in the county. My father hopes that I can study diligently and have a bright future, which is why he sent me to the county to attend a better school," he added. "My father works as a fisherman. He says fishing is too arduous, and he hopes that I can work in an office in the future." Guangming pondered for a moment, then gently patted Junqi on the head. "Your father has it tough. You must study hard. If you get into a good university, you'll be able to secure a good job on him." Junqi, perhaps accustomed to hearing such sentiments from adults, responded with a faint expression. Lacking any notable emotion, on the following Sunday, Junqi returned to the post office to purchase stamps once more. This time, she sought not the commonly circulated standard stamps, but rather the pre-issued limited edition stamps that required ordering via remittance. As these held true collectible value to facilitate her long-term stamp collecting, she retrieved her New Year's money from her grandmother. Leaning over the counter to fill out the order form, the clerk, noticing the lack of customers, approached Junqi with curiosity. "Hey, are you a classmate of Junqi?" Junqi furrowed her brow, looking at the clerk. "Auntie, what is the matter?" The clerk lowered her voice and inquired, "Do you know what his family situation is? Why does he always come alone to withdraw money? Last week he was by himself, and this week it's the same. As his family really so at ease letting him come alone?" Junqi, not being a naive child easily swayed by others, did not wish to divulge Junqi's circumstances to a stranger, for one could never know the intentions behind such inquiries. "I'm in the same class as him, but we aren't very familiar. I only learned last week that his mother works at the store next to the post office. He is here to withdraw money for her." Her underlying implication was clear. Junqi's mother was aware of his visit to the post office and was watching over him. He was not alone at all. That makes sense. The clerk seemed convinced, likely believing that Junqi, being so young, would not deceive her. After filling out the form, Junqi handed it to the clerk, who then issued a receipt for her. The transaction was complete. All she had to do was return to collect the stamps once they were available. Upon leaving the post office, Junqi felt compelled to warn Junqi that he had drawn attention and should refrain from coming alone to withdraw money in the future. The clerk meant no harm. She was merely curious. But what if one day someone with ill intentions noticed him, stole his money, or worse, attempted to kidnap him? When school resumed on Monday, Junqi seized the opportunity during the queue after class to caution Junqi. He expressed his gratitude, and she assumed the matter was settled. However, disaster struck on Wednesday. It was the turn of Du Junqi and Du Junwan to take their turns at cleaning duties for their respective tables. After completing the cleaning, Du Junwan hurried off, as the strap of her dance shoes had broken, prompting her to seek a new lace from her mother. Once Du Junwan had departed, Du Junqi made her way home alone. The old house was quite close to the primary school. After traversing a narrow alley and crossing a street, she would arrive. Consequently, the adults who finished work later than the school dismissal time did not come to pick them up. As Du Junqi reached the midpoint of the alley, she witnessed a scene of robbery unfold. A group of older boys surrounded Feng Qianyi, tugging at him menacingly. It was lunchtime, and aside from the duty students returning late, most of the students had already arrived home, while the adults had returned for their meals, leaving the alley deserted. Du Junqi, apprehensive of confronting the situation, chose to hide in a corner and observe the developments. After watching for a while, she grasped the situation. Feng Qianyi frequently purchased snacks and drinks at nearby stores after school, and his conspicuous spending had drawn the attention of these delinquent older students. Today, they had come with the intent to rob him. If successful, it was likely that Feng Qianyi would become a recurring target for these troublemakers. Seeing injustice unfold, Du Junqi felt compelled to assist Feng Qianyi. However, her petite stature and lack of strength gave her pause. Despite having trained in martial arts for 2 years, she was only capable of winning one-on-one confrontations. Facing multiple older boys, she lacked the confidence to prevail. Surveying the ground for makeshift weapons, she found only a few small, loose bricks, which were rather heavy. Should she throw them with precision, they could become lethal. Yet, glancing back at Feng Qianyi, she noticed he was already under assault. With no other options, she picked up a small brick and hurled it towards the legs of the bullies. Ah! Who did that? The assailants, struck by her makeshift projectile, immediately ceased their attack on Feng Qianyi and began searching for the source of the interference. Seizing the moment as they scattered, Du Junqi sprang forth like a cannonball, grasping Feng Qianyi's arm and urging him to flee. Feng Qianyi, who had been shielding his head while enduring the blows, was engulfed in a mix of humiliation and rage. Amid his confusion, the attackers suddenly began shouting and halted their assault. Still dazed, he was abruptly yanked to his feet by a strong force and propelled away. It was not until they had sprinted around 2 corners that Feng Qianyi realized the person pulling him along was none other than Du Junqi. Du Junqi, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be you? Panting, Du Junqi slowed her pace, glancing back to confirm that the bullies were not in pursuit, and then released her grip on Feng Qianyi's arm. Running with an additional person had proven exhausting. She wished her small frame would grow stronger soon. Hey, are you all right? Did they hurt you anywhere? Du Junqi scrutinized Feng Qianyi, concerned for his well-being. Feng Qianyi stared at her, momentarily taken aback, and shook his head in silence. See? I told you, it's best to keep a low profile with your money, especially since you're still just a child. Next time, avoid buying snacks near school. Instead, purchase a larger quantity at a department store and enjoy them at home. Du Junqi advised. Okay, he replied softly. Feng Qianyi obediently nodded. All right, you should return to your meal. If you delay any longer, there will only be plain rice left. Du Junqi, aware of the constraints of staying at someone else's home, kindly instructed him while smoothing out the wrinkled fabric of Feng Qianyi's clothes with a casual gesture. Very well. Feng Qianyi continued to nod dutifully. Noticing that Feng Qianyi still appeared somewhat shaken, Du Junqi decided to extend her kindness further, guiding him out of the alley and onto the main road. All right, hurry back now, Machem. After taking a few steps, Feng Qianyi turned back, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. He then bowed deeply in a gesture of respect, and no need to be so formal. We are classmates, Du Junqi chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. See you this afternoon. Machem, see you this afternoon. Chapter 5. Skipping grades since being besieged by unruly students. Feng Qianyi had become even more discreet, carrying only a few coins on him. The sight of a 10-yuan bill had become a rarity. Moreover, he would immediately fall in line after school, never again straying to buy snacks. Yet, no matter how cautious he was, he could not escape the inevitable duty of being on cleaning duty, and that day had finally come for him. After the morning exercises, Feng Qianyi approached Du Junqi's desk. Du Junqi, he stood beside her desk, blushing as he waited in silence. After a considerable pause, Du Junqi, sensing his discomfort, inquired, What is the matter? I have cleaning duty today, Feng Qianyi replied, lowering his gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he added, I fear encountering those people again. Would you mind waiting for me? Oh, so that's what it is. I thought it was something serious, Du Junqi responded with a cheerful agreement. Sure, I'll wait for you after school. Thank you. I will help you with your duty when it's your turn, Feng Qianyi quickly offered, considering it a way to repay Du Junqi's kindness. All right. Although Du Junqi was indifferent to the exchange, She understood that if she refused, Fang Qunyi would feel too embarrassed to ask her to stay with him. Upon hearing Du Junqi agree to wait for Fang Qunyi, their classmate Du Junwan felt a twinge of discontent. As soon as Fang Qunyi left, Du Junwan promptly complained to Du Junqi, "Chichi, why did you agree to wait for him? What about me? What am I supposed to do?" Having returned home for nearly a month, Du Junqi had begun to let go of the grievances she held towards Du Junwan, realizing that she was not petty enough to compete with a 7-year-old. Hearing Du Junwan's lament, Du Junqi offered gentle reassurance. "Wanwan, just head home for now. It's only for a day. Tomorrow, I'll be able to walk home with you. Fang Qunyi is our classmate. Didn't he the teacher say that classmates should support one another?" Du Junwan remained displeased. "Humph, and to think he is a boy. He is so timid." That day, when Du Junqi returned home late and her parents inquired, she recounted the entire incident, which is how Du Junwan came to know. Du Junqi continued to comfort Du Junwan for a while. Although Du Junwan was slightly miffed, she was not a narrow-minded person. After airing her grievances, she soon let it go, not insisting on keeping Du Junqi to herself. After school, Du Junqi lingered behind. Due to her youth and the relatively innocent social atmosphere of the time, her classmates had yet to form a clear understanding of gender roles. The students on duty, noticing Du Junqi assisting Fang Qunyi with the cleaning, merely jested about Fang Qunyi not behaving like a boy, needing a girl's help for such chores. The friendships among elementary school students were remarkably straightforward. If you spoke to me and I accompanied you in cleaning, we were friends. Thus, to their peers, Du Junqi and Fang Qunyi appeared to be good friends. However, Du Junqi knew the truth of their relationship. She was simply an auntie to the little gentleman. As a 30-year-old woman, she felt a responsibility to nurture the nation's budding talents. Whenever other students faced difficulties, she would readily offer her assistance. After purchasing the second-grade textbooks, Du Junqi completed her review of the entire syllabus in just a week. She then took the initiative to ask her parents to assess her knowledge. This time, it was not just her parents but the entire family mobilized to quiz her, each member crafting questions. Unsurprisingly, she answered them all correctly and was once again praised by her family, who encouraged her to strive for even greater heights. The next day, Du Guangming procured the third-grade textbooks and workbooks, additionally purchasing 2 sets of exam papers, one for language and one for arithmetic. He and Song Huilin had discussed that, although the questions from their family could not rival those of professional exam papers, if Junqi could successfully navigate the third-grade assessments, he would approach the homeroom teacher regarding the possibility of her skipping a grade. Upon receiving the third-grade textbooks, Du Junqi experienced a renewed sense of challenge. The second-grade curriculum had proven too simplistic, presenting no challenge whatsoever to her. Even the few passages to memorize were merely a couple of hundred words each, easily retained after just 2 readings. However, the expectations for third grade were markedly elevated, as evidenced by the increased number of assigned texts and the word count expanding to 400 or 500 words. The content transitioned from simple sentences and descriptions to complete narratives. Yet, after reading through them twice, she found herself memorizing them effortlessly, which astonished her regarding her own memory capacity. Selecting the text with the most words to memorize, Du Junqi realized her memory had indeed improved significantly. Although she had not reached the level of perfect recall, her ability to memorize was impressively swift. Reflecting on this enhancement, she deduced that 2 factors contributed. First, children in their growth phase naturally possess good memory, and second, her reincarnation had endowed her with an adult's comprehension. This combination allowed her to fully understand the texts before reciting them, resulting in substantial progress in her memorization skills. For Du Junqi, who held a Master S degree, the third-grade curriculum remained exceedingly simple. Even while distracted by her passion for collecting postage stamp data, she completed her review of the entire syllabus within 2 weeks and successfully passed the exam. Her prodigious talent left the adults astounded. They had never tutored her or provided specialized teaching materials. She had entirely relied on her own intellect to self-study the entire curriculum, achieving impeccable results. As for arithmetic, the answers were singular, but language arts posed a different challenge. Reading comprehension, central themes, and essay writing were all potential points for deduction. Even when the content was correct, one still had to navigate the nuances of wording to avoid losing a point or two. "Kakai, how is it that your answers to these short questions are identical to the standard responses? When did you memorize them?" Du Guangming inquired. Astonished, it would be impossible for me to achieve full marks solely based on my own writing. The questions are too meticulous. Although my answers convey the same meaning, using my own phrasing results in errors. One can only write the standard answers, so I have memorized the answers to the short questions in the practice book. Du Junqi replied with a sense of inevitability. This was a lesson learned from her previous life. Since the 4th grade, she and most of her classmates would directly skip over the main idea and the segmented explanations for these short questions while doing their homework. only to transcribe the standard answers the following day after the Chinese teacher revealed them during the morning class, thus avoiding the waste of effort on futile endeavors. Du Guangming was left speechless. What Kikai said was not entirely incorrect. He too had memorized answers while doing his homework. Well, he decided to let that slide. But what about the essay? How did you manage to write it? Du Guangming was most puzzled by this. The essays in the third grade are not the same as the picture description in the first grade. Without a teacher to guide her, how could Kikai possibly comprehend the structure of an essay? I bought a collection of essays for elementary students. It contains instructional material, Du Junqi replied, pulling out several newly acquired essay collections from her bookshelf. To be honest, after not writing essays for so many years, she was somewhat at a loss as to how to begin, which is why she purchased the essay collections as soon as school commenced. Du Guangming's eyes widened at the sight of these seemingly conjured essay collections. When did these books appear on his bookshelf? How had he not noticed at all? Chi-Chi, you truly are a little genius. Du Guangming marveled at his daughter's foresight. She even understood the importance of purchasing essay collections for self-study. It seemed he could not underestimate his precious Chi-Chi. It's nothing special. I wouldn't consider myself a genius. There are many who are smarter and more capable than I am, Du Junqi modestly replied. Unaware that her response stifled Du Guangming's urge to impart a lesson on humility and the importance of not being complacent, leaving him feeling quite exasperated. Before long, the midterm examinations arrived, and Du Junqi effortlessly achieved a perfect score of 200. As the homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, gazed at the class performance sheet laid out on the desk, Du Junqi's results stood out prominently. She had scored full marks in every unit test, and her midterm results were also a perfect 200, demonstrating consistent performance without fluctuation. Coupled with her excellent classroom discipline, she was undeniably an exemplary student, prompting Ms. Lin to decide to appoint Du Junqi as class monitor. With her mind made up, Ms. Lin summoned Du Junqi to her office after school that day. Du Junqi, you performed exceptionally well in this midterm examination. The teacher is very pleased. Ms. Lin began warmly, hoping to bridge the gap between them and alleviate any fears Du Junqi might have about her teacher. Thank you, teacher, Du Junqi replied sweetly, nodding her head. Junqi, the teacher has been closely monitoring your performance. Since the first unit test, you have consistently scored full marks. Your results are quite stable, and the 200 in this midterm examination does not surprise me at all. I believe you can maintain this level of excellence. Ms. Lin continued her praise before steering the conversation towards the main topic. Junqi, you are the top student in our class. Would you like to be the class monitor? The selection of class leaders for the first grade will only take place after the midterm examinations, as the most crucial principle in selecting class leaders is outstanding academic performance, typically based on the results of major examinations. Teacher Lin enlightened Du Junqi about the responsibilities of class leaders. They are chosen from among the students who excel both in character and academics to assist the homeroom teacher in managing the class. Positions include class monitor, academic representative, and labor representative, with the class monitor being the teacher's most trusted aide, responsible for overseeing class affairs. Junqi, are you willing to help the teacher manage the class well? After posing this question, Teacher Lin anticipated an enthusiastic affirmation from Du Junqi. She had witnessed countless class monitors respond to her inquiry with blushing faces, fervently nodding in assurance. However, the earnest Du Junqi, after a moment of contemplation, replied seriously, Teacher Lin, I wish to skip a grade. Skip a grade? Teacher Lin was momentarily taken aback. What made you think of skipping a grade? Because I have already self-studied the 5th grade curriculum. Over the past 2 months, Du Junqi had completed a review of all the elementary school subjects. Currently, the primary school still followed a 5-year system, which would not transition to a 6-year system for another 2 years, meaning Du Junqi had effectively completed her elementary coursework. Children do tend to boast, was Teacher Lin's initial reaction. She then inwardly criticized Du Junqi's parents for their overly ambitious approach. After all, she was merely in the 1st grade. What was the point of teaching her 5th grade material? Even if one were to nurture a prodigy, such methods were ill-advised. Skipping from 1st to 2nd grade, or even 3rd, was quite normal, as the curriculum for those grades is not particularly challenging, and each year there are students who advance. However, jumping to 5th grade was too ambitious. A solid foundation is paramount, and establishing that foundation cannot be rushed. It is not sufficient to merely teach key examination points and consider the task complete. Otherwise, when the time comes for middle school, the repercussions could be dire, leaving one with no time to lament their missteps. Nonetheless, Teacher Lin would not voice her inner criticisms. Instead, she adopted a calm approach to address Du Junqi's request to skip a grade. Junqi, skipping a grade requires passing an examination. You claim to have completed the 5th grade curriculum, so let me present you with a 5th grade test paper. You can give it a try. Once you receive a failing score, you will likely reconsider, as you may find that 5th grade exams are not as easy as you presume. Thank you, teacher, Du Junqi politely accepted the challenge, determined to prove her capabilities through her actual performance. Chapter 6. The test. After leaving the first grade office, Teacher Lin proceeded to the fifth grade office. Although school had already dismissed for the day, there existed an unwritten rule at the primary school. All homeroom teachers would remain for an additional half-hour before departing, as there were always students assigned to clean, and in the event of any issues, such as quarrels or fights, teachers needed to be present to intervene. Upon seeing Teacher Lin from the first grade request a fifth grade mathematics test paper, Yang, the head of the fifth grade department, was initially surprised, followed by a surge of curiosity. She retrieved the B version of the midterm examination and accompanied Teacher Lin to see what the situation entailed. Every major examination at the elementary school is accompanied by the preparation of 2 versions of the test papers, A and B, primarily to prevent any potential leaks of exam content. The decision regarding which version to use is made through a draw on the day prior to the examination. This time, version A was selected, and apart from the teacher who crafted the questions for version B, no one else is privy to its content, making it perfectly suited for testing the first grade student. As Du Junqi awaited in the office, she noticed Teacher Lin approaching with another male teacher, and she surmised that he was likely a teacher from a higher grade. "Good day, teachers," Du Junqi greeted politely, standing to acknowledge them first. "Yes, good day," Teacher Yang nodded in response, placing the test paper on the desk. "This is the arithmetic exam for 5th grade. Let us see how you fare." "Sure," Du Junqi replied without hesitation. She promptly opened her backpack, retrieved her pencil case, and began to tackle the problems with great focus. Her pace was commendable. The tip of her pencil danced gracefully across the scratch paper, her thought process clear and her calculations swift and accurate. The 2 teachers observing from behind exchanged glances. Could it be that she truly could solve 5th grade problems? The other teachers, initially engrossed in their own tasks within the office, gradually lifted their heads to witness this spectacle. However, they exhibited commendable restraint, merely watching without voicing any comments, so as not to disrupt the young student's performance. Eventually, they exited the office, allowing Du Junqi the tranquility needed to complete her exam. After 20 minutes, she finished the test. Teacher Yang picked up a red pen to grade her work. To his astonishment, he scanned through all the answers at a glance, discovering that every single one was correct, including the supplementary questions, all solved with clarity and neat handwriting. This was undeniably a flawless paper. Teacher Yang was taken aback, and Teacher Lin was equally astonished. The 2 educators examined the test multiple times, ensuring no oversight had occurred, and could only convince themselves that they had indeed encountered a prodigy. "Student, please wait a moment. I shall fetch another paper for you to attempt," Teacher Yang instructed eagerly before hurrying out. He dashed towards the 5th grade office, entering with a loud declaration. "Xiao Chun, our last year's final exam paper stored in Cabinet 03. The homeroom teachers in the office were startled by his sudden outburst. The youngest male teacher took a moment to gather himself, adjusting his glasses. "Yes, the papers are in Cabinet 03. I'll retrieve them immediately. Quickly bring out the language and arithmetic papers," Teacher Yang urged. Teacher Chun swiftly produced the keys, extracted the test papers, and handed them to Teacher Yang. "Duanzhang, what is the matter?" "I need these for a student's assessment. I'll provide further details this afternoon," Teacher Yang replied as he exited. Observing his hurried demeanor, the teachers in the office exchanged curious glances, their intrigue piqued. Without further ado, they followed closely behind Teacher Yang to see the unfolding excitement. Teacher Yang placed the 2 papers before Du Junqi on the desk. "This is the 5th grade final exam. Let us see how you handle it." Without uttering a word, Du Junqi laid the test flat and began to work on it. The 5th grade teachers who had accompanied Teacher Yang stood outside the office, quietly observing the young girl inside as she diligently worked on her problems. Concerned that too many onlookers might intimidate her and disrupt her performance, they could only gesture for Teacher Lin to step outside for further details. After Teacher Lin succinctly recounted the events, the teachers gazed in astonishment at the young girl engrossed in her work. Could it be true? At merely 7 years of age, was she really capable of tackling 5th grade questions? Teacher Lin produced the exam paper that Du Junqi had just completed, and after passing it around, the teachers regarded Du Junqi with a mix of skepticism and disbelief lingering in their hearts. As the clock struck noon, Du Junqi had yet to return, causing her family to grow increasingly anxious. Though Du Junwan had mentioned that Du Junqi was being held back by her homeroom teacher, the prolonged absence inevitably raised concerns among the adults about potential mishaps. Hastily finishing her meal with a bowl of hot soup, Song Huilan grabbed her car keys, declaring, "I will go to the school to look for her. You all continue eating." "All right, go ahead," replied Du Guangming. With urgency, Song Huilan hopped onto her bicycle and sped towards the school, making a beeline for Class 1, but upon arrival, She found the classroom door locked. In her mounting anxiety, she turned and dashed towards the office building, hoping fervently that Chi-Chi would be there and that she had not gone missing. Unsure of the location of the first-grade office, Song Huilan had no choice but to search floor by floor. Fortunately, the first-grade office was situated on the second floor. As soon as she ascended the staircase, she spotted a group of over a dozen teachers standing in the corridor. "Excuse me, sir," she inquired of the youngest teacher on the periphery. "Could you please tell me where the first-grade office is?" Teacher Chun politely nodded. "This is indeed the first-grade office. Which teacher are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Teacher Lin," Song Huilan replied anxiously. "My daughter is in class 1, and she was held back by Teacher Lin after school. I wish to know if she has left." Teacher Chin's eyes widened in surprise, and the other teachers, having overheard her words, parted to create a small pathway, advising her, "Why don't you come over and see if that girl inside is your daughter? Keep your voice down. We don't want to disturb her. She is currently taking an exam. An exam? But hasn't Chi-Chi already finished?" After her initial astonishment, Song Huilan's heart sank. Could it be that Chi-Chi was being asked to retake the test due to doubts about her performance? Approaching the window, she peered inside and, to her relief, confirmed that it was indeed Chi-Chi seated at the desk, with Teacher Lin standing beside her. Panic washed over Song Huilan, and her face drained of color. Calmly completing her arithmetic test, Junqi then began her Chinese composition. Teacher Yang took the arithmetic paper for grading and discovered it to be identical to the previous one, a perfect paper. The tension that had been suspended in the air finally dissipated. It was a complex mix of emotions. He both wished to temper Junqi's burgeoning pride to prevent future disappointments and simultaneously hoped that she was indeed a prodigy deserving of nurturing in his class. After all, who among teachers does not aspire to cultivate a genius? 20 minutes later, Junqi commenced her composition. This moment, Du Guangming had also arrived at the school. Song Huilan had been at the school for 20 minutes, and if she had found the person she was looking for, she would have returned by now. The fact that she had not yet come back made him genuinely anxious about Chi-Chi's well-being. Du Guangming first rushed to Class 1, Year 1, only to discover that the classroom door was locked. He then made his way directly to the office building. From a distance, he spotted a crowd gathered on the second floor of the office building. Du Guangming quickened his pace and ascended the stairs, immediately catching sight of Song Huilan among the throng. Excuse me, let me through." Du Guangming pressed forward and gently tapped her shoulder. "Huilan, have you found Chi-Chi?" Upon seeing Du Guangming, Song Huilan immediately grasped his hand tightly. "Guangming, Chi-Chi is inside taking an exam. An exam?" Du Guangming was taken aback to learn that Chi-Chi had been left behind for an examination. Was it due to her poor performance on the midterm? "I don't know. I didn't have time to ask," she replied. The teachers nearby, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but interject with reassurance. "It's nothing serious. It's just a small quiz. It looks like they're nearing completion. You can just ask Teacher Lin when she comes out." The teachers withheld the fact that Junqi was currently undergoing a 5th grade test, as the results were not yet available. After all, it remained uncertain whether Junqi was a prodigy. For now, only the composition remained unfinished, and soon they would know the outcome. It was better not to inform them prematurely, lest the disappointment over poor test results lead to an overwhelming psychological gap. Outside, whispers floated through the air, while inside, Teacher Lin and Teacher Yang were meticulously checking the answer key. The more they verified, the more anxious they became. While multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were straightforward, the short answer questions requiring students to summarize the main idea of a passage or describe the significance of each paragraph were much more challenging, even for exceptional 5th grade students. It was difficult to secure full marks without missing a detail. However, Junqi had remarkably pinpointed the key scoring points in her answers. If the grading criteria were relaxed, she could easily achieve full marks. As the two teachers exchanged glances, deliberating whether to deduct a few points for strictness or to award a generous full score, Junqi had already completed her composition. "Teacher, I'm done," she announced, handing over her paper. Teacher Lin instinctively glanced at the presentation of the paper. The handwriting was neat and the page was clean, already garnering a good impression. The composition was a narrative, and after a swift read-through, Teacher Lin noted that the sentences flowed smoothly, the meaning was clear, and there were no grammatical mistakes or typos. Thus, the essay had already secured a passing score. Upon a more detailed examination, it was tightly aligned with the prompt, well-structured and cohesive, warranting a commendable score without dispute. Because the composition was exceptionally well-written, far exceeding Teacher Lin's expectations, she couldn't help but ask, "Junqi, who taught you to write essays?" "I have a collection of outstanding essays for elementary students. It contains guidance," Junqi replied, revealing half the truth. Although she had the assistance of the composition guide, Without her adult sensibility and the 2 decades of writing experience from her past life, it would have been nearly impossible for a 7-year-old child to craft an 800-word essay. Teacher Lin and Teacher Yang quietly conferred and decided to submit the examination papers to the principal for evaluation. This Chinese language paper was completed exceptionally well. Whether it could achieve a perfect score would depend on the grading criteria set by the evaluator. In truth, both teachers already harbored a general assessment in their minds. Even if the paper did not attain full marks, a score of 98 was well within reach. The principal would undoubtedly be overjoyed upon seeing these 2 papers. Junqi, you have performed admirably on these tests. Now, please pack your bag and head home. It is getting late, and you must be quite hungry. Look, your parents are waiting outside for you. Teacher Lin, being a woman, was more attentive and had already noticed the commotion outside, realizing that Du Junqi's parents had arrived. Well then, goodbye, teacher, Du Junqi said as she shouldered her bag and exited the office. Waiting outside, Du Guangming and Song Huilan immediately approached, each grasping one of Du Junqi's arms tightly, their eyes darting towards Teacher Lin, and in unison they inquired, Teacher Lin, is everything all right with our Junqi? Teacher Lin quickly donned a reassuring smile for the parents, saying, everything is fine, Du Junqi is an excellent student. The reason we kept her back today was to discuss her potential as class monitor, as she scored a perfect 100 in both of her main subjects during this midterm. However, Du Junqi suggested that she would like to skip a grade, which is why she underwent this assessment. And how did the assessment go? Is she able to skip a grade? Song Huilan immediately pressed. Very well, Teacher Lin replied, cautious not to make any definitive statements, as it remained uncertain which grade the principal would approve for Du Junqi to advance to. Could you parents come to the school after class this afternoon? This matter of skipping a grade must be discussed with the principal. Song Huilan and Du Guangming exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Song Huilan quickly responded, all right, no problem, I will come by after school. Excellent. Teacher Lin beamed as she bid farewell to Du Junqi and her parents, only to be surrounded by curious colleagues upon turning around. They were eager to inquire about the student, brimming with questions regarding her usual performance, her family background, and whether she attended tutoring classes. Among other things, Du Guangming lifted Du Junqi and placed her onto the rear seat of the bicycle, propelling it homeward. Junqi, how did you fare on the recent assessment? Du Guangming asked gently. Du Junqi reflected for a moment before replying. I should be fine. If all goes well, I believe I scored full marks in mathematics. As for Chinese, I'm a bit uncertain about the reading comprehension and the essay. It largely depends on how the teacher grades it. Nonetheless, I feel pretty good about it. Song Huilan chuckled as she playfully pinched Du Junqi's cheek. Feeling good, are we? You do realize that self-assessment doesn't count for much, right? In any case, it should be all right. If it were bad, why would Teacher Lin have you meet the principal? My grade should qualify me to skip a grade. I just don't know which one yet, Du Junqi stated confidently. Indeed. Our little Junqi is the most remarkable. Du Guangming laughed heartily as he embraced Du Junqi, his words brimming with pride as the two returned home. Chuckling merrily, their grandparents emerged upon hearing the sound of the car parking. After listening to their son and daughter-in-law, both elders burst into joyful laughter, relieved that Chi-Chi's news was not a misfortune, but rather a delightful blessing. How wonderful it is, in the afternoon, during 2 classes, one in language and the other in arithmetic. The teachers distributed the midterm examination papers and praised Du Junqi for her outstanding performance. Du Junqi consistently scored 100, so her classmates voiced no objections, merely casting envious glances in her direction, particularly Fang Qianni, who felt genuine happiness for his friend. Later that afternoon, Song Huilan informed the class leader of her early departure to the school. Given the earlier dismissal time at the primary school, by the time Song Huilan arrived, Du Junqi and Teacher Lin were already waiting for her in the office. Teacher Lin had already discussed matters with the principal, and upon seeing Song Huilan, he guided her and Du Junqi directly to the principal's office. The door to the principal's office stood ajar, revealing a man in his 40s with a round face and a slightly plump physique. While describing him as slightly overweight may not be entirely accurate, in the context of the post-2000 era, his figure would be considered perfectly normal. It was merely in the 1990s, an era dominated by slender figures, that he appeared somewhat portly. Principal, Du Junqi and her parents have arrived, Teacher Lin announced, knocking gently on the door frame. The principal, engrossed in several documents on his desk, looked up at the sound and smiled warmly, inviting them in. Feeling somewhat apprehensive as she had never entered a principal's office, Song Huilan stepped inside, her demeanor slightly awkward in the presence of her superior. Only Du Junqi maintained a serious expression, promptly addressing the principal. Thank you, principal. The principal's smile widened. Ah, you must be Du Junqi, the student who ranked first in the class and tied for first across the entire grade in the midterm examinations. Here, I wish to commend you and encourage you to maintain your excellent performance without becoming complacent. Yes, thank you, Principal, Junqi replied with a nod. All right, please take a seat, the principal said, moving to the sofa and gesturing for them to sit. No need to stand on ceremony. Let us converse. With the principal's invitation, Song Huilan and teacher Lin took their seats, and Junqi nestled beside her mother. The principal engaged in a discussion about Junqi's achievements. Expressing his views on her potential advancement to a higher grade, he noted that Junqi's performance had been consistently impressive and stable, and having passed the 5th grade assessment, she was indeed eligible for promotion. However, considering her age, the principal believed that advancing her to 4th grade would be more suitable. Firstly, Junqi was only 7 years old. If she were to leap directly to 5th grade, she would be merely 8 when taking the entrance examination for junior high next year, which was rather young. Since the previous year, the city had enforced strict regulations regarding school admission ages, and there was concern that the Education Bureau might deny her examination permit due to age discrepancies. Secondly, as 4th grade was not a graduation year, the academic pressure would be less intense, allowing Junqi a period of adjustment. Lastly, should her grades decline after skipping a grade, 4th grade would still provide an opportunity for recuperation. The principal's considerations were thorough, and Song Huilan wholeheartedly agreed with his perspective. However, both she and her family felt that Chi was still quite young and should enjoy a few more years of a joyful childhood. Once she entered junior high, not only would the number of core subjects increase, but the curriculum would also become more demanding. As parents, they were reluctant to see Chi immersed in a sea of questions and examinations at such an early age, so they planned to slow down her progression, merely wishing for her to advance to the 3rd grade. After a brief contemplation, the principal acquiesced to Song Huilan's request, permitting Junqi to advance to the 3rd grade. His primary concern, however, was Junqi's tender age and her susceptibility to environmental influences. He pondered what would happen if her grades declined after skipping a grade. If she continued to excel, the parents might come back to him, seeking his consent for her to leap ahead once more. Once both parties reached an agreement, the principal promptly pinned a note endorsing Junqi's transition to the 3rd grade. The following day, Junqi directly attended class in the 3rd grade. As she stood before her classmates, who were whispering and scrutinizing her incessantly, Junwan and Fang Qinyi faced their peers' inquiries with displeasure. When teacher Lin announced Junqi's advancement to the 3rd grade during morning class, Junwan was the first to be inundated with questions from her classmates, nearly all of whom queried why she had not skipped a grade herself. Unable to suppress her embarrassment and irritation, Junwan wondered why it mattered that her grades did not match her sister's, who said that twins had to be identical in every aspect, including academic performance. Their personalities were inherently different. What was the issue with their grades being dissimilar? Was it not tiresome to keep asking such questions? Fang Qinyi was also surrounded by classmates at his desk, who asked, "Aren't you and Junqi good friends? How come you didn't know she skipped a grade? Didn't she tell you?" Fang Qinyi felt a twinge of annoyance. "Aren't we friends? Why didn't she mention her leap forward?" If she had informed him earlier of her intention to advance, he would have studied diligently to achieve perfect scores and join her in that leap. With a heart full of indignation, Fang Qinyi rushed out of the classroom after school, heading to the alley where Junqi would inevitably pass on her way home. He needed to confront her. Otherwise, he would be suffocated by this pent-up frustration. Chapter 8. Friends. Junqi's first day in the 3rd grade class was quite pleasant. Although she had advanced a grade and her classmates were aware of her excellent academic performance, they still found it difficult to regard her as an equal peer. Moreover, her noticeably shorter stature led her classmates to unconsciously treat her as a younger sibling. They approached her during recess, initiating conversations to elicit her laughter, inquiring if she had any difficulties understanding the lessons, and even offering to fetch her a portion of the snacks during break time. Having been accustomed to caring for others for decades in her past life, Junqi found it challenging to adapt to this shift from caregiver to the cared for. The transition was substantial, however. The genuine concern and kindness from her classmates compelled her to muster a smile and express her gratitude. In response, her classmates affectionately remarked on how adorable and considerate she was, playfully pinching her cheeks several times. After school, Junqi rubbed her cheeks and turned into the alley, where she immediately spotted the furious Fang Qinyi waiting for her. "Junqi," Fang Qinyi called out, striding toward her. "Why didn't you mention your advancement? Aren't we friends? Why did you leave me behind?" Junqi found herself somewhat perplexed. Could her advancement to a higher grade truly be construed as abandoning him? Moreover, their relationship had not yet blossomed into that of intimate confidence. Was it really necessary for him to be so irate? Though she harbored some minor grievances, Junqi opted to clarify, "Not at all. I only learned yesterday about the possibility of skipping a grade. Teacher Lin kept me back to inquire if I would like to take on the role of class monitor. I expressed my desire to advance, and subsequently, Teacher Lin provided me with an examination paper for assessment. It was after I completed the test that she approached the principal regarding my promotion. I had not anticipated such swiftness. Is that so? Feng Qianyi regarded Du Junqi with a hint of skepticism. However, upon observing her candid demeanor, he chose to place his trust in her. Very well, I believe you did not intend any malice. But why did you not inform me of your intention to skip a grade? I could have joined you in this endeavor. Advancement requires examination, Du Junqi reminded him. I am aware. You just mentioned it. Feng Qianyi emphasized, my grades are commendable as well. I consistently score above 90. Had you informed me sooner of your intention to skip a grade, I could have exerted myself and achieved a perfect score, allowing us to advance together. I'm not taking the first grade examination. It's for the third grade, Du Junqi modestly corrected, having lowered her own achievements to avoid inciting envy. Third grade? Feng Qianyi's eyes widened in astonishment. You can manage the third grade examination paper? Du Junqi nodded. Indeed, and I performed quite well, which is why I am able to skip a grade. Feng Qianyi pursed his lips, studying Du Junqi for a considerable moment. Very well, I shall seek out a tutor. I am determined to advance to third grade. Best of luck, Du Junqi encouraged him earnestly. Feng Qianyi was not merely venting his frustrations. Upon returning home, he detoured to a public telephone to contact his family. He intended to ask his father to find him a tutor, for he, too, wished to skip a grade. Feng Qianyi's father, Feng Wangda, was a fisherman who had begun working at the age of 12. By 16, he had ventured into the sea to fish, initially working on others' boats before gradually saving enough to purchase a small motorized fishing vessel. Over the years, he had managed to establish a modest foundation for his family. In his youth, due to financial constraints and a large number of siblings, Feng Wangda had only completed the second grade before dropping out of school. Yearning for education yet unable to pursue it himself, he pinned all his hopes on his two sons, aspiring for them to achieve greatness. Given the local emphasis on education, families with better financial means often sent their children to study in the county. And he followed suit by sending his elder son to the county, investing a significant sum to enroll him in the experimental primary school. To be candid, it was a difficult decision for Feng Wangda to send his son to live with distant relatives, and he felt a deep sense of reluctance. His wife shared his sentiments, having protested on several occasions, yet ultimately, they could not sway him. They had to watch as he sent their son to the county. Were it not for the fact that they had a 2-year-old son at home, his wife would have insisted on moving to the county herself to care for their eldest, due to the lingering guilt he felt towards his eldest son for having him live under someone else's roof at such a tender age. Feng Wangda was quite generous with his son's allowance. Every month, he remitted 200 yuan to him, allowing him to purchase some nourishing delicacies to bolster his health, while Feng Wangda earned a substantial income of over 2,000 yuan monthly. In a time when the average salary hovered around 300 to 400 yuan, this sum represented a significant allowance. Aware of his father's affection for him, Feng Qianyi mustered the courage to request a tutor, especially since this desire reflected his ambition for self-improvement. Thus, he boldly picked up the phone to call the village committee. In the year 1990, telephones were not yet widespread. Apart from various governmental and institutional offices, most individuals and families lacked a telephone. Consequently, Feng Qianyi could only reach his father through the village committee, asking them to announce over the loudspeaker for his mother to come and take the call, which would then be relayed to his father, who was often at sea and frequently away from home. During the call, Feng Qianyi first informed his mother about his midterm exam results. When she expressed delight at his commendable performance, he seized the opportunity to mention that a classmate had advanced to the third grade, ultimately revealing his own aspiration to skip a grade and his desire for tutoring. Every parent believes their child to be exceptionally bright, and Feng's mother was no exception. Particularly after learning of her son's impressive grades, she was convinced of his intelligence, believing that with the right teacher's guidance, he could indeed leap ahead in his studies. She readily assured him that she would have Feng Wangda find an excellent tutor for Feng Qianyi. The following day, upon returning home, Feng Wangda learned of his son's academic achievements and requests. He promptly selected several live fish and placed them in a bucket filled with seawater for preservation, intending to take them to the county town the next day. With the bucket in hand, he made his way directly to the experimental primary school. Upon arriving, he found that classes had not yet been dismissed, so he waited at the entrance for Teacher Lin to emerge. Fortunately, she had no classes at that moment, and as soon as the doorman called for her, she came out. Feng Wangda discussed Feng Qianyi's desire to skip a grade and earnestly requested Teacher Lin to tutor him. Teacher Lin hesitated. While she had no objections to Feng Qianyi attending her home for tutoring, as she co-ran a tutoring class for 4th and 5th graders with a colleague, the request for specialized instruction to facilitate his advancement was quite daunting. After much persuasion and flattery from Feng Wangda, Along with the promise of a considerable tutoring fee, Teacher Lin finally consented to provide individualized lessons for Fang Qianyi. With Teacher Lin's approval, Fang Wangda could hardly contain his joy. He waited at the school gate to take Fang Qianyi to dinner, where they conversed for a considerable time. Later that afternoon, Fang Qianyi stood at the alley's entrance. Eager to share this good news with Junqi and to express his determination to catch up with her. He spotted the two remarkably similar girls approaching. He immediately recognized Junqi and took a few steps towards her. Junqi, he declared, I have arranged for Teacher Lin to tutor me privately. I am determined to catch up with you. And when that time comes, we shall be desk mates. Junqi had not anticipated that Fang Qianyi's efficiency in handling affairs would be so remarkably high. It had barely been a few days, not even a week, and he had already secured a tutor. Has Teacher Lin agreed? Junwan inquired with surprise. Yes, she has, Fang Qianyi reassured, sensing Junqi's skepticism. Why Dad personally approached Teacher Lin? And everything has been settled. Junqi nodded in understanding, realizing that Fang Qianyi's father was quite diligent in his efforts. You must study diligently. If you encounter any confusion, feel free to ask Teacher Lin. Your father must have paid a considerable tutoring fee, and if you do not clarify your questions, that investment would be squandered. Junqi imparted her wisdom to Fang Qianyi, emphasizing the importance of utilizing resources effectively. Fang Qianyi nodded in agreement. Once the matter was concluded, Junqi turned on her heel, intending to leave. Her manner of proceeding was always decisively straightforward. She preferred to speak her mind and depart promptly. However, when she caught sight of the hesitance in Fang Qianyi's expression, her steps faltered. Is there something else? Fang Qianyi instinctively wanted to shake his head, but after a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to ask, Do you, perhaps, find me bothersome? Not at all. Why would you think that? Junqi immediately refuted. But I feel that you are quite impatient when conversing with me. It is always me who seeks you out. And every time I finish speaking, you merely respond with a couple of words before leaving. Fang Qianyi's voice grew increasingly subdued. The sensation of being unwanted was quite disheartening. I observed that in our class, regardless of gender, if students are friends, they engage in lively discussions, unlike us, where I am the only one talking. Upon hearing Fang Qianyi's words, Junqi began to reflect on her attitude towards this young boy. Had she indeed been too indifferent? Had she unconsciously carried over her workplace demeanor from a previous life? Or did she simply dismiss his friendship, believing herself to be the adult in the dynamic? In truth, upon further contemplation, Fang Qianyi was a commendable companion. His composed and steady disposition complemented her own character well, and being younger, he possessed an innocence and naivety that made their interactions uncomplicated. Moreover, befriending him would alleviate her parents' concerns about her being aloof and prideful. After some deliberation, Junqi resolved to regard Fang Qianyi as a genuine equal friend. Actually, it is not your fault, but rather mine. I tend to be rather reticent, Junqi candidly admitted. All right, since you feel I am not paying attention to you, I shall demonstrate my consideration through action. In the future, if you have any questions that you feel awkward asking Teacher Lin, you can come directly to my house. Come, I will show you the way. Really? That sounds wonderful, Fang Qianyi exclaimed, his eyes widening with delight. The invitation to her home signified that she truly regarded him as a friend and was willing to introduce him to her parents. Chapter 9. Initial thoughts. Junqi and Junwan led the way, slightly ahead of Fang Qianyi, who followed closely behind. The trio exited the alley, crossed the street, and entered another lane, ultimately arriving at Junqi's residence. Junqi retrieved the keys from her backpack. Given her composed nature, she was entrusted with the house keys. She opened the front door. Come in. Junqi gestured towards a wide chair for Fang Qianyi, saying, Please have a seat while I fetch you a glass of water. Fang Qianyi obediently settled into the chair, surveying the layout of the hall. It was a bright and spacious room, dominated by a long table in the center, above which hung a modest plastic wall clock. Beneath the clock, a painting depicting a fierce tiger descending a mountain was displayed. On either side of the hall, there were two wide chairs and a small tea table, with several calligraphic artworks adorning the walls. Here is your water, Junqi said, bringing over a green glass. Has your father returned? Yes, he needs to set sail early tomorrow morning. At that moment, the cheerful voice of Junwan echoed from outside. Chi-Chi, Mama and Papa are back. Junwan had been waiting outside for her parents' return, feeling quite hungry. However, being too young along with her sister, their parents did not allow them to light the fire themselves. They could only wait for their parents to return and reheat the food. Junqi led Fang Qianyi outside to greet them. As Guangming and Song Huilan parked the car, they noticed a strange little boy standing next to their youngest daughter. Guangming recognized Fang Qianyi from a previous encounter and thought he looked somewhat familiar. This student seems familiar, he remarked. He is a classmate of Wanwan and a friend of mine. named Fangqiani. He was at the post office to withdraw money last time, and my father and I took him home, Du Junqi explained. Oh, so it's you? Fangqiani, I remember now, Du Guangming said with a smile. His gaze drifting to his youngest daughter, Du Junqi readily elaborated. Fangqiani performs well academically. After seeing me skip a grade, he expressed a desire to do the same. His father has already sought out Teacher Lin as his tutor. I told him that if he encounters any difficulties he doesn't feel comfortable asking Teacher Lin about, he can come to me directly. Today, I brought him over to meet the family. Good. He sounds like an ambitious student. Du Guangming nodded in approval. As a friend of Chi-Chi, feel free to ask her anything if you have questions. Yes, thank you, uncle, Fangqiani replied. Having met the family, Fangqiani expressed his intention to leave. Du Guangming decided to ride his bike and escort him home, ensuring he wouldn't be late and face any reprimands. After dinner, Du Junqi and Du Junwan sat down to do their homework. The first grade assignments were quite simple, and Du Junwan quickly finished hers. The third grade work was also manageable, and Du Junqi completed hers swiftly as well, before delving into her first-year review materials, as she had already begun revising the subjects. Once Du Junwan finished her homework, she went to the hall to stretch and practice her dance. Observing her eldest daughter dancing while the youngest studied, Song Huilan couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on Fangqiani's diligent spirit. Guangming, why is it that other children, seeing Chi-Chi skip a grade, are motivated to study hard and strive for success, while Wanwan seems unresponsive? Wanwan loves to dance. Let her pursue that as long as her grades remain within the top 10 of her class. There is no need to expect her to be like Chi-Chi. Besides, I worry about Chi-Chi too. She focuses solely on her studies and lacks friends. If she hadn't brought a classmate home today, I would be concerned about her social integration. Du Guangming let out a sigh, acknowledging that children ought to embody the essence of childhood. It is entirely natural for them to engage in playful antics. Conversely, it is rather abnormal for one like Chi-Chi to be so engrossed in her studies. I worry she may become a bookworm. Fear not, Chi-Chi is diligently practicing martial arts. She trains every morning and evening, and on weekends, she attends martial arts classes. A balance of activity and rest ensures she will not become a mere bookish recluse. Originally intending to comfort her husband, Song Huilan found herself offering him solace instead. What balance? Studying exhausts the mind, while martial arts demand physical exertion. Both are arduous pursuits, leaving Chi-Chi with no time to relax throughout the day. Furrowing her brow, Song Huilan swiftly replayed her daughter's daily routine in her mind. Indeed, there was hardly a moment of idleness. This simply would not do. After pondering, she finally recalled something. Ah, yes, collecting stamps. Chi-Chi enjoys philately, which can certainly be considered a form of leisure. It was the sole aspect of her life that reflected the innocence of childhood. For children are drawn to vibrant and colorful patterns, though she found little beauty in them. As long as Chi-Chi enjoys it, that suffices. Meanwhile, Du Junqi remained blissfully unaware of her parents' concerns, adhering to her own schedule filled with review, martial arts practice, and stamp collecting, leading a fulfilling life. Having trained in martial arts for over 2 decades in her previous life, Du Junqi was well acquainted with the rigors of daily practice. Although she had to start anew in this life to build her physical strength and unlock her potential, her mental preparation ensured that her training proceeded smoothly. In her past life, she had shed tears of regret and hesitated, but in this life, she resolved not to indulge in such petty whims. She aspired for achievements far greater than those she had attained before. Not only did Du Junqi train herself, but she also sought to inspire Fangqiani to join her. In her eyes, Fangqiani was far too feeble, lacking even the slightest muscle, and his shy, introverted demeanor rendered him unmanly. He was more akin to a younger sister. However, regardless of Du Junqi's eloquent persuasion, Fangqiani adamantly refused to engage in martial arts. When she inquired about his reasons, suspecting he feared hardship or pain, he replied that it was not that. Rather, he simply found the sight of muscular fitness enthusiasts quite unattractive. This rationale left Du Junqi utterly flabbergasted. Observing the displeasure on Du Junqi's face, Fangqiani presented a more convincing argument, explaining that he aimed to be a slow bird that flies first, compensating for his lack of talent through diligence. He wished to catch up to Du Junqi and advance to the 3rd grade, fully aware of his limitations. Thus, he intended to devote all his energy to his studies. After a brief moment of annoyance, Du Junqi relinquished her fixation, recognizing that everyone has their own preferences. She could not impose her likes upon Fangqiani. Since he chose to focus on his studies, she resolved to assist him in that regard. On this day, Du Guangming returned from work in high spirits, clearly having received good news. Dad, Mom, Huilan, today I accepted a job. This weekend, I will be going to Huangdai for 2 days. A vehicle will come to pick me up after work on Friday. And if all goes smoothly, I shall return by Sunday afternoon. Du Guangming informed his family at the dinner table. What kind of job? Grandfather inquired. In Huangtai Township, there exists a seafood aquaculture facility that had previously ceased operations due to unsatisfactory profits. The local municipality subsequently put it up for lease, and recently, a party has taken over the contract, intending to reinstall the electrical wiring. It so happens that the proprietor is an old classmate of mine from secondary school, who approached me regarding this matter. He entrusted me with the responsibility of liaising with the power plant for the wiring report and overseeing the electrical installation at the aquaculture facility. Granting me full authority in the decision-making process, I reasoned that since I had accepted payment, it was imperative to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the task at hand. Thus, I planned to visit the site over the weekend to sketch a preliminary layout, which would also facilitate budgeting. My grandfather nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, this is a task worth undertaking. Mingzi, when doing work for others, one must ensure it is executed well and without error." "I understand," replied Du Guangming cheerfully. Du Junqi, who appeared to be engrossed in her meal, had her ears perked up, attentively listening. Aquaculture for seafood presents a lucrative opportunity, as the current techniques employed yield products that, while inferior in taste to naturally sourced seafood, are significantly more affordable. However, advancements in technology over the next few years are expected to elevate prices substantially. Although the threat of typhoons looms as a risk factor, the overall profitability remains high. Moreover, successful aquaculture could pave the way for the development of processing industries, such as the production of popular snacks like shredded squid. The notion of seafood aquaculture captivated Du Junqi. At merely 30 years of age, she was still vibrant and full of ambition. After all, which young person does not harbor dreams of entrepreneurship? In her past life, she had contemplated such ventures but ultimately inherited her parents' design firm, never truly daring to forge her own path. This left her with a lingering sense of regret. In this new life, she was determined to carve out her own successful endeavor. With this ambition firmly planted in her mind, Du Junqi visited the Xinhua bookstore over the weekend to explore literature on seafood aquaculture. To her surprise, she discovered an abundance of titles on the subject, indicating a significant interest among readers. Yet, she found herself troubled, uncertain about which seafood species were suitable for cultivation in the local waters. While many related books existed, it was impractical to cultivate all of them. Achieving success with just 2 or 3 viable species would be commendable. Though lacking in knowledge herself, she could seek the counsel of those more informed. Du Junqi thought of Fang Qianni, who hailed from a fishing village and would likely possess considerable insight into the local marine environment and its resources. Additionally, his father was a professional fisherman with ample experience. She resolved to consult him with high hopes, only to be met with disappointment when she discovered that Fang Qianni knew little about the subject. Fang Qianni felt a twinge of frustration. It was a rare opportunity for Du Junqi to seek his advice, yet he found himself utterly unhelpful. It seemed fundamental knowledge that one should possess. What local specialties existed? Yet, he was oblivious. Since childhood, he had preferred the tranquility of home, never venturing out to sea or boarding a fishing boat, and he struggled to connect with the neighborhood boys. Despite his yearning for friendship, he found himself unable to break free from his inhibitions. Unable to answer Du Junqi's question, Fang Qianni felt a deep sense of shame. After school, he promptly went to a public telephone booth by the street to call home. Fang's mother was able to provide some answers, yet Fang Qianni believed it necessary to consult his father, who, being at sea daily, possessed a more comprehensive understanding of such matters. However, his father had gone out to sea again and would not return until the day after tomorrow, leaving Fang Qianni with no choice but to wait until then to make another call home. Chapter 10. The library deprived of answers from Fang Qianni, Du Junqi resorted to exploring the local market instead. With the weekend upon her, Du Junqi intentionally accompanied her mother to the market. In the past, she had always found the market to be dirty, chaotic, and foul-smelling. But now she had to investigate the local seafood offerings firsthand. El County was renowned as a major aquaculture hub within the province, boasting an impressive yield and a rich variety of seafood that ranked among the top in the nation. Each town and village showcased its own distinctive seafood, characterized by unique regional traits. For instance, the jumping fish, harvested from the same bay, varied not only in texture but also in the tenderness of their bones between the 2 coasts. Similarly, the red mullet from 2 neighboring towns differed in size and flavor. Du Junqi, equipped with a pen and notebook, closely followed her mother as she selected fish, shrimp, crabs, clams, and other seafood, diligently recording the distinctive products from various towns. Observing her daughter skillfully maneuvering around the shoppers' baskets while taking notes, Song Huilan felt a blend of pride and affection. The vendors, astute and perceptive, recognized the duo as a mother-daughter pair, with the daughter as the focus. They eagerly praised the young girl, complimenting her beauty. diligence in note-taking, and her commendable behavior in accompanying her mother to shop for groceries. Such words filled Song Huilan with delight, prompting her to generously purchase several items, determined to nourish her daughter, who worked so hard at her studies. Fang Qianyi made another call home, this time answered by Fang Wangda. Fang Wangda informed him that their hometown was abundant in large yellow croaker, ribbonfish, eels, prawns, and various shellfish, also providing an overview of the coastal conditions. Fang Qianyi quickly jotted down these details in his notebook, eager to bring this valuable information to Junqi the following day. Here, this is the information about my hometown. Yonggang, he said, handing the notebook to Junqi with a hint of pride. This is first-hand data from my dad, very accurate. Junqi accepted the notebook with a polite smile. Thank you. You're welcome, I'm glad to be of help, he replied. Upon returning home, Junqi perused the notebook, finding the information to be quite comprehensive. It included essential data and specific details, such as variations in the coastline and seasonal seafood availability. It was evident that Fang Qianyi had taken her questions seriously, crafting inquiries that were remarkably targeted. It was indeed rare for such a young child to possess such clarity in problem formulation and the initiative to explore further, anticipating many of her questions. Junqi was not content with merely acquiring information about the marine products of Yonggang town. She aspired to comprehend the marine resources of the entire L County. Consequently, she proposed to Guangming the idea of obtaining a library card, envisioning that she could delve into the county library for her research. Guangming, an avid reader of novels, already possessed a library card, and since his youngest daughter expressed a desire to borrow books from the library, he decided to lend her his card. This was a customary practice, as children were typically unable to acquire their own library cards. If a child wished to borrow books, a parent could simply lend their card, provided they registered at the service desk. Guangming escorted Junqi to the library, believing the process would be seamless, as several of his colleagues had similarly allowed their children to use their library cards. However, to his dismay, he was met with refusal, the reason being that his daughter was too young. But several of my colleagues have lent their cards to their children, Guangming protested, unwilling to concede. The child is only 7. She must at least be in the first year of junior high school to use a library card, the staff at the service desk explained. Why is that? Although the library had a collection of literary novels, it lacked children's literature, rendering it incomprehensible for elementary school students, who often struggled with reading proficiency. Only after entering middle school, when their vocabulary expands and knowledge deepens, can they truly grasp the books in our collection. Furthermore, middle school students exhibit greater discipline, allowing us to confidently lend them books. Otherwise, we risk the chance of younger children damaging the materials. The staff's rationale was compelling, leaving Guangming nearly speechless. Yet, as he gazed into the eager eyes of his daughter, and recalling that she had already commenced her junior high curriculum, he felt a sense of confidence in her intellect and discipline, compelling him to make another attempt. My daughter is exceptionally bright. Although she is merely 7, she has already advanced to the 3rd grade. If you doubt her abilities, you may test her. Moreover, she is very disciplined, never speaking out of turn in class, and her homeroom teacher commends her. After a considerable period of persuasion, the staff member softened at the sight of this devoted father advocating for his daughter. She casually retrieved a hefty tome from the return shelf. Little girl, come here and read the preface of this book, she instructed, presenting The Art of Space. Architecture to Junqi. All right, Junqi replied, glancing up at Guangming. Daddy, can you lift me onto the chair? I can't reach. Guangming gently lifted Junqi onto the chair, encouraging her with a reassuring gaze. Don't be nervous, take your time. Nodding, Junqi began to read. Her pace was measured, neither hurried nor slow. She paused appropriately for punctuation, read smoothly when necessary, and exhibited no stumbles or mispronunciations, as if she had already read the text before. The staff grew intrigued, and after Junqi completed the preface, they requested she read the first chapter. Without hesitation, she continued. Upon finishing the first chapter, the staff asked her to read the second chapter. Junqi bit her lip momentarily before resuming her reading. By the time she concluded the second chapter, the staff were not merely intrigued, but genuinely astonished. Excitedly, they rushed to the office to summon the director, exclaiming, "This child is truly remarkable. The director must see her." After listening to her subordinate's account, the director was filled with curiosity and promptly rose to head outside. "Why, dear young lady, have you ever perused this book before?" the director inquired with a warm demeanor towards Junqi. Junqi shook her head, replying, "No, this is my first time." Oh? The director's eyes sparkled with interest. "I have heard you are in the 3rd grade?" "Indeed," she affirmed. They teach you so many characters in the 3rd grade. Are you familiar with them all?" "Some were not taught. I looked them up in the dictionary myself." You are already adept at using a dictionary? How commendable, he exclaimed. But do you comprehend the meaning of what you are reading? Yes, these 2 chapters discuss the history of architectural development. The director glanced briefly at the pages and confirmed, Good, you are indeed a clever child. My dear young lady, can you assure me that you will not damage the book? I promise. I can write a guarantee letter, Junqi replied earnestly. Ha ha ha, no need for that, no need at all. I trust you. You are a well-behaved child. The director signed the register and said, Very well, you may now borrow the book. Thank you, uncle, Junqi responded with a timely smile, which made her appear even more endearing. Such a polite and good child, the director thought, his impression of Junqi growing fonder. Children often have this advantage. A touch of politeness can significantly enhance one's impression. Having received the director's approval, Junqi was led into the library by Guangming. With her youthful charm and amiable demeanor, she captured the attention of the library staff within just one morning. Some personnel from different floors even came over to take a look and ask her a few questions. In the geographical classification area, Junqi searched through row upon row of bookshelves for the information she needed. The city-level geographic materials were scarce, primarily focusing on provincial data. However, the provincial scope meant that the specific details regarding cities and important economic counties were rather limited. With several city-level municipalities and over a dozen significant economic counties in the province, each city and county received only 3 to 4 pages in a comprehensive book, resulting in nearly 100 pages in total. Adding the preface and various summaries, the final count surpassed 100 pages, yet the content remained rather superficial, serving only to provide a general understanding. Undeterred, Junqi spent 2 days searching and managed to find over 20 books, all with similar content. Seeking further assistance, she enlisted the help of the staff. Seeing her charming and polite demeanor, they assisted her in locating some internal publications and magazines. Yet, these still fell short of quenching her thirst for knowledge. The staff's efforts to assist Junqi naturally drew the attention of various offices, but most regarded it merely as a topic of conversation to motivate their own children. However, one individual observed intently, Qi Zuan, the former director, now head of the research office, who had stepped back from active duty. Every Saturday afternoon, Junqi diligently visits the library to seek out information. Once she discovers what she needs, she retreats to the reading room, where she meticulously transcribes notes for the entire afternoon. Her unwavering focus is so earnest that it dissuades anyone from interrupting her. Even Qi Zuan feels hesitant to approach. Instead, he finds a nearby table to observe her discreetly. After 2 such observations, Qi Zuan cannot help but acknowledge the seriousness with which Junqi is collecting data, not merely going through the motions or engaging in idle play. His intrigue for this young girl grows exponentially. What could a child so young, not involved in research, possibly need with such geographical information? Chapter 11. The proposal of acceleration. Qi Zuan's curiosity about this girl intensifies. What purpose does she have in gathering these geographical materials? May I sit beside you? Qi Zuan finally musters the courage to approach Junqi. She is engrossed in her writing and initially does not register his question. After he asks again, she responds, Oh? Are you asking me? Sure. Qi Zuan settles down beside her. Young lady, are you working on an assignment? No, I am gathering information on the coastal data of L County. Coastal data? Yes, Junqi, uninterested in offering a detailed explanation, simply pushes her notebook toward Qi Zuan, inviting him to peruse it. As he flips through her notes, he finds them meticulously organized, with sections on the coastline, tides, typhoons, and marine produce. What are you collecting this information for? Qi Zuan poses his most pressing question. Because L County is a major aquaculture hub in our province. As a native of L County, isn't it rather ignorant not to understand the defining characteristics of one's hometown? This was the answer Junqi had been prepared to give. Oh, is that the reason? Indeed, she replies, tilting her head in curiosity. The innocence of her youthful demeanor proves to be a formidable charm. Qi Zuan finds himself disarmed by her naive sincerity. He begins to reflect on his own perspective, realizing how inappropriate it is to impose an adult's skeptical worldview upon the pure and unblemished realm of childhood. After this introspection, Qi Zuan turns his attention back to Junqi. Young lady, having copied so much, you must have quite a grasp of L County by now. Junqi shakes her head. Not really. I only have a general understanding. These books are rather vague and lack substantial content. Qi Zuan promptly offers his assistance. I have lived in L County for decades. I should know more than the authors of these books. If you have any questions, I will do my utmost to help you. Junqi's eyes light up with excitement. Really? Please, go ahead. Qi Zuan begins to elaborate on the marine conditions of L County. As the librarian, he possesses a wealth of detailed information about the region, encompassing cultural and geographical data, making his discourse far more engaging and informative than the texts Junqi has been copying. His explanations are rich and varied. After sharing his geographical insights, he continues to delve into cultural knowledge. Junqi exhibited remarkable speed in her note-taking. Not only did she write swiftly, but she also possessed the ability to automatically condense certain statements from Chi into more succinct phrases, which left Chi quite astonished. It is noteworthy that Junqi is merely 7 years old, and she transcribed without a single pause, never inquiring about the spelling of words or the meanings of phrases. This demonstrated her exceptionally rich vocabulary, while her capacity for automatic summarization showcased a linguistic aptitude surpassing that of most middle school students. Given time, such a child is destined to become a prodigy. Junqi was available only on Saturday afternoons, yet Chi's instructional content was quite extensive. Despite being streamlined, it still consumed 3 Saturdays. Upon the conclusion of the lessons, Junqi returned home to create an enormous map of L County, which not only detailed the geographical and maritime conditions of various towns, but also indicated notable locations and historical figures. Once completed, Junqi presented this map to Chi, who was thoroughly impressed and requested that she create an additional one for him. As the time for final examinations approached, Junqi once again achieved perfect scores. Observing the 2 test papers on the desk, the principal felt a surge of enthusiasm. Such a child should not squander time on repetitive learning. As she clearly possessed the capability to advance to the 5th grade, it was decided to speak with her parents about promoting her directly to the 4th grade next semester. After the final exams, a winter vacation commenced, and 3 days later, upon returning to school to collect report cards, Junqi was compelled by her parents to engage in leisure activities, while her sister Junwon was closely monitored to complete her winter homework. Both sisters, lamenting their plight, Junqi, due to her industrious nature, adhered rigorously to 3 daily tasks: completing 3rd grade assignments, self-studying first-year junior high courses, and transcribing and organizing L County materials. These activities consumed all her free time, leaving no room for the enjoyment she rightly deserved. Even more troubling was her lack of desire to play. The adults perceived Junqi's precocious behavior as inappropriate. Children should embrace playfulness and innocence, and such fervent dedication to study was deemed unsuitable for a primary school student. Consequently, her grandparents and parents grew increasingly concerned, fearing that she might overexert herself and become a bookworm, confined indoors to the point of becoming dull-witted. Therefore, immediately after the final exams, they insisted she watch animated films and provided her with various monthly publications such as Fairy Tale King and Story King. Conversely, Junwon indulged in her passions excessively. As soon as she finished her homework, she would rush off to practice dance, becoming utterly absorbed in her art. If her academic performance were commendable, such as ranking within the top 5 of her class, her parents might overlook her preoccupations. However, her results were inconsistent, with this time finishing 8th and the next 15th. Such fluctuations in her 1st grade performance raised concerns for her future in 4th and 5th grades, particularly regarding the entrance examinations for junior high. If her class ranking fell below the top 10, her chances of being admitted to County No. 1 high school would diminish significantly, raising anxieties about her potential failure. In truth, Du Guangming and Song Huilan were overthinking the situation. After all, it was merely 1st grade, and many children experience fluctuating grades. However, the stark contrast presented by Junqi compelled them to fret over their elder daughter's academic standing. Thus, Junwon found herself burdened, with no time for leisure, as all her hours were consumed by winter homework and additional assignments imposed by her parents, rendering her winter vacation quite disheartening. 3 days later, the 2 sisters went to school to collect their report cards. Junqi, as usual, achieved a perfect score, ranking 1st in her class and tied for 1st in her grade. Junwon scored 98 in Chinese and 92 in mathematics, placing 7th in her class and 39th in her grade. After the distribution of report cards, the homeroom teacher delivered the customary speech, and once it concluded, the winter vacation officially commenced. Junqi picked up her report card and was about to exit the classroom. The homeroom teacher called out to her. Junqi, did your parents accompany you today? Junqi nodded. Yes, my mother brought me and my sister. All right, the teacher needs to speak with your mother, so let us go together. Okay. The parents were waiting outside the school gates, and upon seeing the students emerge, they began to crowd towards the entrance. Before Junqi could locate Song Huilan amidst the throng of parents, Song Huilan had already spotted her along with the homeroom teacher and was hastily approaching. Upon encountering Song Huilan, the homeroom teacher began to commend Junqi for her exemplary classroom discipline and outstanding final exam results, before mentioning that the principal wished to meet with the parents and alluding vaguely to the matter of skipping a grade, which caused Song Huilan's heart to flutter with secret delight. The 3 waited at the school gate for a little while longer until Junwon also emerged. after which the homeroom teacher led the trio to the administration building, leaving Du Junqi and Du Junwan in the third-grade office. The homeroom teacher accompanied Song Huilan to the principal's office. It was Du Junwan's first visit to the administration building, and she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, sitting rigidly in her chair. Noticing her sister Du Junqi's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but lean over and whisper, "Chi-Chi, aren't you scared? There are so many teachers here. What's there to be afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong to be in trouble. The teachers won't say anything about us." Du Junqi took Du Junwan's hand reassuringly. "It's fine. We can just sit here and talk quietly without disturbing them, don't worry." After 15 minutes, the teachers in the office began to leave for home. Du Junwan had initially adjusted to their presence and relaxed, but seeing them depart made her anxious once more. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Song Huilan and the homeroom teacher returned. This meeting was merely a brief discussion. The principal did not mention skipping a grade but inquired about Du Junqi's consistent performance from the homeroom teacher and asked Song Huilan if she had any thoughts regarding her children's education. The conversation was warm and friendly, demonstrating the principal's genuine concern for diligent students. After the meeting, Song Huilan was brimming with excitement. Once home with her daughters, she eagerly discussed the matter with Du Guangming. Upon learning of their youngest daughter's achievements, Du Guangming was overjoyed. When Song Huilan mentioned the principal's conversation with her, he too became intrigued by the idea of skipping a grade. Given the significance of this decision, Du Guangming felt he could not decide alone and sought counsel from the grandparents. After an hour of deliberation among the adults, they ultimately resolved to consult with Chi-Chi to let her decide whether she wished to skip a grade. Initially, they had been opposed to the idea of Du Junqi advancing a grade as they wanted her to enjoy a joyful childhood, filled with ample playtime and the pleasures of childhood. However, over the past 6 months, having witnessed Chi-Chi's performance, they began to feel a sense of unease, questioning whether their decision had been misguided. Perhaps Chi-Chi preferred studying, relishing the acquisition of new knowledge, and was more inclined to step into the realm of secondary education. They, in their self-righteousness, believed they were acting in her best interest, yet they ultimately hindered her progress. Concerned about potentially delaying Chi-Chi, the 4 parents reached a consensus and summoned her to inquire about her thoughts. Upon hearing the subject of discussion, Du Junqi immediately expressed her stance. She had long wished to leave the 3rd grade. The 4 parents exchanged glances, realizing that Chi-Chi indeed desired to skip a grade. "Very well, tomorrow when she returns to school, Mother will call the homeroom teacher," they decided. Song Huilan gently caressed Du Junqi's cheek, smooth and soft, rekindling her overwhelming maternal affection. "Oh dear, my Chi-Chi is simply too adorable. Come, give Mother a kiss." Chapter 12. The Fong family. The following day, Song Huilan contacted the homeroom teacher to discuss the possibility of Du Junqi skipping a grade. Before long, the teacher returned her call, arranging for Song Huilan to meet with the principal that afternoon to finalize the necessary approvals for the grade advancement. With the winter break officially commencing, students who had received their report cards ran wild with excitement. Those with commendable grades celebrated, while those who had fared poorly faced a few scoldings. Families busied themselves with preparations for the new year, naturally lessening the constraints on the children. The Du household was no exception. Du Junqi received praise, while Du Junwan endured some criticism, thus closing the chapter on the final exams. In stark contrast, Fong Chinny experienced a particularly lively new year. His family resided outside the county seat, and as soon as the final exams concluded, he was promptly picked up by his mother. The report card was mailed back by the homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, and when it arrived at the village committee, Fong Chinny's results became common knowledge throughout the village. Fong Wangda's eldest son had achieved a perfect score. He was enrolled in a prestigious primary school. The news spread like wildfire, and everyone who encountered Fong Wangda praised his parenting skills, proclaiming that great fortune awaited him in the future. The villagers' congratulations kept Fong Wangda in high spirits for several days, while Fong's mother beamed with joy, constantly devising ways to prepare delicious meals for her eldest son, hoping to quickly replenish the nutrition he had missed over the semester. Since the midterm exams, Fong Chinny had diligently applied himself to his studies. Previously, he had been somewhat indifferent to learning, often daydreaming during class. Once home, he would finish his homework and rush to watch television, particularly enamored with the evening broadcast of Dream of the Red Chamber, staying up late to catch every episode. This habit left him drowsy in class the following day, further diminishing his focus. Nevertheless, despite his lackadaisical approach, Fong Chinny surprisingly ranked 5th in his class during the midterms. Now, aiming to advance to the 3rd grade, he dedicated all his time and energy to extracurricular tutoring, making rapid progress that astonished in this round of final exams. Fong Chinny scored perfectly, a result neither he nor Ms. Lin found surprising. It was merely reflective of his capabilities. For them, Fang Qian's true objective lay in the upcoming grade advancement exam at the start of the new term. He must successfully transition to the third grade. To achieve this goal, he remained unwavering even during the winter break, diligently studying reference books and completing practice exercises, as he had only covered the first semester's curriculum for the third grade, leaving him uncertain about his preparedness for the next. Observing her eldest son diligently engrossed in his studies, Fang Wangda refrained from interrupting his academic pursuits. Even Fang's mother, who had initially intended to take her eldest son to visit relatives and showcase his accomplishments, restrained her thoughts and allowed him to focus on his studies at home. The preparations for the new year were numerous, especially in rural areas where various customs became increasingly intricate and meticulous, laden with many traditions. Fang Wangda, engaged in maritime fishing, could not afford to cease work even during the festive season, as prices soared during this time. Consequently, the responsibility of preparing for the new year fell solely upon Fang's mother, who found herself exceedingly occupied. Fang Wangda was fortunate to have both parents, 2 brothers, and 3 married sisters. However, the Fang family had been divided several years prior. The parents resided in the ancestral home while the 3 brothers, upon reaching adulthood, bought land and built their own houses in the village, each leading their separate lives. They seldom offered assistance unless a significant matter arose. Reflecting on the family's division, Fang Wangda recalled that he had just acquired a boat and was financially strained. Having borrowed extensively to construct his house, it was only after the house was completed that he married and established a family. Such circumstances were commonplace in fishing villages, where the lack of arable land eliminated any concerns regarding the division of fields. As sons matured and began earning, parents would contribute some funds, allowing the sons to purchase land and build homes for their own dwellings. With each family leading its own life, the grandparents resided in the ancestral home, and the children would visit them whenever possible, providing some support. During festivals, they would take turns inviting the grandparents to spend a day at their homes, ensuring that the grandparents did not meddle in their sons' domestic affairs. Fang's mother, feeling reluctant to seek assistance from her mother-in-law for the New Year preparations, fearing gossip from her 2 sisters-in-law, endured the burden alone for several years. This predicament left Fang's mother feeling quite aggrieved. Although her in-laws did not impose restrictions on her, their lack of involvement was evident. Besides caring for her during her confinement for a month, they had not extended any further assistance. Only when she was truly overwhelmed could she entrust her sons to her in-laws for a day. Having grown accustomed to managing the New Year preparations single-handedly, Fang's mother, more educated than Fang Wangda and proficient in reading, would compile a list of tasks and proceed accordingly. Though the workload was demanding, she maintained a semblance of order. Initially, she had hoped that her eldest son, now in elementary school, could lend a hand this year. However, upon observing his outstanding academic performance and unwavering dedication to his studies, she found herself unable to voice her request. Education was paramount, and enduring a bit of hardship was a small price to pay. Unexpectedly, her eldest son, Fang Qian, took the initiative to assist this year. After a week of intense study, he managed to familiarize himself with the upcoming semester's curriculum. Aware of his mother's struggles, he tidied up the reference books and practice materials on the table before setting to work. "Oh dear, what are you doing? Children should not play with fire," Fang's mother exclaimed as she entered the house carrying a large basket of vegetables and meat, only to find her eldest son seemingly attempting to kindle a fire at the stove. In truth, Fang Qian was not starting a fire but rather cleaning the stove. The charcoal ashes needed to be cleared every few days to ensure proper combustion. Using a long-handled charcoal tong, he discovered a considerable amount of ash inside and diligently sat on a small stool, laboriously clearing the residue. "Mom, I'm not playing with fire. I'm cleaning the ash," he assured her. Fang Qian set down the fire tongs and rose to his feet. Fang Mu placed the basket aside and approached, visibly relieved after clearing the ashes. "Well done, my dear child. Mother, I have already begun primary school. I am a big child now. This year, I wish to assist you," Fang Qian said earnestly. "Assist?" Fang Mu was momentarily taken aback. "What can you possibly do?" "I can wash rice, clean vegetables, and peel potatoes and radishes," he replied confidently. Fang Mu pondered for a moment and realized these were indeed tasks he could manage. "Very well, then, start by washing the cabbage in the basket. Come, watch how mother does it. Separate the leaves, fill a basin, pour in water, and wash each leaf thoroughly with your hands. Understand?" she demonstrated as she spoke. Fang Qian nodded. "Yes, I understand." After observing for a while and noticing that Fang Qian was performing admirably, Fang Mu entrusted him with some simple kitchen chores. She still needed to prepare the fish and meat for pickling, intending to fry them for the New Year celebrations. Together, the mother and son set to work, and soon the kitchen was bustling with organized activity. As the New Year approached, prices in the market rose sharply. particularly for seafood. With no ice storage or oxygen machines available at that time, fresh fish were difficult to preserve, necessitating same-day sales, which drove prices even higher on the first day of his holiday. Fang Qianyi expressed to Fang Wangda his desire to send a few live fish to do Junqi's family. Fang Wangda readily agreed, his reasoning simple. Any child who excelled academically was a good child. Since his son mentioned that this girl had skipped a grade to the third, she must surely be a commendable student as praised by the teachers. Naturally, as a father, he felt compelled to support his son in befriending such a remarkable child. A few live fish were a trivial matter. With Fang Wangda's consent, Fang Qianyi penned a letter to do Junqi the following day, informing her of his planned that time. L County had yet to open private telephone services, so the Du family did not have a phone and could only communicate through letters. Fang Qianyi specified a date when Fang Wangda would be delivering a batch of fish to the county town, suggesting that Du Junqi visit the market that morning to find her father, who would have a New Year gift for her. Upon receiving Fang Qianyi's letter, Du Junqi was astonished. She had not anticipated such heartfelt kindness from this young boy, who, even while returning home for the New Year, thought of her, wishing to present her with a gift that genuinely touched her heart. Dinner. She shared the letter with the adults, who were equally surprised and immediately began discussing what would be an appropriate return gift. When the appointed time arrived, Song Huilan took Du Junqi to the market. They first visited the fruit and vegetable section, purchasing a large bag of red Fuji apples, which were the finest fruits available in L County during the New Year. Next, they made their way to the seafood area in search of Fang's father. Having never met him before, Du Junqi was unsure of who he was, and Song Huilan was equally oblivious. Hand in hand, the mother and daughter inquired at one stall after another until, after 8 attempts, they finally located Fang Wangda, a capable man. He adeptly lifted a metal bucket set aside, which contained several live fish, and led the way, parting the throngs of people with ease, creating just enough space for the two women to follow him out of the market. Fang Wangda wished to deliver live fish directly to the Du family, but Song Huilan felt a twinge of embarrassment, considering it a potential inconvenience for someone engaged in business. However, Fang Wangda was earnest in his intentions. It was not merely a polite gesture. He genuinely believed that Song Huilan would struggle to lift the bucket of fish. Indeed, this was the case, as she could only manage to hoist it with great difficulty, barely making any progress while spilling water along the way. Ultimately, it fell to Fang Wangda to return the fish to his home. Upon delivering the fish to the Du family, Fang Wangda intended to leave promptly, yet Song Huilan insisted he accept a large red Fuji apple, which he reluctantly accepted. Meanwhile, Fang Qianyi diligently prepared for the upcoming semester each day at home. Actively assisting his mother with chores, whether it was washing vegetables or dishes, he would eagerly take the initiative. His maturity brought great comfort and warmth to Fang Mu, invigorating her and enabling her to work more swiftly and efficiently. In addition to his studies and household responsibilities, Fang Qianyi also took on the task of caring for his 2-year-old brother, a child who was still engrossed in play. With Fang Mu preoccupied with preparations for the new year, Fang Qianyi assumed the role of a responsible elder brother. He remained homebound, engaged in study, household tasks, and watching over his sibling, rarely stepping outside. Nonetheless, he had become the target of disdain among other children, who found him irksome. The reason was simple. Fang Qianyi had become the model child spoken of by village parents, causing the mischievous youngsters, often reprimanded by their own parents, to resent him. Among this group of unruly children, one stood out as a leader, Zhang Chong, the neighbor from the Fang household. Zhang Chong was an active child, never able to remain still, and trouble seemed to follow him daily. He led a group of 7 or 8 peers, engaging in antics that ranged from chasing chickens and fighting dogs in the village to reckless escapades by the seaside, whether it involved sneaking alcohol onto boats or fishing. Such behavior was a constant source of distress for Zhang's parents, particularly as his academic performance was dismal. Now in the 3rd grade, he consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, much to the chagrin of his parents. In stark contrast stood Fang Qianyi, who had always been honest and well-behaved. He neither lied nor pilfered food, and even in the absence of adults, his parents had no cause for concern. He not only took care of himself, but also looked after his younger brother. Thus, whenever Zhang Chong found himself in trouble, his parents would chastise him while urging him to emulate Fang Qianyi's exemplary behavior. Now that Fang Qianyi was also in elementary school, he achieved perfect scores in his first semester at the county's best experimental primary school, embodying a clever and considerate child, making life easier for those around him. As a result, Zhang Chong faced yet another admonition: to learn from Fang Qianyi and focus on his studies instead of engaging in bothersome mischief. This constant comparison fueled a sense of rebellion within Zhang Chong, who increasingly looked down upon Fang Qianyi. What a ridiculous child, he thought. What is there to boast about? Just because he scored well? Must he flaunt it? It only makes my life miserable. Growing increasingly dissatisfied, Zhang Chang began to plot ways to teach Feng Qianyi a lesson, determined to show this so-called model child his true worth. Seizing the favorable winds, a fleet of boats from several nearby villages set out to the open sea just before the spring festival. Today marks their return, and the dock is already crowded with villagers from various communities, eagerly awaiting the arrival of fresh catch. The essence of seafood lies in its freshness. As soon as the fishing boats touch the shore, the villagers hastily load baskets filled with seafood onto the road, where waiting trucks will promptly transport the bounty to various markets and restaurants. In a coastal livelihood, timing is paramount. A mere hour's delay could result in significant financial losses. Therefore, whenever a fishing boat returns, the wharf is bustling with activity. This time, several villages joined forces for the expedition, resulting in an even greater congregation at the dock. Almost the entire village turned out. Elderly men unable to fish, housewives engaged in chores, and spirited young lads all gathered at the scene. Feng Qianyi typically preferred the comfort of his home, and today was no exception. He remained indoors while his mother had long since gone to the dock. He stayed behind to care for his younger brother. Although Feng Qianyi wished to remain at home, others had different plans for him. Zhang Chang summoned his friends, and they collectively pounded on the door of the Feng residence. Feng Qianyi, cradling his brother, opened the door, only to be coaxed and pulled away by Zhang Chang, who dragged him toward the dock. Despite his cleverness, Feng Qianyi was still a naive child. Zhang Chang's notorious domineering nature left him little choice but to comply. Nevertheless, Feng Qianyi harbored his own thoughts, reassured that the dock was filled with adults and that even Zhang Chang wouldn't dare to cause any significant trouble. Most likely, he would only endure a minor loss, which eased his apprehension. Upon arriving at the dock, the dense throng of people paid no heed to the subtle commotion nearby. It was commonplace for children to gather and lend a hand, and no adult noticed Feng Qianyi's reluctance. Zhang Chang was not excessively harsh. After bringing Feng Qianyi along, he did not abandon him but instead led him to their village's designated gathering spot. He could not stand to see Feng Qianyi lounging at home like a pampered lord, neglecting his duties and never assisting with the fishing. Such laziness hardly warranted daily praise from his parents. In Zhang Chang's view, what good is he but a sloth who excels only in exams? Zhang Chang thought, urging Feng Qianyi to set his brother down at the dock. He then assigned a friend to watch over the younger sibling while he and the others pulled Feng Qianyi forward. As the fleet gradually entered the harbor, boat after boat docked in succession. Villagers armed with buckets and baskets boarded the vessels, and the urgent task of sorting and transporting the catch commenced. Zhang Chang guided Feng Qianyi onto the boat where his father was working, stepping carefully onto the narrow planks. Feng Qianyi felt unsteady beneath him, instinctively crouching slightly as he boarded. After finally reaching the deck, he was handed a basket by Zhang Chang, and an overwhelming scent of fish assailed his senses, nearly causing him to retch. "Hurry, we need to sort the fish over there," Zhang Chang exclaimed, leading Feng Qianyi with familiar ease. Feng Qianyi endured waves of nausea while crouching beside Zhang Chang, attempting to catch fish. The fish scales were exceedingly slippery, and the fins sharp. He struggled to grasp the fish, only to find himself cut by their fins. Leaving multiple gashes on his hands, he dared not cry out in pain, suppressing tears as he continued his futile endeavor. Zhang Chang, with both hands in motion, quickly filled half a bucket with fish. Upon glancing back at Feng Qianyi, he was nearly startled into a fright. Feng Qianyi's face and hands bore several bloody marks, and he wore an expression of suppressed tears, making it appear as if he had been wronged. "All right, enough, if you can't manage. Just step aside," Zhang Chang said, pulling Feng Qianyi up. "Honestly, with such delicate skin, one might mistake you for a girl. No, wait. Xiao and Lingzi are far more capable. They can handle any task." Zhang Chang shot a sideways glance at Feng Qianyi. "What good are you, aside from performing well in exams?" Feng Qianyi already felt quite aggrieved, and Zhang Chang's words only deepened his sense of injustice. It was not his choice to come here, yet he faced disdain and criticism upon arrival. What had he done to deserve such misfortune? Seeing Feng Qianyi's pitiful demeanor, reminiscent of a bullied little girl, Zhang Chang's desire to tease dissipated. He had initially intended to provoke Feng Qianyi, hoping he would retaliate, providing Zhang Chang with a legitimate excuse to retaliate. However, witnessing Feng Qianyi's delicate appearance made Zhang Chang feel that it would be beneath him to engage in such antics. "Humph, just a weakling. I shan't stoop to your level," he thought, as he guided Feng Qianyi onto the narrow boat plank to help him off the vessel. Zhang Chang's steps were steady, while Feng Qianyi's felt precarious. Having never been on a boat before, he had already experienced seasickness after a brief stay on board. Now, as he stepped onto the thin, narrow plank, He felt as though he could scarcely keep his footing. "Hey, kids, hurry up and move along," called a man behind them, urging them to unload the fish. "I know, Zhang Chang replied, quickening his pace and pulling Fang Qianyi along with force. Suddenly, with a great splash, Fang Qianyi fell into the water, drenching Zhang Chang completely. It took a moment for Zhang Chang to regain his senses before he shouted, "Ah, Fang Qianyi has fallen into the sea," despite Zhang Chang's loud cries. No adult took his exclamation seriously. After all, this was a fishing village, where life revolved around the sea. Children here learned to swim before they could walk, and falling into the water was a trivial matter. With no rocks below, there was little to fear. Being at the dock, not the open sea, they could simply paddle back to shore without concern. Submerged in the ocean, Fang Qianyi felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. The water muffled all sound, rendering Zhang Chang's shouts inaudible. Surrounded by silence, he instinctively flailed his arms and kicked his legs, attempting to swim upwards, yet his body refused to rise. Bubbles escaped his mouth as he exhaled, and he quickly shut it to prevent any more from escaping. Without oxygen, pain surged through his lungs, and the darkness enveloped him. The flickering light above seemed to recede further away, and in that moment, Fang Qianyi felt utterly forsaken by the world. No one noticed him. No one would come to his aid. Perhaps he would slip away silently, forgotten by all. Zhang Chang observed several bubbles rising to the surface of the sea. Yet he could not catch a glimpse of Fang Qianyi. Anxious and distressed, he drew upon his limited experience, realizing that at such a moment, seeking the assistance of an adult was imperative. A mere child could not rescue another child. To act recklessly might lead to both being submerged. Thus, like a locomotive, Zhang Chang surged through the encircling crowd until he located Zhang's father. With a single utterance, Fang Qianyi has fallen into the sea. Zhang's father immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. The entire village was aware that Fang's eldest son never ventured into the ocean, and now he had plunged into its depths. This was a dire predicament indeed. Without hesitation, Zhang's father rushed to the location indicated by Zhang Chang, seized a sturdy rope, and leapt directly into the water. He descended rapidly, ultimately discovering Fang Qianyi nearly 10 meters below the surface. Unconscious, Zhang's father swiftly secured the rope around Fang Qianyi's waist and propelled himself upwards. The adults aboard the vessel, engrossed in the tense spectacle, noticed the rope's movement and promptly began to pull it upwards. With collective effort, Fang Qianyi was soon retrieved from the depths of the sea. The adults immediately turned him over, applying pressure to his abdomen to expel the water from his lungs, before placing him on a makeshift stretcher fashioned from 2 planks, and transporting him to the roadside to be sent to the health clinic in town via a freight truck. Chapter 14. Past echoes. Fang Qianyi awakened gently amidst a gentle sway, his eyes fluttering open to reveal an antique carriage, its decor imbued with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Lifting the curtain, the scenery outside gradually receded, revealing that he was aboard a horse-drawn cart. Brick walls and wooden buildings lined the cobblestone street, where passers-by donned ancient attire. Strangely, the women wore long gowns paired with short jackets, while the men adorned themselves with jeweled hairpins and cloth skirts. Remarkably, he too was clad in a brocade long gown, a truly bizarre sense of familiarity enveloping him. The cart continued its journey, with him as its sole occupant, lacking even a driver. Nevertheless, it safely and steadily approached a large lake before coming to a halt. Uncertain of what to do, Fang Qianyi found his body moving involuntarily, lifting the curtain, disembarking, and boarding a stationary painted boat at the water's edge. The boat, though devoid of passengers, began to glide forward as soon as he stepped aboard. Heading slowly toward the heart of the lake, engulfed in a haze of confusion, Fang Qianyi pondered the uncertainty of his path ahead when suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept through, stirring the lake into a swirling vortex, revealing the spectacle of a waterspout. Yet, in that moment, Fang Qianyi had no mind to marvel at the phenomenon, for his boat was irresistibly drawn toward the center of the whirlpool. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping the boat. Before him stood a figure clad in imposing armor, the once turbulent storm gradually subsiding into calm, the waters returning to their gentle demeanor. "Who are you?" Fang Qianyi inquired, unable to discern the identity of the being before him. The figure appeared as a being of light. Though its armor hinted at a humanoid form, the features, hair, and other distinguishing characteristics were obscured, rendering it a mere luminescent silhouette. "Your time here has ended. Why have you returned? Quickly, return to where you belong." The voice of the luminous entity was androgynous, making it impossible to determine its gender. "Where is this place?" Fang Qianyi instinctively believed that the luminous figure would not harm him, and thus boldly inquired. There is no need for further questions. Return swiftly, the luminous figure replied, exhaling gently towards him, causing Fang Qianyi to faint. The luminous figure supported Fang Qianyi and remarked, "Why persist? Since you harbor such disdain for the callousness of the women here and have ventured into a world dominated by men, why return at all?" Gazing into the distance, as if peering through the void into another realm, the figure continued, "Hasten back. The one you long for awaits you there." A blinding flash of white light enveloped Fang Qianyi, plunging him into darkness. After an indeterminate passage of time, he gradually regained consciousness, only to be disturbed by a cacophony of voices nearby, rendering him unable to return to slumber. Straining to open his heavy eyelids, Fang Qianyi discovered himself lying in a shared hospital room. His mother stood vigil by his bedside with his younger brother, having just given the latter a sip of water. Upon turning to see her elder son awake, Fang mother was overwhelmed with joy, speechless and gripping her son's hand tightly, her voice quavering as she finally managed to ask, "How do you feel? Is it still uncomfortable? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" Fang Qianyi stared blankly at his mother before sluggishly shaking his head. "Not hungry, just a bit thirsty." Without hesitation, Fang mother lifted a cup of water from the side, saying, "Here is some water. It's not hot. Have a sip." After feeding her elder son an entire cup of water, she rose to seek a doctor, while his younger brother sat beside the bed, grinning foolishly. The younger brother playfully pinched Fang Qianyi's nose, teasing, silly face, you fell into the sea and were so frightened that you slept for an entire day." Fang Qianyi chuckled. "What time is it now?" "Almost 6 o'clock. I am so hungry," his brother replied, patting his own flat stomach. "All right, brother is fine now. We can go home." Fang Qianyi affectionately lifted his brother into his arms, asking, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything." As Fang Qianyi chatted with his brother, Fang Wangda was in the corridor accepting apologies from Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom, while Zhang Chong stood by, terrified and wiping his tears, afraid to utter a word. "Brother Da, I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize. My son Chong is simply too reckless. I didn't keep an eye on him, and he caused such a huge incident. I have no more words to say. But this foolish boy, you may scold or hit him as you wish. His mother and I will not utter a word in protest. Furthermore, we will take full responsibility for Xiaoyi's medical expenses. If the health clinic cannot accommodate him, we will transfer him to the county hospital, and if that is insufficient, we will take him to the city hospital. We will see this through to the end." Zhang Dad bowed his head, his demeanor earnest. He then turned and slapped Zhang Chong on the head, exclaiming, "You little rascal, come here and apologize. It's always you who causes trouble, and I end up apologizing on your behalf. You're a scoundrel, after causing such a commotion this time. Just wait until we get home. I will not spare you." Zhang Chong timidly lifted his head, his red-rimmed eyes making him appear quite pitiful. "Uncle Fang, I'm sorry. It was I who dragged Fang Qianyi to the dock. I failed to look after him. You may punish me as you see fit." Fang Wanda harbored a genuine desire to teach that insufferable brat a lesson. Every parent feels a pang of concern for their own child, and his eldest son, who had always been obedient and considerate, was particularly dear to him. Witnessing his eldest son lying pallid on the hospital bed, and recalling how close he had come to losing him, ignited a tempest of fury within Fang Wanda's heart. However, despite the blaze of anger, the other child's parents had already offered their apologies and even brought their son forth for Fang Wanda to chastise. As a responsible adult, he knew he could not hold a grudge against a mere child, especially considering it was that child's father who had rescued his son, no matter how irked he felt. He had to maintain his composure as Fang Wanda wrestled with his emotions, pondering how to articulate his displeasure without crossing the line. Fang's mother emerged. "Old Fang, your son has awakened. Hurry and summon the doctor." Fang Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief. "Awakened? Really? And he even drank some water." Fang's mother nudged him playfully. "What are you dawdling for? Go inside and see for yourself. I will fetch the doctor." Without further ado, Fang Wanda dashed into the room, where he found his eldest son chatting and laughing with his younger brother, no longer lying stiffly on the bed. Instantly, the suffocating tension within him dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma followed Zhang Chong into the ward, and upon seeing Fang Qianyi truly awake, they surrounded the bed, repeatedly expressing their apologies. Zhang Chong, too, lowered his head in earnest contrition, appearing genuinely remorseful. At that moment, all Fang Qianyi desired was to return home. His mind was a jumbled mess, and he wished to sort through it. Accepting the Zhang family's apologies without further comment, he displayed a demeanor that only deepened Zhang Ba's discomfort. In contrast, it highlighted how their own son had behaved poorly, prompting a resolve to discipline him upon their return. Once the doctor arrived and conducted a brief examination, he granted Fang Qinyi permission to be discharged. Zhang Ba covered the medical expenses and returned with a pile of gifts as an act of contrition, which Fang Wanda accepted, thus bringing the matter to a close. Nevertheless, Zhang Chong was bound to face a few well-deserved reprimands. Following the incident at sea, Fang Qinyi was ordered by Fang's mother to rest thoroughly and refrain from getting out of bed in the depths of winter, having been soaked in the ocean and then exposed to the biting wind. Neglecting his health could lead to lasting ailments. Although Fang Qinyi felt physically well, he obediently complied with his mother's directives. During his recovery, Fang Qinyi took the opportunity to meticulously organize the memories that had recently surfaced in his mind. She was a young lady of status, and he was a child born within the household. When disaster struck and their family was raided, he risked everything to protect her and escape, finding refuge in a mountain shrine. He bore the weight of their shared existence upon his tender shoulders, taking on odd jobs and begging, all without a single complaint. Eventually, they were taken in by a kind family. The young lady was astute, learning rapidly. She not only composed many celebrated poems but also invented glass and soap, and her culinary skills were unparalleled. She created hot pot, ice cream, barbecue. Every dish was a product of her ingenuity. His admiration for her deepened, and he found himself increasingly reliant on her, while she promised him a lifetime of companionship and entrusted him with the management of all her enterprises. The lady possesses numerous enterprises, and he is so occupied that he can only sleep for 2 hours each day. He is ridiculed as a strong man, devoid of any delicate charm associated with masculinity, and is even accused of shamelessly parading himself in public. Yet, he remains unperturbed, serenely content, living for the lady, which is the essence of his existence. A mere word of praise from her renders everything worthwhile. However, as the lady's brilliance intensifies, an abundance of admirable young men emerges, each more youthful, handsome, and of superior lineage than he. They are a dazzling array of colors, captivating to behold. The lady forgets her initial promise, marrying a primary husband and taking a secondary consort, while he is only granted the position of a steward. On the day of the lady's marriage, he sat in desolation for an entire evening. On the day she took a secondary consort, he smiled throughout the night. Subsequently, he departed from the estate, returning to the mountain temple of his youth. Reminiscing about the arduous yet joyous times of his childhood, he hung white silk, his heart extinguished, severing all ties. If there is a next life, they shall never meet again. Fang Qinyi stood dazed at the head of his bed. A solitary tear silently fell, revealing the tragedy of his past life, laboring tirelessly for an empty promise, only to see his efforts ultimately fulfill others. Brother, the big bad guy next door is back. A child's voice urgently rang out, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs, abruptly interrupting Fang Qinyi's melancholic reverie. His younger brother scrambled up the stairs, using all limbs. Brother, hide quickly, the big bad guy is back. Fang Qinyi instinctively embraced his brother. It's all right, Brother Changzi won't bully us anymore. There's no need to hide. Really? The younger brother looked at him with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Fang Qinyi affirmed with a vigorous nod, lifting his brother and descending the stairs. Chapter 15. Willpower. Downstairs, Zhang Chong stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, peering inside. Upon spotting Fang Qinyi, he immediately waved and called out, Xiao Yi, I've brought firecrackers. Let us play with them together. Fang Qinyi shook his head. I want to play with firecrackers. It's too dangerous. They could harm someone. Not at all. Just light the fuse and toss it into the big pit. It won't hurt anyone. Zhang Chong fervently encouraged Fang Qinyi, extolling the game as the most exhilarating of pastimes, boasting about how he had gathered many to join, and explaining the scoring system for multiplayer battles. If it weren't for Fang Qinyi's resolute will, he would have been swayed like his younger brother. Fang Qinyi's steadfastness stemmed from the fact that the so-called big pit was none other than the cesspit outside the public restroom. The village children relished the firecracker game, which involved igniting firecrackers, tossing them into the cesspit, and then swiftly dodging the splashes. Failing to evade would result in being splattered with filth, turning one into a target of ridicule among peers. Such a game could only be attempted by someone with a deranged mind. Firmly, Fang Qinyi declined Zhang Chong's enthusiastic invitation, restraining his eager younger brother. They would never stoop to such foolish games. Zhang Chong, after being rebuffed, felt a deep sense of frustration. Sighing, he lamented that his parents had commanded him to befriend Fang Qinyi, hoping they could form a close friendship, yet Fang Qinyi showed no interest in frivolous pursuits. How could he possibly ingratiate himself? Due to an unforeseen calamity, Fang Qianyi, who began accompanying his mother on visits to relatives starting from the second year of junior high, received warm hospitality at each household. Every elder, in addition to giving him lucky money, would generously offer him an extra handful of candies, and at mealtimes, the most delectable dishes were always prioritized for his enjoyment. This made Fang Qianyi feel enveloped in a profound warmth. In his previous life, he had not truly experienced the affection of his elders, but it seemed as though fate was compensating him in this life, allowing him to become the cherished good child of all his relatives. Even his cousins and brothers were accommodating and indulgent towards him. Surrounded by such affectionate warmth, Fang Qianyi felt incredibly fortunate in this life. Recognizing the protective affection of his cousins, he decided to share the snacks he had painstakingly brought home, distributing them among them one by one. During that time, the variety of snacks was quite limited, and parents typically refrained from purchasing them, which made Fang Qianyi's stash feel like a treasure trove in the eyes of his brothers, thereby drawing them closer together and fostering a lively camaraderie. During the Spring Festival, television programming became notably more diverse. One day, while watching television at home, Fang Qianyi unexpectedly came across an educational documentary that debunked superpowers. Since the establishment of the nation, Z country had steadfastly adhered to atheism and materialism, while superpowers, akin to magical abilities, tended to focus on the human mind, leaning towards idealism. Consequently, mainstream media in Z country had consistently suppressed any promotion of such topics. This educational documentary aimed to counter the so-called publicity surrounding superpowers with scientific explanations. The documentary extensively referenced past Soviet experiments involving children manipulating objects with their thoughts, including the widely recognized feat of bending spoons with mental focus. It showcased numerous videos of children intently gazing at their spoons as they gradually bent, followed by footage of many admitting to deceit and demonstrating how they had achieved it, such as using blind spots to exert force on the spoons, employing magnets to bend specially made iron spoons, and executing sleight-of-hand techniques to switch spoons. In conclusion, the documentary reiterated that the notion of superpowers was a deceptive act that muddled public discernment through scientific methods, urging viewers to maintain unwavering faith in materialism and not to be misled by the idealism propagated by Western nations. Fang Qianyi attentively watched the entire documentary. He held no interest in the debate between idealism and materialism. Rather, he was captivated by the concept of bending spoons with one's mind. Determined to try it himself, he promptly retrieved a rarely used stainless steel spoon from the kitchen and stared at it intently, repeatedly commanding it to bend, bend, bend in his mind. After staring for quite some time, his eyes began to ache, and he reluctantly abandoned the experiment, realizing that while some might possess the talent to bend spoons with thought, he regrettably did not have such a gift. Ever since watching the documentary, Fang Qianyi had developed a profound interest in superpowers, diligently tuning in to that channel each day for the program. Unfortunately, the anti-superpower documentary consisted of only 3 episodes, leaving him unsatisfied and eager for more, contemplating a visit to the Xinhua bookstore to purchase related books and magazines once school resumed. "Son, please help your mother buy a bottle of cooking wine," called Fang Mu from the kitchen. "Oh, sure." Fang Qianyi approached Fang Mu, received some small change, and then stepped outside. He made his way to the village's small shop to purchase a bottle of liquor before returning. Along the way, he encountered 2 rural dogs engaged in a fierce scuffle. The village was small, and the narrow path ahead was obstructed by the 2 canines, leaving Fang Qianyi unable to proceed. To avoid taking a longer detour around the village, he chose to wait patiently by the side, reasoning that the dogs, engrossed in their quarrel, would eventually move on. Clutching the bottle of liquor, Fang Qianyi stood at a distance, only to find that the fighting dogs drew increasingly closer to him. Fearful of being bitten, he instinctively retreated further, climbing atop a low stone wall belonging to a nearby house, his gaze fixed intently on the dogs. Should they come near, he planned to leap into the courtyard for safety. The 2 dogs continued to snarl and snap at each other, inching toward him, but gradually their growls diminished and the biting ceased. Perhaps sensing Fang Qianyi's hostility, they paused and turned to face him, creating a tense standoff. To his surprise, the dogs whimpered softly and then fled. In that fleeting moment, an epiphany struck Fang Qianyi. He recalled the concept of willpower mentioned in educational films. Was it possible that, by some strange twist of fate, he had not only regained memories of his past life, but also awakened a latent superpower? From that day forth, Fang Qianyi deliberately locked eyes with various animals, and the results were striking. Whether it was a rooster in a brawl or a feral cat in a tussle, all would submit and retreat under his unwavering gaze. Even when children fought and argued, his silent, penetrating stare would quell their discord. Fang Qianyi was quite pleased with these outcomes, believing that his willpower held a significant influence. However, he remained uncertain whether it could be classified as a true superpower. He speculated that perhaps after that peculiar dream, he not only recovered the memories of his previous existence, but also regained the willpower of his adult self, perhaps even that of a strong man. The amalgamation of two lives seemed to amplify his will, enabling him to exert influence over others. Unbeknownst to Fang Qianyi, his assumptions had underestimated the extent of his willpower. As he matured, his impact on others' wills grew increasingly potent, eventually leading him into the realm of will manipulation. The winter break, lasting merely 20 days, seemed to pass in the blink of an eye for most students. However, for the sisters Du Junqi and Du Junwan, the holiday felt interminable, one coerced into reading children's literature, the other burdened with holiday assignments, both enduring a challenging time. As the new school term commenced, the sisters finally found relief and cheerfully donned their backpacks for school. Du Junwan returned to Class 1, while Du Junqi advanced to Class 4. The adults at home remained apprehensive about Du Junqi adapting to the academic pressures of higher grades, especially with the upcoming transition to junior high school looming large. With the 5th grade approaching critical examinations, the adults deliberated and ultimately decided to keep Du Junqi in Class 4 for another year, allowing her the necessary time to adjust without overwhelming pressure. Sister Du Junwan initially believed that with the commencement of the new school term, her life would become considerably more bearable. At the very least, her mother would cease her daily nagging to encourage her to emulate her younger sister. However, a week later, Du Junwan faced yet another setback. It was not only her classmates, who had endured a winter break filled with parental admonitions to study harder and follow in Du Junqi's footsteps, also encountered fresh misfortunes, for yet another student had advanced a grade. Fang Qianyi astonishingly passed the promotion test and ascended to the 3rd grade. With 2 students in her class skipping grades, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, was positively elated, exuding an air of triumph for an entire week, strutting about with an undeniable swagger, provoking envy and resentment among the other 1st grade teachers. Du Junqi entered Class 4-1, and when she accompanied her homeroom teacher into the classroom, a wave of excitement surged through the 1st grade students. The notion of sharing a class with an 8-year-old was simply overwhelming. The pressure was immense, and they despaired at the thought of facing this semester. If they performed worse than her, their parents would undoubtedly make their lives miserable. Collectively, the students silently lamented in their hearts. Du Junqi's rapid advancement captured the attention of the entire school community. To skip 2 grades in a single semester was nothing short of extraordinary. Consequently, Du Junqi became a renowned figure at the school, celebrated as the fastest student to skip grades since its establishment. Given that the school was the finest primary institution in the county, her name soon echoed in the ears of teachers from various schools, as well as the director of the Education Bureau. "Old Xie, your student Du Junqi has become famous," remarked Director Zhang of the Education Bureau, summoning Principal Xie for a discussion, immediately bringing up Du Junqi. Principal Xie, beaming, offered Director Zhang a pack of cigarettes, saying, "She's just a child, merely a bit smarter than others. It's nothing significant." Director Zhang took a cigarette, lit it, and replied, "Skipping 2 grades in 1 semester at just 8 years old. Is that truly insignificant? Are you suggesting she should leap directly into the 5th grade and participate in the junior high entrance exams in June? Not at all. 8 is far too young. She should at least be 9. Principal Xie said with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of concern that this might pose a dilemma for the director. "You know," Director Zhang replied with a glance, "the regulations regarding enrollment age have become quite stringent in recent years." Principal Xie understood that this was the moment to address the serious matters at hand. He adjusted his posture, adopting a more solemn expression. "Director Zhang, I am aware that the regulations are strict, but if a student is exceptionally gifted, we must not suppress their potential indiscriminately. Tailoring education to the individual is the scientific approach." Director Zhang flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "Have you heard? Our county is set to be restructured into a district." Principal Xie was hearing this news for the first time. "Really? Indeed. Which means regulations will be even stricter," Director Zhang replied, raising his teacup to take a sip. "Our superiors are in F City, the provincial capital. You understand, with higher administrative levels come stricter oversight. In economically underdeveloped regions, enrollment ages may be somewhat flexible, but in a provincial capital, that is simply not feasible. When is this restructuring expected to take place?" Principal Xie leaned closer to Director Zhang and asked, "Is it possible to expedite the approval?" Director Zhang shot him a glare, retorting, "Do you genuinely expect to enroll an 8-year-old middle school student? 8 or 9 years old, there isn't much difference, is there?" Principal Xie replied with a flattering smile. "You sly old fox," Director Zhang said. Both amused and exasperated, he choked on his tea, coughing several times before regaining his composure. Who was it that claimed 8 was too young? Surely, we must at least consider 9. Principal Xia rubbed his hands together, saying, one must always show a bit of courtesy. Director Zhang glared at him a few more times, but eventually softened his tone. Is Du Junqi truly excelling academically? Have her abilities been assessed? Indeed, Principal Xia hurriedly affirmed. Last year, she completed all the final examination papers for both the first and second semesters of 5th grade, achieving full marks. Her mother mentioned that she is currently self-studying the first-year middle school curriculum at home. By the way, Principal Xia clapped his hands. In Du Junqi's first grade class, there was another student inspired by her advancement, who also dedicated themselves to their studies and has now progressed to 3rd grade this semester. Look, this exemplifies the influence of a good student. Just one? Director Zhang expressed his dissatisfaction. Not merely one. There are others, but this one stands out. The average score for the final exams in Du Junqi's original 1st grade class was the highest in the entire year, and the 3rd grade class has improved its ranking by 3 places, demonstrating a significant impact. After a moment's contemplation, Director Zhang said, I will discuss this with my colleagues. You may return for now. The implication being that he would consider the expedited approval of Du Junqi's entrance examination permit. Principal Xia was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, Director Zhang. You truly are a remarkable leader, wise and bold. Cease the flattery. Be off with you. Director Zhang waved him away. And remember, this matter is not finalized. Do not spread any rumors. Understood. I appreciate your concern, Director. While Principal Xia busied himself with Du Junqi's entrance examination affairs, Du Junqi was preparing for another examination. The saying goes, the year's plan lies in spring, and March is the time for growth. With the world teeming with life, it is the perfect moment to select promising talents. The county's youth sports team chose to recruit new students in spring. The martial arts class, a subsidiary of the county's youth sports team, recruits from the community to select outstanding candidates for the team's assessments, contributing to the county's athletic endeavors. In her previous life, Du Junqi successfully entered the youth sports team, and this time, she would not let the opportunity slip by. To ensure her exceptional performance in the assessments, Du Junqi devised a training schedule tailored to her, drawing from over 20 years of martial arts experience and a keen understanding of her physical capabilities. Her training regimen was more suited to her needs than the standardized schedule of the martial arts class. The examination consisted of 2 categories, designated events, where Du Junqi could guarantee excellent scores, and optional events. In her past life, she excelled in dual blades, but since she had not yet practiced that form in this life, she chose to play it safe and opted for long fist. Just as she had in her previous existence, on the day of the examination, Du Junqi arrived at the testing venue brimming with confidence, accompanied by Du Guangming and Song Huilan. Meanwhile, Du Junwan had gone to her dance class. As she too had an examination in 2 weeks, seemingly a performance assessment, Du Junqi recalled that in her previous life, after Du Junwan passed her assessment, she had invited her dance classmates over for cake, which now seemed rather ostentatious and boastful in retrospect. Standing outside the white line of the arena, Du Junqi observed the performances of the participants, despite her prior knowledge of who would qualify for the youth sports team. Witnessing their displays firsthand evoked an entirely different sentiment within her. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Du Junqi was suddenly jolted from her thoughts by a bump from behind. With a slight furrow of her brow, she turned to see Kong Chongqing, oblivious to his own clumsiness. Don't be nervous, just relax a bit, I have faith in you. You'll definitely make it. Du Junqi shot him a glance before returning her gaze to the arena. Oh, don't be so serious. Come on, smile for me, and I'll give you some candy. Kong Chongqing retrieved a small candy wrapper from his pocket, revealing the once popular popping candy that had delighted countless children. Shut up and stop being annoying. Du Junqi snatched the popping candy from him, tore it open, and poured a small handful into her mouth, relishing the momentary thrill. Kong Chongqing pouted in silence, taking a pinch of the candy for himself. Honestly, you can't take a joke at all. It's quite unbearable. When it was Du Junqi's turn to perform, she excelled splendidly. Although the final results would not be announced for several days, the demeanor of the evaluators present suggested that she would undoubtedly be accepted into the youth sports team. Well done. Congratulations. Kong Chongqing exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Du Junqi replied, finally allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. I will also join the youth sports team next year. You must wait for me and cannot find another partner, Kong Chongqing solemnly instructed. Du Junqi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him, which made Kong Chongqing anxious. Hey, you wouldn't he really be that heartless, would you? I'm quite serious about this. I want to seek another partner this year. Oh, Du Junqi nodded slightly. All right then, I will wait for you to pass the assessment next year. Kong Chongqing sighed in relief. He genuinely regarded her as a partner and wished to avoid parting ways once she entered the team. Now that they had made a pact, his heart felt at ease. After the examination concluded, Junqi asked her father, Guangming, to take her to Xinhua bookstore, where she intended to purchase English practice workbooks and listening tapes. At the bookstore, she encountered Fang Qianyi. Since the beginning of the school year, she had not seen him. She had only heard that he had advanced a grade and was now in the third year. Happily, Junqi approached him to greet him. Hi, Fang Qianyi. She gently tapped his shoulder. Fang Qianyi was engrossed in a science fiction magazine when he was suddenly startled by the tap, jumping up in surprise and eyeing her warily. Junqi did not anticipate such a strong reaction from him and was momentarily taken aback. I'm sorry, did I scare you? She quickly apologized. Upon recognizing her, Fang Qianyi felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had overreacted. The world he inhabited now was different from the one before. He need not be so apprehensive about physical contact with others. No, it is my fault. I have been quite rude, Fang Qianyi apologized, his head bowed. Junqi smiled gently, though she could not comprehend why Fang Qianyi suddenly exhibited a sense of wariness and distance towards her. However, she refrained from inquiring further, reasoning that perhaps it was merely a fleeting tantrum typical of children, which would soon pass. I came to purchase exercise books and tapes. Seeing you here, I thought I would come over and say hello. Look, I am off to Ludu, she remarked, waving her hand as she departed. Observing Junqi's retreating figure, Fang Qianyi pressed his lips together in a conflicted manner. She was the first friend he had actively sought out, and the only one with whom he could genuinely connect, yet she was undeniably a girl. Guangming regarded his daughter's return with a hint of confusion. Chichi, isn't that your classmate Fang Qianyi? Why didn't you chat with him a bit more? Junqi chuckled softly. He is engrossed in his book. I did not wish to disturb him. Guangming replied, no longer pressing the matter, as he accompanied his daughter in selecting English workbooks from the shelves. A week later, the results of the youth sports team examination were announced, and indeed, Junqi's name appeared on the list. Following her induction into the team, the intensity and duration of her training markedly increased. And as her body struggled to keep pace, Junqi appeared somewhat fatigued. Observing their daughter's daily lack of vitality, Guangming and Song Huilan grew concerned that her academic performance might suffer. After all, as a student, her primary focus should be on her studies, while martial arts should merely be a hobby, not something that could jeopardize her main pursuits. Consequently, Song Huilan took the time to have a heart-to-heart with Junqi, hoping to persuade her to prioritize her studies, suggesting that if training proved too arduous, she should consider withdrawing from the youth team. Junqi, of course, firmly declined. It was merely an initial adjustment that would soon become manageable, and she would not abandon her martial arts practice over a bit of hardship. Song Huilan, understanding her daughter's resolve, chose not to pressure her further, but repeatedly reminded her to avoid overexerting herself. Junqi, dismissive of her mother's concerns, believed that as long as she continued to achieve good grades, her mother would no longer voice any objections. Indeed, when Junqi once again scored full marks in her unit test, both Guangming and Song Huilan felt a sense of relief and ceased their suggestions for her to withdraw from the youth team. Chapter 17. Early examination. Upon entering the third grade, Fang Qianyi found himself struggling academically. Despite possessing the maturity and determination of an adult, he had never encountered mathematics in his previous life. The difference between managing accounts with an abacus and solving mathematical examination questions was quite profound. His prior experiences offered little assistance, forcing him to approach the subject as a true elementary student, starting from the very beginning. Furthermore, the introduction of peculiar intellectual challenges and advanced math problems in the third grade curriculum left Fang Qianyi feeling overwhelmed in the face of mathematics. Fortunately, with the attentive guidance of teacher Lin, he managed to keep pace with the learning process. Immersed in his studies and intentionally distancing himself from Junqi, he had not seen her since the commencement of the semester. Initially, he had worried that Junqi might seek him out, pondering how he would confront her if she did. Ultimately, it turned out to be a needless concern, as Junqi did not come looking for him at all. Whether to feel relieved or disappointed, Fang Qianyi found himself in a state of inner disquiet. Junqi was indeed too busy to pay him any mind. Her schedule was already exceedingly tight. She had to complete her fourth-grade assignments, review her second-year junior high courses, gather information about stamps, and participate in training for the youth sports team. She truly had little time to think about Fang Qianyi. Consequently, the two children remained apart and had not encountered each other again. As the midterm examinations approached once more, Junqi once again achieved a perfect score, much to the relief of Guangming and Song Huilan, who subsequently ceased to inquire about her schedule. Moreover, her outstanding performance solidified Director Zheng's final decision at the Education Bureau, granting her approval for the entrance examination from primary to junior high school. As for young Fang Qianyi, he found himself in a rather disheartening position, ranking 12th in his class, placing him at an upper-middle level within his cohort. This was difficult for him to accept, as he had been diligently putting in considerable time and effort into his studies since the beginning of the semester, aided by the guidance of teacher Lin. The outcome of his efforts left his self-esteem quite bruised. In his previous life, he had managed several enterprises, establishing himself as a successful figure in the professional realm. Having navigated through countless accounts, he was confident in his learning abilities. However, reality doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of water, revealing that he was merely of average standing, no different from the common person. Upon hearing of Junqi's achievements and her continued perfect scores, he felt a twinge of disappointment mingled with a sense of joy. Indeed, she was a prodigy, capable of overcoming any challenge. Recalling Junqi also brought to mind her study method, the tactic of inundating oneself with practice questions. She would purchase numerous workbooks and diligently tackle the problems, categorizing them and documenting her thought processes for each typed in time. Just a glance at a question would suffice for her to recall the solution, achieving success with every problem. Perhaps he could try this approach as well. Resolute, Feng Qinyi promptly ventured to the Xinhua bookstore to acquire a multitude of workbooks, embarking on his own quest through the sea of questions. On April 1 Xinhua News Agency reported that in 1991, the state would issue 100 billion treasury bonds and 2 billion special government bonds. On Saturday afternoon, as was customary, Junqi visited the library, where she stumbled upon an old newspaper from the previous Monday in the borrowing room. She had no surplus time to follow the news broadcasts or read newspapers, only managing to skim through them during her Saturday library visits. Thus, she almost missed this important announcement. The government approached the issuance of treasury bonds with great caution, with limited issuance frequency. Furthermore, as treasury bonds gradually exited the economic sphere, the bonds issued over the years became coveted items in the currency market, sought after by investors. Influenced by various political movements post-establishment, the issuance of treasury bonds ceased for many years, resuming only in 1981. However, throughout the 1980s, many lacked confidence in treasury bonds and newly issued stocks, showing little interest in purchasing them. Bonds could only be distributed through a levying system. As the 1990s dawned, with growing public confidence in the national economy, attention gradually shifted back to treasury bonds, which became regarded as the safest financial investment in the minds of the populace. Yet, confidence alone was one thing, purchasing power was another. The number of individuals with disposable income to invest in treasury bonds remained limited. Thus, in the early 1990s, the fervor seen in later years had yet to materialize, and banks still possessed an oversupply of treasury bonds. Junqi had personally witnessed the struggles endured by her father, Du Guangming, during the nascent stages of his entrepreneurial journey. While business was not a concern, the imbalance of labor and remuneration was palpable. As a major client, government entities often resorted to issuing IOUs, delaying payments for services rendered. Du Guangming persevered through 4 or 5 arduous years before finally emerging from this tumultuous period. Amidst the wave of entrepreneurship, countless ventures succumbed to bankruptcy due to the prolonged wait for payments from government contracts. In this context, Du Guangming was indeed fortunate. However, in this new life, Junqi was resolute in ensuring her father would never again endure such hardships. It was prudent to maintain a substantial amount of liquid assets, and government bonds presented an excellent investment opportunity that should not be squandered. Father, I read in the newspaper today that the government is set to issue treasury bonds. Junqi exclaimed as she embraced her father upon returning home. Oh, and then? Du Guangming responded, lifting his youngest daughter with one arm, while his thoughts lingered on the television. Let us buy some, she insisted. Why? He inquired. Because the interest rates are higher than those of fixed-term deposits. Du Guangming finally turned his head towards her. But our fixed-term deposits haven't matured yet. Withdrawing them now wouldn't be worthwhile. Not a problem. The newspaper merely mentioned the upcoming issuance. It hasn't officially started yet. We can begin saving now, and it won't be too late to purchase once it's released. She reassured him. Du Guangming chuckled softly. Even if we start saving now, our salaries are limited. We won't be able to buy much. Don't forget my and Wanwan's red envelope money. Besides, I can't persuade Grandma and Grandpa to contribute as well. Junqi produced a sheet of paper. Here is my calculation, father. Take a look. The returns from purchasing treasury bonds clearly surpass those from fixed deposits. On that sheet, Junqi had crafted a mathematical problem, establishing a total deposit amount and calculating the returns from both bank fixed deposits and treasury bonds over a 5-year period. The outcome revealed a significantly higher yield from the treasury bonds. Seeing his daughter's earnestness, Du Guangming hesitated to dampen her enthusiasm. The decision to withdraw from their fixed deposit to invest in treasury bonds was consequential, and he needed to confer with the other 3 adults. Junqi sensed her father's indecision and refrained from pressuring him for an immediate agreement. There was no rush, as the treasury bonds had yet to be issued. Father, There's no hurry. I'm merely expressing my thoughts. After all, the Treasury bonds haven't been released yet, she said playfully, her charm shining through. Du Guangming secretly exhaled in relief, yet he recognized that Du Junqi was not inclined to relent. Well, I will consider it further. After dinner, the two children retreated to complete their homework while the four adults gathered in the living room, ostensibly watching television but quietly discussing the prospect of purchasing treasury bonds. Upon learning from Du Guangming about Junqi's desire to buy them, the other three adults were momentarily taken aback. In their eyes, children of such tender age could only comprehend the notion of saving money in a bank. The idea of money generating more money was foreign. However, when they examined Junqi's calculations, a profound silence enveloped the room. Well, my clever granddaughter is indeed astute. The grandfather was the first to break the silence. If buying treasury bonds is advantageous, then let us proceed with that course of action. Once they are officially issued, we shall withdraw from our fixed deposits to make the purchase. Du Guangming's face was illuminated with palpable joy as he cautiously glanced at his grandmother. She nodded affirmatively, saying, well, let's heed Qiqi's words. All right, Du Guangming quickly responded, his voice instinctively rising a notch. Song Huilan shot him a glare, admonishing, be quieter. We are working on our assignments. Okay, I understand, he replied with a cheerful smile, lowering his voice. Thus, unbeknownst to Du Junqi, the adults in the household had already reached a decision. It is often said that the older generation is conservative and seeks stability. However, this stems from a lack of confidence in the younger generation. Once the youth demonstrate sufficient capability and a clear plan, the elders naturally come to trust and support their choices. On Monday afternoon, upon the conclusion of school, the homeroom teacher specifically instructed Du Junqi to relay a message to her parents, requesting their presence at the school later that day, as the principal had matters to discuss with them. After returning home, Du Junqi conveyed her teacher's words. Du Guangming and Song Huilan had grown somewhat accustomed to the principal's private meetings, no longer experiencing the trepidation they had felt during the first encounter. Instead, they began to speculate on the purpose of this meeting. Perhaps it was to discuss Qiqi's potential advancement to a higher grade? However, it was already the second semester, and with April upon them, jumping a grade would mean immediately facing the pressures of the entrance examination for junior high school. That seemed quite overwhelming. After school that afternoon, Du Guangming and Song Huilan arrived at the principal's office, where Du Junqi and her homeroom teacher were already waiting. Principal Xia had summoned them to discuss the possibility of Du Junqi participating in this year's entrance examination for junior high school. The entrance examination? Song Huilan exclaimed in disbelief, turning to Du Guangming, surprised that their light-hearted banter at noon had turned out to be accurate. Principal Xia quickly reassured them, do not worry, it is merely a matter of participating in a practice exam. And it will be conducted right here at our school. It is not significantly different from regular tests. This year, we simply want her to experience the atmosphere of a major examination, so that she will not feel nervous when the actual exam comes next year. Is that true? Song Huilan inquired. Indeed, it is quite true. The primary concern is that Du Junqi is rather young, and our teachers are worried that she might be overly affected by the older students during next year's exam, potentially leading to undue anxiety that could hinder her performance. Du Junqi has excellent grades, and it would be a pity if she could not demonstrate her true capabilities. Principal Xia looked earnestly at Du Guangming and Song Huilan, adding, you are aware that Du Junqi is a role model at our school. If she were to perform poorly, it would reflect poorly on the institution. We hope you can appreciate our intentions. Principal Xia's final statement successfully alleviated the concerns of Du Guangming and Song Huilan, as he had intertwined the school's reputation with Qiqi's success, making it reasonable for them to invest extra effort in her. They proceeded to ask Principal Xia several more questions, to which he repeatedly assured them that this would not affect Du Junqi's examination next year, and that he had already communicated with the Education Bureau. It was only then that Du Guangming and Song Huilan nodded in agreement. Du Junqi, seated nearby, listened in. Although she was the central figure, it seemed they had forgotten to solicit her opinion. Nevertheless, she did not oppose the idea, considering it a preliminary assessment instead. After this conversation, Du Junqi decided to concentrate more on the 5th grade curriculum, temporarily setting aside her review for the second year of junior high. The homeroom teacher granted her numerous privileges, such as the ability to openly read 5th grade books and practice workbooks during class, as well as being exempt from completing classroom assignments. These perks left her bewildered classmates envious of her situation. With the teacher's support, Du Junqi devoted herself entirely to her studies, determined to excel in the upcoming examination. Chapter 18. Seeking peace. The leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau visited the school for an inspection, prompting a thorough cleanup across the entire institution. The youngest student in her class, and one preparing for the elementary to junior high entrance examination, Du Junqi was granted a break by her homeroom teacher, allowing her to rest at home. However, Du Junqi refused to leave. She had already enjoyed too many privileges. To not participate in the collective activity and retreat home would be overly presumptuous, potentially inciting discontent among her peers. Du Junqi was unwilling to become the object of her classmates' disdain. In light of Du Junqi's refusal to take a day off, her classmates exhibited a warmer demeanor towards her. Additionally, considering her youth, the class leaders did not assign her any significant tasks, instead requesting that she assist several girls in washing the curtains. The curtains were merely thin pieces of fabric, totaling only 4 in the classroom. Making the task quite manageable, Du Junqi followed her female classmates to the communal wash basin, a long concrete trough equipped with more than a dozen faucets. Typically, the designated students would fetch water and clean the area, including washing the water cups used during breaks, etched that moment. A queue formed at each faucet as students waited to fill their buckets. However, the faucet closest to the inner area was not occupied by anyone in line, but rather surrounded by a circle of onlookers, curious about the unfolding scene. "Move aside, or I swear I'll knock you out," shouted a tall, slender boy, brandishing his fist in a threatening manner at a shorter boy. The latter, Feng Qianyi, held an empty bucket, glaring indignantly at the taller boy. "You're cutting in line and threatening people. How outrageous!" Beside Feng Qianyi, a boy sat on the ground, drenched from head to toe, with a large puddle surrounding him and an empty bucket rolling nearby. "So what? I just hit you. What are you going to do about it?" The tall boy sneered at Feng Qianyi, while 3 or 4 other boys behind him wore mocking smiles. "You?" Feng Qianyi was infuriated, loathing his own weakness, feeling utterly powerless to do anything but report the incident to a teacher. The boy who had fallen sat up and grasped Feng Qianyi's arm. "Let us just go back for now. Yes, if you know what is good for you, hurry up and leave, or I'll show you what my iron fist can do." The tall boy grew increasingly arrogant. Feng Qianyi's face flushed with anger as he glared at the taller boy. "What's wrong? Still not leaving?" The taller boy sensed an unsettling intensity emanating from Feng Qianyi's gaze. They locked eyes in a standoff. But after a moment, the taller boy felt increasingly agitated. Unable to gain the upper hand in a fit of irritation, he took a couple of steps forward, declaring, "It seems you won't understand my strength until I give you a beating." The boy who had fallen looked terrified, his face drained of color, as he desperately pulled Feng Qianyi back. "Let us go, let us go. We should find a teacher." Upon hearing his words, the tall boy's companions immediately encircled them. "Still daring to report to the teacher? It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Brothers, let's go." The tall boy commanded, and his friends sprang into action. "Stop!" A delicate voice rang out, and from the crowd emerged a petite girl, Du Junqi. The tall boy cast a dismissive glance her way. "Who are you?" Seeing Du Junqi break free, several girls from her class gasped in shock. One of the class representatives quickly stepped up beside Du Junqi, stating, "Chen Hong, we are from Class 2, Year 4. She is Du Junqi, well known even to the principal, so don't provoke her." Chen Hong smirked. "Oh, the prodigy who skipped a grade. Huh. What, do you have an objection?" Du Junqi pointed at Feng Qianyi. "He is my friend, and I cannot remain silent while I witness him being attacked. You merely wish to cut in line. There is no need to escalate this matter. Why not let it pass, saving everyone the trouble?" Chen Hong chuckled, shaking his shoulders. "And if I refuse? Then I will have no choice but to inform the teacher," Du Junqi replied, feigning helplessness. "Humph, that's your only trick?" Chen Hong scoffed. "All right, if you dislike that approach, let's consider an alternative. You know, I am part of the county's youth sports team. How about we settle this through a competition? However, since I am only 8, to ensure fairness, I will find someone of your age from my team to fight in my stead. What do you think?" Du Junqi kindly offered a suggestion. Chen Hong's shoulders ceased to shake, and his smile vanished. "Are you joking? I'm not insane enough to fight those brutes who train daily. They are on an entirely different level than me. Especially that damned Lin Feng. He always ends up on the losing side in every fight. No way am I stepping into that mess." To his surprise, this prodigy had ties to the youth sports team. It was truly a miscalculation. Those guys relished overwhelming their opponents with numbers. If they discovered he had wagered against a girl from the team, they would undoubtedly rally together, turning it into a brawl rather than a one-on-one. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't hold his own. Rather, his lackeys were simply too weak. Humph. He had no intention of putting himself in a position to be at a disadvantage. Forget it, a good man does not fight with a woman. Out of respect for you, I'll let this slide this time. Kid, be more careful next time. When you see me, steer clear, got it? Chen Hong bellowed at Feng Qianyi, as if this would restore his lost dignity. After reprimanding Feng Qianyi, Chen Hong and his entourage departed. As Chen Hong and his group left, The girls from the same class collectively exhaled in relief, particularly the class representative who had stood up for Du Junqi, as she had been genuinely terrified facing Chen Hong. Du Junqi turned to Fang Qianyi. Are you all right? If you're fine, hurry back with your classmates. It would be best to inform the homeroom teacher so he can rest. You're soaked through and could easily catch a cold at a tea that moment. Fang Qianyi felt a whirlwind of emotions. He pressed his lips together and gazed at Du Junqi. Thank you. Du Junqi offered a gentle smile. It's nothing. Just go back quickly. Fang Qianyi glanced at her a couple more times, supporting his classmate as they left. Du Junqi turned to the class representative, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for speaking up for me. The class monitor waved his hand with a cheerful smile and said, It's all right. After all, we are classmates. Nevertheless, I must thank you. Later, I shall treat you all to some sweets. Haha, that sounds wonderful, but for now, let's queue up. All right, let's go. Thus, this minor commotion subsided. For Du Junqi, nothing had changed, yet for Fang Qianyi, a tempest brewed within his heart. Fang Qianyi felt utterly embarrassed, not merely due to his inability to counter Chen Hong's threats, but because Du Junqi's repeated assistance made him acutely aware of his own pettiness and cowardice. He had distanced himself from her solely because of her gender, despite her being a person of integrity and righteousness who had aided him on more than one occasion without ever asking for anything in return. Instead, he had been the one to approach her, naively wishing to be friends, and even lamented that she did not regard him as a friend. Yet, when she accepted him as such, he had pushed her away due to the gender biases of his past life. How could someone so inconsistent and lacking in integrity deem himself worthy of her friendship? What merit did he possess that justified her continued support? Since when had he become so preoccupied with gender distinctions? In his previous life, even amidst a harsh environment, he had never hidden away. Rather, he had actively engaged in socializing and building connections. That time, when others accused him of seeking attention through superficiality, he had never flinched. Now, having been reborn into a world dominated by males, why had he ensnared himself? Was it the painful aftermath of his past life that caused him to retreat into himself? Yet, what relevance did his former existence have to this one? Why did he imprison himself, transforming into this timid and reticent being? Was this weak and fearful version truly himself? Did he genuinely wish to become such a person? No, this is not who I am. After coming to this realization, Fang Qianyi resolved to apologize to Du Junqi. Knowing her fondness for stamp collecting, he specially purchased a complete sheet of 1991 year of the sheep stamps as a token of his apology. Du Junqi, I am truly sorry for ignoring you these past few months. It was my fault. Fang Qianyi lowered his head and earnestly apologized. Please accept this gift and forgive me. Startled by Fang Qianyi's loud apology, Du Junqi blankly accepted the long envelope from his hands. It's nothing. I'm not angry, she replied, only to then realize she was holding a long envelope. What is this? Stamps, Fang Qianyi explained. His face flushed. I know you enjoy collecting stamps. So I bought you this year's sheep stamps. I hope you like them. Du Junqi extracted the sheep stamps from the envelope. Although the 1991 sheep stamps held little collectible value, and the complete sheet would only appreciate to a few hundred yuan. The significance lay in the fact that it was a gift from a friend, a token of reconciliation. Thank you. I really like them. Fang Qianyi's anxious expression finally broke into a relaxed smile. I'm glad you like them. Following this incident, the relationship between Du Junqi and Fang Qianyi flourished. Subsequently, Fang Qianyi visited the Du household several times seeking assistance with mathematical problems, to which Du Junqi provided her guidance with great diligence. Fang Qianyi discovered that Du Junqi was indeed exceptionally intelligent. Even when faced with problems that seemed exceedingly difficult or completely perplexing to him, she could swiftly articulate a clear methodology for solving them. Not only did she patiently guide him through each step of the problem-solving process, but she also imparted clever strategies for discerning the essence of questions, enabling him to quickly conjure appropriate approaches upon encountering similar problems. These techniques significantly aided him, liberating him from the confounding conditions of the questions and allowing him to arrive at solutions more rapidly. After consulting her a few times, Fang Qianyi realized that Du Junqi was not only astute in mathematics but also possessed unique perspectives on language arts. Although she consistently emphasized that her critiques diverged from the standard answers and cautioned him not to regard her assessments as definitive, he found her insights far more intriguing than the answers themselves. Initially, Fang Qianyi perceived Du Junqi merely as a clever child, but he now recognized the necessity of adjusting his viewpoint. Perhaps he should regard her not just as a child but as an equal, treating her with the respect one would afford an adult. It is indeed peculiar how two adults, each believing the other to be a child, inadvertently began to interact with one another on equal footing. Chapter 19. Transition to junior high. In preparation for her entrance examination to junior high, Du Junqi diligently engaged in an extensive array of practice exercises daily, drawing the adults' attention predominantly towards her, which inadvertently led to Du Junwan feeling neglected. With the assessment competition looming on Saturday, Du Junwan's ballet costume remained incomplete. In an effort to captivate the judge's attention, she had meticulously designed a pattern and purchase sequence, hoping her mother would embroider the embellishments onto her skirt. However, her mother was preoccupied with attending to her younger sister, and the pattern remained unfinished. The thought of appearing in an incomplete ballet costume on Saturday filled Du Junwan with frustration and despair. Tears welling in her eyes. "Mom, when will you finish embroidering it for me?" Du Junwan exclaimed, rushing to confront Song Huilan. "Shh, keep your voice down," Song Huilan gently chided. "Can't you see I'm cooking noodles? I'll help you with the embroidery once I'm done." Du Junwan felt even more aggrieved, her voice rising in volume. "You only care about my sister. She has an exam, but so do I. She is preparing for her entrance exam, and everyone is focused on her, yet I have a dance class exam too. How can I go without my costume being ready?" Song Huilan glanced at Du Junwan with impatience. "Wanwan, why are you being so unreasonable? Your ballet costume can still be worn without the sequins, but Junqi's situation is different. She is testing her knowledge, which requires mental exertion. She needs adequate nutrition. Missing even one meal is unacceptable. How can they be compared? Be good, and I'll embroider it for you once I finish cooking. What am I doing that is so troublesome? I'm merely asking you to add the sequence. How am I being unreasonable?" Du Junwan protested, tears streaming down her face. "I know you all care for my sister more. You don't like me anymore. Why grades aren't good enough? You find me bothersome." "Not at all," Song Huilan replied, her irritation beginning to surface. Du Junwan, enraged, began to stomp her feet. "Yes, you do. You're all biased, biased, biased." The kitchen was filled with a cacophony of noise, interrupting Du Junqi's train of thought. She set down her pen and listened intently. It seemed that Wanwan was crying. Du Junqi descended the stairs and entered the kitchen, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Song Huilan was holding a towel, dabbing at Du Junwan's tears, and as she did so, she chided her. Upon seeing Du Junqi enter, Du Junwan's sobs intensified. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault," she exclaimed, agitatedly waving her arms as if to strike Du Junqi. Song Huilan scolded Du Junwan, swatting her hand away. "What are you doing? Is this never ending?" At that moment, Grandma and Du Guangming also arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, Grandma felt distressed. "All right, Wanwan, stop crying. Speak calmly. There's no need for all this commotion." Hearing Grandma's admonishment only deepened Du Junwan's sorrow, her tears flowing uncontrollably to Du Guangming. Seeing his eldest daughter in such distress, felt a pang of heartache and quickly embraced her, taking the towel from Song Huilan to gently wipe her tears. "Do not cry, Wanwan. If you keep crying, your eyes won't be beautiful. Come now, tell Daddy what's wrong, and I will help you." The soothing words from her father comforted Du Junwan's little heart, and through her sniffles, she began to share her grievances, which made Du Guangming both amused and bewildered. After listening to his daughter's lament, he awkwardly wiped her face and offered dry reassurances. "All right, Wanwan, be good. No more tears. I will have your mother sew you a skirt, and this Saturday, your father and mother will accompany you to the exam." "All right." Du Junwan turned her head away, remaining silent. It seemed there was still something weighing on her heart, and Du Junqi knew she had to step in to address Du Junwan's concerns, as she was the source of her distress. "Wanwan," Du Junqi took her sister's hand. "Please don't be angry with me. I will accompany you on Saturday. No." Du Junwan flung her hand away. After a moment's thought, Du Junqi offered, "I'll give you my fragrant beads." There had once been a trend for tiny perfume beads, no larger than half a grain of rice, neatly packed in heart-shaped plastic containers and available in various colors, much adored by young girls. Du Junwan fell silent, seemingly contemplating, "And my little purse." Last year, for her birthday, Song Huilan's close friend had gifted both sisters a small handbag each, one shaped like a plum blossom, the other like a lotus. Du Junwan had long desired Du Junqi's lotus purse. With a hint of skepticism, she looked at Du Junqi. "Really? You'll give me both?" "Yes, as long as you're not angry with me." Du Junqi felt no reluctance. She had outgrown such childish things and had lost interest in them. "All right, then I forgive you." Instantly, Du Junwan's tears turned to smiles. Children are truly easy to appease. Du Junqi nodded, reaffirming her promise. Seeing the sisters reconciled brought a sigh of relief to Du Guangming, Song Huilan, and Grandma. Raising children is no easy task. Du Junqi is set to participate in this year's entrance examination for junior high school, a piece of information known only to the school leadership and a select few relevant teachers. Among those in the know is Teacher Yang, the head of the 5th grade, who previously administered the final exam for Junqi in 5th grade. Upon hearing this news, his immediate reaction was one of caution. When Junqi was promoted to 4th grade, Teacher Yang had approached Principal Xie, advocating for her direct advancement to 5th grade to join his class, for he recognized her potential and did not wish to let her slip away. However, Principal Xie informed him that Junqi's parents were adamant about her remaining in 4th grade. Respecting the parents' wishes, Teacher Yang reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, it was unexpected that merely half a semester later, he would hear of her participation in the entrance examination. He was well aware of Junqi's capabilities. If she remained diligent, she would undoubtedly be a formidable contender. Every teacher aspires to nurture a top scholar, and Teacher Yang was no exception. Although the current cohort of students he taught exhibited great promise, other classes also boasted talented individuals. Ultimately, it remained uncertain who would emerge as the top student. The sudden emergence of Junqi added a layer of unpredictability to the competition. Junqi, Zhaoyi? Fanchong, have you completed the papers I assigned yesterday? Teacher Yang inquired. Yes, Junqi was the first to submit his paper, followed closely by Zhaoyi and Fanchong. Good, come to my house this evening, and I will discuss the papers with you. Since the beginning of the new semester, Teacher Yang had been providing extra tutoring for a few academically gifted students. His inexplicable concern for Junqi prompted him to intensify his efforts with this select group. As June approached, the final exams loomed. To alleviate Junqi's academic burden, the school exempted her from the 4th grade final examination, allowing her to proceed directly to the entrance exam in late June. The day before the examination, Junqi meticulously prepared her examination materials, including her admission ticket, pen, compass, and triangular ruler, all neatly arranged in a transparent folder. That evening, she went to bed on time, refraining from further practice on the day of the exam. Du Guangming and Song Huilan accompanied Junqi to Shishaoschool.at, the school entrance. Her 4th grade homeroom teacher was already waiting, having been assigned to escort Junqi into the examination room to alleviate any potential anxiety she might feel. Observing such a young candidate, the parents accompanying their children for the exam began to murmur amongst themselves, largely expressing skepticism about her prospects. Hearing these whispers, Du Guangming and Song Huilan felt increasingly anxious, fearing that such comments might affect Junqi. Nevertheless, Junqi maintained a serious demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the murmurs around her. As the bell signaling entry rang, Du Guangming and Song Huilan entrusted their daughter to the homeroom teacher. Watching anxiously as she was led into the school, the homeroom teacher guided Junqi into the examination room, where to prevent cheating, each room was monitored by 2 invigilators, one from the school and another from an external institution. The external invigilator, taken aback by the sight of such a notably younger candidate, could not help but express surprise. Your school has such young candidates? The external teacher quietly inquired of the accompanying teacher from the school. The teachers at our school were equally unaware that this prodigious child would be participating in the examination, and they were quite astonished. However, they refrained from displaying their surprise in front of outsiders. Indeed, she is exceptionally intelligent and quite renowned in our institution. Could she be the remarkable Junqi, who has skipped 2 grades? The teachers from other schools immediately recalled the gossip they had previously heard. Yes, that would be her. Once inside the examination hall, chatting was strictly prohibited. The 2 teachers exchanged a few hushed words before concluding their conversation. After the candidates were seated, the papers were distributed, and the bell signaling the commencement of the exam rang. Junqi, with remarkable composure, picked up her pen and began to write. The supervising teacher took a keen interest in this young girl, often finding herself drawn to Junqi's side while patrolling the room, casting furtive glances at the answers on her paper. Such special attention from the invigilator would typically cause anxiety in an ordinary candidate, yet Junqi remained unfazed, methodically answering each question with poise. The external teacher noted down the answers, and upon returning to the classroom to scrutinize the examination papers, her eyes widened in astonishment. The accuracy of this young girl was indeed impressive, living up to her reputation as a gifted student from a prestigious primary school. Upon the conclusion of the 2 exams held that day, candidates gathered to compare answers. This time, the additional questions proved to be quite challenging. As for mathematics, it was notorious for its complexity, rarely seen as a scoring opportunity by the students. The additional questions in language arts, however, were a different story, as they were fiercely contested. Unfortunately, this round of supplementary questions stumped a significant number of candidates due to their obscure nature. The 3 most peculiar questions involved converting the heavenly stems and earthly branches of years, guessing products from advertisements, and identifying familial titles across generations. These questions were exceedingly niche. The knowledge of heavenly stems and earthly branches is typically introduced only in secondary school. Was it not intentional to perplex the primary school students? As for the advertisement guessing game, The commercials aired on television are limited to only a few that seldom change over the years. Who truly remembers the slogans? As for the familial titles, it was even more absurd. It's not just primary school students. Even among middle schoolers, many struggle to differentiate between cousins and siblings. How could primary school students possibly respond to such questions? Both candidates and their parents expressed their grievances regarding the language arts supplementary questions, cursing the teacher who set them to forever find themselves without toilet paper. A week later, the results were released, and each candidate sat in the classroom, gazing at their report cards with mixed emotions. In the principal's office, Junqi stared at her report card, her small face taut with tension. Although her score was commendable, her primary concern lay with her ranking. Chapter 20. Doubt. Junqi's expression remained tense until Principal Xie announced her position, first in the county. Only then did her rigid demeanor finally break into a joyous smile. After all, she was quite invested in the outcome. Principal Xie beamed with satisfaction, reveling in the fact that not only did the top score come from his school, but the second place also belonged to one of his students, thereby maintaining the school's leading position in admission rates. For him, this year's results were truly impressive. He lavished praise upon Junqi, reminding her that the second-place candidate was only 1 point behind her, urging her not to let up in her studies once she entered middle school, and to continue striving for excellence. Aware that she was merely 1 point behind the second place, Junqi immediately rallied her spirits. Her unique advantage stemmed from her grandparents' credentials as veterans of the revolution, which had granted her special bonus points. If the second-place contestant had not received such bonuses, she would not truly be considered the first. Principal Xie presented a form to Junqi for her careful examination and provided a detailed explanation. Both she and the second-place contestant had received identical special points. However, even after the bonuses were removed, a 1-point gap remained between them. The rankings among the top 5 candidates remained unchanged after the special points were disregarded. While the positions beyond the 5th had undergone alterations, yet this did not affect her standing as the first. Junqi felt a sense of relief. Had her position declined upon the removal of the special points, she would have found it impossible to accept the title of top scholar with equanimity. Rankings should be based on merit alone, devoid of additional advantages. Only through one's own efforts can genuine achievements be discerned. Had it not been for the numerous individuals receiving extra points around her, she would have preferred to forego such special bonuses altogether, as this left her feeling unsettled, fearing that her results might be inflated. As the results were announced, Junqi rejoiced, while others around her were left despondent. After the distribution of the report cards, her classmates dispersed, heading home, with only the top few students remaining. Junqi sat in silence, staring at the report card, not uttering a word for an extended period. His friends attempted to console him, taking turns to cheer him up, but he remained unresponsive. "Cousin Kai," I've inquired, "and although the first place is said to be from our school, I've checked with all 8 classes, and there's no one by that name. Must be some connection with the authorities, someone who was brought in temporarily. Her results surely lack integrity," remarked Chenwei, his classmate from the adjacent class, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Really? You asked all 8 classes?" Zhao Yi, a close classmate of Junqi who ranked 5th in the county, inquired. "Yes, I know people in every class, and they all confirmed there's no one with that name in their class," Chenwei asserted confidently. Zhao Yi patted Junqi on the shoulder, saying, "Kai, don't overthink it. That person's results must be inflated. You are the true first place. When you get home, tell your mom. She won't blame you at all. In fact, all she cares about is that you get into Ezhong. She won't be concerned with your rank. My mom won't blame me, but I will blame myself. That score includes an additional 20 points from my dad. How can I face him?" Junqi tightened his grip on the report card. Chenwei encouraged him, saying, "Yes, Cousin Kai. Auntie won't criticize you. You've done exceptionally well. It's just that person leveraged connections, and she knows she can't surpass your score, so she only dared to score 1 point more than you. You are the real first place." Fanchong reached over and took the report card from Junqi's hands, saying, "All right, Kai, everyone has left. You should head home and share the good news with your mom. Don't wear such a long face. Cheer up. Your mom is waiting for you. Hurry back and don't keep her worrying." Having heard his friend's reassurances, Junqi nodded gravely. "All right, I'll go back." "Okay, Cousin Kai, I'll walk back with you," Chenwei said, half climbing onto his back. "I haven't visited your house in a long time. It's a good opportunity to see Auntie." A group of individuals exited the classroom and, at a distance, spotted several figures emerging from the principal's office in the opposite administrative building. Among them was a young girl, her age unmistakably too tender. The group presumed she was yet another privileged student seeking to transfer, and soon dismissed her from their minds entirely. Upon entering their home, the 2 brothers were greeted by Jiang Ma, who had been waiting for some time. Junqi nervously produced his report card. "Mom, I'm sorry, I only ranked second this time. Chinwei quickly interjected, it's the second in the entire county, which is quite impressive. Jiang Ma took the report card and scrutinized it, while Jiang Kai anxiously observed his mother's expression. You performed quite well. Show it to your father, she said, her face finally breaking into a smile as she handed the report card back to him. Jiang Kai approached a wall adorned with a black and white photograph and a plaque inscribed with the names of the Jiang family ancestors. Looking up at his father's portrait, he spoke softly, Dad, I ranked second in the county, I'm sorry. Despite your support, I still couldn't achieve first place. But rest assured, I will study even harder and will surely bring home that top rank. I won't bring you shame. Jiang Ma stood behind him, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, dear. I will take good care of Xiao Kai. With middle school approaching, the workload will become more rigorous, and I will keep a close watch on him. Placing her hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder, she added, Xiao Kai, remember, your father is a martyr, a hero. You must strive to make him proud. Jiang Kai nodded earnestly, Yes, I will. Following the announcement of results, the next step was to tally scores and determine the admission thresholds for various secondary schools. A week later, the admission lines were published, and Junqi naturally secured a place at the county's premier secondary institution, the first middle school. The county also offered the Wensi Scholarship, a generous private initiative providing rewards for students excelling in entrance exams for primary to secondary school, as well as for the high school entrance and college entrance examinations. After the admissions concluded, the ceremony for the Wensi Scholarship commenced. This year's award ceremony, traditional as ever, was held at the County Education Bureau. Accompanied by her family, Junqi entered the conference room, her excitement contrasting with the fervor of the 4 adults and 1 child accompanying her. Grandparents, parents, and Junwan were all elated, not only for the honor Junqi was about to receive but also for the promised gift she had pledged to Junwan. Regardless of the reason for their excitement, the entire family buzzed with anticipation, as if it were they who were to ascend the stage to receive an award. Upon seeing Junqi and her family, Principal Xia immediately greeted them warmly and invited them to sit, his amiable demeanor easing the tension for the Du family. When Jiang Kai and his mother entered the conference room, he immediately spotted Principal Xia alongside the young girl, whom he found vaguely familiar. Where had he seen her before? After Jiang Kai and his mother settled into their seats, Zhao Yi and Fan Chong, along with their families, arrived shortly thereafter, naturally taking their places beside Jiang Kai. The 3 boys engaged in quiet conversation. As more attendees gathered, the leaders gradually arrived, and after a lengthy series of speeches, the highlight of the awards ceremony commenced. After the host announced the names of the top 5, Junqi, as the first place winner, stepped onto the stage, followed closely by the astonished Jiang Kai, who gazed at her in disbelief. Is this really Junqi? The first place of this session? The question echoed in Jiang Kai's mind, as it did in the minds of the majority in the conference room. The host, perceptive as ever, took the opportunity to introduce Junqi, mentioning that she was only 8 years old and had been in the 4th grade prior to the examination. This revelation astonished the audience, sparking a flurry of murmurs below. Director Zhang cast a glance at Principal Xia, who promptly took the stage to elucidate the matter. He praised Junqi's intelligence profusely, emphasizing that she had consistently excelled in her grade-skipping examinations and had now achieved remarkable results in the entrance examination for middle school, bringing honor to the institution. Despite Principal Xia's repeated assertions of Junqi's outstanding performance, lingering doubts still flickered in the minds of the audience regarding the authenticity of this young girl's accomplishments. However, out of respect for Director Zhang, no one voiced their skepticism, and the awards ceremony proceeded smoothly. The sudden shift in atmosphere at the awards ceremony shattered the excitement and exhilaration of the Du family, leaving them feeling disheartened by the whispers and doubts surrounding their daughter. Yet, upon seeing Junqi's calm demeanor, they chose to feign ignorance, believing she was unaware of the discussions, and opted for silence to protect her from potential emotional harm. Regardless of others' skepticism, Qiqi's achievements were genuine. Once she entered middle school and compared herself to her peers, the truth would be evident. The first-place scholarship amounted to 500 yuan, while the second-place scholarship was 400 yuan. Junqi and Jiang Kai accepted their certificates and red envelopes with a bow, offering simple expressions of gratitude before descending from the stage. As they left, Jiang Kai stole another glance at Junqi, committing her appearance to memory once more. Following the awards ceremony, news of the young prodigy spread rapidly throughout the county, catapulting Junqi to a status of minor celebrity, yet this burgeoning fame accompanied Du Guangming to the countryside. Chapter 21. The chicken farm. Du Guangming had previously assisted an old classmate in wiring his breeding farm. Owing to his expertise and amiable demeanor, which did not exude the arrogance typically associated with powerful figures in the state-owned enterprises, he was once again solicited for help with another breeding facility. In the 1990s, there was little emphasis on service attitudes, particularly in state-owned enterprises, especially those wielding significant authority, where individuals were often regarded with reverence. Even when accepting side jobs, it was not customary for them to actively seek out business, but rather to recline at home, sipping tea while others approached them for assistance. For the factory managers accustomed to the lofty demeanor of such powerful figures, encountering a technician like Du Guangming, who was slightly more courteous and reliable, felt like a stroke of luck. Once his old classmate made contact with Du Guangming, the breeding farm promptly prepared a lavish spread of delicacies and booked accommodations at the town government's guest house, sending a van to warmly welcome Du Guangming. With Du Junqi and Du Junwan feeling restless at home and clamoring to join, Du Guangming decided to bring them along. Thus, the three of them set off in the van, embarking on a journey to the countryside that wound through treacherous mountain roads for 3 hours before finally arriving at the remote chicken farm nestled deep within the mountains. Director Zhang of the chicken farm had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. As soon as the van entered the premises, he promptly approached to extend a warm welcome, ushering Du Guangming into his office with great enthusiasm. Du Guangming, accustomed to rural excursions, found the winding mountain roads of 3 to 4 hours hardly daunting. However, the two young ladies could not withstand the journey. Upon disembarking, they hurried to the roadside to retch. After regaining composure, they entered the office and sipped a few mouthfuls of hot tea, yet the sisters still appeared lethargic and lacking in vitality. Here, have some plums. They are exceptionally sweet, homegrown. Eat a few to settle your stomach, Director Zhang said, somewhat awkwardly offering a large bowl brimming with a dozen or so plump, crimson plums, glistening with freshness and enticing in appearance. Thank you, Uncle, Du Junqi and Du Junwan chorused in gratitude. Despite their discomfort from motion sickness, they did not forget their manners. Not at all, Director Zhang replied with a smile. Du Guangming interjected at the opportune moment. It's nothing serious, just a bit of motion sickness. They exercise daily, and they feel better in no time. Don't be too courteous, Lao Zhang. Alas, in this remote area, the roads are difficult to traverse. You have my utmost respect for your efforts, Director Zhang lamented. Indeed, treasures from the deep mountains. The chickens from your farm are truly a delicacy, raised in this environment, unlike those from other farms that merely rear broilers. Du Guangming remarked, haha, indeed. When it comes to free-range chickens, our farm guarantees that they are genuinely authentic. Not only are the chickens a local specialty, but their feed consists exclusively of grass seeds, insects, and agricultural byproducts. Absolutely no commercial feed. No hormones and entirely clean. Director Zhang couldn't help but beam with pride. His chickens were well known, consistently sought after in the marketplace, and whenever the town government held meetings or banquets, they invariably procured chickens from his farm. Dugong, you must take some of our chickens with you when you leave. They are simply delectable, Director Zhang insisted. Oh dear, that is too generous of you, Du Guangming responded politely. Absolutely. I've prepared everything. Please don't be modest. Otherwise, it would seem you look down on me, Director Zhang insisted firmly. This ritual of gift-giving and insistence was a customary practice, as Chinese culture often revels in such exchanges of politeness and subtlety. Thus, under Director Zhang's insistence, after a few rounds of polite refusal, Du Guangming reluctantly accepted the gift. Having navigated the customary exchanges, Du Guangming and Director Zhang concluded their pleasantries, and the two sisters had begun to recover. After all, one practiced martial arts while the other danced, and both enjoyed excellent physical conditioning from their daily exercises. Noticing that the sisters were feeling better, Director Zhang promptly invited Du Guangming to the dining hall. As it was nearly time for the meal, and the kitchen had already prepared everything, Du Guangming had long been hungry. After 3 hours in the vehicle, his breakfast had long since been digested. The sisters, too, had emptied their stomachs and were now famished. The three followed Director Zhang to the dining hall, where 8 dishes and 2 soups awaited them, primarily made from ingredients sourced from the mountains, various mushrooms and wild vegetables, free-range chickens raised at the farm, wild boar hunted from the woods, and even pangolins, which are now protected species banned from hunting in later years, though unfortunately, such laws had yet to be enacted. However, at this moment, Du Junqi had little time for reflection, as she eagerly devoured her meal, relishing every bite. This delightful feast was the most exquisite meal she had experienced since her rebirth. It would be a shame not to eat her fill. For she was indeed a conscientious child who cherished her food. After the meal, Du Guangming, under the guidance of Director Zhang, proceeded to inspect the site planning sketch. The two sisters, unaccustomed to napping outdoors and unable to sit still in the office, were taken by the director's wife to tour the chicken farm. The director's wife, a pragmatic and formidable woman, second in command at the farm, began to elaborate on the techniques of poultry rearing, explaining the intricacies of breed selection, incubation, feed formulation, and free-range practices with great eloquence. "Auntie, why are the combs of these roosters damaged?" Junqi inquired, pointing to several roosters wandering nearby. "Oh, the roosters fight. Their combs get pecked and torn during these skirmishes." "Ah," young Du Junwan gasped, covering her mouth. "Doesn't that hurt?" "Indeed, the combs can bleed," the director's wife sighed. "These local chickens are quite aggressive, and every fight results in a flurry of feathers. It's not just their combs that get damaged. Their plumage becomes tattered as well, significantly detracting from their appearance, leading to lower prices at sale. Ironically, the meat of these fighting roosters is quite delectable. Feathers can be plucked off too." "That sounds dreadful." Du Junwan lamented for the roosters. The director's wife chuckled helplessly. Such is the innocence of children. While adults worry about the marketability of the chickens, the children concern themselves with the chicken's pain. "Are these chickens particularly prone to fighting?" Junqi recalled the director's wife's earlier comments. "Yes, they are. Could we provide them with some grass to peck at?" Junqi suggested. "We have tried, but unfortunately, it did not yield good results. They only prefer fresh grass and neglect it by the next day." The director's wife frowned. "What if we bundle the grass tightly?" "Initially, they would peck at the outer layers, but the inner grass would remain fresh. If bundled snugly, they should be able to peck at it for 3 days." Junqi recalled having seen a segment on a CCTV agricultural program that discussed a duck known for its aggressive nature, which featured a similar method. "Ah, indeed," the director's wife exclaimed, her expression brightening. "You make a compelling point. I will have some bundles prepared immediately. If this can divert their attention to pecking grass and reduce their fighting, it would be wonderful." The director's wife, a woman of decisive action, promptly called for someone to fetch the grass. "Thank you, little friend, for such an excellent suggestion. Truly, you are the pride of the county. So clever." She beamed. Junqi felt a tad bashful, realizing that her idea was merely a slight variation of the original approach. Perhaps, without her prompting, the director and his team would eventually have arrived at the same conclusion. Nevertheless, she felt somewhat undeserving of such praise from the director's wife. "Auntie, I read about a type of water feeder that automatically refills the trough, keeping it clean and hygienic, less susceptible to being soiled by the chickens. The best part is that it can be made using a beverage bottle. Quite simple." Junqi thought it appropriate to contribute something in return for the director's wife's commendation. "Do you have paper and a pen? I can draw it out." The director's wife was overjoyed. Yes, we have some in the office." Upon returning to the office, Junqi diligently sketched a schematic. The director's wife gazed at the diagram with delight, her face beaming with joy. "Little did I expect that inviting Du Gong to handle the electrical installation would yield such a delightful surprise. The expenditure has proven to be exceedingly worthwhile." After inspecting the venue, Du Guangming conferred with Director Zhang regarding several aspects, and in his mind, he had already formulated a plan. Upon returning to his office, he sketched out 2 drafts and finalized the commencement date and budget with Director Zhang, thus solidifying the arrangement. Director Zhang readily paid half of the fee as a deposit, with the remainder to be settled upon completion in addition to the project deposit. Director Zhang also graciously bestowed upon Junqi 100 yuan as a token of gratitude. He had learned from his wife about Junqi's suggestions concerning straw bundling and the water feeder design, deeming both ideas invaluable. Being a man of integrity, he felt it necessary to compensate for the use of someone else's ingenuity. Du Guangming, proud of his daughter's brilliant ideas, felt a sense of honor and, after a modest pretense of refusal, accepted the sum on her behalf. "Chi, this is your reward from Uncle Zhang. Be sure to keep it safe," Du Guangming said as he placed the money into Junqi's hands. "Is it really for me?" Junqi's eyes sparkled with disbelief. She had not anticipated receiving money at that age. A child's earnings were essentially their parents', and though the idea originated from her, if her father decided to confiscate the funds, she would have no grounds for complaint. "You are about to enter junior high, and you will need to purchase numerous reference books and study guides. This money is yours, naturally meant for your use," Du Guangming replied with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." "Thank you, Dad." Junqi expressed her gratitude sweetly, feeling elated. With the 500 yuan from the Wenxi Award, combined with this additional 100 yuan, her savings had significantly increased. Dinner was once again served in the cafeteria, with an abundance of dishes akin to the midday meal. Afterward, Director Zhang personally drove Du Guangming and his 2 daughters to the town, where accommodations had already been arranged for them, a standard twin room featuring a black and white television. For Junqi, accustomed to modern business hotels, the simplicity of the room was quite disheartening, particularly as it lacked a private bathroom, necessitating the use of a communal restroom in the corridor, an uncomfortable predicament indeed. For her younger sister, Du Junwan, the fact that the television could only receive 2 channels was devastating, as her favorite drama was not among them. In short, the standard room was far from ideal for the two sisters. However, this did not dampen Du Guangming's spirits. After several toasts from Director Zhang, he returned, took a shower, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The sisters glared at their snoring father, filled with regret over the unpleasantness of the trip. The following day, Director Zhang drove Du Guangming and his daughters back to the county town. The sisters dozed off in a state of confusion during the journey, while Du Guangming, filled with remorse, gently touched their foreheads, sighing. He too wished he could control his snoring. Upon their return, Junqi resumed her daily visits to the library, her interest piqued by the cultivation of free-range chickens and ducks. The market for organically raised poultry would undoubtedly flourish in the future. While she had yet to determine her future career path, she reasoned that spending time gathering knowledge would surely provide her with a clearer direction. The return of Junqi has brought great solace to Qizhuan. He has always cherished diligent students, and upon learning that Junqi is this year's top scholar, he has bestowed upon her even greater expectations. Hoping she will evolve into a well-educated individual, Qizhuan felt a tinge of disappointment when he discovered Junqi's desire to delve into the local agricultural and poultry market, as he perceived it to be somewhat unworthy of her talents. In those times, people often regarded business pursuits as beneath them, believing that holding a secure government position was a mark of respect. However, Qizhuan is not a stubborn man. Despite his disappointment, he refrained from expressing too much and instead retrieved historical newspapers, collaborating with Junqi to sift through reports on the local agricultural and poultry market, meticulously tracing the evolution of national policies and local market conditions. Chapter 22. Astonishment on this day. Junqi received a letter from Feng Qianyi. He shared that he had secured third place in the class for the recent final examination. He attributed his commendable ranking entirely to Junqi's relentless barrage of practice questions and her insightful tips for tackling exam questions. Thus, he dedicated this letter to express his gratitude, promising to present her with a selection of his personally dried goods once the new semester commenced. Junqi read the letter. A joyful smile crept across her face. Although she believed his success was solely due to his own diligence, she felt a profound happiness at his gesture of thanks, recognizing the value of such a genuine friendship, in stark contrast to Junqi's leisurely holiday. Feng Qianyi found himself exceedingly busy during this summer. With the sun blazing, it was the perfect season for drying various seafood, and every household in the fishing village was engaged in this endeavor. A small portion was reserved for personal consumption, while the majority was destined for the market. Feng Qianyi spent his days marinating copious amounts of seafood, braving the scorching sun to dry them one by one. In just a few days, his skin had darkened considerably from the sun's relentless rays. Feng Qianyi was quite troubled by his sun-kissed complexion, yet societal expectations dictated that men toil with their bare arms. He felt mocked by Zhang Chong and the others for donning a straw hat and long sleeves. The idea of using herbal whitening lotions would surely invite further ridicule. Nonetheless, he found himself increasingly reluctant to witness his skin darken day by day, which left him feeling rather gloomy. His melancholy demeanor did not go unnoticed by his mother, who suspected he was suffering from heat exhaustion. She hurried to a small clinic to purchase herbal medicine and insisted he rest, advising him to refrain from venturing outside that afternoon. Feng Qianyi was firmly encouraged by his mother to take a nap, and by the time he awoke, she had already gone out to dry the goods, while his younger brother remained asleep, perspiring profusely due to the sweltering heat. Silently, Feng Qianyi rose from his bed, turned on the television, and adjusted the volume to a whisper. He then picked up a large fan to cool his brother. The screen was broadcasting a poetry recitation competition, and Feng Qianyi, a longtime admirer of poetry, watched with rapt attention. The 25th contestant began reciting Song of the Wine, Though You Not See. The waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall mourns white hair, morning like green silk, evening turning to snow. In life's triumphs, one must indulge fully, lest the golden goblet remains empty before the moon. Heaven has bestowed upon me talent for a purpose. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return once more. With a sudden clap, the fan slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Feng Qianyi gazed in astonishment at the subtitles on the television, utterly bewildered by the presence of this poem. The contestants on the television passionately recited, while Feng Qianyi, feeling increasingly agitated, gazed at the subtitles below. How could it be that these verses, which he had recited countless times, were composed by someone namely Bai? How could this possibly be true? Before Feng Qianyi could regain his composure, the host began announcing again. Contestant number 26, reciting. Contestant number 27, reciting. Contestant number 28, reciting. Contestant number 29, reciting. The verses, both exceedingly familiar yet slightly altered, leapt into Fong Qianyi's mind. The recitations of the contestants overlapped with the clear female voice in his memory. Yet these impassioned and melodious lines sent a chill throughout his body, causing his hands and feet to tremble. Brother, what's wrong? His younger brother, having just awoken, rubbed his sleepy eyes and upon seeing his brother's unusual expression, immediately inquired if he was feeling unwell and whether he should call their mother back. After calling Fong Qianyi's name twice without any response, merely staring fixedly at the television, the younger brother shook him vigorously. Finally, Fong Qianyi turned to face him. His mouth moved slightly, and then he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The younger brother, terrified, dashed out to summon their mother. Fong Mu was busy on the drying grounds when she saw her younger son, drenched in sweat, running towards her. After he gestured and shouted for a while, she finally grasped that something had happened to her eldest son and immediately dropped everything, sprinting home. Yes, nothing, just heat stroke. A little scraping will do the trick. The barefoot doctor picked up a horn comb and began to scrape Fong Qianyi's back and chest, while Fong Mu watched anxiously. The doctor scraped Fong Qianyi thoroughly, and soon, red marks emerged all over his front and back. Seeing this, Fong Mu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Knowing her eldest son was not as resilient as other children, how could she have allowed him to endure the sun for so many days? It was truly too cruel. It was all her fault. All right, once he wakes up, give him a glass of warm water. Make sure to heat water for his bath tonight. He'll be fine by tomorrow, the barefoot doctor instructed. Thank you so much, doctor. I truly appreciate it, Fong Mu replied, handing over the consultation fee as the doctor gathered his belongings and departed. Mother, is brother all right? The younger brother inquired, snuggling close. Fong Mu touched her younger son's forehead, where the sweat had yet to dry. Quickly, wipe your sweat dry. Your brother will be fine after a nap. Okay. When Fong Qianyi awoke, he still felt lethargic and lacked an appetite. Fong Mu grew increasingly anxious, but Fong Wangda was still out at sea and had yet to return, leaving her without anyone to consult. On July 21, the Minshur fishing incident occurred, wherein the fishing boats Minshur U-2294 and 2295 from Shishir, Fujian, were involved in a dispute with Taiwanese fishing vessels and were subsequently detained by the Taichung Coast Guard and brought back to Taichung Port. The incident stemmed from a disagreement over fishing grounds and escalated into a political issue across both sides of the strait, shocking several coastal provinces and inciting strong public resistance. In light of the Minshur fishing incident, all marine vessels retreated closer to shore, observing the unfolding events. Noticing the abundance of nearby vessels, Fong Wangda decided to take a break, towing his boat to the repair yard for maintenance. During the holiday at home, Fong Wangda, upon seeing her eldest son in such a dispirited state, resolved to take the entire family on an outing to the provincial capital. It was rumored among the villagers that a new foreign restaurant, intriguingly named KFC, had opened its doors in the city. Although the name struck her as peculiar, she had heard whispers of the delectable fried chicken served within, prompting her to take her family to sample the fare. Seated in the brightly lit, whimsically decorated restaurant, the Fong family was brimming with excitement. Fong Wangda approached the counter to place their order, when her youngest son, noticing a child nearby indulging in a treat he had never encountered before, something called an ice cream, began to clamor for some. Fong Wangda, in her eagerness to please her children, decided to order two, one for each of the boys. With her heart set on the children's enjoyment, she did not anticipate that Fong Qianyi would become utterly enraptured by the ice cream, refusing to consume anything else once it was finished, which left her quite exasperated. Fong Qianyi had been subconsciously trying to forget the young lady from his past life, and thus deliberately overlooked many details. For instance, the precious glass and mirrors invented by the young lady, exquisite creations that only the affluent could afford, were now commonplace and of superior quality, readily available at a fraction of the cost. As for mirrors, everyone he had encountered surpassed those crafted by the young lady in clarity, with an array of diverse styles available in stores, including funhouse mirrors that distorted shapes. Yet, none of this diminished his impression of the young lady. The disparity was so vast that he had never even considered comparing the two in his mind. She remained a brilliant inventor of technology, as esteemed as the creator of the glass and mirrors of this era. Similarly, although soap and hot pot were ubiquitous in this world, he used soap daily. He felt these items were inherently different from those invented by the young lady. Despite their identical names, appearances, and functions, he continued to subconsciously disregard this reality. However, the poetry recitation competition on television struck him with profound impact, as the familiar verses that brought him to tears were penned by entirely different individuals. Who were these people, likely Bai and Su Shi, that produced verses so akin to those of the young lady? Feng Qianyi found himself puzzled, but a seed of doubt was planted within him. Upon encountering ice cream today, bearing the same name and possessing the same cool, sweet texture, the seed within him began to sprout. Could the young lady be connected to this world? Otherwise, how could there be so many similarities? If she truly had ties to this place, were the renowned poems she had composed merely plagiarized? Plagiarism. Such an act would be a disgrace among scholars. How could the young lady, a talented scholar, engage in such behavior? It was an utter shame, a disgrace. Seeing her son grow increasingly listless, Feng Wanda became so anxious she could hardly eat or drink. After much contemplation of the people she knew, she could only place her hopes on her son's sole friend, Junqi, hoping that the friend could offer some solace or, at the very least, provide insight into her son's condition. Chapter 23. Liberation. When Junqi encountered Feng Qianyi, he was taken aback. Are you trying to lose weight? You look so emaciated. Feng Qianyi managed a wry smile. Lose weight? Do I have any fat on me? I simply lack the desire to eat. I have no appetite and do not feel hungry. Anorexia? Junqi approached Feng Qianyi, scrutinizing him. Do you truly not wish to eat at all? Junqi settled beside Feng Qianyi and pondered for a moment. Do you have something weighing on your mind? Feng Qianyi was at a loss for words, only able to manage a bitter smile. It appears you indeed harbor concerns. Are you unable to share them with me? I promise I will absolutely not disclose anything to others. Feng Qianyi remained silent for a long while, and Junqi did not press him, merely sitting quietly by, awaiting his revelation. Junqi, do you have someone you admire? Yes, Grandfather Zhou, the founding prime minister. Why? Because in my eyes, he is the most nearly perfect person in reality, able to earn even the respect of his adversaries. What an enviable and unattainable realm that is. Feng Qianyi rubbed his face. He was clearly discussing something different from what she had inquired, but he could not articulate his true question. Observing Feng Qianyi's conflicted expression, Junqi suddenly had a moment of intuition. You do not wish to ask this question, do you? Yet your intended question bears some relation to this one? Feng Qianyi contemplated for a moment, rephrasing his inquiry. Have you ever felt that someone was perfect, only to have a subsequent event completely alter your perception of that person? Yes, certainly. That man from my past who pursued her for a year, only to ultimately develop feelings for my sister. That is precisely the case. His once profound affection turned into mere folly. In that instant, Feng Qianyi felt he had discovered the right avenue for his confession. I once admired someone. I found her to be perfect, intelligent, beautiful, elegant, gentle. Stop. Junqi waved her hand, simplifying her response. It sounds like you were speaking of a woman. What did this woman do that caused you to rethink your impression of her? Feng Qianyi was interrupted in his tender reminiscence, his thoughts still struggling to realign. I discovered that some of the articles were not written by her. Oh, she plagiarized, did she? Junqi nodded in understanding. Only then did Feng Qianyi realize what he had blurted out, and he promptly sealed his lips. Oh dear, even in this world, plagiarism is frowned upon. How could he have been so straightforward? What did she plagiarize? Where did she use it? What benefits did she gain? Junqi asked directly. Feng Qianyi shook his head, falling silent. Seeing his reaction, Junqi did not press further. Given your emaciated state, it is evident that her actions have profoundly impacted you. Exceeding your capacity to bear, I have nothing more to say but to suggest you keep your distance from her. Those with differing principles should part ways and follow their separate paths. Differing principles? Life perspective, values, worldview. These can be simply understood as the foundational principles governing one's life. For instance, you believe plagiarism is wrong, yet some may think, what does it matter if no one knows these articles? If they are copied, so be it. That is what we refer to as differing principles. Junqi pondered for a moment before presenting two additional examples. For instance, 2 millennia ago, when Tang poetry, song lyrics, and Yuan dramas had yet to emerge, if someone were to traverse time and return to that era, composing these works and claiming them as their own, some would deem this an act of plagiarism. Yet, others might argue that it is inconsequential, as it does not harm the true original authors. Furthermore, consider a physician treating a patient. The same ailment may be addressed with varying prescriptions. Some doctors might prescribe expensive medications, thereby profiting from the patient's expenditures, while others believe that affordable treatments should suffice, prioritizing the well-being of their patients. This illustrates how individuals with differing worldviews can perceive and respond to the same situation in contrasting manners. Feng Qianyi murmured, thus, some regard promises as sacred, unyielding to the passage of time, while others believe that as circumstances evolve and the status of the parties changes, initial commitments may also be amended or even broken. The betrayal of the promise by the young lady remains his unresolved turmoil. He could, at the cost of his family's downfall, sustain her with his innocent youth due to a mother's dying wish. Yet, how could she so easily discard the lifelong vow during her time of stability? Hence, those with differing values cannot coexist harmoniously, as their perspectives diverge, leading to dissimilar choices. If you and that person hold contrasting worldviews, it is likely that she has committed other actions that you disapprove of or even oppose. Over time, this could either inflict harm upon you or lead to your own transgressions against her. Junqi summarized his thoughts. Feng Qianyi nodded in confusion, realizing her truth. He and the young lady were indeed worlds apart in their values. She could plagiarize or breach her vows, while he remained shackled by his inner turmoil. She had accurately foreseen the outcome, ultimately betraying him and inflicting profound emotional pain, leading him to a state of despair and self-destruction, rendering his years meaningless. In a moment of clarity, the knot within his heart seemed to unravel. The resentment that had lingered for years faded away, granting him liberation. His emotions surged, and his mind felt unburdened and expansive, as if the world had become rejuvenated, with each breath now significantly lighter. Junqi sensed the transformation within Feng Qianyi, realizing he had come to an understanding. Well, now that your mind is at ease, are you feeling hungry? After his moment of relief, Feng Qianyi indeed felt a strong pang of hunger, his stomach growling in agreement. Yes, I am hungry, he replied, his cheeks flushed. All right, I shall ask my mother to prepare some noodles, Junqi declared, leaping from his chair and heading toward the hall. Inside, Song Huilan was engaged in conversation with Feng Wangda. Upon hearing that her son was craving food, Feng Wangda was elated, astonished at how swiftly his son had found clarity. Indeed, the presence of friends was beneficial. Feng Wangda immediately insisted on treating the Du family to a meal at a restaurant. Song Huilan quickly interjected, stating it would be too extravagant, and that it was customary for the host to treat guests at their home, not the other way around. Regardless of Song Huilan's refusals, Feng Wangda, with fervor, took Junqi's hand and called for his son, while gently urging Song Huilan toward the exit. Completely taken aback by the warmth of the fishing family, Song Huilan could only acquiesce, taking her eldest daughter along as they followed Feng Wangda to a small eatery. It was not mealtime. The group merely indulged in a simple bowl of noodles at a small eatery. However, Feng Wangda felt a pang of guilt and decided to order several dishes to take away, as a modest token of appreciation for the Du family. After finishing the noodles, Feng Wangda took Feng Qianyi back home by car. Although Feng Qianyi was brimming with questions, he could only suppress them, contemplating writing a letter to Junqi upon their return. Once home, Feng Qianyi promptly picked up his pen to write to Junqi, mentioning the recitation competition he had witnessed and inquiring whether she was acquainted with the identities of Li Bai and Su Shi. Upon receiving Feng Qianyi's letter, Junqi quickly penned a reply, succinctly outlining the backgrounds of Li Bai and Su Shi, as well as their esteemed positions in literary and historical contexts, and even included a few of their timeless poems. When Feng Qianyi received her response, he finally relinquished the last remnants of his obsession, as the matters at hand were now clear and unmistakable. There was no longer any need to concoct excuses to deceive his own heart. He had to admit that he had erred from the very beginning. The young lady was of a different ilk, and he had woven a fragile dream that shattered at the slightest touch. It was time to let go. Due to the ongoing repercussions of the Minshiyu incident, this local dispute had escalated to a political level between the two shores, with the mainland's stance remaining ambiguous. Fishing vessels hesitated to venture into deep waters, confining their operations to coastal areas. Consequently, the supply of various seafood products in the market dwindled, leading to a steep rise in prices. Every day, Song Huilan returned from the market, grumbling about the situation, blaming the government for its ineffective price adjustments and criticizing the power plant for not raising wages. Normally, she refrained from voicing complaints in front of her daughters, but one day, after Du Guoming lost a significant sum while playing cards with colleagues, she erupted. She meticulously managed the family's limited finances, even foregoing the purchase of live shrimp, only to discover that her husband had dared to gamble and lost such a large amount, money that could have bought several pounds of live shrimp. The grievances of a homemaker are formidable, and once unleashed, they do not settle easily within a mere half-day or night. Thus, Junqi soon learned of the rising seafood prices and discerned an opportunity within this predicament. In the recollections of her past life, the effects of the Minshiyu incident lingered for several months, with seafood prices remaining stubbornly high, benefiting the aquaculture industry immensely. The year 1992 was approaching, a time when several provinces in the south would experience a wave of mass closures of state-owned enterprises. In stark contrast to these closures, private capital began to seize the opportunity to acquire these failing state-run businesses. Those who profited from this trend would soon invigorate the market for premium seafood. driving prices ever higher. For the northern provinces, the subsequent reforms of state-owned enterprises left an indelible mark, while the southern provinces had already endured the painful transition. After a brief period of hardship, the enterprising Southerners did not dwell on the loss of their once secure positions. Instead, they swiftly shifted their mindset, fueled by passion and determination, embarking on entrepreneurial ventures that culminated in a tidal wave of economic activity. Du Guangming, seizing this wave, quietly established a hydropower contracting team. Through years of relentless effort, he gradually built a substantial operation and successfully founded a company, solidifying his presence in the market. As we find ourselves in the latter half of 1991, the impending tide of bankruptcies draws ever closer. Junqi feels an urgent need to begin seeking opportunities. Should she wait until the wave of closures actually takes place? With the current state of clandestine dealings, rife with unscrupulous collusion, it would be virtually impossible for her to seize any financial gain. Chapter 24. The factory Fong Wangda had spent over half a month at home, utterly bored and restless, contemplating whether there were alternative ventures to pursue to earn some modest income. However, he lacked anyone to consult, as all his acquaintances were in the same boat. They had left school before completing primary education and had taken to fishing. Not only were they inexperienced in the world, but their intellects also paled in comparison to his, rendering discussions with them futile and only serving to deepen his frustration. After several days of fruitless pondering, Fong Wangda glanced at his eldest son, who was engrossed in his studies, and suddenly felt a compelling urge to confide in him. Son, he called out cautiously. Fong Qianni turned his head toward his father, inquiring, "Father, what is it? Do you have a moment? Could we have a word?" Fong Wangda had always been affectionate toward his children, and apart from a moment of sternness when sending Fong Qianni to the county for schooling, he typically lacked the demeanor of a strict father. "Sure," Fong Qianni replied, putting down his pen and facing his father. "What would you like to discuss?" There's no need to be so serious. Let us keep it casual. We're merely having a chat," Fong Wangda chuckled lightly, pulling up a chair to sit before his son. "Lately, I've been quite idle at home without going out to sea. I wish to find something to do. What do you think might be profitable at the moment? No pressure, just share your thoughts." Fong Qianni pondered seriously before responding. "I believe the shipyard business is quite promising, but father, you lack the skills for ship repair. The shop selling generators is also thriving, yet that establishment has connections. If you were to procure goods from them, you would likely incur losses on pricing." Fong Wangda sighed. "Indeed, I possess no craft nor connections, which is precisely why I am troubled. It seems that apart from fishing, I am utterly incapable of any other endeavors. Why not take a stroll and see if there are any job openings in the nearby villages or towns? You could work temporarily for a while," Fong Qianni suggested. "That may be the only option left," Fong Wangda replied, his tone tinged with reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, the wages offered for those jobs are rather low. It feels disheartening to accept such meager pay." Fong Qianni bit his lip, feeling inadequate for having been cooped up at home, completely oblivious to the outside world. Now that his father sought his advice, he found himself unable to provide any helpful suggestions. "Perhaps I could write to Junqi. She is in the county and likely has access to more information. She might offer us some valuable insights." "That seems like a reasonable course of action. The more perspectives we gather, the better informed we shall be," Fong Wangda conceded, adopting a mindset of casting a wide net. Upon receiving Fong Qianni's letter, Junqi was struck by a singular thought. Perhaps this was her opportunity to earn her first substantial profit. She is acutely aware of the potential for future development. However, she lacks sufficient financial resources. In contrast, the Fong family enjoys significantly better economic conditions than the Du family. If she could assist the Fong family in flourishing, perhaps she could also reap some benefits herself. She does not aspire to earn a substantial amount. A modest profit would suffice. Junqi penned a response to Fong Qianni, informing him that Uncle Fong is engaged in the fishing industry, where familiarity breeds success. Recently, the market prices for seafood have surged and are likely to remain elevated for an extended period. Uncle Fong should focus on related industries, such as aquaculture facilities and processing plants, which are bound to be profitable. Moreover, she has heard that public enterprises have generally been performing poorly over the past couple of years, with many factories accruing debts. Nevertheless, she remains optimistic about the prospects of the fishery industry. If there are any small factories available for sale or transfer in the town, it would be prudent for Uncle Fong to seize the opportunity. After reading her letter, Fong Qianni found Junqi's insights to be quite reasonable. Consequently, he set his textbooks aside and decided to accompany his father on an outing to scout for factories available for transfer. Having been well versed in the intricacies of business dealings in his past life, he felt confident that he possessed more experience than his father, despite the differing circumstances of this life. Since his son had resolved to venture out, Feng Wangda naturally supported the decision, as he too wished to take his son out for some practical experience and social exposure, believing that a young man should not remain overly shy and introverted. The father and son strolled around two small factories in the town, discovering that both establishments were thriving, evidenced by the absence of vehicles in their courtyards, suggesting that all deliveries were conducted externally. After exploring the town, they proceeded to a few small factories near the dock, where business was considerably lacking. Two of the factories were even closed, their gates locked. What could be the reason for this? After a lengthy excursion, it was time for a meal. Feng Wangda led Feng Qianyi into a small roadside eatery, which, despite being labeled a small restaurant, functioned more as a fast food establishment, offering the additional option of noodle dishes. The establishment was already bustling with patrons. Feng Wangda ordered several meat dishes along with 2 bottles of beer and a bottle of cola, and they began their meal while attentively listening to the conversations of the other customers. Most diners were employees from nearby factories, as these small establishments lacked cafeterias. Employees either brought their own lunchboxes or dined out. Naturally, the topics of conversation revolved around factory-related matters. Feng Qianyi observed that the majority of these workers ordered vegetarian dishes, with 3 or 4 robust men only selecting 4 dishes in total. The plates were small and shallow, indicating that the portion sizes were barely adequate for 2 men, suggesting that their wages were not particularly high. However, a frown creased Feng Qianyi's brow. He recalled his mother mentioning that while the wages of public factory employees were modest, the benefits were commendable, with subsidies for meal tickets, housing, high temperatures, and festive allowances. When these various subsidies were aggregated, they amounted to a significant sum, even surpassing the wages at times. With the combined income from salary and benefits, the take-home pay should not be so meager, especially since public sector jobs are generally secure, withstanding even 3 or 4 typhoons in a year without adverse effects, unlike the fishing industry that leaves one helpless during storms. As Feng Qianyi pondered these matters, he overheard the workers at the adjacent table beginning to vocally criticize their factory manager, their voices resonating with palpable frustration. After listening for quite some time, Feng Qianyi finally grasped the situation. To put it succinctly, the factory director had siphoned off a portion of the public funds into his personal coffers. Ordinarily, this would not have posed a problem. It did not disrupt the factory's operations, nor did it significantly diminish the employees' benefits. However, it seemed that the director's judgment had been clouded, as he had recently begun to divert a considerably larger sum. Not only were the benefits dwindling, but salaries were being delayed repeatedly, with employees receiving only half of their wages at one time, and the remaining half postponed until the following month. This cycle continued, with subsequent payments further deferred for 10 to 15 days under various pretexts. After several months, the workers' grievances had reached a boiling point. At one table, the employees were venting their frustrations with fervor, while those at another table joined in, despite being from a different factory. Their own wages had also been withheld, albeit for a different reason. The director of their factory had not embezzled funds, but was simply too pliable, often yielding to demands from suppliers and agreeing to promissory notes. As a result, a mountain of debt had accumulated, and the factory was unable to disburse salaries. Feng Qianyi silently committed to memory the complaints from both groups of workers. In contrast to Feng Qianyi's reticence, Feng Wangda was much more forthright. Intrigued by the conversation, he engaged the workers from both tables in lively discussion. People possess an inherent desire to express their grievances, and once prompted, the workers eagerly shared their woes. As the conversation unfolded, it expanded beyond merely criticizing the factory director to include sharp rebukes for the so-called strategists who had offered him poor advice. Even some confidential matters known only within the factory were laid bare. After an extensive dialogue, Feng Wangda felt a sense of fulfillment. Having uncovered the information he most sought, it became apparent that not only were the nearby factories struggling, but the two in town that had been subjected to the workers' ire were merely maintaining a facade of prosperity. These 2 factories were deeply in debt and were contemplating transferring their operational rights. Having gleaned such valuable insights, Feng Wangda returned home in high spirits, accompanied by Feng Qianyi. Upon returning, Feng Wangda and Feng Qianyi deliberated on which factory to consider for acquisition and what a fair price might be. To facilitate a more intuitive comparison of the 2 factories' conditions, Feng Qianyi meticulously compiled their details into a chart and even sketched a topographical map, discussing each aspect with Feng Wangda. After all, acquiring a factory is a significant undertaking. The father and son duo had made several trips and consulted many individuals regarding the factory's circumstances. As their inquiries expanded, so did the number of people aware of Feng Wangda's ambitions. Contrary to Feng Wangda's ambitious aspirations, friends and relatives unanimously urged him to exercise caution, advising him to observe the situation for a while longer. They warned that a hasty decision could lead to substantial debt. After much persuasion, Fang Wangda began to temper his enthusiasm, contemplating the potential for financial burden, which understandably instilled a degree of trepidation in him. Aware of his father's concerns, Fang Qianyi too experienced a moment of hesitation. After pondering for a considerable time, he resolved to write to Junqi to seek his counsel. Upon receiving Fang Qianyi's letter, Junqi carefully reflected on the future trajectory of the industry and concluded that the dried goods factory held considerable growth potential. Given that dried goods are primarily used for soup, an everyday seasoning staple, he noted that, despite the rising prices of fresh produce which the average consumer seldom purchases, dried goods remain a staple with guaranteed market demand, thus ensuring profitability. With the counsel of Junqi, Fang Qianyi found a sense of reassurance. Junqi's considerations were remarkably pragmatic. Dried goods are commonly utilized freshening products with a stable market demand, and the risks associated with contracting a drying factory are relatively minimal. Fang Qianyi shared Junqi's insights with his father, Fang Wangda, who, after reflecting for 2 days, deemed the advice sound. Resolute, he decided to borrow funds to prepare for the contracting of the drying factory. In order to negotiate a better price, Fang Qianyi thoughtfully prepared a list of pricing strategies for his father, distilling the techniques into a series of questions, thereby equipping his father with confidence during negotiations to avoid being deceived. Fang Wangda expressed immense gratitude for his son's thoughtfulness. Having such a clever son was indeed a great blessing. Chapter 25. Successful contracting. The manager of the drying factory was the very individual whose embezzlement of public funds had incited considerable discontent among the employees. He had a relative who successfully immigrated to Country M, where employment opportunities were abundant and salaries were high, allowing substantial remittances home each month. After hearing his relative boast about life there, he too was tempted to seek passage to Country M. However, the cost of smuggling was steep, necessitating a significant upfront payment to the traffickers, which led him to embezzle large sums of money. His intent was not only to gather the funds for the smuggling fee, but also to leave some financial support for his family. Initially, the manager contemplated prolonging his misappropriation for a few more months, but the employees' mounting resentment became increasingly palpable. Recently, several workers had even instigated disturbances while intoxicated, threatening violence against him. Fearing for his safety, he resolved to hastily rid himself of this troublesome situation in order to escape to Country M. Thus, when Fang Wangda approached him, the manager was eager to finalize the contract. However, being a manager, he had seen his fair share of dealings and soon regained his composure after the initial excitement. He adopted a more authoritative demeanor, preparing to extract a hefty profit from this unsuspecting lamb. Fang Wangda felt a twinge of nervousness. Had Fang Qianyi been older, he would have considered bringing him along for moral support. Nevertheless, he was not entirely naive. Wary of being taken advantage of, he had already consulted the factory's employees and had a rough idea of a fair price. Armed with this knowledge, he arrived well prepared for the negotiations, bringing along a few friends who, while perhaps not as astute as he, could lend an air of credibility to his presence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Wangda and the manager entered the negotiation phase. The manager, intent on reaping a substantial profit, deliberately concealed the factory's debt situation and exaggerated its growth prospects, lamenting that had it not been for his plans to immigrate, he would never part with the factory. Fang Wangda, having conducted thorough inquiries beforehand, was not easily swayed by the manager's bluster. Yet, due to his lack of eloquence and negotiation skills, he struggled to assert himself. Fortunately, with Fang Qianyi's prepared list of questions in hand, he feigned seriousness, producing a folder and extracting several sheets of paper, proceeding to ask the meticulously crafted questions. The questions were interlinked, concealing numerous traps for the manager. In his attempt to respond to the first question, the manager fabricated a lie, only to find himself ensnared in a web of deceit, compelled to concoct further lies to maintain his facade. Eventually, the manager found himself at a loss for words, nearly incensed and made to storm off. Despite his verbal shortcomings, Fang Wangda was adept at reading facial expressions. He prudently ceased his questioning, agreed on a time for the next negotiation, and departed with his companions. By the time of the second negotiation, the manager had learned his lesson and abandoned any pretense, opting instead to propose a direct price. Fang Wangda engaged in aggressive price negotiations, presenting a figure he had long since appraised. When the factory director raised the price, Fang Wangda adhered to Fang Qianyi's guidance, continuing to haggle. After a lengthy debate, the atmosphere between both parties grew tense once more, necessitating the scheduling of a third negotiation. This subsequent discussion proved more straightforward and direct than the previous two. Both sides made concessions, with the director lowering his price slightly and Fang Wangda increasing his offer marginally. After 2 or 3 rounds of bargaining, they finally settled on a conclusive price. Following this, they proceeded to sign the contract, complete the necessary formalities, and transfer the payment. A week later, Feng Wanda successfully acquired the drying factory. Fortuitously, during that period, the country had yet to embrace the internet, resulting in a lack of information flow. Despite the protracted negotiations, no third party approached the factory director to engage in discussions, leaving him with no choice but to relent repeatedly, eager to extricate himself from the situation. Consequently, Feng Wanda was able to secure the factory without any competition, alleviating much of his concern. With the substantial capital brought in by Feng Wanda, the operational status of the drying factory immediately improved, and the employees regained their motivation. To mitigate excessive initial expenditures, during the first all-staff meeting, Feng Wanda proposed to the employees that they postpone the distribution of benefits, ensuring only timely salary payments and settling previously owed wages. Once the factory's profitability was restored, the backlogged benefits would be disbursed in installments. Due to the former director's prolonged wage arrears, the employees had developed a psychological aversion, thus they readily accepted the new director's proposal. The successful negotiations swiftly quelled the previously restless atmosphere within the factory, allowing production to proceed in an orderly manner. Given the rapid surge in the price of fresh produce, there was an increased demand for dried goods in the market, with a particular interest in high-quality products, although the predominant need remained for goods of average quality. The drying factory acquired by Feng Wanda was relatively small, consistently producing only average-quality dried goods. He had no intention of making substantial changes, opting instead to maintain stability and adhere to the original production standards. Previously, the former director's misappropriation of funds had caused delays in payments, leading many suppliers to cease their deliveries. However, as Feng Wanda owned a fleet of boats, and his friends were also engaged in fishing, the drying factory was immediately supplied with fresh catches upon commencing operations, ensuring high-quality products without further headaches. With established upstream supply channels and midstream processing capabilities, the only remaining challenge was developing downstream sales channels. Since the factory produced average-quality dried goods rather than premium products, and its clientele primarily consisted of small shopkeepers and stall owners in agricultural markets, expanding the sales channels proved rather challenging. Feng Qianyi, having anticipated this issue, promptly articulated his thoughts to Feng Wanda. Why should we be the supplier of choice? It is because our prices are competitive. As the market demand for dried goods intensified, various drying factories began to raise their prices. Although small shopkeepers and stall owners increased their retail prices, their profit margins remained stagnant. If Feng's drying factory refrained from raising its prices during this period, it would quickly become the preferred supplier for these small retailers. Furthermore, in pursuit of expanding market share, Feng Qianyi proposed promotional discounts. Should customers meet certain purchase thresholds, they would be entitled to corresponding discounts. He also compiled a detailed list that clearly delineated various shares and their corresponding discounts. The greater the quantity purchased, the more substantial the discount. Furthermore, it supported joint purchases among multiple parties, allowing 3 or 4 businesses to collectively procure goods, thus enabling cooperative clients to simultaneously benefit from higher discounts. Feng Qianyi's ideas were remarkably ahead of their time. At that moment, County L had yet to embrace the concept of bulk purchase discounts as a promotional strategy. Typically, promotional activities in the market merely involved giving a little extra for larger orders, meaning that no money was actually reduced, but rather, customers received slightly more product. This was more advantageous for the producers, as increased sales led to quicker returns, facilitating further production. Bulk purchase discounts, however, favor the purchasers, allowing them to acquire the same quantity for a lesser price, which, from the producer's perspective, amounted to a loss. When Feng Qianyi first proposed the bulk purchase discount promotional method, Feng Wanda was utterly bewildered, only coming to believe that his eldest son was not merely being foolish when Feng Qianyi introduced the concept of capturing market share. Capturing market share is a tactic frequently employed in later commercial competition, where one first seizes market share with lower-priced products or free services, gradually squeezing out the competition. Once established as the market leader, one can then become a new price setter. Feng Qianyi aimed to capture market share. When the Feng family dry goods factory became the largest supplier of mid-range quality dried goods in the market, it would qualify to become the price setter. However, his father protested, "But son, we would incur significant losses by doing so." Feng Wanda remained somewhat reluctant. "Yet we would still be making a profit, albeit a modest one," Feng Qianyi continued to elucidate. "Our factory produces mid to low quality dried goods, and there are plenty of superior products available in the market. We have little to compete with them. Hence, operating on thin margins with high sales volume is our best approach. Establishing a firm foothold is paramount. Moreover, we still have debts to settle. We must earn some profits first." Feng Qianyi reminded his father. Indeed, Feng Wanda acknowledged, clearly more concerned about the debt issue. To acquire the factory, He had borrowed a substantial sum from relatives and friends, and the pressure of principal plus interest left him restless at night. Fang Wangda announced 3 major decisions at the factory: no price hikes, bulk discounts, and support for joint purchases, decisions that were met with confusion among the employees. Nonetheless, despite their lack of understanding, the workers complied with the new factory manager's directives. To ensure that these 3 decisions were well communicated to the vendors at the agricultural market, Fang Wangda initially dispatched sales staff to promote them at the largest agricultural market in the county. As Fang Qinyi predicted, the vendors appeared quite intrigued. That very day, several shopkeepers collaborated on a bulk order, and the sales staff promptly processed their order forms, marking the discounted prices directly in the price column. The following day, upon receiving their goods, inspecting quality, and weighing the items, the shopkeepers readily settled the remaining balance on the spot, leaving the factory's contact number, and resolved to procure their supplies from the Fang family dry goods factory on a long-term basis. With the validation from these shopkeepers, many vendors in the market united to procure goods from the Fang family's drying factory. The sales representatives were so busy writing orders that their hands ached. The sales volume over the past couple of days nearly equaled that of the entire previous month, and the thought of the commissions they could earn made their smiles even more radiant. Following the successful launch, Fang Wangda promptly dispatched additional sales staff to various rural markets for promotion and order collection. Although the order quantities were not as substantial as those from the county town, many new sales points emerged, as long as the channels were well maintained. A stable sales volume was assured. With an increase in orders, the workers felt considerably more secure. With hope in their hearts, the atmosphere in the production facility became lively and bustling. Everyone was so engrossed in their tasks that they could hardly pause, and production efficiency had more than doubled. Transport vehicles busily shuttled between towns, delivering baskets of dried goods to various agricultural markets. Chapter 26. The impact the business of the Fang family drying factory was thriving, and Fang Wangda, in high spirits, was cheerful throughout the day. However, the joyous summer vacation was drawing to a close. As his strategist, Fang Qinyi, was about to return to school. "Son, why don't you come back and continue your studies?" Fang Wangda was reluctant to let his eldest son leave for the county town. Fang Qinyi shook his head. "No, I must catch up with Junqi. She has already entered middle school, while I am still in the 3rd grade of elementary school. If I do not catch up soon, the gap between us will only widen." All right. Though he was reluctant, Fang Wangda always believed that education was of utmost importance. Since his son was so eager to advance, he could not hinder him. "Tomorrow, I will take you to the county town. Take good care of yourself. I will send you 300 each month. Make sure to buy some good food to nourish your body. Do not neglect yourself." "Thank you, father." Fang Qinyi looked at his father in this life, suddenly reminded of his father from his previous life. Though the 2 fathers exhibited different behaviors, both provided him with warmth and inspiration. "Father, I will miss you dearly." Unconsciously, Fang Qinyi embraced his father's leg, displaying a moment of childish affection reminiscent of his past life. Fang Wangda was already holding back his emotions, but when his eldest son unexpectedly clung to him, expressing his reluctance, he could no longer contain himself. He crouched down and hugged his son tightly. "I will miss you as well. Once the debts are settled, I will buy a house in the county town for your mother and brother to move in, so you won't have to live with others anymore. Mm. Fang Qinyi nodded earnestly, returning the embrace tightly. The next day, Fang Wangda took Fang Qinyi on the factory's transport vehicle to the county town. After settling their beds and luggage at a relative's home, the father and son visited the Du family. Junqi had provided valuable suggestions during the planning of the factory, helping them finalize their decisions. So they decided to personally express their gratitude to her. When the Fang family arrived at the Du household, the family was taken aback. Although the 2 children were good friends, interactions between the parents had been minimal. The unexpected visit from the father and son certainly surprised the Du family. Fang Wangda briefly explained their purpose, and upon learning that Junqi had offered such significant advice, the Du family was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the factory's business was currently prosperous. Had they incurred losses, how could the Du family face the Fang family? As both sisters from the Du family attended their training classes, Fang Wangda engaged in a leisurely conversation with the Du family. Primarily, it was Fang Wangda who elaborated on strategies for selecting factories, negotiating prices, and promoting products, while the Du family listened with rapt attention, occasionally interjecting with questions and expressions of admiration. They continued their discourse until noon, when the 2 sisters finally returned. Without hesitation, Fang Wangda generously proposed to treat the entire Du family to a meal. This time, he chose not a modest eatery, but rather a restaurant with a somewhat elevated price point. The Du family repeatedly declined his offer, but Fang Wangda, showcasing the warmth typical of fishermen, playfully draped his arm around Du Guangming's shoulder and whisked him away, compelling the others to follow suit. Here, this one and this one, Fong Wanda exclaimed as he vigorously pointed at the menu. The waitress scrambled to take notes. By the way, what is this dish? Rich and prosperous? It is a new dish, quite distinctive. Featuring ham and cheese, the waitress hurriedly explained. Impatiently, Fong Wanda interrupted her, stating that his intention in hosting was to specifically choose the more expensive dishes. All right, as long as it's unique, add this dish as well. That will be all. Please expedite the kitchen. Understood. Please hold on a moment. Your dishes will be out shortly, the waitress replied cheerfully as she departed with the menu. Upon observing that Fong Wanda had ordered 10 dishes and 2 soups in one breath, Du Guangming couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Fong, you are truly too generous. This is far too much food. We want to finish it all. Not to worry, with so many of us, we will certainly manage." Fong Wanda reassured, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Here, have one. Noticing the foreign script adorning the cigarette box, Du Guangming instinctively took a cigarette and inhaled it near his nose, his eyes lighting up in delight. "These cigarettes are quite good. What brand are they?" With a sly grin, Fong Wanda replied, "They are from across the strait, traded over the sea. They are called Marlboro." "Across the strait?" Du Guangming was taken aback, instinctively lowering his voice. "You still engage in trade across the sea? It's a common occurrence. Our boats often venture into international waters, and when we encounter vessels from across the strait, we exchange goods. To let you in on a little secret, if we catch some fish that sell well, we also sell them to those across the strait, as they offer a better price." "Does the government not intervene?" "They do, but it's hard to enforce out at sea. The ocean is vast, and they can't monitor it all. When we see government vessels approaching, we simply make our escape." "I've heard some ships transport oil to sell?" "Yes, some do, but we dare not get involved in such matters. That's a gamble with one's life." "Indeed, one must be cautious. If caught, the penalty is execution. Smuggling is a grave offense, and the government imposes severe sentences on smugglers." Amid their conversation, the food soon arrived, a grand establishment indeed. The dishes, though pricey, were exquisite and beautifully presented. The meal was enjoyed by both hosts and guests alike, during which Fong Wanda extolled the virtues of Junqi, praising her intelligence, ambition, and delightful character. After a thorough commendation, Fong Wanda produced a red envelope and presented it to Junqi. "Junqi, you are a wonderful child. Your suggestion has greatly benefited our family, and I won't resort to mere platitudes. This envelope is a small token of my appreciation. I implore you to accept it." Fong Wanda's tone exuded an irresistible force as he spoke, promptly placing a red envelope into Junqi's hands. With curiosity, Junqi gazed at the envelope, pondering its contents. She glanced towards her mother, Song Huilan, who smiled gently in response. Seeing her mother's lack of objection, Junqi boldly accepted the envelope. "Thank you, Uncle Fong." Fong Wanda waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. The envelope contains 300 yuan. Do not consider it too little. 300 yuan was no trifling sum. Many individuals earn less than 500. Fong Wanda's gift was indeed generous. "That's quite a lot already." "Thank you, Uncle Fong," Junqi replied with a sweet smile. After the meal, both families returned to their respective homes, yet this dinner offered the Du family more than mere culinary satisfaction. It delivered a profound ideological impact. The meal cost 200 yuan, and with the addition of the 300 yuan red envelope, 500 yuan was spent in just one afternoon, equivalent to a month's salary, casually expended. Yet, Fong Wanda showed no sign of concern, revealing just how lucrative his business must be. Du Guangming sat at the edge of the bed, smoking one cigarette after another. Even before this day, he had harbored a certain thought. But after the meal, it became nearly impossible to suppress. Unable to bear it any longer, Song Huilan snatched the cigarette from Du Guangming's fingers. "Enough already. You've smoked 3. Will you never stop? The room is filled with smoke." Du Guangming sighed deeply, reclining on the bed. "What's wrong? Is it so terrible to not have a cigarette?" Song Huilan playfully slapped his thigh. Du Guangming did not flinch but stared blankly at the ceiling. "Huilan, I am tempted." "Tempted by what?" Song Huilan inquired, taking a seat beside him. "It's just that making money seems so effortless. Fong Wanda earns more in a single day sitting in his office than I do in an entire month." Du Guangming sighed again, lamenting how easily others made money while he had to laboriously climb utility poles for days on end. It's infuriating how the comparison makes one feel. Why not remind yourself that you work for a public institution with a secure job? Your benefits surpasses by far. What of that secure job? This work still demands risking one's life. All tasks involve working with electricity, which is perilous. Accidents are not uncommon. Song Huilan sighed in agreement. "Indeed, this work is hazardous." Observing his wife's expression, Du Guangming hesitated before speaking. Huilan, I wish to start my own contracting team. A contracting team? For electrical work. Not solely for electrical work, Du Guangming sat upright, of course. We lack funds at the moment, so we can only begin with electrical jobs. Once we start earning, I wish to bring in a few skilled plumbers as well. Plumbing too. Song Huilan expressed her reservations. We have no experience in that field. What if our skills are inadequate and we end up losing money? It's not as though we would be doing the work ourselves. We can hire a few competent individuals to handle it. What if they steal our clients and start their own businesses? Thus, we must prioritize electricity, with water merely a supplementary element, ensuring that our clients remain loyal and are not swayed elsewhere. I possess considerable confidence in the realm of electricity. Having established a reputable standing within the factory, Song Huilan playfully poked him. Aren't you embarrassed by such self-praise? Unfazed, he replied. I am simply being honest, Du Guangming, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, Huilan, how much savings do we currently have? After a moment's contemplation, Song Huilan responded, our cash reserves are rather meager, only around 500 to 600. The bulk is securely deposited in the bank. A significant portion has been invested in treasury bonds, totaling 2,000, while the remainder is kept in a savings account, amounting to another 2,000 in total. We possess a little over 22,000, which is quite insufficient. Moreover, having only recently acquired the treasury bonds, selling them now would result in substantial losses. Du Guangming, stroking his chin in thought, eventually shook his head, conceding, never mind. Selling would incur too much loss. I shall consult my father. Without hesitation, he went to his grandparents' room, where they perused their savings account, revealing only 3,000. Although they possessed 30,000 in treasury bonds, withdrawing them would not be financially prudent. Disheartened, Du Guangming returned to his room, temporarily setting aside his ambitions. He repeatedly reassured himself, there is no rush. I shall proceed gradually, take on more private work, and save diligently die in time. I shall have enough to establish a contracting team, one step at a time, without haste. Chapter 27. Entering middle school as the new school year commenced, Du Junqi embarked on her middle school journey at first middle school. The first week of school was dedicated to military training. Due to her tender age of 8, the school exempted Du Junqi from military training requirements, yet she fervently insisted on participating with her classmates. The school acquiesced to her request, instructing the drill sergeant and homeroom teacher to afford her special care. Thanks to her extensive martial arts training, Du Junqi adapted well to the military exercises, her physique more than capable of handling the demands. Initially, her intent was merely to share in the experience with her peers and integrate swiftly into her class, avoiding the perception of being an outsider. Unexpectedly, her robust health starkly contrasted with her classmates, who were succumbing to heat exhaustion and fatigue, earning her favorable attention from the drill sergeant and homeroom teacher, and even drawing interest from instructors in other classes. She became a positive emblem for promotional purposes, rapidly gaining recognition throughout the grade. Upon the conclusion of military training, owing to her exceptional academic performance and outstanding display during drills, Du Junqi was unanimously chosen as the representative for the incoming class, delivering a speech at the opening ceremony. Her remarkable performance established her as a prominent figure within the school, captivating the attention of countless admirers. In contrast to the admiration felt by the onlookers, Junqi's emotions were tinged with complexity. Du Junqi was assigned to Class 1, while Junqi found himself in Class 2. Their scores were separated by a mere point, placing them as first and second, respectively. Thus, in the eyes of their peers, Du Junqi and Junqi were naturally regarded as rivals. Unbeknownst to Du Junqi, she had a competitor in Junqi, who had set her as his benchmark. Junqi, unwilling to accept the disparity in their examination results, harbored a determination to surpass Du Junqi. From the onset of the first year of junior high, the curriculum expanded to include English classes. For Du Junqi, who possessed over a decade's worth of knowledge from a previous life, this was entirely effortless and devoid of stress. Coupled with her extraordinary memory, she merely needed to review the text once before bed to effortlessly handle the English teacher's questions the following day, leaving her with ample energy to revisit the material from the third year of junior high. Having already reviewed the first-year curriculum, Du Junqi's academic progress was remarkably smooth. During the first unit test, she effortlessly secured the first position in her grade, achieving full marks in both mathematics and English, with a total score that surpassed the second-place Junqi by 18 points. Junqi stared silently at his test paper. Despite the homeroom teacher fervently praising his performance from the podium, he wore no smile. How could he possibly smile, having fallen short by 18 points? The gap between him and her had only widened. Stung by this 18-point deficit, Junqi redoubled his efforts, toiling over problems until midnight and rising at 5 the next morning to memorize English text. On weekends, he isolated himself at home, immersed in practice. scarcely engaging with anyone. Junqi's relentless drive became a source of concern for his mother, who urged him to rest more. Yet, he stubbornly clung to the ambition of surpassing Junqi, refusing to relent. With no other recourse, his mother sought the homeroom teacher's assistance, imploring them to counsel Junqi against sacrificing his health for fleeting academic success. The homeroom teacher attempted a heart-to-heart with Junqi, but he was like a man possessed, paying no heed to their words, fixated solely on outpacing Junqi. Ultimately, his obsession led to him collapsing during physical education class, at just 12 years of age. The cumulative effects of sleep deprivation had already worn down his young body. Coupled with the Zhang family's modest financial situation, which hindered proper nutrition, Junqi's blood sugar had dipped precariously low. Exacerbated by the sweltering weather, he collapsed after completing an 800-meter run. Junqi was rushed to the county hospital, where he revived only after receiving 2 bags of glucose. Yet, upon waking, he immediately demanded to return to class, leaving his mother heartbroken and full of regret for the immense pressure she had inadvertently placed upon him. Despite her heartfelt pleas for him to rest, Junqi was unwilling to waste a single moment lying in bed. The tight schedule at the school left no room for missed lessons, and he was desperate not to forfeit even a moment of learning, continually beseeching his mother to allow him to return. With no other options, she resolved to seek out Junqi. "Dump me?" Junqi exclaimed, taken aback by Junqi's mother's request. "Indeed, he is so intent on catching up to you that he ignores everything others say. I can only hope you might persuade him to ease up." The weariness evident in Junqi's mother's expression was palpable. She felt utterly helpless. Junqi had not anticipated that her presence could inadvertently cast such a shadow over someone else's spirit. Although unintentional, it seemed to bear some relation to her. "Oh, very well, I shall give it a try." Junqi's mother beamed with gratitude. Thank you. Accompanying her to the county hospital, they found Junqi propped up in his hospital bed, one hand hooked to and fro while the other clutched a textbook. "Junqi?" Junqi exclaimed, astonished that she had come to see him. "Hello," she greeted with a smile. Junqi approached the hospital bed with a smile, inquiring about the rumor that she was regarded as a rival by Junqi. Junqi's expression appeared rather strained. "Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a competitor, perhaps more like a goal to strive towards." The distinction seemed negligible, and after uttering those words, Junqi lowered his head. "Ha, a goal is a goal. There's no need to be so tense. I merely came to see you." Junqi took a seat on the stool beside the bed. "To be honest, I don't mind being your goal. It indicates that you acknowledge my achievements. Thank you for your attention. I am truly honored. However, I fail to comprehend why you are exerting yourself so fervently. This is merely the first unit test, and I happen to secure first place this time by sheer luck. It does not necessarily imply that I am significantly better than you. There are countless examinations ahead. You shouldn't feel pressured so early on." Junqi lifted his head, stating, "If you don't catch up at the beginning, the gap will only widen as time progresses." "Oh," Junqi replied, somewhat troubled. She had initially planned to request a grade advancement to the 3rd year of junior high after the midterm exams. But seeing Junqi's tenacity raised concerns about whether her advancement might overwhelm him. Yet, she was reluctant to squander her own precious time merely to accommodate someone with whom she had no personal ties. In a gentle manner, Junqi advised, "You needn't regard me as a target, for I am different from you. I have already studied these subjects and am thoroughly prepared, so performing well is to be expected." "You've already studied them?" Junqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "When did you learn all this?" "During the first half of the year." "How is that possible? Weren't you preparing for the entrance exam to junior high at that time?" Junqi questioned incredulously. "Indeed, I was preparing for the entrance exam, but I was simultaneously studying junior high material." Junqi decided to deliver a more potent revelation to illustrate their differences in capability. "Junior high material?" Junqi's voice rose in excitement. "Are you saying you are not just studying first-year junior high content? What level are you currently at?" "3rd year, impossible." After the initial shock, Junqi was suddenly engulfed by dizziness. "Be careful," Junqi quickly supported him, helping him lean back against the pillow to rest. After a while, Junqi managed to open his eyes and looked at Junqi. "You learned so quickly. Do you plan to skip a grade?" "Yes," Junqi affirmed with a nod. She was determined not to waste time on redundant learning in this lifetime. She did not aspire to be an academic overachiever. Her ambition lay in entrepreneurship. However, she was still quite young, and if she did not excel academically, adults would not pay heed to her words. Thus, she felt compelled to validate herself through her academic performance, not foreseeing the significant impact her achievements would have on others. Junqi closed his eyes once more, remaining silent for a moment before asking, "May I study with you?" "Ah?" Junqi was taken aback, astonished at this unexpected turn of events. Was her rival transforming into an ally? Junqi elaborated. As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red. I wish to be near you and learn how you study. Oh, Junqi contemplated for a moment, then agreed. All right, come over to my house to do homework tonight. Thank you. Junqi finally unveiled the first smile he had worn in days, and no need for formality. We learn from each other and progress together, Junqi said with a smile. In fact, helping others to clarify their doubts is also a method to solidify one's own knowledge. She was entirely unperturbed by this. Moreover, she did not harbor the same deep-seated obsession with being first as Junqi did. As long as she advanced to the third year of junior high and met the admission criteria for the esteemed high school, she was satisfied. She did not demand that she be first at every stage. If Junqi excelled and secured the top spot, it was of no consequence to her. Even if she finished 50th, as long as she entered high school, that sufficed. Upon witnessing her son's smile, Jung Mama, who had been anxiously hiding outside the hospital room, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed beneficial to enlist Junqi's assistance. The one who ties the bell must be the one to untie it. Junqi's few words were worth more than countless others' advice. After solidifying their agreement, Junqi visited the Du household the following evening to study with the two sisters. Seated at a single table, the three of them worked together. Junqi remained unfazed, completing her first-year assignments before reviewing the third-year curriculum, diligently navigating the vast ocean of exercises. It was Junqi's first visit to the Du residence. He curiously observed Junqi's physics and chemistry textbooks. After inquiring, he picked them up to peruse. Physics was manageable, though the laws of mechanics, energy transformation, and circuit connections were somewhat challenging to grasp. He could comprehend about 30%. Chemistry, however, proved to be intricate. Having never studied equation balancing, he felt utterly bewildered while staring at the numerous examples in the book. Turning to Junqi, he saw her deftly solving the balancing problems with her fingers dancing across the page. At that moment, Junqi finally believed that Junqi had indeed mastered the third-year material. Was she truly a genius? He bit the tip of his pencil. No, he resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. Regardless of whether she was a genius, she had certainly learned step by step. She did not effortlessly acquire knowledge simply by flipping through the textbooks. Observing the several hefty workbooks beside her, it was evident that she had completed a significant volume of exercises, navigating through the mountains of questions. Even if his innate talent did not match hers, could he not, through diligence and hard work, catch up even a little? Resolving to think no further, Junqi extracted the thick workbook he had brought and immersed himself in the sea of exercises, occasionally encountering a couple of challenging problems that prompted him to consult Junqi for collaborative solutions. Junwan felt quite distressed. The two middle school students on either side of her were fervently scribbling away, occasionally discussing problems she could not comprehend at all. After all, she was merely a second-grade elementary student. Their intense focus on the exercises placed considerable pressure on her. Would she still be able to enjoy her elementary studies? Chapter 28. Lottery. After receiving Junqi's consent, Junqi visited the Du residence every evening. When another frequent visitor, Fangqiani, arrived, both were momentarily surprised to find another learner in their midst. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Fangqiani quickly dismissed Junqi from his thoughts. To him, Junqi was merely a 12-year-old child. Although Fangqiani had met an untimely end in his previous life, he had lived to the age of 20, having been accustomed to the grand affairs of a major trading company as its chief executive. How could he possibly concern himself with a mere child? He regarded Junqi as a relatively intelligent young lad, but did not extend much warmth towards him. Junqi harbored an intense curiosity about Fangqiani, particularly after he gleaned information from Junqi, discovering that Fangqiani had advanced from first grade to third grade and was contemplating another leap to fifth grade this year. This revelation only heightened Junqi's interest, prompting him to engage with Fangqiani and collaboratively tackle challenging problems. Due to Junqi's enthusiasm, Fangqiani felt it inappropriate to remain aloof, and after several discussions, the two became amicable acquaintances. One weekend, upon returning from training with the youth sports team, Junqi was taken aback to find several stalls lined up along the busiest street in the county. These stalls were interconnected, adorned with a uniform red awning, clearly indicating they belonged to a single entity. The presence of these stalls occupied half of the roadway, cordoned off with iron chains, and there were even police officers stationed nearby. While onlookers might have been drawn by curiosity to witness the spectacle, Junqi, having been reborn, instantly recognized this as a sales point for scratch-off lottery tickets, a trend that flourished in the 1990s. The government had historically prohibited gambling, and during that era, enforcement was particularly stringent, leading all forms of mahjong and card games to retreat underground. Even within the confines of one's home, Such pastimes were conducted in secrecy. With the absence of traditional gambling entertainment, the populace turned their enthusiasm towards the lottery. However, the lottery industry faced considerable challenges as the government, aiming to alleviate poverty, established the welfare lottery in the late 1980s. But public skepticism regarding its fairness dampened enthusiasm for participation. To stimulate interest, the government introduced scratch-off lottery tickets in the early 1990s, which, despite offering modest prizes, boasted a high winning rate. With governmental backing, these stalls sprouted across the nation, becoming a distinctive phenomenon of the time, leading to the growth of the lottery sector and eventually the establishment of sports lottery tickets. However, returning to the present, despite the subsequent popularity of the lottery, in L County, no one dared to purchase a ticket. On the very first day of operation, only a handful of audacious individuals approached the stalls, even after an entire morning had passed. This reticence was understandable, for the government had consistently cracked down on gambling. Although the presence of police suggested official endorsement, the long-standing atmosphere of repression instilled fear in the populace, particularly when it came to purchasing tickets in sight of law enforcement. Moreover, there was the lingering question of trust. Who could genuinely assure that these tickets offered a real chance at winning? Perhaps there were clandestine operations at play, or maybe the tickets sold here were mere duds. Given that everyone's income was modest and their savings carefully hoarded, purchasing a ticket that yielded no return felt like a significant loss. The array of stalls stretched along the street, totaling 8 red awnings, yet the number of buyers remained astonishingly low, with onlookers hesitant to approach, merely chattering from a distance. After eavesdropping for a while, Junqi discerned another crucial reason for the public's reluctance. The dozen or so individuals who had purchased tickets that morning had all failed to win anything substantial. The most significant prize claimed was a mere 2 yuan, with the highest being only 50 yuan. The paltry rewards led many to suspect that the stalls had already sequestered the grand prizes, leaving only low-value or worthless tickets in their boxes. The intense skepticism of the crowd did not perturb Junqi, for she distinctly recalled a time when someone had won the grand prize. The reason for her vivid memory lay in the unexpected realization that lottery winnings were subject to taxation. While later generations became aware of the imposition of personal income tax on lottery prizes, those at that time were oblivious to such regulations, believing that winning meant claiming the entirety of the reward. To their astonishment, a portion was owed to the state. The individual who won the grand prize that year, upon learning of the tax obligation, engaged in a heated argument with the vendor, prompting the intervention of the police. This incident incited vehement protests from the lottery buyers, leading to extensive media coverage for several days regarding the national policy of taxing winnings. Subsequently, loudspeakers were installed at lottery stands, repeatedly broadcasting the legality of taxation on prizes. Junqi was aware that these lottery booths occasionally dispensed substantial rewards, not only the grand prize but also second and special prizes, which ignited her curiosity. She felt compelled to test her fortune. After rummaging through her pockets, she discovered 10 yuan. Having recently received 2 tokens of gratitude, her pocket money had finally increased from 5 yuan to 10. However, recalling her previous life's lackluster luck in gambling, she withdrew 5 1-yuan coins and placed them in another pocket, deciding to purchase 5 lottery tickets this time, with the stipulation that if none were winners, she would abstain from further purchases. As there were few patrons at the booth, her presence immediately drew the attention of the onlookers. What was this small child doing buying lottery tickets? Were the adults neglecting their responsibility? How could such a young child afford to purchase tickets? Was her family exceptionally wealthy? Did she not fear being robbed if she won? Junqi visited 5 different booths, purchasing 1 ticket at each. After scratching them off, she discovered that only 1 ticket yielded a prize of 2 yuan, a reflection of her mediocre luck. Realizing that her fortune remained unchanged since her rebirth, she decided to call it a day and head home. After all, not everyone is granted the chance to be reborn, and having already experienced such extraordinary luck, she ought not to indulge in unrealistic hopes for miraculous gambling fortunes. As she prepared to leave, she unexpectedly encountered Junqi, who was following a relative into the venue. "Oh, what brings you here?" Junqi exclaimed in surprise. Junqi, upon seeing Junqi, responded with delight. "I came with my cousin to take a look. They plan to buy a few tickets to try their luck. What about you? Are you here to buy lottery tickets as well?" "Yes," Junqi replied. Raising the ticket she had already scratched, "I've given it a go. But luck was not on my side. Out of 5 tickets, I only won 2 yuan. I'm about to head home now." "Wait, don't leave just yet. Accompany me in buying a few tickets," Junqi urged eagerly. Junqi glanced at her watch. "All right, there's still time. I'll join you in purchasing a few." "Great." Junqi promptly approached his cousin to seek approval, and upon receiving a nod, they proceeded. Junqi was far more generous with his spending than Junqi. In his previous life, He had engaged in gambling for business purposes, but had never participated in the immediate scratch-off style of lottery play. The simplicity and reliance on pure luck piqued his interest even more. With a monthly allowance of 300 yuan, he initially intended to spend 100 yuan to try his luck, but Junqi quickly intervened. That's absurd. A child pulling out 100 yuan would be far too extravagant and conspicuous. Upon the reminder of Junqi, Fang Qianni adjusted his budget to 50 yuan and joyfully emulated Junqi's approach, purchasing several tickets at each stall. Junqi followed Fang Qianni, merely observing without participating, which made Fang Qianni feel somewhat guilty. After all, Junqi was his friend, who had intentionally stayed back to accompany him. Rather than being a subordinate or servant from a past life, it felt inappropriate for her to accompany him in this lottery endeavor. After some contemplation, Fang Qianni proposed to Junqi that they consider the 50 yuan budget as a joint purchase. Once they bought the tickets, they would leave it at that, and any winnings would be split between them. Junqi smiled and agreed, each contributing 25 yuan, which she could easily afford, thus reciprocating Fang Qianni's kind gesture. Having settled the arrangement, the two set off together to draw their tickets, 2 tickets for each of them. After completing the draws, they scratched off the tickets together in a light-hearted manner, surprisingly uncovering several prizes, the smallest being 2 yuan and the largest 50 yuan. When they revealed the 50 yuan ticket, both were ecstatic, as they had managed to recoup their initial investment. With their capital restored, they each added another 10 yuan and, riding the wave of good fortune, purchased 20 more tickets one by one. They scratched them off, ultimately uncovering a second prize worth 1,000 yuan. 2 young children had won the second prize, 1,000 yuan. The news quickly spread through the loudspeaker of the lottery stall, igniting the interest of onlookers who rushed to participate. Some even returning home to bring their children, believing that the purity of a child's heart would bring good luck. The lottery stall became a bustling hub. Junqi and Fang Qianni managed to escape the crowd and found a quiet spot to tally their winnings. Together, they had spent a total of 70 yuan. After several small wins and the significant second prize of 1,000 yuan, they calculated that, after taxes, their total earnings amounted to 1,132 yuan, allowing each of them to receive 566 yuan. Truly, it was a bountiful harvest. Junqi happily secured her share and returned home, where she presented the money to her family, leaving the Du household in astonishment. Goodness, Chi actually went to buy lottery tickets. How could a child do such a thing? They exclaimed. She won 35 yuan and brought back 566 yuan. Oh my, how tempting. Should I also buy a few tickets? The family's emotions were in turmoil, particularly Du Guangming, who almost immediately pondered rushing out to try his luck, convinced that winning would fulfill his aspirations. Chapter 29. The quarrel upon witnessing his youngest daughter Chi winning 566 yuan from the lottery. Du Guangming's heart raced with excitement. An investment, so small yielding such a substantial return, over tenfold, was indeed a remarkable bargain. He wondered if he too could experience such success. Perhaps he could earn thousands in a single day, or even tens of thousands. This thought consumed him, and as night fell, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, preoccupied with plans for his potential winnings. Unable to endure Du Guangming's restless fidgeting, Song Huilan kicked him lightly. What are you doing? Are you going to sleep or not? You're going to break the bed with all this tossing. Du Guangming felt no discomfort. Instead, he turned to face his wife and declared, Huilan, I want to buy lottery tickets. Buy lottery tickets? Song Huilan slightly parted her lips, inquiring, have you been provoked by Chi? Well, investing 35 yuan to win back 566 yuan, that's over tenfold. Du Guangming's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, Song Huilan felt a twinge of temptation as well. How much do you intend to buy? Du Guangming's eyes gleamed even brighter. Don't we still have 2,000 in our savings book? Are you out of your mind? Song Huilan exclaimed, giving Du Guangming's arm several firm slaps. You want to gamble away 2,000 yuan? What if you lose? You can't catch a wolf without risking the lamb. Du Guangming countered. Think about it, if we win, even if we don't achieve the same staggering returns as Chi, just at 3 times the stake, we could still win back 6,000. With that amount, I could finally establish my construction team. His tone was charged with excitement. What if we lose? Song Huilan shot back. You only think of winning. What if we lose? Losing 2,000 would be a complete waste. What could I not buy with that 2,000? Why buy a lottery ticket? If we don't win, it's just worthless paper. Should we keep it to burn for cooking? It's not certain we would lose. Du Guangming argued. 2,000 could buy 2,000 tickets. Surely we would win something. What if we only win 200? Song Huilan retorted. That would mean our 2,000 shrinks to 200. I'd never stand for that. Song Huilan remained resolute. As the couple continued their heated exchange, their voices grew louder, awakening the entire household. Grandparents hurried to their door and knocked, upon which they entered to grasp the situation, leaving everyone speechless. Junqi felt quite embarrassed. Her parents' quarrel stemmed from her lottery win, and she felt she had set a poor example. Dad, Mom, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. Song Huilan glared at Du Guangming. Exhaling deeply. It's not your fault, Chi. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's your father's greed that's at play. You have several hundred in pocket money, and you only spent 35 yuan on lottery tickets today. Even if you lost, it wouldn't amount to much. Yet your father is planning to gamble away 2,000 yuan without considering the consequences. At his age, why is he acting so recklessly? Du Guangming protested. I'm not using our entire savings to buy lottery tickets. We still have 500 or 600 for our daily expenses untouched. Plus, there's national treasury bonds. I'm not selling those to gamble. Our living is secured, so how am I being reckless? Besides, that 2,000 in the savings book is my earnings from side jobs. I earned it myself. Why shouldn't I spend it? Even if it's your earnings. It's still joint property. I have a right to half of it, and I want to agree to that, Song Huilan shouted. Then you can't touch my half. Just withdraw your own. Du Guangming stepped back. No way. Why not? As the couple prepared to escalate their argument once more, the grandparents quickly intervened, with the grandfather pulling Du Guangming into his room for a heart-to-heart, while the grandmother stayed behind to counsel Song Huilan. Du Junqi and Du Junwan exchanged glances at the doorway, uncertain of what to do. Chi, I'm scared, Du Junwan whispered, her small hand gripping Du Junqi's arm tightly. Du Junqi gently patted Du Junwan's small hand and reassured her. There's no need to worry. Grandpa and Grandma are merely advising Mom and Deity. By tomorrow, they should have reconciled. But what if they still argue? Du Junwan expressed her lingering fear. That won't happen. I promise. Du Junqi pondered calmly for a moment. Although her father's lottery ticket purchase was spurred by her own recent win, there was another significant factor at play. He aspired to form a construction team. In her previous life, her father did not establish this team until 1993. However, it was still only 1991 now. How could he be contemplating it so early? Was it possible that he had intended to do so back in 91, but delayed due to financial constraints, only managing to form the team in 93? The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Du Junqi felt confident in her hypothesis. If her speculation were accurate, then her father was indeed motivated by her influence, daring to take a gamble to realize his aspiration ahead of schedule. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of funds. Returning to her room, Du Junqi meticulously selected from her collection of stamps. Though she had only been a philatelist for a year and her experience was limited, she possessed a fair understanding of the stamp market. Some of the stamps in her possession held considerable potential for appreciation. Selling them at a philately market could yield significant returns. However, just because there was demand did not guarantee high prices, as many were newly released and had not yet accrued much value due to their short history. After much deliberation, Du Junqi set aside the stamps with promising appreciation potential and earmarked a portion with lesser potential for sale. She placed the stamps into a cookie tin designated for her pocket money, then carried it to her grandfather's room, presenting it to her father. Dad, please refrain from buying lottery tickets. The odds of making money through them are exceedingly slim. Instead, sell my stamps. They could fetch a decent sum. Additionally, you can use my pocket money. With my scholarship and 2 gratitude payments, I have a total of 900 yuan, plus my New Year money and the 500 I won today, totaling 1,700 yuan. Du Guangming was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his young daughter, Chi, would offer her beloved stamps and all her savings. Chi. His throat felt constricted and dry as he struggled to muster a smile. Firmly, he pushed the cookie tin back towards her. Good girl, take your stamps back. Keep your pocket money. Your father will not buy lottery tickets. Du Junqi glanced down at the stamps, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Conceding, she said, I will take the stamps back, but you may still use my pocket money. I want to need so much. It's all for you, Dad. She retrieved the stamps and returned the cookie tin to her father. Imitating her, Du Junwan approached with her own cookie tin. Dad, I'll give you my New Year money too, but I don't have as much as Chi. I only have 200 yuan. After a moment's hesitation, Du Junwan added, as long as you and Mom don't argue. I won't need my New Year money anymore. Du Guangming felt a surge of warmth rush towards his eyes. He turned his head and blinked a few times, regaining his composure before squatting down before the two sisters, gently resting his hands on their heads. Good children. You are all Daddy's precious kids. Daddy will no longer argue with Mommy, I promise. Now, take back your pocket money, for Daddy does not lack in funds. Du Junwan glanced at her sister Du Junqi, and subtly, she had already begun to regard her younger sister as an elder. Du Junqi gestured for Du Junwan to retrieve the cookie box, while she herself only took back 200 yuan. I only need to keep 200, the rest can be lent to you. Daddy, with no interest, of course. Hearing the commotion, Grandma and Song Huilan also approached, standing quietly at the doorway, watching the two sensible sisters with hearts overflowing with warmth and joy. Song Huilan blinked back tears and made a silent decision. After carrying the two sisters back to bed and watching them close their eyes, Du Guangming and Song Huilan gently closed the door and returned to their own room. Song Huilan took out the savings book from the drawer. Here, 2,000 for you. Mom just borrowed us 2,000 as well, and with Chi-Chi's 1,500, you now have 5,500. If you want to recruit someone, go ahead. Du Guangming lowered his head. Caressing the cookie box, I will work diligently for Chi-Chi and Wan. Chapter 30. Martial arts selection competition. With the initial capital in hand, Du Guangming promptly set about forming a contracting team. He first invited several colleagues, with whom he had a good rapport and whose skills were commendable, for a drink. As the liquor flowed, conversation became lively, and Du Guangming seized the moment to share his intention of establishing a contracting team. Well regarded among his peers, when Du Guangming announced his plans, his colleagues naturally offered their congratulations, wishing him prosperous business, yet refrained from discussing anything further. Observing their reactions, Du Guangming resolved to clarify his terms. He first outlined the minimum daily wage for each job, mentioning additional subsidies for longer projects, and stipulated that for particularly difficult tasks, payment would not be calculated by the day but rather based on a certain percentage of net profits. Du Guangming articulated the terms clearly. If his colleagues remained unmoved, it would indicate a lack of interest in collaboration. Having laid out his conditions, which were quite favorable, his colleagues indeed began to show interest. After a few rounds of drinks and some contemplation, several agreed on the spot. In truth, Du Guangming's offer was exceedingly generous. They were not required to invest anything extra, nor did they need to resign to work independently. They would simply take on some private jobs in their spare time, earning slightly more than their regular wages. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? Once he had secured reliable workers, Du Guangming actively sought out jobs. In reality, he had numerous private projects in hand, though many did not appeal to him due to their meager profits, making them not worth the effort. Thus, he had merely kept their contact information, intending to consider them only when he found himself truly idle. Now, however, things were different. He was determined to earn money, accepting jobs of all sizes. After all, even the meat of an ant is still meat. Du Guangming had become quite busy, and as his wife, Song Huilan naturally offered her unwavering support. The couple spent their evenings contemplating how to secure orders and complete tasks, meticulously calculating profits and pricing, laboring until the midnight hour. Their young child, Junqi, was at a stage where she could not contribute, so she devoted herself to her studies while also keeping a watchful eye on her sibling, Du Junwan, ensuring their parents could focus wholly on their entrepreneurial endeavors without any concerns. As the weather began to cool, various competitions commenced, and the youth sports team also sprang into action. The province held annual martial arts competitions across different age groups, featuring both professional and amateur participants, with a multitude of events and competitors. As the provincial martial arts competition approached, the city-level selection was set to take place first. The youth sports team, managed by the county sports bureau, had to participate. Several capable athletes were dispatched to compete, while Du Junqi, being a new and younger member, did not yet qualify for competition and was instead accompanying the team to observe and learn. Having represented the youth team in numerous competitions in her past life, Du Junqi was quite experienced in such outings. Though it was her first time accompanying the team, she remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of anxiety or fear, nor any exuberant displays of excitement on the bus. She refrained from horseplay, and during the dormitory assignments, she did not protest or complain about sharing an 8-person room. Adapting seamlessly to her surroundings, her demeanor greatly pleased the coach leading the team. After organizing their luggage and settling in the dormitory, the coach took the new team members on a tour of the city sports hall to observe their behavior. Throughout the day, the coach noted that among the 8 newly recruited athletes, Du Junqi distinguished herself with her calm and steady demeanor. Despite being a girl, she exhibited remarkable composure, displaying no panic or commotion, and complied with all directives from her superiors, proving to be a promising candidate worthy of cultivation. The competition was set to officially commence the following day, allowing the team a day of rest. After touring the sports hall, the coach instructed the athletes to remain on the premises before granting them some freedom to explore. The competitors hurriedly familiarized themselves with the competition venue, while the observing team members scurried about, gathering intelligence. Naturally, Du Junqi followed suit. On the morning of the selection trials, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. To make a favorable impression on the judges, both male and female athletes meticulously groomed themselves, ensuring not a single strand was out of place. Each participant took great care in perfecting their appearance, striving for immaculate presentation. In the lounge, the female athletes crowded around mirrors to check their looks, while the male athletes lounged in chairs, casually propping their legs up. Each had a small mirror in hand, occasionally adjusting their hairstyles with combs. "Oh no, I slept on my hair last night and now it's all messed up." Yuming exclaimed. Eli Chun shot him an exasperated glance. "Don't be so dramatic. While there's still time, just wet your hair again, use the blow dryer until it's half dry, and apply some gel." Right, I'll do that right away." Yuming dashed to the restroom. "Oh no, this is a disaster. I only had a pack of biscuits last night, and now I have a pimple," Yanxiu lamented. The captain, Lin Feng, glanced up from tying his shoelaces and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's quite noticeable." "What should I do, Captain? If I pop it, it'll be red, but if I leave it, it looks terrible." "What should I do?" Lin Feng produced a box of facial cream and cautioned, "Do not squeeze your pimples. This cream is rather thick and does not easily blend. Just apply a small amount to conceal it, and from a distance, it will appear inconspicuous." Junqi sat on a nearby bench, observing, while Gao Hong nestled closely against her. Gao Hong, a newcomer this year, was one of the 8 new recruits, with only 2 being girls. Naturally, she found herself in the company of Junqi as she struggled to converse with the boys. Leaning in, Gao Hong whispered to Junqi, "Aren't they boys? Why do they have more supplies than the girls?" Having grown accustomed to the vanity of the male athletes, Junqi replied calmly, "Because they have entered their adolescence and are beginning to understand the importance of appearance." At that moment, Yuming entered with damp hair. Grabbing a hairdryer to dry it halfway, followed by a comb and hair gel, meticulously styling his hair. Although Junqi had witnessed this scene many times in her previous life, seeing it again sent a shiver down her spine. Is it really okay to style it in a 3/7 parting? Doesn't that peculiar hairstyle resemble a trader's cut? As the time for entry arrived, the spectators took their seats, and the youth teams from various counties settled into their designated areas. After a lengthy speech from the officials, the competition commenced. The youth team from L County had always been formidable, with only C County qualifying to contest the overall championship and total gold medals. The rivalry began fiercely from the outset, with neither side yielding an inch. Both teams exuded an impressive spirit, competing vigorously both on and off the field, creating an intensely charged atmosphere. In the face of the fierce confrontation between L County and C County, the other teams were relegated to mere background players. Gao Hong, slightly frightened, clung closer to Junqi and asked, "Junqi, do you think they will actually come to blows?" "Not at all. There are rules in place for the competition." Junqi reassured her, accustomed to such a confrontational environment, feeling it could be even more intense. "Really?" Gao Hong remained apprehensive. "Yes, they merely indulge in verbal sparring. They won't fight. Even if it were to escalate, it would likely occur after the competition, away from the public eye," Junqi affirmed confidently. Her certainty calmed Gao Hong, who straightened up and refocused on the match. Throughout the event, Junqi maintained her attention on the proceedings, which at that moment involved a group performance. This collective exercise required participants to engage in unarmed, apparatus, or hand-to-apparatus routines, typically necessitating 6 or more individuals, with the freedom to change formations, patterns, and even incorporate musical accompaniment, all while striving for uniformity and synchronized movements. To ensure fairness, the order of performance was determined by a lottery, and the head coaches from various counties drew lots. C County was the first to take the stage. With 10 participants positioned appropriately, the music commenced, and they moved in perfect unison. Though the movements were simple, their energy was palpable. As the music flowed, the 10 began their routine of punches and kicks, occasionally shifting formations. While the choreography was basic, the teamwork remained commendably coordinated, and considering it was a youth competition, the standards were not particularly stringent, promising a potential for high scores. Following the conclusion of C County's performance, they exited the stage, and the next team prepared to enter. L County was set to perform fifth, and team captain Lin Feng meticulously inspected each member's attire and footwear, ensuring that nothing would undermine their impression score. Alas, what a disaster. Yin Xiu, with an anxious expression, rushed to Lin Feng's side. "Boss, I left the music tape in the lounge." Lin Feng shot him a glare. "Why can't you handle a simple task without losing your composure?" Yin Xiu felt somewhat embarrassed. "I had a breakout, you see, and while I was preoccupied with treating my acne, I momentarily forgot." "Quickly, go find someone at the edge of the field to fetch it from the lounge. It should be here soon, don't delay." "All right, I'll go immediately." Yin Xiu hastened to the sidelines, waving at his teammates in the audience. The ever-sharp Zhang Shuai dashed over at once. After a brief exchange, Zhang Shuai sprinted towards the lounge. In just 2 minutes, Zhang Shuai returned empty-handed. "Where's the tape?" Yin Xiu inquired anxiously. "The door is locked. I can't get in. We need to ask the coach for the key. Zhang Shuai replied with a grimace that, oh dear, this is driving me mad. Yin Xiu exclaimed, his urgency palpable. He turned and rushed to the coach, explained the situation, received a few reprimands, and then hurried back with the key. Zhang Shuai took the key and dashed towards the lounge once more. The commotion from County L caught the attention of County C. The players from County C had already completed their rehearsals and were casually observing the movements of other teams. Naturally, the bustling activity of County L's players piqued their interest, prompting them to send 2 players to follow Zhang Shuai towards the rear. Junqi also noted Yin Xiu's actions. She found it odd that, in her previous life, County L had been the last to take the stage. Yet this time they were 5th. Did something occur on Yin Xiu's end that necessitated a delay for County L? Although Junqi was unaware of the specifics, she understood that any delay caused by the county team itself would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Perhaps the overall poor score that County L had received in this event in her previous life was linked to such delays. Seeing that County C had sent players to follow, Junqi could no longer remain seated. She leapt from the stands and sprinted towards the rear. Chapter 31. An unexpected visitor make way. Hurry! Zhang Shuai shouted in frustration. Not a chance. What will you do about it? Replied the 2 County C players, blocking his path on either side, brazenly taunting him. You're being unreasonable. Do you think just because we're delayed, we will surely lose to you? If I report you to the authorities, your scores will be docked as well. The 2 County C players exchanged glances, hesitating. After all, they were merely middle school students, lacking the courage to invite serious trouble. Sensing their uncertainty, Zhang Shuai raised his chin defiantly. What's the matter? Still not moving aside. If we lose points, you won't escape unscathed either. Initially, the County C players considered yielding, but Zhang Shuai's provocation ignited their tempers. We won't let you pass. So what? One of them huffed, suddenly collapsing and clutching his foot. Oh no. I've cramped up. Quickly, come help me stretch it out. The other immediately caught on, crouching beside him to manipulate his foot, feigning concern. Let me help you stretch. Bear with it a little, Dutto. It hurts so much. I can't move. How unfortunate it is. You are so heavy that I cannot possibly carry you. You may as well lie down. The 2 of them began to act in concert, yet they inadvertently obstructed the passageway with their figures, leaving Zhang Shuai in a state of distress as he could not get through. Zhang Shixiang, toss the items to me. A female voice suddenly rang out. The 3 boys in the passage froze, glancing towards the petite girl who had appeared at the entrance. Zhang Shixiang, hurry up and throw me the items. Junqi repeated, and Zhang Shuai, now fully aware of the situation, promptly tossed the music tape high into the air. Run! Zhang Shuai shouted. Junqi took a few steps back and leaped to catch the tape, landing and dashing toward the main stage with all her might. The 2 players from County C attempted to pursue her, but were swiftly tripped by Zhang Shuai's forceful intervention, resulting in a chaotic entanglement among the 3. While Junqi had long since vanished from sight, Junqi exerted every ounce of her strength to reach the coach's side, barely catching her breath as she thrust the tape into the coach's arms. Quickly, quickly! With time running out, the coach wasted no words and hurried to the control room, allowing County L to take the stage successfully. As the music began, the players from County L shouted in unison, stepping forward with a commanding presence. Having endured a tense wait, the players were brimming with pent-up energy, and now, having finally taken the stage, their vigor surged forth, their punches striking with newfound spirit, prompting the judges to nod in approval. Returning to the audience, Junqi found herself bombarded with questions from Gao Hong about what had just transpired. Once she managed to catch her breath, Junqi recounted the events succinctly. Upon learning the full story, her teammates glared indignantly at County C, astonished that they had resorted to such underhanded tactics. In the aftermath of this incident, the competitive atmosphere between County L and County C intensified, with each match transforming into a battleground for the 2 teams, fiercely vying for the total number of gold medals. The head coaches of both teams deliberately encouraged this rivalry, making this year's competition all the more heated. 3 days later, the competition concluded with County L narrowly defeating County C for the gold medal total. Yet the highly coveted team championship was unexpectedly claimed by County C in a dramatic turn of events. At the award ceremony, the captains of the 2 teams exchanged fierce glares, mentally envisioning a multitude of retaliatory strikes against one another. With the city-level selection competition behind them, both County L and County C secured their spots for the provincial competition, vowing to face each other once more. Upon their return, the head coach convened the entire team for a debriefing. Addressing the various mistakes made during the competition and outlining the training focus moving forward, while also acknowledging the indomitable spirit of the participating athletes, He particularly praised Du Junqi for her keen observation and quick-wittedness. Although it was merely verbal commendation, the public acknowledgement in front of the entire team served as a significant validation for Du Junqi, instantly drawing the collective attention of her teammates. With their inclusion in the provincial competition roster, the training for the youth sports team became increasingly rigorous and focused, concentrating on honing the skills of the participating athletes, while the training of non-participating members was relaxed, particularly for the newly recruited athletes. The coach adopted a laissez-faire approach, allowing them to train independently. Du Junqi, exhibiting strong self-discipline, took it upon herself to create a training schedule, rigorously adhering to her daily training regimen despite the coach's reduced oversight. Influenced by Du Junqi, the previously somewhat lackadaisical Gao Hong and her companions dared not continue their complacency. Unsure of how to train themselves, they decided to practice alongside Du Junqi. After several days of training, they discovered that Du Junqi's movements were remarkably precise, and her patience in teaching them was commendable. Gradually, not only Gao Hong, but even the boys who had previously underestimated girls began to respect Du Junqi, who subtly emerged as a leader among the newcomers. Since collaborating with Du Junqi during the municipal selection competition, where he promptly delivered the music tape, Zhang Shuai had taken it upon himself to regard Du Junqi as his partner. 2 years her senior and having joined the team a year earlier, Zhang Shuai, despite not meeting the competition standards, possessed a year's worth of additional training compared to Du Junqi's cohort. Thus he was well versed in the martial arts curriculum for new members. With the coach easing training for non-competing members, Zhang Shuai frequently approached Du Junqi to offer guidance. His theoretical instruction to her was generous. However, during practical exercises, he soon realized that Du Junqi executed her movements with even greater precision. Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, Zhang Shuai became increasingly drawn to Du Junqi, seeking her out daily for sparring sessions, growing ever more resolute despite his defeats. On this particular day, when Zhang Shuai sought out Du Junqi, she assumed he was there to spar once more. However, to her surprise, he broached a different matter. Du Junqi, I heard your father is an electrician? Yes, Du Junqi nodded. Zhang Shuai, elated, continued, that's splendid. My father's workplace is looking for an electrician to modify the dormitory wiring. Could your father lend a hand? Modify the wiring? How extensive is the project? Zhang Shuai frowned. I'm not sure how extensive it is and why father mentioned it during dinner last night. His workplace entrusted him with this task? But doesn't he know where to find an electrician? I recalled your father's profession and mentioned it to him. I'll clarify the specifics at home and let you know tomorrow. Du Junqi nodded. All right, find out the details and come back to inform me. Remember to ask whether it's for indoor or outdoor wiring, the scope of the work, and if they need to add circuit breakers or similar fixtures. Okay, I'll remember. The next day, when Zhang Shuai returned to Du Junqi, he had gathered the necessary information. Zhang Shuai revealed that his father was the office director at the county turbine company, where employee dormitories had been fully occupied for quite some time. With an increasing number of married employees unable to access the housing benefits, discontent among the staff had been mounting. Tio addressed the employees' grievances. The company had to prioritize this issue on their agenda, assigning it to the office director. After several days of consideration and consulting with the general manager, Zhang Shuai's father planned to refurbish an unused small warehouse, converting it into dormitory units for married employees. While constructing walls to create separate rooms was manageable, the installation of electrical wiring posed a challenge. Thus, Zhang Shuai's father had been on the lookout for a suitable electrician. However, since the project was an indoor one, the power plant did not handle such work. Hiring a private electrician was complicated due to the substantial workload, which private electricians might struggle to manage. This matter had been a source of headache for Zhang Shuai's father for several days. Understood. I shall return and discuss this matter with my father. It appears promising for future endeavors. Du Junqi perceives this as a splendid opportunity. Should this project materialize, any subsequent requests for dormitory renovations will undoubtedly lead them to seek my father's expertise. Thank you very much. Zhang Shuai beamed with joy, feeling elated to assist his father. Do you happen to have your father's workplace phone number? If my father secures the project, he will certainly need to visit the site, so it would be prudent to have a contact number for communication. Zhang Shuai retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. Indeed, my father took the liberty of noting it down, including the precise address of his workplace, as well as his name and office phone number. Very well. Du Junqi carefully stored the paper, assuring that regardless of the outcome, my father will certainly call yours tomorrow. Thank you once again. Upon returning home, Du Junqi informed his father, Du Guangming, about the dormitory project with the county machinery company. Upon hearing this, Du Guangming recognized it as an excellent opportunity. As soon as dinner concluded, he excitedly retreated to his room to prepare a detailed quotation. The following day, during a break at work, Du Guangming called Zhang Shuai's father, Zhang Bin, and arranged to visit the site by noon. The small warehouse, separated by a wall yet lacking a ceiling, facilitated the installation of electrical wiring. Du Guangming sketched a floor plan of the warehouse before returning home. That evening, he gathered a few colleagues to discuss and deliberate on a preliminary installation plan, estimating the overall project costs and finalizing the quotation. Du Guangming presented the price to Zhang Bin, which comfortably fit within his expected range. Zhang Bin readily agreed, urging Du Guangming to commence installation at the earliest convenience. Du Guangming produced the prepared contract, and both parties affixed their signatures and seals, thus securing the deal. Upon returning home that day, Du Guangming could hardly contain his excitement and indulged in 2 bottles of beer, brimming with enthusiasm as he prepared to begin work the following day. Chapter 32. Setting up the public account with the County Machinery Company's project concluded, Zhang Bin promptly settled the final payment. Upon receiving the funds, Du Guangming immediately reconciled the costs of materials and labor, discovering, to his astonishment, that after deducting these expenses, he had managed to net nearly 10,000 yuan. A revelation that nearly drove him to ecstasy. 10,000 yuan. For the first time, Du Guangming profoundly grasped the essence of confidence and self-assurance. With his wallet now plump, his boldness flourished. Even purchasing a bottle of vinegar felt like an act of newfound charm. The sensation of affluence is truly delightful. Du Guangming promptly settled the wages of his colleagues and repaid the 3,005 he had borrowed from his grandparents and Du Junqi. After these repayments, he counted his remaining funds, discovering over 6,000 yuan at his disposal. How to spend it wisely? Eager to procure something for his family, he found himself uncertain of their desires and decided to convene a family meeting, directly inquiring about their wishes. His grandparents exchanged knowing glances. The grandfather, with a look of pride, regarded his son. Mingzi, it is commendable that you have earned money and wish to buy us gifts, reflecting your filial piety. Your mother and I are well aware and pleased, yet we find ourselves lacking for nothing. Therefore, do refrain from frivolously spending. It would be wiser to save your funds, or perhaps invest in government bonds. Song Huilan harbored some thoughts. I simply wish to acquire some gold ornaments, gold necklaces, gold rings. Gold retains its value, and whether one purchases in abundance or sparingly, there is no loss. Furthermore, in a few years, the children of relatives will have grown up, and when they marry, we will need to present some gold. It is prudent to prepare in advance while I have the means, to avoid the hassle of being financially constrained later. Of course, there is an even more significant point. I can wear gold necklaces and rings to work, dazzling those narrow-minded women in the factory. Song Huilan's reasoning was quite sound, and both grandparents expressed their agreement. Du Junwen's desires were far simpler. I simply want a Barbie doll. A classmate in my dance class received one for her birthday last month, a particularly expensive one from abroad. She flaunted it all day at school. The doll was exquisitely beautiful, and the little clothes were just as delightful. I longed to have one. When it was Du Junqi's turn, she presented a different perspective. I lack nothing and do not require gifts. But father, I believe it is best to deposit the money into a bank, establishing a separate savings account. You will be taking on numerous contracts in the future, some of which may be public projects like that of the county's turbine company. However, not all individuals responsible for public contracts are as straightforward as Zhang Shuai's father. What if they resort to delaying payments? They can afford to delay, but you cannot. You still need to settle the wages for the workers. If you postpone payment, the workers may refuse to continue. Therefore, I suggest that, to mitigate the risk of receiving payments late, it is prudent to maintain a sufficient amount of liquid capital. Du Junqi's practical insights astonished Du Guangming and the others, as they had not expected the young girl to consider such matters. They unanimously concurred with her perspective, deeply moved by her reasoning. Indeed, how had they forgotten the difficulties associated with collecting payments for public projects? Which slightly larger store in the county had not experienced delayed payments? They had encountered a straightforward individual this time. Yet who could foresee the character of future dealings? Junqi was correct. What if there were payment delays? They might delay, but they could not. A delay would tarnish their credibility and lead to the disbandment of the contracting team. In addition to the concern over delayed payments, they also needed to retain funds for renting equipment. Du Junqi continued her analysis, stating, this time, due to the project's magnitude, father borrowed some equipment from the factory. Since it was the first borrowing and for a short duration, the factory readily agreed. However, the contracting team may receive larger contracts in the future, similar to the turbine company, and we will require such large-scale equipment. The factory cannot allow us to continually borrow. Du Guangming was taken aback. Indeed, what should we do? Thus, Du Junqi emphasized, father should ideally sign an agreement with the factory for long-term equipment rental, on a compensated basis. Rental? He pondered. Well, purchasing outright is too costly, and borrowing money for purchase is impractical. Even if we buy, we have no place to store it. Renting from the factory is indeed the best option. We can take it out when needed and return it after used, Junqi nodded, stating that it was imperative for them to sign a long-term lease agreement with the factory, while meticulously itemizing the detailed price list for various equipment. They needed to specify the daily rental cost for each type of equipment, clearly delineating it in a table to accompany the agreement, thereby ensuring clarity during financial transactions and preventing any accusations of impropriety against his father. Du Guangming's brow instantly relaxed. Indeed. However, he added, while it sounded straightforward, the execution was fraught with complications. First and foremost, it would be necessary to present some gifts to the deputy factory director and the heads of the departments. Only with their consent could this matter be successfully resolved. Junqi patted Du Guangming on the shoulder, advising, therefore, father, you must set aside some funds for these gifts. Otherwise, how will you procure them? Du Guangming nodded in understanding. Yes. I comprehend, and besides the deputy director and department heads, others in the department will also require some gifts. This will facilitate future dealings when acquiring equipment. I will handle it well. After listening to Junqi's thorough analysis, the Du family felt enlightened. They realized that merely gaining a little profit had clouded their judgment, leading them to focus solely on expenditures without any long-term planning. Despite being in their 40s, they were not as forward-thinking as the young Junqi. Yes, Junqi, you are absolutely right. Father will heed your advice, saving the money and opening a separate savings account to properly develop the contracting team. Du Guangming decisively proclaimed. Meanwhile, Du Junwan, eagerly awaiting her gift, interjected with urgency. What about my Barbie doll? You promised to buy me a gift, Daddy. You mustn't deceive me. Du Guangming laughed heartily, assuring her, I will indeed buy it. I promise. All right, the Barbie doll, right? I will get it for you. Du Junwan joyfully kissed Du Guangming, exclaiming, Thank you, Daddy. Taking Du Junqi's advice to heart, Du Guangming promptly opened an account at the bank, depositing over 6,000 yuan into it. This account would serve as the public fund, exclusively dedicated to the expenses of the contracting team, thereby thoroughly separating public and private finances. Before long, it was time for the midterm examinations, and Du Junqi achieved the remarkable distinction of ranking first in her grade. Although her precociousness was already known, her outstanding results still astonished most. The class teacher, Mr. Zhang, expressed great satisfaction with Du Junqi's performance. From the very first unit test, her results had been exceptional, consistently securing the top position in her grade, particularly in mathematics and English, where her scores were significantly ahead of her peers. What set Du Junqi apart from other exceptional students he had encountered was her unabashed display of hard work. She diligently completed a vast array of exercises daily, unlike some other high-achieving students who, despite their efforts, feigned nonchalance, presenting themselves as innate geniuses who grasped concepts effortlessly. Du Junqi's relentless dedication was evident and inspired her classmates to emulate her. Every student sought to follow her example, engaging in substantial practice to solidify their knowledge. Under her influence, the average score of her class consistently ranked the highest in the entire grade, which instilled a sense of confidence in him during every meeting. Who could rival the strength of his class? Who could surpass his leadership abilities? The homeroom teachers from other classes looked upon Teacher Zhang with envy and jealousy, admiring her fortuitous circumstances. When Du Junqi entered the first high school with the highest score in the entire county, all the homeroom teachers were apprehensive, doubting the authenticity of her achievements. They feared that if she were to enter their classes and her performance declined, they would be subjected to skepticism regarding their teaching capabilities. Consequently, a lottery was held to determine which class Du Junqi would join. To their astonishment, Du Junqi's prowess was formidable. Not only did she excel individually, but she also elevated the entire class's performance, inadvertently bestowing a significant advantage upon Teacher Zhang, which incited considerable envy. The principal was thoroughly impressed with Du Junqi, not only by her remarkable results but also by her ability to inspire her peers. If she could maintain this momentum and continue to ignite her classmates' enthusiasm for learning, it was certain that in 3 years, her class would achieve a remarkable rate of admission to high school. Such a success rate could easily make headlines, and he envisioned penning an educational paper to present at the municipal office, a prospect that filled him with excitement at the mere thought. Du Junqi's family was equally exhilarated. With her current achievements, who could possibly doubt the validity of her first-place ranking in the elementary school entrance examination? She was merely 8 points shy of a perfect score, far surpassing the second-place contender, who could rival her capabilities. Just as discussions about Du Junqi's accomplishments were abuzz, she shocked everyone by announcing her intention to skip a grade. What? Skip a grade? Teacher Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Junqi, have you truly self-studied the entire curriculum for the 3rd year of junior high? Teacher Zhang was aware that Du Junqi had been self-studying the 3rd year curriculum, as it was common knowledge. She could be seen daily in class working on third-year practice books and exams. However, Teacher Zhang was taken aback to learn that Du Junqi had completed the entire curriculum in just half a semester. Such speed and efficiency were truly astounding. Junqi, are you confident in this decision? Teacher Zhang still found it hard to believe. Yes, Teacher Zhang, you may give me a third-year exam to complete. Du Junqi faced Teacher Zhang's skepticism with poise. Should it be from the first or second semester? Upon asking, Teacher Zhang realized her question was somewhat unnecessary. After all, it had only been half a semester. Could she really have mastered the second semester material? Either will do, huh? Teacher Zhang was flabbergasted. Is that for real? You've completed the second semester as well? Yes, Du Junqi replied. Reviewing is naturally swift, especially since my foundational knowledge was already strong, making the review process far more efficient. Teacher Zhang reasserted her composure. All right, come to school this evening. The high school department has evening study sessions, and the gates will be open. At that time, come to my office, and I will provide you with a second semester exam. If you pass, I will petition the principal. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, Du Junqi replied joyfully, bowing in gratitude. After dinner, Du Junqi arrived at the school, having received prior permission from the security office. Upon reaching the office, Teacher Zhang presented her with a handwritten exam, her expression a mixture of complexity and anticipation. Complete this. Just one? Du Junqi inquired, puzzled, as there were 6 subjects in the third year. Upon unfolding the paper for a closer inspection, she discovered that the content for all 6 subjects was encapsulated within this 10-page exam. Due to the knowledge that Du Junqi engages in a considerable volume of exercises and examinations daily, in order to prevent the issuance of a test paper that Du Junqi has already completed, the national papers such as the Huanggang papers cannot be utilized directly, nor can the historical papers from our school. Thus, Teacher Zhang entrusted the teachers of the third year of junior high to personally craft questions. Ultimately, he transcribed a comprehensive examination paper by hand, for only in this manner could Du Junqi's true capabilities be assessed. Calmly, Du Junqi began to answer the questions. Regardless of the paper, the essence remained unchanged. Having tackled numerous papers, would she still fear this one? Chapter 33. Advancement what? She is going to advance a grade again? Principal Chun was taken aback upon receiving the call, his glasses slipping down his nose. Has she passed? The head of the first-year division on the other end replied sternly. The examination is currently underway. What paper is being used? Pray tell, it is not the national papers or the Huanggang papers, is it? Principal Chen adjusted his glasses. The questions were personally crafted by the third-year teachers, ensuring no overlap with past papers. Oh? Principal Chen nodded, saying, then keep a close watch. Ensure the authenticity of the results and avoid any mishaps. Understood. Inside the office, Du Junqi calmly answered the questions while several teachers gathered outside, quietly exchanging glances. 2.5 hours later, Du Junqi completed the paper, and Teacher Zhang began to grade it using the standard answers provided by the third-year teachers. Half an hour later, red marks were scattered across the paper. After a meticulous review, Teacher Zhang concluded that aside from a few minor points deducted in the Chinese section, she had nearly achieved full marks in the other 5 subjects, particularly excelling in the English composition. The grammar used was not complex, yet the meaning was exceedingly clear and straightforward, perfectly aligning with the expectations for junior high students, almost qualifying as a model essay. Junqi, you have performed exceptionally well on this paper. The teacher is truly pleased, Teacher Zhang remarked with a beaming smile. Well then, it is getting late. Evening study sessions must conclude soon. You should head home now. I will discuss the matter of your advancement with the principal, so do not worry. By the way, are your parents here to pick you up? If not, I can give you a ride home. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, but there is no need. My father is waiting outside. Du Junqi replied gratefully as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and departed. Du Guangming was indeed waiting at the snack shop outside the school gate. Although the road was illuminated by streetlights and shops were still open, it was rather late, and it was unsafe for a child to return home alone. The following day, Du Junqi's examination paper was placed on Principal Chin's desk. Is this truly her own work? Did no one assist her? Did you give her any hints? Principal Chen inquired repeatedly. No, it was all her own effort, Teacher Zhang quickly asserted. Several teachers were present outside the office last night. No one dared to engage in any underhanded actions, absolutely fair and transparent. Principal Chen nodded, habitually adjusting his glasses. Very well, I understand. You may leave the paper with me. You can return to your classes. Yes, Principal. Teacher Zhang exited the principal's office. Principal Chen contemplated the paper for a moment before picking up the phone to call Director Zhang of the Education Bureau. Director Zhang, it's me, Chun from the first high school. Principal Chen chuckled lightly. You busy individual. What brings you to spare a moment to call me? Is there yet another troublesome matter that requires my attention? Principal Chin's laughter grew more fervent. Oh dear leader, how unjustly you accuse me. How could I possibly be that sort of person? The reason for my call today is not a troublesome issue, but rather a piece of good news. Dio, you recall the 8-year-old Junqi? Indeed, I remember. What about her? She has applied to skip a grade once more and successfully completed a junior high school examination last night. What? Another grade jump? Director Zheng sat up straight. Was it an exam from previous years? Principal Chen hastily clarified. No, it was an exam created by our own teachers, ensuring no overlap with past papers. Ah, I see. How did she perform? Remarkably well. She almost scored full marks. Principal Chen chuckled softly. I have the exam paper here. You may review it, leader. Very well, I trust your judgment. Dio, you agree to her advancement? I have no objections, but I require your approval to ensure it's appropriate. I abide by your directives. Let's set this matter aside for now. I shall contemplate it. Yes, I shall follow your guidance. As he ended the call, Director Zheng's gaze shifted to a stack of documents on the left side of his desk. Among them was a notification from the Municipal Bureau, instructing the County Education Bureau to organize its archives in preparation for an impending review. The content of the document was straightforward, yet its implications were profound. Based on rumors Director Zheng had previously heard, coupled with the context of this document, it was likely that news regarding the restructuring of L County would be announced before the Spring Festival. The restructuring of L County could be seen as a positive development for the Education Bureau. It promised increased investment in educational resources, enhanced salaries for teachers, and an expansion of educational opportunities. However, it also posed potential drawbacks, such as the diversion of exceptional students. Once L County was integrated into F City, students would have a broader array of schools to choose from, and naturally, both students and parents would gravitate toward the superior municipal key schools. Consequently, the influx of talented students to these city-level schools would leave L County's institutions severely lacking in exemplary talent, inevitably lowering their admission rates. This presented a significant challenge for the county's schools in maintaining their standing. Institutions like the primary school and number 1 high school might find themselves downgraded from City Level 2 to City Level 3. Should such a demotion occur, the County Education Bureau would certainly face criticism from the Municipal Bureau. Director Zheng's concerns were not unfounded. Subsequent news reports had highlighted numerous similar issues. Schools, in pursuit of their own development, often interfered with students' choice of applications in various ways, with some instances even involving the manipulation of outstanding students' preference lists. Students have the freedom to choose, yet schools grapple with their own hidden dilemmas, where the conflict of maintaining status and systemic pressures leads to tensions between students and institutions. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Director Zhang resolved to set an exemplary standard for County Number 1 High School, aiming to retain as many students as possible. Junqi, having successfully advanced to junior high, became a figure of interest within the school. Her grade jump widely acknowledged under the institution's deliberate promotion. Jiang Kaiping calmly addressed the inquiries of his classmates, having long anticipated that Junqi would skip a grade and knowing she would submit her application after the midterm examinations. Thus, he received the news with tranquility, unfazed by the scrutinizing or mocking gazes of his peers. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and her, which fostered no bitterness within him. He saw no merit in engaging in confrontations with those who relished his misfortune. She had already surged ahead by such a margin, and he must strive to catch up. Wasting energy and time on others would indeed be foolish. The news of Junqi's advancement had spread throughout Yizhong, yet few at Yizhong were privy to it, least of all Fang Qianni, a mere elementary school student. Excitedly, Fang Qianni made his way to the Du residence, having successfully passed the grade advancement exam and ascended to the 5th grade. He believed that with his academic performance, he would seamlessly enter Yizhong next year, and with a bit more effort, might even skip another grade, soon becoming classmates with Junqi. However, upon his arrival, Junqi delivered the shocking news that she had advanced to the 3rd year of junior high at IT, was as if thunder had struck him. Fang Qianni stood there, stunned by the revelation. How could this be? How could he have encountered such a prodigious individual? After much effort to reach the 5th grade, she had vaulted to the 3rd year of junior high. She was merely an 8-year-old child, while he, an adult who had lived 2 lives, found himself unable to keep pace with her. Was it possible that he had truly overestimated himself? Perhaps his past success in managing numerous enterprises was merely a stroke of luck. Revealing his own inadequacies, Fang Qianni found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. What is the matter? Why are you in a daze? Junqi gently nudged him. He snapped back to reality. Ah, so you've skipped a grade again. Congratulations, but I doubt you're advancing so rapidly. I fear I won't be able to catch up. Junqi smiled. Don't say that, you're already quite remarkable, advancing to the 5th grade at just 8 years old. Comparatively, I'm lagging far behind. Feng Qinny felt a twinge of disappointment. Don't be like that. Cheer up. We VE both advanced, which is a cause for celebration. Let us go out for some dim sum. Junqi promptly sought to uplift his spirits. I have no appetite. I want to watch cartoons. But today is Friday, not Saturday. They're not airing anything. Right? I mixed up the days. Then let us play Ludo. No, I always lose. Do you have any better suggestions? Junqi found herself at a loss. I want to make clothes. In his previous life, Feng Qinny had enjoyed embroidery and tailoring. However, as a man in this life, engaging in embroidery seemed peculiar, leaving him only with the interest in tailoring. Making clothes again? Junqi felt a headache coming on. While she had no issue designing the garments, her craftsmanship was tragically lacking. Each attempt at sewing was a blow to her confidence. I just want to make clothes. All right, let us make clothes. What style shall we create this time? Junqi turned to fetch a pencil and paper. Nearby, Junqi, engrossed in his homework, rolled his eyes dismissively. Childish. What is a boy doing making clothes? Feng Qinny's expression instantly dimmed. Do not underestimate us. In the future, Feng Qinny may very well become a fashion designer, replied Junqi in defense of Feng Qinny. Isn't he merely a tailor? Aren't you the one designing the clothes? So what? Feng Qinny is only 8 years old. His journey ahead is still long, and he will gradually hone his craft. Junqi gently patted Feng Qinny on the shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right, there's no rush. Learn at your own pace. I truly believe you possess great talent. How many designers are men? Young Feng, with such a passion for creating garments, might indeed become an outstanding designer in the future. Feng Qinny's ears flushed with a rosy hue. Really? Do you genuinely think so? Yes, Junqi nodded emphatically. Then, in the future, I will make clothes for you to wear. Will you wear them? Feng Qinny asked with hopeful anticipation, for if she agreed, it would signify her true fondness for his creations rather than mere politeness. Of course I will, Junqi replied with unwavering conviction. I believe you will create the most beautiful garments. I will strive to do my best. Feng Qinny's eyes sparkled with determination. Fool, Junqi muttered under his breath. That is a matter for the future. Where will you store all those clothes? You can't even wear them now, being so young. What a waste of fabric to make unwearable garments. It's simply extravagant. Without lifting her gaze, Junqi retorted, they can be sold. Sold? Feng Qinny and Junqi echoed in unison. Yes, Junqi looked at them with enthusiasm. I wish to create a series of fabric dolls, akin to Barbie dolls, that can be dressed in various beautiful outfits. Girls would surely adore them. Barbie dolls? Feng Qinny and Junqi were entirely unfamiliar with the concept. They are a type of doll from abroad, with a model that can wear various clothing, change shoes and bags, and come adorned with many lovely hair accessories and necklaces. As she spoke, Junqi began sketching a model of a Barbie doll. Oh, what a stunning gown! Feng Qinny exclaimed in admiration. Humph! Junqi shot Feng Qinny a disapproving glance. You are a boy. Why do you specifically like things meant for girls? Feng Qinny's expression dimmed once more. Junqi, Junqi chided gently, everyone has different preferences. Who says boys can't like dolls? Humph! Feng Qinny, in the future, we shall create a military uniform series that will make him envious. A military series? Junqi's curiosity was piqued. Humph! Let me show you. Junqi quickly began to draw, and a remarkably dashing Special Forces model emerged on the blank page. Wow, it looks incredible! Junqi's eyes shone with fervor. I want that. Humph! You should ask Feng Qinny. Junqi immediately embraced Feng Qinny without hesitation. Buddy, please make this for me later, I'm begging you. Feng Qinny cautiously wriggled out of Junqi's embrace. His face flushed as he nodded. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Junqi tightened his hold around Feng Qinny once more, and Feng Qinny's resistance was swiftly subdued. Chapter 34. Agreements and Business. 2 days later, during the recess, Junqi received a notification from her homeroom teacher, informing her that the principal was looking for her. Filled with confusion, Junqi made her way to the principal's office, only to be escorted by Principal Chun to the Education Bureau. It was not until she met Director Zhang that the situation began to unfold. Junqi, first of all, congratulations on progressing to the 3rd year of junior high, Director Zhang said with a warm smile. Thank you, Director Zhang, Junqi replied with a polite smile. Have you considered which high school you would like to apply to? Director Zhang inquired, his gaze fixed intently on her. Tilting her head slightly, Junqi pondered her past in her previous life. She attended the prestigious Shursan Middle School in City Eft. Strictly speaking, her grades did not meet the admission criteria. She had only gained entry thanks to special points earned from her martial arts competitions. Thus, her experience at Shursan was rather arduous, as she had to keep pace with the demanding academic environment while not neglecting her martial arts training. After enduring 3 challenging years, she finally found relief. but the psychological scars lingered. Consequently, she felt a sense of trepidation towards San in this life. Nevertheless, out of habit, she planned to apply there. Noticing Junqi's silence, Director Zhang's heart skipped a beat. "What's the matter? Have you not made up your mind yet?" he probed. "The best high school in L County is County Yizhong. Don't tell me you have an even better option?" Oh, how could she have forgotten? At this point, L County was still L County, not yet L District. Even if she wished to apply to San, it would be impossible. Junqi's heart sank. "No, I've decided I will apply to Yizhong," she quickly responded. Director Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate she was unaware of the impending restructuring of L County into a district. Observing her demeanor, he sensed she might have other considerations, as she had not chosen Yizhong as her first option. Indeed, his decision to speak with her in advance proved wise. Had he waited until the next semester, she might have been unwilling to discuss it. Junqi, Yizhong is a second-tier key school in the city, with a commendable graduation rate. Moreover, as a student of Yizhong, remaining in a familiar environment will make your studies and daily life considerably easier, and the teachers will be better able to support you, Director Zhang concluded, his final statement laden with implication. Junqi furrowed her brow slightly. Director Zhang chuckled softly, choosing to say no more. "Then it's settled. You will fill in Yizhong on your application. Work hard, and I hope to see you again at the Wincy Award at IT. It is imperative that we finalize this matter immediately. Come, let us seal the agreement with a handshake." Director Zhang raised his hand. Junqi lifted her small, fair hand and clapped it against Director Zhang's. Okay. With the formalities concluded, Director Zhang engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about Junqi's academic progress and her family situation. Half an hour later, Principal Chun escorted Junqi away, and on the way back, he was in high spirits, incessantly asking if she had any academic difficulties or if she required the school to arrange tutoring for her. Upon returning to her class, Junqi finally had the opportunity to reflect on the proceedings. After a considerable period of contemplation, she realized the true purpose of today's meeting. Director Zhang and Principal Chun were subtly maneuvering to keep her at Yizhong. Junqi retraced her memories from her past life, realizing that the year L County was restructured into a district was 1992. This revelation clarified her confusion. No wonder Director Zhang and Principal Chun had sought to establish an agreement with her in advance. They must have already been aware of the impending district change and were concerned that she might apply to a high school in the city. Yet, she was merely one individual. Her absence or presence would scarcely impact the college admission rates of County No. 1 high school. Even if she were to leave, there would still be other students. Why, then, did they harbor such thoughts regarding her? Junqi found herself perplexed and attempted once more to sift through her memories. But to no avail. It was not her fault. By the time she applied for high school, L County had long since undergone its transformation, and the initial impact of the restructuring had already faded. Furthermore, during that period, the system of guaranteed job placements for college graduates had ceased to exist. The differences between the current high schools and those that would emerge later were indeed substantial. Having never experienced this firsthand, Junqi completely failed to grasp the implications of Director Zhang's words. After pondering for a considerable time without any clarity, she resolved to let it be, as this agreement would likely not bring her any adverse effects. She would simply go with the flow. Upon returning home from school, Junqi shared with her family about her visit to the Education Bureau and the agreement with Director Zhang regarding her application to County No. 1 high school. The Du family was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chi had garnered the attention of even Director Zhang. A mix of anxiety and pride filled their hearts. After dinner, Junqi arrived at the Du residence as usual. The moment he entered, he pulled Junqi aside to a corner, speaking in hushed tones with an air of mystery, as if they were engaged in clandestine dealings. "Junqi, today I brought the special soldier dolls to class. Can you guess the students' reactions? Did they like them?" Junqi eagerly nodded. "They absolutely loved them. Several of them want to buy one. Should we sell them?" "Of course," Junqi responded, noting that the dolls required handcrafting, which would be time-consuming, thus necessitating a higher price. If they could wait and afford it, then they should accept their orders. "How much should we sell them for?" Junqi asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Concerned that Junqi might set the price too high and deter buyers, or too low and diminish their earnings. "50, Junqi suggested. Finding that price reasonable. 50, Junqi exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't that a bit too expensive?" "It's fine," she reassured him. "This price is within reach for some buyers, and besides, we are still students with limited time to craft the dolls. A higher price means fewer orders, but it also affords us more time for production without compromising our studies." Junqi recalled that in her past life, during her 3rd grade in 1993, a trend of comparison had suddenly swept through the school, her class not being an exception. The students frequently compared their high-end pencil cases, imported gel pens, and Transformers models, each of which exceeded 50 yuan. Even a slightly better pencil sharpener designed like a small house was priced at 30 yuan. Selling her handmade dolls for 50 yuan was already quite economical. Indeed, we need to allocate time for our studies, especially since you and Fangqiani are in your graduating class and have heavier academic responsibilities, Junqi conceded, regaining his rationality amidst the excitement of making money, and agreed with Junqi's perspective. Tomorrow, you should mention it to your classmates. If they agree, they can pay a deposit of 10 yuan to prevent any last-minute changes after we have completed the dolls. All right, the day after tomorrow, wait for me at the school gate after classes, and we will go to the department store to buy fabric, as we are running low at home, with only a little left. Very well. On the following day, after Junqi announced in class that each doll would cost 50 yuan and that a deposit of 10 yuan was required, the boys who were eager to purchase the Special Forces dolls began to hesitate. 50 yuan was indeed too expensive, and their pocket money was insufficient. Witnessing the reaction of his classmates, Junqi couldn't help but feel anxious. The price was indeed too high, and if they decided against buying, the loss would be significant. After school, Junqi waited at the school gate, feeling dejected. Upon seeing Junqi, he shared the classmates' reactions with her and, unwilling to accept the situation, inquired if the price could be lowered. However, Junqi firmly rejected the idea, leaving Junqi with his head hung low in resignation. Initially, Junqi believed that the venture with the Special Forces dolls had fallen through, but to his astonishment, during the morning class the next day, some classmates approached him to place orders and paid the 10 yuan deposit. In disbelief, Junqi thought he was still dreaming and pinched himself to confirm his senses, eventually snapping back to reality and promptly recording the transactions. Later during the break, 3 or 4 more classmates came to place orders, filling Junqi with joy. It turned out these classmates were so fond of the Special Forces dolls that after a night of internal conflict, they decided to ask their parents for money to buy them. Naturally, their reasons for needing the funds were not to purchase dolls, as boys buying dolls would be ridiculed. Thus, they collectively used the pretext of needing money for study guides or stationery when approaching their parents. These classmates hailed from relatively well-off families, with some having parents in leadership positions at work and others whose parents were business owners, and their parents readily provided the money. Consequently, they all excitedly returned to place their orders today. After school, Junqi waited at the school gate, beaming with delight. Upon seeing Junqi, he enthusiastically shared the news of the orders, and she too was elated. Together, they happily proceeded to the department store. Using the deposits they collected to purchase fabric, elastic bands, thin ropes, leather, and other materials. Since today was not the day that Fangqiani had agreed to visit Du's house, and given that neither of them had any crafting talent, Junqi planned to first sketch the base design and determine the dimensions of the clothing, intending to wait for Fangqiani to arrive before starting the actual work. However, Junqi could scarcely contain his excitement and impulsively attempted to begin crafting, only to be playfully rebuffed by Junqi, who cautioned that if he ruined the materials, it would be a waste of money. Feeling disheartened by this setback, Junqi found it difficult to concentrate, even losing focus on his homework. Chapter 35. A promising start the next day. When Fangqiani arrived, the 3 of them immediately set to work. To be precise, Fangqiani took the lead as the master craftsman, with Junqi and Junqi assisting. For instance, when Fangqiani cut the fabric strips into the shape of grenades, Junqi and Junqi stuffed cotton into the grenade bags. Afterward, Fangqiani sewed them shut. Similarly, when Fangqiani cut the large leather into thin strips, Junqi and Junqi drilled holes in the small leather pieces to create mini belts. The 3 individuals diligently allocated their respective tasks, with one assuming the lead role while the other 2 provided support. Once the initial preparations of tailoring, crafting grenades, belts, military caps, and marching bags were completed, the subsequent assembly and stitching process became significantly swifter. As for the essential submachine guns for the Special Forces dolls, that was a straightforward task. Junqi swiftly procured 10 miniature submachine guns from a stationery store. Once affixed to the Special Forces dolls, they instantly exuded an air of authenticity and grandeur. In truth, creating these Special Forces dolls was quite simple, primarily due to the relatively straightforward military attire of the time and the lack of the diverse equipment that would later emerge. With the materials at their disposal, they managed to produce commendable results. Otherwise, they would have struggled to create basic gear such as binoculars, watches, gloves, goggles, ammunition belts, and tall leather boots, which were unavailable at local toy or stationery stores, leaving them in quite a predicament. Oh dear, they look so impressive. I'm reluctant to part with them, Junqi sighed, cradling the Special Forces doll with great fondness. Fangqiani gazed at the dolls with uncontainable joy. This was the first product he had personally crafted in this lifetime, making it particularly meaningful to him. He yearned for the acknowledgement of others, especially potential buyers. "I hope they will like it," he murmured softly. "They certainly will," Junqi replied confidently. "With such a dashing special forces figure, they are bound to be fond of them." Picking up one of the dolls, Junqi furrowed her brow in contemplation before turning to Feng Qianni. "Feng Qianni, could you create a label for the dolls? Although we are selling them, I would still like to leave our mark." Feng Qianni's eyes lit up as he cautiously inquired, "Would it be acceptable if I embroidered a symbol onto the doll?" "Of course. That's a splendid idea. Once embroidered, it cannot be removed, which is far better than sewing on a small tag," Junqi exclaimed, promptly sketching a simple design consisting of the characters Du Feng, enclosed within a rectangular border. Junqi protested, "Why isn't my surname included? I contributed as well." "Because you are neither the designer nor the primary creator," Junqi explained. "Have you ever seen a helper sign their name on a finished piece?" Irritated, Junqi turned away. After some thought, Junqi proposed a solution. "How about we add your surname beneath ours? This way, it signifies that you sold the doll." She adopted a method commonly used in the distribution of electronic products, where both the manufacturer's logo and the distributor's label are present to trace the product's origin and confirm warranty responsibilities. Although the dolls did not require warranty, this method was simply applied. "Fine, just adding my surname will suffice," Junqi conceded. Junqi nodded and turned to Feng Qianni. "All right, then it's up to you. Please embroider it inside. It's no trouble at all," Feng Qianni replied. Having already prepared the thread and needle, his fingers danced expertly as he embroidered the label onto the doll's main body. After a weekend of diligent work, Junqi delivered the goods on Monday. As the variously posed Special Forces dolls made their debut, they immediately captivated the attention of all the classmates, radiating an undeniable aura of power and majesty. Several students who placed orders were exceedingly pleased, particularly with the distinctive postures of the Special Forces dolls, which entirely fulfilled their desire for uniqueness and individuality. Additionally, the dolls were equipped with an impressive array of gear, with meticulous attention to detail that rendered the grenades, belts, military caps, boots, and national insignia exquisitely perfect, making them feel that the expenditure of 50 yuan was truly worthwhile. While the boys exchanged glances at the Special Forces dolls, Junqi produced a princess doll, specifically designed for young girls, fashioned in the likeness of a European fairy tale princess, complete with golden hair, a crown adorned with beads, and a resplendent gown embellished with butterflies. This instantly caused all the female classmates to be enchanted. Their eyes fixated on the princess doll as they eagerly rushed towards Junqi, clamoring to seize the doll from his hands. After circulating among the girls, the princess doll returned to Junqi, who then proclaimed that orders for the princess doll could also be placed, priced at 50 yuan, inviting interested classmates to provide a deposit. The following day, 6 orders for the princess doll materialized. Nearly every girl harbored a fondness for dolls, and their parents readily supported their desires. Unlike the boys, who felt compelled to concoct excuses to justify their purchases, the girls from affluent families directly approached their parents upon returning home, expressing their wish to buy dolls, and parents willingly provided the funds, considering 50 yuan a reasonable amount for a doll. The ordering girls emphatically conveyed to Junqi that they desired their princess dolls to be equally unique and distinctive. If they were to be uniform templates, they would forego the purchase. Junqi assured them repeatedly that each doll would indeed be one of a kind. With new orders in hand, Junqi, Feng Qianni, and Junqi resumed their industrious efforts. The trio calculated their initial orders. 5 Special Forces dolls sold at 50 yuan each, totaling 250 yuan. After deducting the original material costs of 110 yuan, their profit amounted to 140 yuan. According to their prior agreement, the profits would not be distributed immediately, but rather allocated for the procurement of materials for the next order. Once they completed 3 orders, they would assess the total profit and distribute it according to a ratio of 5:2:1, reserving half as capital, with Junqi and Feng Qianni each receiving 20 of the profit. While Junqi would receive 10 with 140 yuan as their capital, the trio's doll business could officially commence. Recognizing the potential of custom dolls as a long-term venture, Junqi and Feng Qianni approached the endeavor with heightened seriousness. Junqi posited that the Barbie doll model was well suited for the majority of girls, whereby the doll's form could remain constant, with the emphasis placed on the attire and accessories. Consequently, she dedicated her efforts to designing the princess doll's gown, procuring a variety of vibrant fabrics to enhance the diversity of the princess doll's wardrobe, along with an assortment of beautiful wrapping paper and beads in various colors. Feng Qianni also undertook research, acquiring several modern fashion design books that detailed garment construction techniques and pattern-making skills. Recognizing that the origins of modern clothing were rooted in Western fashion, which bore intricate connections to the attire of European nobility. Feng Qinyi planned to study the nuances of gown creation through these design manuals. Du Junqi and Feng Qinyi agreed upon the design of the princess doll's dresses, striving to utilize existing materials and the tailoring techniques at their disposal to create exquisite garments. Once the style was finalized, the trio commenced the task of crafting the princess dolls. Each of the 6 dolls was adorned with unique dresses and accessories, and the process proved to be more time-consuming than that of the Special Forces dolls. It took nearly a week for them to complete the dolls. Upon Junqi's arrival at school with the dolls, he was immediately besieged by the girls. The girls who had purchased the princess dolls were already elated, and the eager gazes of the onlookers filled them with pride, sparking lively discussions throughout the class. Seizing a moment amidst the girls' enthusiastic chatter, Junqi announced another piece of news. The dresses and accessories for the princess dolls were interchangeable. If anyone wished to purchase new outfits or accessories, they could place an order with him. He presented a price list featuring 10 dresses and 8 accessories, complete with images and prices. The revelation that the dresses and accessories were indeed interchangeable prompted the girls to eagerly lift the doll skirts, confirming that they were detachable, unlike the commercially sewn versions. This meant they could possess an array of splendid gowns. The girls enthusiastically embraced the roles of the dolls, their excitement intensifying. The 6 girls who had already bought the princess dolls immediately began perusing the item price list, contemplating which dresses and accessories to acquire, igniting a wave of desire among the others. By the end of the school day, Junqi had received orders for 3 dresses and 5 accessories, evidently fueling the girls' purchasing fervor even further. With great anticipation, the trio arrived at Du's residence, where they calculated the profit from this order. The total price for the 6 dolls was 300 yuan, and after deducting the costs of materials and design expenses amounting to 130 yuan, they were left with a profit of 170 yuan. In comparison, the profit from the initial Special Forces dolls order was 140 yuan, bringing their total profit to a remarkable 310 yuan, surpassing the average monthly wage. Gazing at the sum of 310 yuan in their accounts, the 3 were filled with exhilaration, while Du Junqi and Feng Qinyi remained relatively composed. As their personal assets had already exceeded 1,000 yuan, Junqi was significantly more stimulated, bubbling with excitement, unable to sit still, as he circled the table, exclaiming joyously about their newfound earnings. The following day, as soon as school was dismissed, Junqi hurriedly rushed to the school gate to await Du Junqi, eager to procure materials and commence the creation of the dresses and accessories. Understanding Junqi's enthusiasm, Du Junqi acquiesced to his urgings and quickly accompanied him to the department store to select materials. Previously, when Du Junqi had purchased raw materials, he had intentionally bought extra. After crafting the 6 princess dolls, a third of the materials remained. Today, by merely supplementing their supplies, they would have sufficient materials to create 3 dresses and 5 accessories, significantly reducing their expenses to just 50 yuan. Upon returning to Du's home, the trio immediately set about crafting the items, and 3 days later, Junqi delivered the finished products, receiving 120 yuan in payment. The 3 once again calculated the profit from this order, with a selling price of 120 yuan and expenses of 50 yuan. Their profit amounted to 70 yuan. Adding this to the profits from the previous 2 orders, their total profit from all 3 orders soared to 380 yuan in accordance with our previous agreement. After reserving a capital of 190 yuan, Du Junqi and Feng Qinyi each received 76 yuan, while Junqi obtained 38 yuan. Junqi meticulously folded the money and carefully tucked it away in his stationery box, a satisfied and joyful smile gracing his face. How wonderful, I too can earn money now, Junqi exclaimed with delight. Du Junqi and Feng Qinyi chuckled as they stowed their money away, lacking the solemnity that Junqi exhibited, yet feeling equally moved. By the way, today I received 2 orders for princess dolls from the girls in the neighboring class, Junqi announced as he retrieved his dedicated notebook. Du Junqi refrained from taking the notebook. Instead, she produced her practice book. Let us postpone this order for now. We are students, and making dolls is merely a diversion. Our primary focus must remain on our studies. We have already dedicated too much time to the dolls over the past 2 weeks, and it is time to catch up on our academic progress. Junqi paused, momentarily taken aback. Not taking it. It is not a matter of refusal, but rather a postponement. Please inform them that Feng Qinyi and I are in our graduating class, with an increased workload and limited time. Their dolls will have to wait until 2 weeks from now, and I trust they will understand. Oh, very well. After a brief moment of disappointment, Junqi quickly regained his composure, affirming, right, you are in the graduating class. Academics must take precedence. We should not let our studies falter for the sake of dolls. With that, he too extracted his practice book. He had also grown somewhat lax during this period and needed to hasten his efforts to catch up. Author's note. Please leave a comment. I feel like I am playing a single-player game, and it is quite lonely. Chapter 36. Reported since completing 2 business transactions, the trio found their enterprise flourishing beyond measure. Junqi received daily orders, some from boys desiring special forces dolls, others from girls wishing for princess dolls, but the majority were requests for dresses and accessories. Junqi, citing the weight of her graduating class's academic demands, limited herself to accepting only 2 doll orders per week, with a cap of 1 custom order per person, and restricted the dress supply to just 3 pieces. This reduction in availability only served to heighten her classmates' enthusiasm for purchases. Junqi's order log was already filled with pre-order dates extending to the end of the academic term. Naturally, Du Junwan, as an older sister, also acquired her own princess doll. During a moment of boasting, she showcased her princess doll and proudly declared that it was crafted by her sister Junqi, only to be promptly overwhelmed by classmates eager to place their own orders. Initially, princess dolls were only popular among middle school girls, with most elementary school girls unaware of such creations. However, Du Junwan's display of pride unexpectedly opened the market to younger students, who eagerly sought to customize their own princess dolls and dresses through her. Consequently, the workload for Junqi and Fangqiani significantly increased. Feeling a sense of guilt, aware of the challenges involved in doll making, Du Junwan voluntarily offered her assistance, thus joining Junqi as a helping hand. To maintain fairness, after discussions among Junqi, Fangqiani, and Junqi, they adjusted the profit-sharing structure for each order to 4-2-2-1-1, allocating 40 of the profits as capital while Du Junwan received 10 of the profits. The dolls are difficult to acquire. While boys can still manage to secure a place in line, girls find themselves at a disadvantage. A multitude of girls adores princess dolls, and upon discovering they cannot queue successfully, they opt to order individual items instead. Whether it be dresses or accessories, once procured, these can be adorned on suitable dolls. Even if they are not worn, simply having them on display brings a sense of joy. The fervor of these girls often draws scorn from boys, who dismiss it as merely a few dresses, questioning the frenzy surrounding such trivialities. However, a week later, the boys find themselves unable to resist the allure. Junqi does not limit her gaze solely to the female market. She also recognizes the potential within the male demographic. Following the release of the Special Forces dolls, she has introduced a series of uniforms, allowing for the same kind of interchangeable military attire as with the princess dolls. Once the military uniform series was launched, boys went into a frenzy, eager to collect the entire collection, and they no longer dared to mock the girls' enthusiasm. As they were now competing with even greater fervor, Junqi acquired several military magazines featuring photographs of foreign soldiers clad in their respective uniforms, which served as a reference for the creation of the military uniform series. Although the number of uniforms available for reference was limited, there were still over 10 distinct designs. In order to procure a significant amount of military fabric, Junqi asked her father to accompany her to the military family store located near the army base. Although it was somewhat distant from the city center, the prices were considerably lower than those found in department stores, making this a practical choice for bulk purchases. Each evening, Junqi and her friends dedicated an hour to crafting dolls and accessories. This did not escape the notice of the Du family, but since they were diligent in limiting their time and maintained their academic performance, the parents refrained from intervening. They even provided an additional powerful lamp to facilitate their endeavors, allowing the 4 of them to conduct their business openly. They presented their accounts to their parents, who, upon seeing the promising profits, felt assured enough to let them continue their ventures. As orders began to multiply, jealousy brewed, leading someone to report to the teacher that Junqi was conducting business on campus. Although not explicitly stated in the student code of conduct, it was an unwritten rule that students were not permitted to engage in commerce within the school grounds. Junqi was promptly summoned to the academic office. Someone reported that you were conducting business at school. Junqi. Oh, you have anything to say for yourself? The director of the academic office inquired sternly. Caught off guard by the sudden summons, Junqi found himself sweating under the director's intense gaze. No, I am not conducting business. I merely brought a Special Forces doll to class to showcase it. They wanted one too and insisted that I make it for them, he stammered, instinctively denying the accusation but quickly realizing he needed to enlist his classmates as a shield. Is that so? You must not lie. Deceiving the school is a serious matter, the director emphasized. Unable to admit to the charge of blatant dishonesty, Junqi grew anxious. No, I am not lying, director. If you don't believe me, you can ask my classmates if they wanted the Special Forces doll after seeing it and pressured me to make one for them. Since they desire it, why not fulfill their wishes? Among classmates, mutual assistance should prevail. What is the rationale behind charging them? Furthermore, if the students are seeking Special Forces figurines, why, after your completion of their request, do you also create princesses that the girls adore? How does this come to pass? Is it that the girls would only know you could craft princesses if you were to volunteer this information, thereby compelling you into it? The doubts of the head of the Academic Affairs Office are entirely justified. Leaving Junqi momentarily speechless, Junqi struggled to conjure a suitable excuse, his face flushed as he gradually lowered his gaze. The reporting student further asserted that the dolls were not solely your handiwork. Who else collaborated with you? Under the pressure exerted by the Academic Affairs Director, Junqi succumbed and implicated Junqi and Fengqiani. The director was taken aback to discover Junqi's involvement, which complicated matters further. This situation could not be resolved by him alone. He needed to report to the principal. Upon hearing the director's account, Principal Chun also perceived the gravity of the situation. Junqi was a model student handpicked by Director Zheng, poised for promotion next semester, and any blemish on her record would jeopardize those plans. However, upon reflection, Junqi was an exemplary student, having adhered to discipline since the first grade without a single infraction, not even tardiness. Could such a distinguished student engage in commercial activities on campus? Principal Chun hoped this was merely a misunderstanding, or that Junqi's involvement was minimal, making it easier to address. Alas, he decided to postpone such thoughts, prioritizing a thorough investigation while ensuring discretion to avoid any rumors. Even if it were later proven that Junqi was innocent, malicious gossip could not be silenced. Junqi was soon summoned to the Academic Affairs Office, where the director wasted no time in informing her of Junqi's admission regarding their commercial activities, aiming to seize the upper hand psychologically. Commercial activities? Junqi tilted her head slightly, her youthful innocence manifesting in a manner both endearing and disarming, evoking an unintentional sense of guilt in the director for confronting a child. We need money to buy fabric. Guns, belts, crowns, and beads. They ask for so much. We cannot possibly cover the costs ourselves, as if we were merely giving gifts for a friend's birthday, Junqi pouted. The director's stern demeanor softened slightly, but a single doll costs 50 yuan. The materials do not amount to such an expense. Yet we have invested our labor as well. Junqi spread her hands before the director, exclaiming, "Look, my fingers have calluses." The director examined her hands closely and indeed noted several thin calluses. Moreover, it has consumed a considerable amount of our time. We did not wish to continue. Yet there were too many requests, hence we limited ourselves to crafting only 2 dolls a week, or else we would have no time left for our studies. Junqi expressed her grievance with palpable sincerity. Distracted by the grievances expressed by Junqi, the director of the Academic Affairs Office momentarily forgot the questions he had prepared and began to listen to her lamentations. She recounted the complexities and hardships of doll making, detailing the arduous tasks of cutting rigid leather, punching holes in belts, and sewing numerous tiny beads. It was a time-consuming and laborious endeavor that she truly wished to avoid, yet found herself compelled to undertake. In the principal's office, Principal Chun furrowed his brow as he discussed the doll situation with the vice principal. Chun was troubled, genuinely concerned that this matter was somehow linked to Junqi. "What kind of doll are we speaking of? Show me," he inquired. The vice principal, suddenly invigorated, replied, "This type, with dolls and interchangeable outfits." Principal Chun produced 2 princess dolls along with 3 dresses, which had been confiscated by the Academic Affairs Director. "Quite impressive," he remarked. The vice principal examined the dolls closely, his eyes brightening with each glance. "Hey, Lao Chun, isn't the city planning a campus cultural exhibition? What if we entered these dolls into the competition?" The mention of the campus cultural exhibition caused Chin's furrowed brow to ease slightly. "Dio, you think that's feasible?" he asked. "I believe it is, but it ultimately rests on your judgment," the vice principal enthusiastically responded. "Calligraphy, abacus, and paper cutting are all old hat. When we unveil these dolls, they will undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Moreover, the ability to change their outfits is a unique feature." Moved by the vice principal's persuasion, Principal Chun began to contemplate how to transform this situation into a positive outcome. If executed well, it could indeed showcase their school among dozens of others across the city. Chapter 37. Persuasion to participate in the exhibition under the emotional onslaught from Junqi. The director of the Academic Affairs Office completely succumbed, subconsciously absolving her from the doll incident. He perceived her merely as a talented artist and designer, a girl who had been conscripted against her will, with the entire affair orchestrated by that rascal Junqi. If anyone were to be punished, it should be him. After concluding the conversation and sending Junqi back to class, the director entered the principal's office to relay his findings, which aligned perfectly with Principal Chin's expectations. A swift decision was made to keep the matter under wraps, issuing a nominal punishment to Junqi, requiring him to compose a self-reflection while confiscating his earnings from the project. Once the principal's directives were communicated, Junqi's homeroom teacher convened an impromptu class meeting after school to publicly reprimand him. as the class leader. Jiang should have faced dismissal for his transgressions. However, Principal Chun preferred a discreet resolution. Thus, the homeroom teacher refrained from extensive punitive measures, delivering only a brief admonition during the meeting, along with a notice that Jiang was to write a self-reflection and forfeit his earnings. Nevertheless, the princess dolls and dresses were returned to the girls who had placed the orders. This resolution proved satisfactory for all parties involved. Junqi retained his position, the girls received their dolls and dresses. The homeroom teacher avoided any reprimands, and Principal Chun was spared the worry of having to replace a model student. It was indeed a fortuitous outcome. Junqi endured a somber day, and after dinner, he sluggishly resisted the urge to go outside. Unaware of the unfolding events, his mother assumed he was simply being lazy and playfully swatted him on the backside, pushing him out the door. Junqi, dragging his feet, ambled along the way, utterly at a loss on how to face Du Junqi and Feng Qianni. Feng Qianni was somewhat easier to deal with, as he was merely an elementary school student, beyond the jurisdiction of the high school. However, Du Junqi posed a different challenge. Being a student at the high school, if she were to face punishment, how could he ever muster the courage to confront her? Despite his hesitations, all journeys must eventually reach their conclusion, and Junqi found himself standing at the doorstep of the Du residence. Rallying his courage, he steeled himself and entered. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," Junqi exclaimed upon seeing Du Junqi, bowing deeply. "I brought you out here, and I apologize. It is all my fault." "What is going on?" Du Junwan emerged, her curiosity piqued. Junqi laid bare the events of the day, his shame rendering him unable to lift his gaze from the ground. Du Junwan and Feng Qianni exchanged anxious glances towards Du Junqi, silently wondering if she too had incurred punishment. Observing their worried expressions and Junqi's look of mortification, Du Junqi couldn't help but break into a smile. "It's all right, I wasn't punished, so there's no need to worry," she reassured them. "Really?" Junqi inquired, his voice tinged with relief. Du Junqi nodded affirmatively. "That's a relief." He sighed softly, then cautiously glanced at Du Junqi. "Do you blame me?" Du Junqi smiled again. "Not at all. You've always been a model student, never in trouble before. It's understandable that you would be frightened when caught by the director of academic affairs." The weight of anxiety finally lifted from Junqi's heart. "Now, let us settle the accounts," Du Junqi said as she opened the ledger, methodically checking each entry. They calculated the total profit from their doll business, which amounted to 2,783 yuan. There was an additional profit to be shared from a transaction that day, but it had been confiscated by the school, leaving them with only the remaining principal of over 1,000 yuan. Should they divide it or keep it? Let us divide it. After all, we can't sell dolls anymore. So what's the point of holding on to the money? Du Junwan suggested innocently that it could be used for other business ventures. Feng Qianni countered, disapprovingly. "Another business venture?" Junqi exclaimed, still shaken. "Even without business, we could use it for our activities. We wouldn't have to keep asking adults for money when we want to buy something." Feng Qianni added, "Do you still need pocket money? You're the richest among us, receiving 300 a month." Junqi exaggeratedly gestured the number 3. "Indeed. Do you still need money? We are the ones who are broke. I only get 5 yuan a month, while Chi-Chi has 10, Du Junwan lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. Du Junqi quickly clarified, "I need it for practice books." All right, enough of that. Let us keep the money for now. It still counts as a sum. If we divide it, it will just be spent, and later on, if we need to spend money, we can deduct it from here," Du Junqi concluded, assuming the role of the leader among the four. With her decision made, the others did not argue further. After Principal Chun punished Junqi, the doll incident seemed to come to a close. Fortunately, considering the labor shortage, Du Junqi refrained from expanding their market, avoided advertising the dolls in her class, and never disclosed that she was one of the creators. She remained unscathed and blissfully unaware for several days, believing that the matter had settled, only to be unexpectedly summoned to the principal's office once again. Participating in the campus cultural exhibition, Du Junqi was quite astonished. Indeed, while selling dolls at school is prohibited, the craftsmanship of those dolls is truly commendable. Both the vice principal and I believe it would be worthwhile to showcase them, allowing other schools to witness the remarkable skills of our students, Principal Chun remarked with a beaming smile. Du Junqi pondered thoughtfully. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. A good student must not only excel academically but also possess unique talents. In this new era, students are expected to develop comprehensively in morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. You have a talent in sports, and now you can also venture into the realm of labor, Principal Chan encouraged gently. However, making dolls is quite time-consuming, especially with the impending final exams. Du Junqi feigned difficulty, contemplating how to benefit herself. Although it would consume some study time, the creators of award-winning works would receive bonus points. Principal Chun leaned slightly toward Junqi and confided, "As long as you participate in the exhibition, there will be rewards. Even a third prize offers 5 points." Junqi raised an eyebrow slightly. This reward was rather appealing. "Can the points be accumulated?" she inquired. "Principal Chun, I am a member of the school sports team, and I might have the opportunity to compete next year. If I achieve a ranking, I will receive points as well. Can these 2 sets of points be combined? If you intend to apply to high schools in other regions, the points cannot be accumulated. However, since you plan to apply to Zhejiang, I can assure you that they can be combined." Principal Chun replied readily. Junqi wished to secure some benefits for her friends. "What about Junqi? He is also one of the creators. Can he receive points?" Principal Chun shook his head. "No, the rewards are only for current graduates. You are in the 3rd year of middle school, and you can use the points during the high school entrance examination. But he is only in the 1st year." Junqi persisted. "Actually, I am the designer of the doll. The primary creator is Qiani from Shishao, who happens to be in the 5th grade this year. Can he receive points?" Principal Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. This complicates matters. The campus cultural exhibition organized by the city involves both elementary and middle schools. He is from Shishao, and you are from Zhejiang. To which school does this doll truly belong?" Junqi had not anticipated this dilemma and fell silent for a moment. Principal Chun deliberated. "You claim to be the designer of the doll?" "Indeed," Junqi affirmed. Principal Chun clapped his hands. "The primary creator takes precedence, and the concept comes first. Since the doll is your design, it is indeed your creative work. Hence, you are the principal contributor. And what of Qiani? His situation is manageable. Just provide me with his examination number when the time comes, and I will keep an eye on etched. As long as his score is within 20 points of the admission threshold, I will ensure his acceptance," Principal Chun assured. Junqi smiled. "I am not worried about that. His grades are quite good. He, like me, is a gifted student, having advanced from the 1st grade to the 3rd and then to the 5th, making us the same age." Principal Chun expressed astonishment. Yet another little genius. Well then, he is certainly in good standing. What else is there to worry about? Seeking a sense of assurance, one might ponder the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. What if he becomes anxious, performs poorly in the examination, or even falls ill or sustains an injury? It is always prudent to have an additional safeguard, Junqi stated, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Oh, fret not, I assure you. I will ensure his admission by a margin of at least 20 points. You can rest easy," Principal Chun reiterated with conviction. Junqi's face brightened with joy. "Thank you, Principal." After addressing matters related to the campus cultural exhibition, Junqi once again convened the quartet, meticulously articulating her vision. Her aspiration was to craft 2 sets of dolls, each showcasing a distinctly different yet extravagantly opulent style, aiming to secure 1st place and elevate the doll's renown. Regardless of whether the doll business could be sustained thereafter, she hoped to leave a lasting impression for at least 2 years, allowing her to pursue the venture more earnestly upon entering university. 2 years? Junqi exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, I plan to leap once more during my 1st year, and refrain from doing so in the 2nd and 3rd years. This time frame should suffice. The management in universities is relatively lax, granting students a considerable degree of freedom. By then, I will be able to embark on the doll business without such hindrances," Junqi declared confidently. "How does one survive in such a world of prodigies?" Junqi lamented, resting his head despondently on the table. Junwan rapped Junqi on the head with her pin. "What are you saying? Among the 4 of us, my grades are the lowest. Do you look down upon me?" "Not at all." Junqi quickly shook his head in denial. Junwan shot him a glance, huffing slightly. Thus, the decision regarding the dolls was made, and the 4 of them began their bustling preparations. Chapter 38. Exhibition and Awards. Junqi designed 2 sets of dolls. One set featured a dashing prince and a noble princess in a European style, while the other set embraced the later popular Xinxiao aesthetic, showcasing a handsome true gentleman and a graceful fairy. Both sets embodied grandeur. Not only were the facial features and hairstyles of the doll models entirely distinct, but their garments and accessories were also crafted with exquisite detail. The overall design alone comprised over 10 sketches, with more than 30 detailed illustrations accompanying them. Qiani was taken aback upon seeing this thick stack of design sketches. "So many," he murmured, flipping through the pages, his heart racing with excitement. They were stunning, utterly magnificent. He yearned for all 4 dolls. Junqi and Junwan, however, remained considerably more composed. Having grown accustomed to witnessing Junqi's design process daily, their astonishment having dulled over time. Unlike Qiani, who was encountering this for the first time and felt the overwhelming impact. "Will it be feasible?" Junqi expressed her concerns about the intricate designs. She worried that if they couldn't be realized, it would be a great disappointment. Feng Qinyi nodded affirmatively. As long as we have the materials, I can bring them to life. Will the embroidery be too complicated? She inquired. Not at all. I can manage the embroidery, though it may take a bit more time. Then take your time to embroider. There's still nearly a month left, Junqi sighed in relief. Indeed. Feng Qinyi gently caressed the design sketches, envisioning the finer details in his mind. By the way, I informed Principal Chun that while the doll designs are mine, you are the primary creator. He mentioned that when you take the entrance exam for Yizhong next year, he will be keeping an eye on you. As long as your score is within 20 points of the admission line, he will admit you. Junqi conveyed the delightful news to Feng Qinyi. Junqi interjected, Feng Qinyi's performance is outstanding. He is certain to be accepted, surely not falling below the admission threshold. One must always be cautious of the unexpected. Having some assurance brings a sense of peace, Junqi remarked. Junqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, with this guarantee, there will be no anxiety during the examination. Feng Qinyi gazed at Junqi with gratitude. Thank you. What is there to thank? After all, I have somewhat overshadowed you. This doll is a collaborative effort. Yet it now bears my name. Had it been registered under your name for the campus cultural festival, you would have received extra credit, Junqi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not at all. The doll was designed by you. So it rightfully belongs to you, Feng Qinyi replied. Although he had never encountered the term intellectual property, his previous life and business had given him an understanding of design protection. If one were to create something and others could replicate it freely while claiming it as their own, chaos would surely ensue. Seeing that Feng Qinyi bore no ill will, Junqi finally felt relieved, as she had feared a rift between them in the days that followed. Junqi and Feng Qinyi scoured the market together. Selecting the most suitable materials, L County, being a small town, had a limited variety, and some supplies remained elusive. Junqi persuaded her mother, Song Huilan, to take them to F City on the weekend, where they finally managed to procure all the necessary materials at the wholesale market. Once the materials were gathered, Feng Qinyi began cutting and sewing the garments, while Junqi and the others set about creating small accessories. With their prior experience in doll making, the three were now capable of crafting simple ornaments. And through teamwork, the outlines of 2 doll sets began to take shape. The European doll was completed first, but the fairy doll sparked some debate, as the fabric for the fairy's attire was rather scant. To Feng Qinyi and the others, it bordered on indecency, the upper garment resembling little more than a belly wrap. Feng Qinyi had initially envisioned a light gauzy cover to drape over it, but Junqi firmly insisted that nothing should be added, leaving the shoulders, arms, and midriff exposed. This is utterly excessive. Is this truly a dignified fairy? More like a sprite. Feng Qinyi and Junqi found themselves in a heated argument. As he could not accept such a portrayal of a fairy, Junqi was taken aback by Feng Qinyi's unexpected stubbornness. He was usually the compliant type. Realizing she had to yield, she conceded a point and allowed the fairy to don the cover-up. After completing both doll sets, Junqi presented them to Principal Chun. Upon seeing the dolls, the astonishment in Principal Chun's eyes was unmistakable. He rose to his feet, carefully approaching to hold the dolls and examine them closely. Principal Chun expressed great satisfaction with the 2 sets of dolls. The European doll, as expected, exuded an exquisite charm, appearing as if it had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Conversely, the doll completely transformed Principal Chun's preconceived notions of traditional attire. In his mind, male ancient costumes were either theatrical garb or the ceremonial robes of deities in temples. He was pleasantly surprised to discover such a graceful yet dignified ensemble. The female ancient attire was even more revolutionary, deviating from the conventional image of women clad in heavy, restrictive garments. The delicate, ethereal quality of this feminine representation was truly enchanting. However, such attire was deemed unsuitable for the serious atmosphere of the campus cultural exhibition. Principal Chun instructed Junqi to redesign a fairy dress. The arms could be exposed, but the shoulders and abdomen must remain covered. Junqi, unwilling to concede, engaged in a spirited negotiation with Principal Chun. After much deliberation, both parties made compromises. Junqi sketched a new design on the spot, removing the original overlay as per her vision, while altering the top to be sleeveless, adhering to Principal Chun's request to cover the shoulders and belly. Additionally, she added arm drapes based on her own suggestions, while maintaining the design that revealed the calves and featured short boots with high laces. Once the sketch was finalized, Junqi returned to create the revised fairy dress. Feng Qinyi was quite pleased, noting that the new design was even more conservative than his initial request, aligning perfectly with his vision of a fairy. The following day, Junqi presented the modified fairy doll to Principal Chun, who solemnly placed the dolls into a cabinet, awaiting the commencement of the campus cultural exhibition. The exhibition took place at the City Cultural Palace, showcasing works from over 80 schools across the city. All exhibited pieces were categorized meticulously, yet the dolls from L County No. 1 High School lacked a defined classification and were instead displayed on a solitary table in a corner of the exhibition area. As the exhibition began, attendees roamed freely, while reporters from television stations and newspapers captured the event with their cameras. Typically, such exhibitions garnered little interest from journalists, who attended merely to fulfill their obligations. They meandered about, occasionally snapping photos of the exhibits and the audience. To their surprise, they stumbled upon a particularly captivating exhibit. A crowd of reporters and spectators gathered around the table, showcasing the dolls. Several female onlookers expressed a desire to touch the dolls, but, mindful of the reporters nearby, they refrained from doing so, instead clustering together to gaze intently at the dolls. As the number of spectators increased, the exhibition staff promptly brought in additional tables to create more space, guiding the audience to disperse and preventing prolonged lingering. The morning featured free exploration of the exhibits, while the afternoon was reserved for evaluations conducted by leaders from the Municipal Education Bureau and principals from the 80-plus participating schools. To ensure fairness, all pieces were assigned identification numbers without any school names. The following day, the results of the evaluations were announced, revealing that the dolls from L County No. 1 High School had been awarded first prize in the creativity category. Principal Chin's cheeks flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "A first prize! Indeed, it is a first prize. Although it may not be the grand prize of the competition, it is still a first prize in the category of creativity. This signifies that everyone has taken a great liking to and holds high hopes for this set of dolls." During the selection conference, the deputy mayor in charge of culture mentioned L County No. 1 High School, praising its creativity. The director of the Municipal Education Bureau also singled out L County No. 1 High School for commendation, leading to a moment when the school's prominence overshadowed even those who had won the grand prize. After the conference, Principal Chun received congratulations from fellow principals. Upon returning to L County, he could hardly wait to head back to school, instead turning the car around to visit Director Zhang of the County Education Bureau to report the accomplishments. Director Zhang, taken aback by the dolls' unexpected acclaim, joyfully announced plans to promote this achievement throughout the county, showcasing the innovative spirit of L County students. That very day, Junqi was summoned to the principal's office and, accompanied by Principal Chun, participated in an interview with the county television station, which aired the following day. Due to limitations in technology and talent resources, the county television's programming was not particularly engaging, resulting in a limited audience. To ensure the news of the Dolls Award reached a wider audience, the County Education Bureau arranged for all local primary and secondary schools to publicize the achievement through bulletin boards. Complete with large photographs, in no time, Junqi's name resonated throughout the county. Meanwhile, the female students across the county were in a frenzy, yearning for these dolls. Chapter 39. Rising fame. Junqi found herself exceedingly busy these days, inundated with a mountain of letters from admirers wishing to commission her to create dolls. She spent her days opening and responding to letters, leaving her with scarcely any time to study. Junqi was once again besieged by enthusiastic classmates. Despite the school's official prohibition on selling dolls, the recent accolades raised the question of whether private sales could resume. Junwan was not spared from the chaos. Not only was she surrounded by her classmates, but older female students also approached her daily, eager to purchase a doll, many even bringing deposits. This overwhelmed Junwan, who found the situation exasperating. Here was a chance to earn money. Yet she was unable to accept any payments, which was incredibly frustrating. Not only were the children incessantly demanding, but the adults were also feeling the pressure. With Junqi's newfound fame, Du Guangming and Song Huilan could not escape the entreaties of their colleagues. While they could feign reluctance when asked by co-workers wanting to buy dolls for their children, they found it impossible to refuse requests from their superiors. The adults had two primary motivations for purchasing dolls: to appease their own children who clamored for them, and to give them to the children of higher officials to garner favor. Particularly those buying dolls for the latter reason were exceedingly enthusiastic, making it difficult for Du Guangming and Song Huilan to decline. Ultimately, they had no choice but to turn to their youngest daughter for assistance. In addition to those seeking to buy dolls from Junqi's family, there were also requests made to Principal Chun, as the dolls were exquisitely crafted and many girls, especially the daughters and granddaughters of county officials, were at home crying for them. Consequently, the officials had no choice but to approach Principal Chun with the intent of purchasing a doll to placate their children. Principal Chun found himself in a predicament, unexpectedly becoming the intermediary shortly after he had prohibited the trade of dolls. The burgeoning demand for Junqi and Junwan, coupled with the favors solicited by Du Guangming, Song Huilan, and Principal Chun, had culminated in a substantial pile of orders gathered by Junqi. That evening, the parents of the Du family and the four children stared at the ledger on the table, their faces etched with distress. This is simply too much. How can we possibly manage it all? Du Junwan lamented with a hint of grievance. Du Guangming, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his hands together. I sincerely apologize. Chi-Chi, Wanwan. I am also left with no choice. Let us tackle this together. At least we might expedite the process. Du Junwan cast a discontented glance at her father, but each of them wants something different. How can we create so many unique dolls? Du Junqi furrowed her brow in agreement. Indeed. I lack the energy to design so many outfits. It is already December, and the final exams are looming. Du Guangming, caught in a dilemma, concurred. That is indeed a valid point. A thick silence enveloped the group around the table. After a moment of contemplation, Du Junqi propped her chin in thought and spoke up. Our dolls must embody a refined quality. We cannot afford to compromise our reputation with mediocre work. Each must be distinctive. Otherwise, they will be seen as mere market wares, lacking in sophistication. Exactly, several of the clients wish to gift these dolls to their superiors. They must be exquisite and of high caliber. Du Guangming nodded in agreement. Song Huilan also expressed her concurrence, noting similar requests on her end. Sitting up straight, Du Junqi asserted, if we are to pursue a premium route, we must rigorously control the quality. Mass production is not feasible. We can only supply in limited quantities. Given the volume of orders, let us prioritize those that cannot be postponed. Indeed, Du Guangming echoed, let us begin with the orders from the county leaders. Du Junqi acquiesced to Du Guangming's suggestion. We shall first fulfill the county leaders' orders, followed by those from factory leaders. By the time we complete these two batches, it will likely be close to the new year. During the winter break, Fang Qinyi will return home, and we will be unable to continue making dolls. We can resume once school reopens. But to ensure we allocate time for our studies, we shall limit ourselves to crafting 3 dolls per week. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of this plan. While it was regrettable to decline some requests from classmates and colleagues, the reality was that they simply could not manage the workload. Additionally, the price of the dolls would need to be increased, as the upcoming creations would be even more exquisite and luxurious, necessitating superior materials and thus raising costs. Du Junqi continued, and everyone concurred with this notion. Du Guangming inquired, so, what should the new price be? 80, Du Junqi proposed, believing this amount to be reasonable. While it was costly, it remained within an affordable range. After a brief discussion, Du Guangming and Song Huilan raised no objections. Thus, the direction for the doll's development was firmly established, a premium route with limited supply at the price of 80 yuan. Once the future development strategy was determined, the 4 children and the parents of the Du family immediately set to work creating dolls. However, plans often fall prey to unexpected changes. By the weekend of that week, the city television station aired news about the campus cultural exhibition, showcasing several highly praised exhibits, among which the first prize for creativity was awarded to the handmade dolls, capturing numerous camera shots. Consequently, the handmade dolls became renowned throughout the city. Principal Chen's phone transformed into a genuine hotline. The news merely mentioned that the handmade dolls were exhibits from El County No. 1 middle school. Those wishing to acquire the dolls found themselves unable to locate the creators, naturally turning to Principal Chen for assistance. Among the callers were secretaries from various municipal leaders, further intensifying the pressure on Principal Chen. Fortunately, in 1991, there were neither personal computers nor the all-encompassing internet, and in an era where information was solely controlled by state and official media agencies, toy manufacturers, retailers, department stores, and promotional companies had not yet sought out Principal Chen. Otherwise, his phone would have truly been overwhelmed. Principal Chen, looking quite distressed, visited the Du family for a home visit, as he no longer dared return to his office. The phones there were being answered in rotation by the vice principal and the head of the academic affairs office. He couldn't even go home, as his household phone had also become a hotline. Under the relentless barrage of calls, Principal Chen felt on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Junqi, your dolls are simply too in demand. The incessant calls have left me with nowhere to hide, he lamented with a grimace. Du Junqi shrugged her shoulders. I never expected them to be this popular, a feigned surprise, as she was fully aware that their exquisite craftsmanship would garner much acclaim. Junqi, can you not make a few more? 3 a week is simply not sufficient, Principal Chen implored with hopeful eyes directed at Du Junqi. With resolute firmness, Du Junqi dashed Principal Chen's hopes. I cannot. Principal Chen's expression dimmed instantly. Du Guangming, standing by, scratched his head. He too had a list of requests from leaders and was anxious, but he couldn't press his daughter to neglect her studies solely for doll making. He felt unable to voice his concerns, leaving him to fume in silence. Song Huilan quietly worked on accessories, aware that everyone was under pressure, yet there was little that could be done. Observing the adult's somber expressions, Du Junqi seized the moment to propose an idea. What if we set up a small workshop, hiring a few skilled artisans. I could focus on designing the dolls and establishing uniform standards for them to create. The eyes of the three adults immediately brightened. This idea was indeed excellent. In truth, they had contemplated it long before, but hesitated to bring it up for fear that Junqi might feel displeased, thinking they were indifferent to her and pressuring her to work. Ever since Junqi entered middle school, the adults no longer regarded her as a mere child, but rather as a precocious individual capable of equal dialogue. Gifted children often possess a sensitivity, so the adults approached their interactions with her cautiously, valuing her suggestions greatly. However, there were certain intricate tasks that Junqi felt uneasy about entrusting to others. She insisted that Fangqiani should handle them, as his embroidery skills were the finest she had ever encountered. The three adults immediately turned their attention to Fangqiani, who was diligently cutting fabric nearby. Fangqiani responded with a smile, acknowledging, indeed, the recognition from others is a truly delightful experience. Since our venture aims to create dolls of exceptional quality and stature, we cannot merely establish a small workshop. Should we be scrutinized by the authorities and accused of operating without a license, it would severely tarnish the reputation of our dolls. Therefore, we must procure a business license and secure an official location, rather than conducting our operations from home. However, obtaining such permits is quite cumbersome, not to mention the financial costs involved. After acquiring a business license, we would also need to secure a tax certificate, significantly increasing our expenditures. Song Huilan voiced her dissent, asserting, without investment, there can be no rewards. Having a legitimate status is certainly preferable to facing sudden inspections and being reported as a typical example of wrongdoing. Junqi concurred, stating that there was no rebuttal to this logic. They were all honest individuals, unwilling to engage in illegal activities. Du Guangming's contracting team was duly registered and licensed. It would be unreasonable to be stingy in their daughter's doll business. Given the intent to conduct a legitimate enterprise, they needed to establish a public account. Before doing so, however, they must first settle the historical accounts. Prior to the exhibition, the initial capital for doll production amounted to 1113.2 yuan. After deducting the exhibition expenses of 283.7 yuan, they were left with 829.5 yuan, which they decided to distribute among themselves, 4 individuals, each receiving 207.3 yuan. Junqi detailed the accounts in his notebook. The other 3 had no objections to the distribution. With the historical accounts settled, the next step was to establish the public account for the doll workshop. The first requirement was a starting fund, which constituted the initial capital. Junqi then turned to Du Guangming and inquired, "Father, do you know of any establishments with available rental spaces? How much would it cost to lease a small warehouse or office?" In the early 1990s, the majority of office spaces and storefronts in cities and towns were owned by the government. They were either affiliated with a certain institution or factory, with very few private enterprises. Hence, finding rental properties necessitated dealing with governmental entities. Fortunately, the rents charged by the government were significantly lower than those imposed by private landlords in later years. Du Guangming was well aware of this, as he had been attentive to this information since forming his contracting team, hoping to secure a suitable office to enhance his business's facade. Currently, he was still associated with a subsidiary of the electric plant, which posed certain inconveniences in his operations. Du Guangming promptly mentioned several locations, all reasonably priced, with monthly rents mostly around 200 yuan. However, the government required payment of 6 months' rent up front, amounting to at least 1,200 yuan, a considerable expense. Junqi recorded the details, then inquired about the wages for hiring workers. Song Huilan responded that apprentices at tailoring and barber shops typically received room and board along with an additional 100 yuan. Junqi decided to provisionally set the wage at 200 yuan, based on the current average salary level. He planned to hire 2 individuals initially, with a 3-month observation period, necessitating a budget of 1,200 yuan for their wages. Adding the 1,200 yuan for rent, the total came to 2,400 yuan, plus an additional 1,000 yuan for materials, meaning the starting fund would need to be at least 3,400 yuan. The doll business predominantly relies on the exquisite designs of Junqi and the craftsmanship of Fangqiani. To preserve the unwavering style of their dolls and shield it from external interference, Junqi intends to collaborate with Fangqiani to jointly finance the establishment of a small doll workshop. In Chapter 40, concerning the development direction of the contracting team, Junqi proposes that she and Fangqiani each contribute half of the necessary funds for the workshop. However, her personal savings have reached only 200 yuan, while Fangqiani has managed to save only 1,400 yuan, leaving a shortfall of 800 yuan. Consequently, Fangqiani decides to seek assistance from his father. Upon receiving his son's call, Fang Wangda promptly remits 500 yuan, 800 yuan to support his son's interests and an additional 700 yuan as a supplementary allowance. During the call, Fong Wangda earnestly advises his son not to scrimp on expenses, emphasizing the importance of eating well, dressing warmly, and not compromising his own comfort. With his father's support, Fong Qinyi gathers a total of 2,200 yuan, and together with Du Junqi, they establish a starting fund of 4,400 yuan. With the framework in place, Du Guangming and Song Huilan take charge of the workshop's administrative matters. They begin by securing a location for operations, followed by obtaining a business license and tax registration, while also hiring 2 skilled seamstresses. Initially, Du Guangming rents 2 vacant government offices through acquaintances, one for a workshop and the other for material storage. Subsequently, Song Huilan takes the rental agreement to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for the business license. During the waiting period for approval, she seeks out a renowned tailor shop in the county and, upon the recommendation of the master tailor, recruits 2 capable apprentices. With a designated workspace and workers in place, the small workshop begins to take shape. For individual entrepreneurs, the process of acquiring a business license can be lengthy. However, Du Guangming has prior experience and connections at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, allowing the license to be secured within a week. Following this, they proceed with tax registration, paying a year's worth of estimated taxes based on the revenue projected by the tax bureau, thus completing the necessary formalities. Once the small workshop is operational, all personnel, except for Du Junqi and Fong Qinyi, experience a liberation from their prior responsibilities. Regrettably, Du Junqi and Fong Qinyi remain burdened, with one engrossed in design and the other in embroidery. Both essential technical figures cannot afford to rest. Nevertheless, their workload has significantly diminished compared to before. With the addition of 2 full-time workers, the pace of doll production has markedly increased, and their sewing skills are commendable, with meticulous attention to detail. Du Junqi is quite satisfied with their craftsmanship. They are now able to supply 6 dolls per week, alleviating the pressure from Du Guangming, Song Huilan, and Principal Chun, who can now operate with greater ease. Jiang Kai and Du Junwan have also approached Du Junqi, requesting a few dolls from her, as they too have their own connections to Onward. As time swiftly progresses to late December, a momentous announcement reverberates across the nation. On December 25, 1991, Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev declares his resignation, and the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union passes a resolution the following day to announce the cessation of the Soviet Union's existence, thus concluding the 69-year history of the former Soviet Union. Although there had been vague anticipations, the confirmation of the news incites an uncontrollable panic among the populace. If the elder brother has fallen, what will become of us? For Du Junqi of her previous life, this period was exceedingly tedious, as the television was inundated with uninteresting Soviet news. However, the reincarnated Du Junqi sensed an atmosphere entirely distinct, tense, uneasy, and fraught with anxiety. Whispers of various rumors filled her ears, and an array of speculations clamored for attention, creating a cacophony that was quite irksome. Du Junqi was disinclined to engage with these matters, as they bore no relevance to her. The shock of the Soviet Union's dissolution paled in comparison to the impending wave of factory bankruptcies anticipated for the following year. In truth, by 1991, certain economically robust regions in the South had already witnessed the demise of state-owned enterprises, though such occurrences had yet to unfold in her province. Nonetheless, it was foreseen that a widespread wave of bankruptcies among state-owned factories would commence in the southern provinces the following year. And it would be this surge that would truly impact countless households. Should one seize this opportunity, it could lead to riding the fast train of the era. Du Guangming's business had diminished significantly. Having completed prior orders, he was left with only a handful of minor contracts. Many entities remained in a state of shock due to the Soviet Union's collapse, with sentiments within the system feeling particularly burdensome. Leaders lacked the inclination to attend to other matters, and several ongoing negotiations had been postponed indefinitely. Business waned. Coupled with the surrounding tumult of idle chatter, Du Guangming found himself restless. He drank alone, but could not find a confidant to share his thoughts. After another drink, he suddenly recalled his clever little daughter, Chi-Chi, and thought perhaps she could be a source of comfort. Noticing her father's hesitance to speak, Du Junqi took the initiative. "Father, what troubles you? Is there something weighing on your mind?" With her inquiry, Du Guangming opened up. "Alas, indeed there are concerns. Recently, business for the contracting team has dwindled significantly, and several public contracts we were negotiating have been postponed without any certainty of resumption. I have reached out to them multiple times, but to no avail." Du Junqi blinked thoughtfully. "Then why not take a break? You haven't rested since establishing the contracting team. Now that you have some free time, why not relax a little?" Du Guangming sighed. "But without any contracts, I feel a constant void within me." He had developed a certain market awareness, understanding that proactive engagement was the key to success in business. Waiting idly for opportunities to present themselves would never lead to substantial growth. Perhaps I should spend more time out in the streets and on weekends, connect with acquaintances over drinks and meals, inquiring if any public properties or warehouses are available for sale. Du Guangming chuckled at the thought. How could the government possibly sell properties or warehouses? Even if they are short on funds, they would collateralize with the bank, not sell them outright. Not now, but perhaps in the future, Junqi retorted with a playful wink that I've heard that many entities are struggling financially. Some are even unable to distribute holiday bonuses. Even the wealthiest banks cannot absorb all these assets, and surely, a few will eventually be offered to the public. Du Guangming pondered her words and recognized the validity in her reasoning. He had indeed heard of smaller units and companies facing difficulties, which might prompt them to part with their assets. But what would we do with such purchases? He inquired. Doesn't the contracting team need an office space? Junqi retorted. Du Guangming choked for a moment. Having been preoccupied with the matter of the orders these past few days, he had entirely forgotten about this issue. He rubbed his head and conceded, that makes sense if we are to purchase. It is indeed preferable to acquire larger items. Father, I have an idea. Junqi produced a large sheet of white paper she had designed for this purpose and swiftly began sketching. The office need not be excessively spacious. Aside from the manager's room, the central public working area should suffice with just a few desks and cabinets. The remaining space could be tastefully decorated, partitioned into small sections, each transformed into a well-appointed display room showcasing various functions, such as an office, a reception area, a living room, and a bedroom. This concept essentially borrowed from the model of later showrooms, commonly found in large furniture and building material markets, as well as brand boutiques, allowing customers to intuitively experience the quality and design philosophy of the products. The large, single offices typical of general managers occupy too much space. We should transition to showcasing smaller, shared office spaces. As Junqi spoke and sketched, she also proposed displaying several small reception areas to optimize space usage. If room permits, the living room and bedroom could feature additional designs. Junqi sketched a few simple drafts. Home decor in the 1990s was still quite straightforward and unembellished, lacking the diversity that emerged post-2000. She had no intention of straying too far ahead of the market trends, so she illustrated several of the most commonly used designs from her previous life's memories. Du Guangming furrowed his brow. Do we really need a living room and a bedroom? How can the average person afford renovations? This isn't funded by public money, and we are solely dealing with plumbing and electrical work. Just because it isn't the case now doesn't mean it won't be in the future, Junqi playfully winked. Life will undoubtedly improve, and soon enough, ordinary people will have the means to renovate. Moreover, even now, the leaders have the funds for renovations. Father, for our contracting team to thrive, we cannot limit ourselves to plumbing and electrical services. We need to think further ahead and expand our scope of business, including renovation services. Additionally, we must assist our clients in considering all details of their renovations, allowing them to entrust everything to us with confidence, thus maximizing our profits. What Junqi articulated was essentially the developmental trajectory of Du Guangming's company in her previous life, evolving from a modest contracting team into a professional design and renovation firm over a span of 10 years. This time, Junqi would aid her father in expediting that process. Du Guangming stroked his head. Let's focus on office renovations for now, as our current clients are primarily public institutions. Junqi pondered for a moment and took a step back. How about we each set aside one display room for the living room and bedroom, and assess the market potential from there? It was merely a matter of reserving one room each, and upon reviewing the floor plan, with each display room not being overly large, Du Guangming nodded in agreement. Currently, the clientele of the contracting team consisted mainly of public institutions, yet the number of affluent public entities was limited. There were many more that were financially constrained. We must broaden our potential market and devise cost-saving solutions for those less affluent entities, thereby earning their trust and fostering a strong reputation for ourselves, Junqi asserted. Du Guangming nodded. Indeed, you are correct. I can certainly devise some cost-effective designs. However, Father, it is imperative that you first find several reputable contractors in earthworks and carpentry. Only then can the construction team directly undertake the renovations of the unit. This poses no issue, as I am familiar with a number of skilled workers, be it earthworkers, carpenters, or even cement workers and bricklayers. Securing a few long-term collaborators should not be a challenge. After engaging in a thorough discussion with his daughter, Chi, Du Guangming found himself with tasks to accomplish, alleviating the emptiness he felt inside. The following day, he energetically reached out to the workers. Chapter 41. Purchasing a warehouse and New Year greetings. As the time for the final examinations approached, Junqi once again lived up to expectations by securing the first position in her grade. Her homeroom teacher was quite pleased, Principal Chen was equally satisfied, and Director Zhang was naturally even more delighted. Director Zhang summoned Principal Chun, and the two engaged in hushed discussions for quite some time, outlining the promotional strategies for Junqi for the upcoming semester. Life for Junqi would no longer remain tranquil. Unaware of these developments, as soon as her winter break commenced, she busied herself with her father, Du Guangming, in searching for a new office location. Du Guangming had already contacted several specialized skilled workers, including not only earthworkers and carpenters, but also seasoned craftsmen experienced in roofing. They had left their contact information, allowing for direct engagement in future renovation projects. The pressing matter now was to find a new office space that would exude an impressive facade. Upon earnestly searching, Du Guangming discovered, as his daughter Qi had anticipated, that there were indeed numerous units and factories looking to sell their assets privately, some from the county, and even more from the townships. Several local enterprises specializing in regional products were up for sale, boasting decent locations, albeit lacking in size to meet Qi's requirements for display space. Contemplating how to satisfy Qi's desires while being reluctant to part with the advantageous locations of these businesses, Du Guangming found himself indecisive and thus decided to bring Qi along for a closer inspection. After visiting several properties, Du Junqi concurred that they were quite appealing, yet lamented their smaller sizes and scattered locations. Had they been situated along the same street, it would have been feasible to purchase two, one larger for a showroom and one smaller for an office. Unfortunately, none were located in proximity to one another. Just as Du Junqi began to feel disheartened and contemplated a more patient search, Zhang Shuai presented her with delightful news. Although winter break had commenced, the youth sports team continued its regular training, with the number of training days each week even increasing. With the frequency of their meetings rising, the camaraderie between Du Junqi and her teammates significantly deepened, accompanied by an increase in their requests for debts to be settled. Thanks to vigorous promotion in the county, Du Junqi had become quite the sensation in various primary and secondary schools. Naturally, there were senior teammates in the youth sports team who were enamored with dolls, persistently pursuing Du Junqi to purchase them. Eventually, through the boasting of the older boys, their younger sisters and cousins also became aware, each entrusting them to procure dolls from Du Junqi. Consequently, she found herself besieged daily by requests for payment. Navigating through a rather tumultuous existence, Zhang Shuai, too, was among those seeking repayment. However, this time he approached Du Junqi not for that purpose, but rather to convey an important message. The county's machinery company is grappling with a debt that remains uncollectible. The debtor has proposed to settle the obligation with fixed assets. However, the machinery company is not in a position to accept such assets, as its own liquidity is rather limited. They desire cash instead. Yet the timeline for the debtor to liquidate their assets into cash is uncertain, leaving them in a state of unease without the funds in hand. Coincidentally, the person responsible for this matter is Zhang Shuai's father, who casually mentioned the situation at home, prompting Zhang Shuai to take note. Wishing to assist his father, Zhang Shuai considered his network of well-connected friends and compiled a list of individuals to consult. Among them was Du Junqi, who showed a keen interest upon learning the specifics. Upon discovering that the asset in question was a warehouse located adjacent to a national highway, she promptly decided to accompany her father to inspect the site. Zhang Shuai, knowing the warehouse's location, did not inform his father and instead took Du Guangming and Du Junqi directly to the warehouse. The warehouse spans an area of 300 square meters and is situated near the national highway. Not far from the urban center, Du Junqi found it to be an excellent opportunity, recognizing that with economic growth, freight transportation has been advancing rapidly, with numerous vehicles and goods facilitating transactions directly along the highway. The value of warehouses in such locations appreciates quickly, and given the proximity to the expanding urban area, the future prospects appear exceptionally promising. After listening to Du Junqi's analysis, Du Guangming also deemed the warehouse to be a worthwhile investment. However, he felt it necessary to inspect the interior before making any commitments. Lacking an intermediary to guide them, they could only view the exterior for the time being. Eager to share his findings, Zhang Shuai returned home, where Zhang Bin was pleasantly surprised by his son's assistance, showering him with praises in his excitement. A few days later, Zhang Bin made the necessary arrangements, and representatives from the debtor company arrived to show them the warehouse. After a thorough inspection, Du Guangming expressed his satisfaction, leading to discussions about the price. After a week of negotiations, facilitated by Zhang Bin's involvement, the offered price aligned with their expectations, prompting Du Guangming to accept the terms, and the paperwork was swiftly completed. Following the acquisition of the warehouse, Du Guangming rallied his colleagues to commence renovations. Drawing from her extensive experience in her family's design and renovation company, Du Junqi had already envisioned a comprehensive plan for the warehouse's refurbishment. She envisioned the showroom as grand and stylish, while the office area would prioritize professionalism and practicality. After touring the warehouse's interior with Du Guangming, she eagerly began drafting design blueprints. Upon seeing the hand-drawn renderings and floor plans created by his daughter, Du Guangming was once again struck by her intelligence and talent, and he promptly set the renovation in motion according to her designs. Du Junqi's design style far exceeded the standards of the era. Although she made intentional adjustments, as the renovation progressed, the admiration for her vision deepened. Her plans seamlessly aligned with the on-site execution, significantly reducing the chances of construction missteps and rework, streamlining the process compared to their previous designs and enhancing overall efficiency. Listening to her father's recounting of the accolades, Du Junqi felt a mix of pride and bittersweet emotion. All these commendations stemmed from her relentless dedication on-site, where she had devoted countless hours to her work. In her past life, she had sacrificed her youth to her career, devoid of leisure, romance, or social engagements, which she now reflected upon as a form of personal failure. In a flurry of activity, the renovation of the office area was finally completed a week before the Spring Festival. While progress on the exhibition hall was also swift, with its general outline already taking shape, awaiting further refinement after the holiday. On the 28th day of the Lunar New Year, the last day of operation for the local market, Fang Qinyi chose not to return home directly this year, but instead stayed behind to assist his father, Fang Wangda. The year-end marked a peak season for the sale of dried goods. Fang Wangda made multiple trips daily between the county and the factory, tirelessly transporting goods. After the market closed in the afternoon, Fang Qinyi and his father came to deliver New Year gifts to Du Junqi. This time, Fang Qinyi brought live fish, live shrimp, and a variety of dried goods, making for an impressively substantial offering that left Song Huilan a bit shy to accept. Song Huilan, in turn, busied herself packing a large bag of New Year treats, all homemade essentials for the festive season, including fried ribs, fried fish pieces, and steamed rice cakes. Despite their simplicity, these foods were considered festive delicacies, rarely made or consumed during ordinary days, and nearly impossible to buy outside, necessitating home preparation. Steaming rice cakes alone consumed an entire day, involving soaking rice, grinding it into a paste, and placing it in the steamer. Any slight imperfection would require a redo, as it symbolized the wish for annual advancement, demanding meticulous attention. Noticing that the father and son from the Fang family were only just heading home, Song Huilan speculated that Fang's mother must be quite busy alone, potentially struggling to prepare sufficient offerings for the first day's ancestral worship. Thus, she packed a generous bag for them to take home. Initially, the Fang duo felt it was unnecessary and tried to decline, but eventually accepted it. Upon returning home, they realized Song Huilan's intuition was correct. Fang's mother was indeed fretting over not having enough offerings prepared in time, and the bag they received proved to be immensely helpful. This year, the Du family celebrated a particularly lively spring festival. On the second day of the new year, Auntie's family came to pay their respects. Having married into a neighboring county, communication was sparse, and upon her return, she was astonished to learn that her niece had achieved remarkable academic feats, completing elementary school in just 1 year and advancing from the first year of junior high to the third within a single semester, leaving her own son in the 4th grade seeming rather unremarkable by comparison. Uncle was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that his brother-in-law would embark on a contracting venture this year, quietly purchasing a warehouse along a national highway. It was remarkable how bold people could be. And with his brother-in-law's glowing accounts of the business, which was not only thriving but also profitable while affording him connections with numerous leaders, he found himself tempted to venture into something similar. Cousin S' fascination was of a different kind. Upon discovering the myriad of intricate decorations in his younger cousin's room, he became enamored and insisted that Du Junqi gift him a few sets. When she refused, he wouldn't relent, ultimately compelling her to part with 2 sets. After Auntie's family departed on the 3rd day of the new year, the Du household welcomed even more relatives. With conversations revolving around Du Junqi and Du Guangming, Du Junqi's achievements had been nothing short of extraordinary, having completed elementary school in a year, topping the county in the transition exam, and accelerating to the 3rd year of junior high before the end of the 1st semester. Her rapid progression was indeed astounding, and now, having ventured into the world of children's performances and even winning awards that garnered her television appearances, it was hard to believe she was merely a 9-year-old child this year. Du Guangming is indeed impressive. Having established a contracting team not long ago, he has now acquired a warehouse, which must have cost a considerable amount. This also indicates how much he has earned this year. Truly enviable and enticing. Perhaps I should socialize more. Who knows, I might also reap some rewards. After the New Year greetings among relatives concluded, everyone began to visit friends' homes to extend their wishes. Du Junqi also paid visits to several friends, such as Junqi, Zhang Shuai, and the ageless acquaintance, Director Qi. Due to her busy schedule with doll-making, Du Junqi's visits to the library had significantly decreased. However, this reduction did not diminish Director Qi's impression of her. He was aware that she had advanced a grade to the third year of junior high and represented the school at the municipal cultural exhibition. Director Chi felt a sense of pride in her achievements. Studying diligently and bringing honor to the school is what defines a good student and child. Thus, when Junqi returned to the library, Director Chi warmly welcomed her into his office to discuss her life during this period. Junqi held a deep admiration for Director Chi, who, though possessing the lofty ideals of an intellectual, also exhibited the compassion and expectations of a mentor. Even though Director Chi recognized that she dedicated considerable time and effort to doll-making, he believed it essential for everyone to cultivate their interests. One should not be confined solely to academic pursuits. Therefore, rather than advising her to abandon her hobbies, he encouraged her to persevere and not squander her talents. Director Chi's support and insistence deeply moved Junqi, fostering a greater sense of respect and fondness for him. Naturally, she would not forget him during the New Year visits, so as soon as she finished with her relatives, she was the first to go to Director Chi's home to convey her New Year wishes. Chapter 42. New Ideas. Director Chi has 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest son and daughter both work within the municipal newspaper system. In stark contrast, his youngest son, Chi Yuan, is restless. After graduating from university, he sought every possible way to persuade his father and siblings to assist him in founding a small magazine, affiliated with the municipal newspaper. Regrettably, this magazine has struggled to gain traction, with sales hovering around merely 10 to 20,000 copies per issue. Perhaps influenced by the dissolution of the Soviet Union, voices began to emerge questioning the bloated bureaucratic system that has hindered national development. Indeed, since the founding of the nation, the number of institutions at various levels has proliferated, leading to overlapping and cumbersome organizational structures, resulting in unclear responsibilities and inefficiency. This has fostered a situation of redundancy, where trivial matters cannot be resolved without the approval of multiple departments. The public has grown increasingly intolerant of such circumstances, and as dissenting voices arise, the number of supporters continues to grow. Now, even the central government is contemplating how to streamline departments. Chi Yuan's magazine has consistently ranked at the bottom of the municipal newspaper system, and with the growing calls for reduction, it became the first entity targeted for downsizing after several meetings. According to higher authorities, the directive was to eliminate the magazine altogether. Thus, to avoid upsetting Chi Yuan, the Chi family celebrated a rather subdued New Year this year. Junqi's visit to extend her New Year greetings took Director Chi by surprise, and he promptly ushered her inside, engaging in cheerful conversation. After discussing Junqi's circumstances, the conversation shifted to Director Chi's concerns, particularly regarding Chi Yuan. We really have to simplify it? Junqi inquired. Is there no other way? Can't we put in a bit more effort? Perhaps plead a case, Director Chi sighed. Alas, there is no alternative. His grades are simply too poor. Even if one wished to intercede, it would be challenging to find the right words. What is this magazine primarily about? Martial arts novels, Director Chi replied, shaking his head, somewhat dismissively. He had read some martial arts novels from Hong Kong and Taiwan during his university days, which had influenced him, and since graduation, he had been advocating for the establishment of the finest martial arts magazine in the country. Martial arts, indeed, Junqi echoed, shaking her head as well. She too harbored doubts about the domestic martial arts novels, noting that many were merely trend-following, with genuine talent being a rarity. They might as well write something akin to Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, she remarked. This year, the provincial television station had aired Strange Tales, leading to skyrocketing viewership, prompting other provincial stations to purchase the rights to the series, resulting in continuous reruns and widespread popularity. Yes, it would be better to write about fox spirits or flower fairies. Director Chi chuckled. Do not underestimate this genre. Works like Ji Gong and Journey to the West are rebroadcast annually, and they attract substantial audiences. Junqi stated earnestly. It is now 1992, and soon we will be introducing Hong Kong's Xianxia dramas The Sun and Moon Divine Sword and the Dual Swords of Shu Mountain, which will create a new wave of viewership. Capitalizing on this enthusiasm, the romance of the immortal partners of Shu Mountain will also be introduced, significantly stimulating people's imaginations, leading to a surge in novels inspired by this trend. Reflecting on the popular drama trends of her past life, Junqi conceived a new idea. Grandpa Chi, do you have any magazines from my little uncle at home? May I take a look? Indeed, just a moment, Director Chi replied. He promptly opened the door to his younger son's room, ignoring the silent figure lying in bed, and emerged with several magazines in hand. Here, take a look. Thank you, Grandpa Chi, Junqi said as she received them with both hands and began to leaf through the pages. Noticing her rapid pace, Director Chi remarked, You're flipping through them quite swiftly. Have you absorbed it all? Just a cursory glance is sufficient to grasp the content. I am mainly seeking illustrations, she replied. After finishing an entire magazine, she was taken aback. Despite its dozens of pages, not a single illustration was to be found. Children ought to read picture books or comic strips. What use is a novel if they cannot comprehend it? Qi Yuan, witnessing his father commandeering his magazine without a glance in his direction, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly jumped out of bed, fearing his father might damage his precious belongings, only to discover they were being shown to a little girl. Does she even understand? Director Qi frowned and reprimanded. What are you saying? That is quite rude. Junqi feigned innocence with a smile. It is precisely because I do not understand that I wish to see the illustrations. They provide context, allowing even those who cannot read to infer the storyline. Qi Yuan scoffed, taking a seat. This is a martial arts magazine, not intended for children. And that is precisely why this magazine is doomed, Junqi retorted, striking a nerve in Qi Yuan's heart. He leapt up in outrage. What did you just say? Director Qi glared at Qi Yuan and slammed his hand on the table, commanding, sit down and speak properly. The sound of his father's reprimand. The anger that Qi Yuan had been harboring suddenly became trapped within him, rendering him unable to express it. He could only suppress his feelings and take a seat. Little uncle, Junqi sweetly called out. I refer to Qi Grandpa as Grandpa. Since you are Qi Grandpa's youngest son, may I call you little uncle? Following his father's lineage, it was indeed appropriate to address him as such, and Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. Little uncle, I am already a third-year junior high school student this year. Although I have read little, I can understand martial arts magazines, Junqi continued with a charming smile. However, after flipping through them, I truly could not find any engaging novels, only lengthy passages describing clothing, appearances, and settings. But what about the plot? Upon hearing the young girl declare herself a third-year student and seeing his father nod in acknowledgement, Qi Yuan felt a sudden daze. When she inquired about the plot, he instinctively straightened his posture and became earnest. Of course there is a plot. One must delve deeply to appreciate it, especially the psychological activities of the characters, which cannot be grasped at a mere glance. Then is this magazine actually a selection of literary classics rather than a martial arts novel? Junqi retorted. Qi Yuan stiffened his neck, asserting, of course not. It is indeed a martial arts novel. Junqi smiled and changed the subject. Little uncle, have you conducted any market research? Do you know whether more people buy magazines or comic books? Qi Yuan frowned, perplexed by the question. Magazines, I suppose. No, it is comic books. Junqi laughed. I frequently visit bookstores, not just Xinhua bookstore, but also the ones near schools that sell exercise books and study guides. In those bookstores, most buyers are indeed purchasing comic books, and these buyers are predominantly children and their parents. Noticing Qi Yuan begin to ponder, Junqi continued, the number of people reading magazines is limited, primarily due to their cost. Specifically, those who read martial arts novels tend to be young individuals, either just starting their careers or still students who have yet to enter the workforce. They have limited disposable income and are reluctant to spend on magazines, often opting to borrow them from libraries. In contrast, parents who already have children have been working for years, earning higher salaries and accumulating savings. To please their children, they are willing to purchase one or two comic books, resulting in higher sales for comic books compared to magazines. Qi Yuan unconsciously nodded, acknowledging Junqi's analysis. Young readers who borrow magazines from libraries are indeed the primary audience for martial arts novels. And the magazines that manage to make it into libraries are generally well-established, serious publications. While there are magazines focused on humor, anecdotes, and stories, they are limited to just a few nationally recognized titles. Your magazine, however, does not qualify for library circulation. Qi Yuan glanced at his father, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his younger son's magazine did not meet the relevant standards and lacked sufficient prestige. Qi Yuan straightened back, slumped slightly. This magazine is a monthly publication, releasing only one issue each month, with sales of just 20 to 30,000 copies. After deducting all expenses, little uncle, can you even break even? Junqi inquired, to which Qi Yuan responded with a hint of despondency. The magazine barely breaks even. Thus, its lack of success makes the decision to cut it entirely reasonable. While he was aware of and acknowledged this reality, hearing it from the lips of a mere girl left Qi Yuan feeling somewhat unsettled. If given another chance, I am certain I could excel, he asserted. Have you ever pondered why the magazine's sales figures are so dismal? Junqi pressed further. Because they lack appreciation, Qi Yuan managed to stammer, his cheeks flushed. I would argue that the novels published within are utterly tedious, devoid of plot. Who would willingly spend money on such insipid narratives that offer no enjoyment? The conversation circled back to the original point of lacking storylines. In Junqi's perspective, these tales were excessively inflated and deserving of scathing reviews. What do you mean they lack plot? Are not psychological developments part of the narrative? Is not the establishment of the background integral to the storyline? If the readers are not clearly informed, How can they comprehend the progression of the plot? Chi Yuan retorted passionately. Du Junqi shrugged, choosing not to engage in further argument. Observing the discontent on his younger son's face and the playful demeanor of Du Junqi, Director Chi could not help but interject, Junqi, do you have something on your mind? Du Junqi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have a thought. What is it? Abandon the magazine and instead create a children's publication. Chi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. A children's publication? Uncle, please do not regard it with disdain. The market for children's literature is vast. Just look at Story King and Fairy Tale King. How many copies have they sold? And what of it? Are they not merely for children? Du Junqi frowned. Uncle, that is a bias. 100,000 Whys is also a children's book? Yet no one would assert that it is solely for children. Chi Yuan was momentarily at a loss. But after a prolonged pause, he ultimately found himself unable to articulate a counterargument. If the magazine has failed, you could pivot to children's literature. Children's books are not limited to fairy tales. Your favorite martial arts novels could also be included, albeit with modifications to tone down the violence and bloodshed, emphasizing themes of justice and retribution, allowing them to be suitable for a younger audience. Du Junqi recalled having enjoyed martial arts stories in children's literature before. They were quite captivating. But if altered, how can they still be considered martial arts novels? Chi Yuan remained conflicted. Not the essence of martial arts literature about championing the weak against the strong. The allure of such tales lies not in mindless violence or extermination, but rather in utilizing the backdrop of martial arts to convey the profound principle of punishing evil and promoting good. This is the true essence of chivalry. Chi Yuan furrowed his brow, wrestling with this dilemma once more. Then, how should we approach writing for young readers? The plot should be rather straightforward, with fewer characters, emphasizing the theme of justice. For instance, one could craft a tale of wrongful accusation, where the protagonist is unjustly framed and, as a wandering hero traversing the land, encounters instances of injustice along the way. He unsheathes his sword to assist the wronged individual, helping them evade pursuers and ultimately journeying to the capital to seek justice. Eventually, they find a reputable official who clears the protagonist's name, avenging the wrongs suffered. Interspersed throughout the narrative would be elements of conflict and combat, yet the focus remains on the necessity of justice being served while minimizing the graphic depiction of violence. Du Junqi provided a thought-provoking idea, prompting Chi Yuan to reflect deeply. After considerable contemplation, Chi Yuan reluctantly convinced himself to entertain the notion of publishing a martial arts novel in a children's magazine. However, another challenge arose. My magazine has already been shut down, and it would be difficult to secure approval for a children's publication. What if it operated on a self-sustaining basis? Chi Yuan was taken aback. Self-sustaining? He had not considered that angle. Without support and subsidies, if sales were poor, the publication could cease after just one issue. Chi Yuan exclaimed. Seek sponsorship, suggested Du Junqi with a shrug. How much would it cost to publish one issue? Chi Yuan estimated, excluding labor, that the typesetting and printing alone would run 300 to 400. Du Junqi found this acceptable. Her plan was to sponsor it under the guise of a children's workshop, focusing on serializing a lengthy fantasy tale. Once television aired The Sun and Moon Sword and the Heroes of Mount Shu, the children's publication could capitalize on the ensuing popularity to boost sales. Subsequently, as the narrative progressed, the workshop would introduce character dolls from the fantasy tale, creating a series. To ensure the characters' representations aligned with the dolls, the story must be conveyed in a comic strip format. I can find someone to sponsor it, but the sponsors may have specific requirements regarding the story's content. Would your uncle be amenable to that? Du Junqi inquired earnestly. Chi Yuan furrowed his brow. Well, this calls for a case-by-case analysis. I can only say I will do my best to accommodate. Du Junqi also frowned. If Chi Yuan were unwilling to guarantee cooperation, any disputes over the story's plot and character designs could lead to complications, jeopardizing her plans. Thus, it would be wise to retain control over the situation. It would have to be a series of sponsorships, then a series of sponsorships. Chi Yuan exclaimed once more, how could publishing be treated so lightly? If you proceed according to your whims and ruin the publication, wouldn't that render the sponsor's investment futile? Du Junqi countered. Chi Yuan stifled his frustration, his face flushed. It won't happen. I assure you it won't. You merely say you'll do your best to cooperate. What if you don't? Chi Yuan seated himself. This matter requires both parties to discuss it thoroughly. Are you a sponsor? Why all these questions? Du Junqi nodded. I genuinely have a keen interest. Were it not for the current prohibition on private capital investing in media, she would not have chosen this sponsorship route. What? You? Chi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, my friends and I have established a doll workshop dedicated to the creation of exquisite dolls. I also aspire to compose a narrative for these dolls, which I intend to serialize in a publication. Director Chi interjected with a thought-provoking question. Do you wish to sponsor under your personal name or under the workshop's banner? His inquiry was profound. Sponsoring personally would indicate a genuine affection for the dolls, whereas doing so in the name of the workshop might imply a hint of commercial advertisement. Junqi chuckled, subtly indicating, naturally, it shall be under the workshop's name. All my personal funds are invested in the workshop, and I cannot spare any for sponsorship. Director Chi regarded Junqi with a knowing glance, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chi Yuan continued to inquire. What kind of story do you wish to write? A tale of demons and monsters, Junqi began, outlining a general plot involving a group of mortals devoted to the pursuit of immortality through celestial arts, each possessing extraordinary skills and formidable treasures. Their quest for virtue leads them to vanquish evil in the mortal realm. After sharing this, Junqi added, in truth, this story is quite akin to martial arts narratives, merely transforming martial prowess into celestial techniques and bandits or cults into demons and monsters. I refer to it as a xinxia story. Since they are so similar, why not write it directly as a martial arts tale? Chi Yuan queried. Because xinxia allows for soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. That is precisely what I enjoy, Junqi replied with conviction. Furthermore, I wish for this story to be illustrated as a comic, facilitating reading for younger students. Chi Yuan was rendered speechless. All right, if that is how you wish to proceed. The plot can be discussed further. You may have it illustrated as a comic. It merely requires finding an artist. For now, let us address the sponsorship. How much do you intend to contribute? 1 year. I presume, if you are publishing now, it should be a monthly issue, correct? 12 issues a year, estimating 400 per issue, amounts to 4,800. Junqi calculated on her fingers, finding it somewhat pricey. Could we perhaps arrange for installment payments? I could pay for 3 issues up front. Having experienced setbacks, Chi Yuan understood the challenges of success and thus became somewhat less critical. As long as there was a sponsorship, his burdens would be considerably alleviated. He nodded. Very well, I will apply for the publication number. Once it is secured, you will need to provide me with the funds for the first season, and thereafter, payments will be made quarterly. You must ensure you cover the full year's contribution. Agreed. Once the publication number is obtained, we can formalize a sponsorship contract. However, prior to that, I must first call my friend to discuss this matter. Once he consents, our sponsorship will be confirmed, and you may proceed with the application for the publication number. Understood. Thus, the arrangement was settled. After bidding farewell, Junqi promptly called Feng Qianni, elucidating the entire situation and her intentions. Although Feng Qianni could not foresee the impending surge of xinxia television dramas this year, he recognized the significance of market promotion. Junqi's indirect method of advertising the dolls was cost-effective. Yet if successful, the returns could be substantial. Consequently, he supported Junqi's approach and agreed to the sponsorship. Having secured the consent of Feng Qianni, Junqi paid another visit to the Qi household the following day, where she and Chi Yuan finalized the specifics of the sponsorship arrangement. Tio soothed Chi Yuan's mind. She even handwrote a sponsorship contract. After reaching an agreement, Junqi and Chi Yuan conferred on the title of their new publication, which they named New Horizons. They then dedicated 3 days to collaboratively crafting the outline for a fantasy tale. Junqi envisioned a narrative set on Kunlun Mountain, home to a sect of immortals, who every 5 years dispatch elite disciples to the mortal realm for a 5-year practical experience. Their mission is to vanquish or subdue the demons and monsters wreaking havoc in the human world. However, upon their descent to the earthly realm, they discover that nothing is absolute. Humans can be as malevolent as the demons, and among the monsters, there exist benevolent creatures willing to assist. This realization leads to disagreements and conflicts among the elite disciples, gradually shifting their perspectives on immortals, mortals, and demons. Once the outline was established, the duo spent another week meticulously refining the plot details, with Junqi narrating the storyline while Chi Yuan developed the dialogue and character psychology. Junqi brought a wealth of experience from television, film, and literature, while Chi Yuan possessed a fluent writing style and strong narrative control. Their collaboration flourished, and within a week, the fantasy tale took shape. Titled The Legend of Kunlun. With the Legend of Kunlun completed, Junqi's winter break also came to an end, marking the commencement of her student life, while all responsibilities for the publication were entrusted to Chi Yuan. As a youth who had recently been laid off from his department, Chi Yuan found himself with ample time to engage with his superiors. Eventually, his persistence wore down the leadership, and given that he uniquely offered to bear the financial risks, his application for the publication was approved. Observers within the municipal newspaper system whispered enviously about Chi Yuan's advantageous position, noting that not only had his father helped him launch his first magazine, but he was also willing to support him in establishing a second publication after the first failure. They mused that having such a father could spare someone a decade of struggle. With Qi Yuan's lackluster credentials, it was uncertain where he would have been assigned without his father's protection. Perhaps relegated to a corner department, left to languish in obscurity. Such comparisons evoked envy among others, yet they were unaware that this time, Director Qi had refrained from directly aiding his son. Qi Yuan was entirely reliant on his own efforts to navigate the bureaucratic processes, fostering relationships and offering gifts, all while enduring the weight of external envy and resentment. In addition to managing the processes, Qi Yuan needed to seek out suitable staff. Following the downsizing of the previous magazine, the already limited personnel had dispersed to other opportunities. To establish a new publication, he needed to recruit anew, and since Junqi insisted that the legend of Kunlun be serialized in comic form, he also had to find appropriate illustrators. Furthermore, securing an office space added to his mounting tasks, creating a whirlwind of responsibilities that left him quite overwhelmed. Chapter 44. Preparing for the midterm exam. While Qi Yuan grappled with his myriad challenges, Junqi faced her own trials. As the new school term commenced, she intended to immerse herself in her studies, only to find herself assigned by the Education Bureau to various media outlets, including the county television station, city television, the city evening newspaper, the provincial children's newspaper, as well as a series of campus events. Her schedule quickly filled with a plethora of engagements over the next 2 months, leaving Junqi feeling quite overwhelmed. Junqi expressed her grievances to Principal Chen, questioning whether it was still possible to study joyfully amidst such a packed schedule. Principal Chen gently reassured her, stating that her academic performance was commendable and that gaining admission to high school would undoubtedly pose no challenge, especially since she had applied to Yizhong, which offered guaranteed admission slots. Given that there were no obstacles, it was her duty to promote the school's reputation in the media. What are guaranteed admission slots? Junqi inquired, her confusion evident. Principal Chen proceeded to elaborate, explaining that upon graduating from junior high, students from modest backgrounds often opted for vocational schools, as such institutions ensured job placements upon completion. Due to the high volume of applicants, the admission standards for vocational schools were often more stringent than those for high schools. Those who chose to apply to high schools typically fell into 2 categories. Either they hailed from affluent families with connections, unconcerned about employment post-graduation, merely seeking a high school diploma for appearances, or they were exceptionally bright students with aspirations for university education, the Armée de l'Armée. Principal Chen further clarified that in 1990, only 600,000 students were admitted to universities nationwide, and in 1991, that number rose to 620,000, with the college entrance examination acceptance rate hovering just above 20%, truly a fierce competition. Junqi understood that gaining admission to university was historically challenging and recalled that during her own university years, there were no third-tier institutions. However, she was taken aback by the current intensity of the situation. It was noteworthy that, following the expansion of enrollment, the university acceptance rate had continually increased, reaching over 70% by the time she returned, with more than 6 million students enrolling annually since 2009. Noticing Junqi's apprehension, Principal Chen lowered his tone and continued to explain that due to the substantial number of students applying to vocational schools, high schools and colleges implemented guaranteed admission systems to encourage students to pursue higher education and ensure its accessibility. Some large state-owned enterprises even established their own schools, reserving admission slots for employees' children, such as those at the University of Posts and Telecommunications and the Railway Children's College. Likewise, Yizhong and L County reserved guaranteed admission slots for junior high students, typically at a rate of 15%. In truth, Junqi consistently held the top rank in her grade, and even without the guaranteed admission slot, she would have smoothly transitioned into Yizhong's high school division. Principal Chen's provision of this slot was merely a gesture of goodwill. However, Junqi at that time remained unaware of this fact, believing it to be a special favor from Principal Chen. Now enlightened, she could only feel speechless about the guaranteed admission slot. Nonetheless, the promise of accumulated scores that Principal Chen had previously offered proved beneficial. Although her admission to high school was assured, Junqi still aspired to rank among the top students in the county. With the privilege of accumulated scores, as long as she performed adequately, she was confident of securing the Wensi Award. Accepting the responsibility that came with this privilege, Junqi acquiesced to the arrangements made by the county's Education Bureau and began to participate in interviews with local television stations and newspapers. Although the interview primarily featured Junqi, other relevant personnel were also present during the formal interview, including Director Zhang, Principal Xie from the experimental primary school, and various homeroom teachers. In front of the cameras, they unanimously praised Junqi, which made her feel quite embarrassed and somewhat guilty, for she was already 30 years old, possessing a foundational knowledge from her past and a diligent work ethic. If she still could not achieve commendable results, it would render her second chance futile. As reports began to air, Do Junqi's fame grew exponentially, and she truly became well known. During the 2 months that Do Junqi was in the spotlight, the inaugural issue of New Horizons was published, and both staff and office space had been secured. Due to the lack of submissions, the content of the first issue had to be created by Chi Yuan and the editors themselves. Given Do Junqi's rising notoriety, Chi Yuan enlisted her assistance, compelling her to write 2 short stories. Fortunately, Do Junqi had a penchant for micronovels in her previous life, and she borrowed some ideas to fulfill the task. Since she was in the midst of her promotional period, Do Junqi shared this development with Principal Chen, who was pleasantly surprised to learn that she had written 2 micronovels for publication. This was an excellent promotional opportunity, prompting Principal Chen to immediately call Director Zheng and arrange for 20 copies of New Horizons to be placed in the school library for students to peruse. With the strong support of the county's Education Bureau, Do Junqi subtly emerged as the representative student of L County, a high-achieving, creative, hands-on, articulate, and endearing individual, embodying the hopes and ideals of exemplary students in the eyes of the community. Now, whenever the topic of exemplary children arose, everyone thought of Do Junqi. Amidst the fervent star-making publicity, another significant piece of news circulated. L County was soon to be merged with F City, becoming an administrative district of F City. Reactions among adults varied, but for students, it was indeed wonderful news, especially for the current 9th graders. This indicated that the admission rates for high schools would significantly increase this year, and they would have the opportunity to apply to key high schools in the city. The allure of these prestigious institutions was immense, and the 9th graders were abuzz with excitement, particularly in County No. 1 high school, where discussions about the best key high schools in the city were rampant. Observing this, Principal Chun seized the moment to spotlight Do Junqi, announcing that she would be applying to County No. 1 high school. The news of exemplary student Do Junqi's decision to apply to County No. 1 high school quickly spread across various educational institutions. This choice puzzled not only the teachers but also the students, who questioned why she would remain at this second-tier school when superior options were available. When someone inquired about Do Junqi, the rationale she provided was rather straightforward. She was still quite young, and her family harbored concerns for her well-being. Should she venture to the city for her studies, it would be imperative for someone to accompany and care for her. However, her family consisted entirely of working individuals, none of whom could spare the time to accompany her. Furthermore, Do Junqi held a firm belief in the educational quality of County No. 1 high school, which had garnered an excellent reputation over the years. Although the number of students advancing to university from this school was fewer compared to those from city-level institutions, the ratio of students progressing to higher education was not significantly inferior, and at times, it even surpassed that of the city schools. Thus, she was confident that with her diligence, she would undoubtedly gain admission to a university. Do Junqi's reasoning was both reasonable and justifiable, dissipating the myriad of doubts held by the public. Well, after all, Do Junqi was a prodigy. Whether or not she attended school in the city was inconsequential. However, other students, who did not consider themselves to possess her exceptional talents, still yearned for the educational resources offered by the city's key institutions, as quality teachers could significantly enhance their academic performance. In response to this sentiment among the students, Principal Chen and Director Zhang convened and resolved to implement reforms within the high school division of County No. 1 high school, categorizing classes into A and B levels. The A-level classes would be dedicated to providing students with superior educational resources, staffed by experienced and distinguished teachers, and consisting of students who excelled academically. Conversely, the B-level classes would cater to those merely seeking to complete their high school education, with teachers tasked solely with fulfilling basic teaching responsibilities, allowing for a slower pace in lessons, lighter homework loads, and reduced examination difficulties, ensuring that these students could graduate. Upon the announcement of this news, students who were solely interested in obtaining a high school diploma swiftly decided to apply to County No. 1 high school, as they were merely seeking a graduation certificate and saw no need to compete academically at a city-level school. Meanwhile, the academically inclined students, who aspired to attend university, began to waver. If classes were stratified, the interference from those merely aiming to graduate would diminish, allowing teachers to devote more attention to them, thereby affording tailored guidance on their weaknesses. The quality of education would undoubtedly improve, and their academic success would be more assured. As students contemplated their options, parents were equally deliberating. While the educational quality of city key schools was guaranteed, the costs of boarding and living expenses posed a significant concern, as the city was more expensive than the county. Additionally, given the considerable distance, children could only return home once or twice a semester during holidays, and parents lacked the time to frequently travel to the city, as a single journey could take 2 to 3 hours. High school years coincide with adolescence. Thus, parents worried about the potential for unregulated behavior, such as early romantic relationships. Rural parents were anxious about the costs of boarding and living, while those from the county were more preoccupied with the prospect of early romance. Hence, they found themselves hesitant about whether to apply to the city's key school. When children approached their parents, inquiring whether to apply to the city key school or county number 1 high school, parents unanimously leaned toward the latter in their hearts. Upon learning that Junqi planned to apply to county no. 1 high school, their resolve only strengthened. If other children could attend county number 1 high school, why not yours? If other children understood that university admission depended on their own hard work, why couldn't yours strive a little harder? It was better to rely on oneself than to depend on teachers. If other children were dutifully remaining at home, why would yours choose to board? Was there a desire to escape and engage in early romance? The children, unjustly reprimanded for being overshadowed by their peers, found themselves compelled, under parental directives, to apply to the county's prestigious high school, continuing a life constantly measured against that of others in the 3rd year of middle school. Class meetings were held to assess how many students intended to pursue high school education and whether they would opt for the high school section of their current institution. The gathered data, presented to Principal Chun, brought him great satisfaction, affirming the strategic efforts he and Director Zhang had invested. Indeed, under the guidance of Junqi, the students overwhelmingly chose to apply to their own high school. With the preliminary survey concluded, the school commenced counting the number of students applying for high school and calculating the ratio of reserved spots, as the 3rd-year students entered a period of intense preparation for their upcoming exams. Chapter 45. A flurry of activity. The students were engrossed in their rigorous studies, and Junqi was no exception. Although she was assured a reserved spot in high school, she aspired to earn the prestigious Wensi Award. Even if she could not maintain the title of the top student, she aimed to secure a position within the top 5. Falling too far behind would tarnish the exemplary image that Director Zhang and Principal Chun had crafted for her. However, beyond her studies, Junqi had numerous responsibilities to attend to. The serialization of Kunlun Xinxia Zhuan required her oversight, the development of character designs and world building awaited her creative touch, and the renovation proposals for Du Guangming's company demanded her attention. Following the call for institutional streamlining, various departments began to consolidate, resulting in the merging of numerous units. Such amalgamations necessitated a comprehensive redesign of office spaces, including executive offices, common work areas for staff, and public service reception halls. This created a significant market demand, presenting a fortuitous opportunity for renovation companies. Du Guangming approached several organizations and companies, securing multiple promising contracts. However, to finalize these agreements, detailed renovation and budgeting proposals were essential, and lacking specific ideas himself, Du Guangming entrusted this crucial task to Junqi, assigning her the responsibility of crafting the design plans. Taking on this assignment, Junqi diligently formulated several elegant and stately design proposals, mindful that these projects were for public institutions which valued stability and gravitas over trendy or youthful aesthetics. Thus, she established a clear design direction from the outset. While the proposals shared a common style, each emphasized different aspects, tailored to the specific functions of various office areas, resulting in unique functional zones and renovation focal points. Upon completing the proposals, Junqi hand-drew several renovation renderings, showcasing the design details from various perspectives, and employed vibrant colors to provide viewers with a more immediate understanding of the post-renovation ambience. Armed with Junqi's meticulously crafted renderings, Du Guangming approached these interested organizations, effortlessly securing renovation contracts across the board. The leaders expressed their satisfaction with Du Guangming's diligence and attentiveness, contrasting sharply with other sales representatives whose grandiose claims fell flat. The clarity and simplicity of the renovation rendering spoke volumes, allowing clients to easily retain what they favored and amend what they did not. An exceedingly straightforward process. Armed with Junqi's renovation plan, Du Guangming successfully secured several substantial contracts, and he garnered even more smaller-scale renovation projects. After all, compared to larger enterprises, smaller ones often operate with limited budgets, and not every establishment is poised for a significant overhaul. With contracts in hand, Du Guangming commenced the recruitment of personnel. Although Junqi refrained from involving herself in the hiring process, she did express her opinions regarding which contracts should take precedence. The several units that had long-standing debts were certainly to be deprioritized, while those exhibiting rapid and positive development would be prioritized. This strategy would enable the swift recovery of costs and the realization of profits. Otherwise, commencing work for units with poor credit would merely result in futile efforts and the potential loss of outlaid funds. Not to mention that if payments were delayed, there would be no opportunity for other projects. Du Guangming had come to place immense trust in Junqi, viewing her almost as a military strategist. When Junqi advised prioritizing certain units, Du Guangming followed suit. Due to his willingness to invest in skilled labor, the workers he hired demonstrated remarkable diligence, proficiency, and speed. coupled with Junqi's precise calculations regarding material requirements, which saved both time and expenses on subsequent purchases. These prioritized projects were completed several days ahead of schedule. The units expressed satisfaction with Du Guangming's speed and quality, and the fact that no materials were wasted further enhanced their impression of him. Consequently, payments were settled promptly. With his coffers swelling, Du Guangming felt invigorated. Following Junqi's suggestion, he awarded bonuses to all the workers in recognition of their hard work and dedication, and he also treated them to a celebratory meal as a token of gratitude. After completing the prioritized projects, Junqi began to organize the remaining contracts, arranging them according to the completion timelines stipulated in the agreements, interspersing smaller and larger projects. She focused not on the profits of each contract but rather on the complexity of the tasks, thereby facilitating better worker allocation and enhancing overall efficiency. Once Junqi had established the order of operations, Du Guangming proceeded according to the plan. Thanks to this structured approach, project efficiency soared, with an average of 1 contract completed each week. While a few clients did delay their final payments, the majority settled their accounts promptly, ensuring that the company maintained a robust financial position without any signs of strain. The firm consistently operated at a profit. And as more projects reached completion, the processes of procurement, oversight, and finance gradually improved, leading to a smoother operational flow. Amidst the hectic schedule of review and design, Junqi faced her high school entrance examination. From the moment she stepped through the school gates, countless gazes were fixed upon her, each individual recognizing her and brimming with curiosity about the results this exceptional prodigy would achieve. In the examination hall, Junqi calmly wielded her pen, quietly focusing on her answers, neither hastily submitting her paper nor idly glancing around, but diligently attending to her work just like every other candidate. After 2 days of testing, all papers were sealed and dispatched to the city for evaluation. Regardless of the outcomes, the candidates could do little but wait. Junqi, however, did not indulge in leisurely holiday time, instead plunging directly back into her busy work routine. Unexpectedly, Kunlun Xianxia Chronicles gained popularity ahead of schedule. Although the sales of the first issue of New Horizons were dismal, from the second issue onwards, the sales began to rise steadily. Many readers were drawn to New Horizons specifically because of Kunlun Xianxia Chronicles. Previously, Principal Chun had purchased 20 copies of New Horizons to create buzz for Junqi, placing them in the school reading room. This move significantly increased the number of students borrowing New Horizons, such that it could be said that over half of the students at the school had perused it. Initially, they were merely curious about the microstories penned by Junqi, but to their surprise, they discovered that the serialized comic Kunlun Xianxia Chronicles also bore Junqi's name. Driven by curiosity, they delved deeper, only to find it utterly captivating. The artwork was even more exquisite than the animations from Rihai Island. Each female disciple was more enchanting than the flower fairy Xiaobei, while the male disciples exuded charm and valor. The stunning artistry and the striking characters earned immediate praise from the students, who eagerly continued reading. "What a marvelous world!" they exclaimed. Mountains could float in the sky, water could freeze in midair, one could soar through the heavens upon a sword and cleave through the firmament, pacifying the seas, moving mountains and vanquishing demons. What grandeur and exhilaration! Following this exhilarating introduction to the background, the selection of elite disciples commenced, showcasing dazzling battles of magic and an array of astonishing magical artifacts. After an intense competition, 6 disciples were finally chosen, destined to descend to the mortal realm to vanquish demons and rescue suffering humanity. The protagonists, adorned with the aura of saviors and resplendent weaponry, stirred excitement in the hearts of the students, who were eager to witness how these characters would shine in the mortal world and dominate the seas. However, this episode concluded there, leaving the students in suspense as they awaited the second issue. When the second issue was released, the reading room was packed with students eagerly sharing Kunlun Xianxia Chronicles. Impatient readers rushed to bookstores to peruse New Horizons, which was affordably priced at only 2 yuan per copy. Consequently, many students, feeling embarrassed under the watchful gaze of the bookstore owner, purchased the book, causing sales to surge. After reading the second issue, anticipation for the third issue blossomed, leading to discussions among students. Conversations about Kunlun Xianxia Chronicles proliferated. Interest grew even among those who had not previously read it, prompting them to borrow and share it as well. Eventually, they too became engrossed, eagerly awaiting the third issue, joining in the plot discussions, and introducing it to friends who had yet to experience it, thus attracting even more curious and eager readers, resulting in another surge in sales for the third issue. With the arrival of summer vacation, Sun and Moon Divine Sword premiered, captivating adults encountering this fantastical genre for the first time. However, they were soon teased by their children, who claimed it could not compare to Kunlun Xianxia Chronicles. which featured more beautiful and handsome characters, grander settings, and more exhilarating battles. The teased adults then turned to Kunlun Xinxia Chronicles, leading to a new wave of devoted followers. Consequently, sales of New Horizons skyrocketed, with the latest issue selling out within just 2 days of its release. Bookstores immediately placed calls to urge a reprint and increase their orders for the next issue. Qi Yuanle has gone mad. He has finally endured until the moment of being urged to expedite the printing, which signifies his success. He has truly succeeded, and he has gained the market's recognition. Upon receiving Qi Yuan's jubilant call, Du Junqi was equally exhilarated and delighted. Although she had faith in the success of this venture, the reality of its fruition still left her unable to contain her excitement. However, amidst her joy, Du Junqi did not neglect her responsibilities. She promptly called Feng Qianni, urging him to return swiftly and commence the production of the fantasy dolls. When he received the call, Feng Qianni was busy organizing various documents at the factory. Upon hearing Du Junqi's insistence for him to head over, he found himself in a dilemma, for the factory was bustling, and he could not leave at that moment. Chapter 46. Orders in high demand since taking over the drying goods factory. Feng Wangda's horizons have significantly broadened, and his social circle has expanded considerably. He has become privy to numerous insider tidbits and behind-the-scenes truths, and his mindset has gradually become more agile, no longer confined to this small sphere. The business of the drying goods factory has been thriving, with increasing order volumes, to the point where the factory is nearly overwhelmed. Despite having his own vessels and those of his friends, the supply of fish catches remains insufficient. Consequently, Feng Wangda reached out to several boat captains to procure supplies. However, fishing relies heavily on luck. Venturing out to sea does not guarantee a bounty. Thus, it is preferable to have a stable aquaculture facility that can provide consistent supplies to the factory long-term. As a result, Feng Wangda began to take an interest in aquaculture. Through a friend, he learned that a nearby village had an aquaculture facility for sale. Without delay, Feng Wangda took his son, Feng Qianni, to inspect it. The business of this aquaculture facility had been teetering on the edge of mediocrity. It had survived for several years solely due to the original owner's relationship with the village chief. However, the original owner lacked dedication to the facility, preferring to indulge in leisure rather than nurture its growth. With the village chief's tenure nearing its end and his promotion imminent, the original owner planned to sell the aquaculture facility and accompany the chief to the county, hoping to leverage connections for other business opportunities. Acquiring a factory is a significant endeavor. Although Feng Wangda had previously purchased a factory and managed it for a year, he still felt uncertain and preferred to defer to his son's judgment. After inspecting the aquaculture facility's buildings and ponds, as well as its equipment, Feng Qianni deemed the facility acceptable for operation. However, the equipment was outdated, and the fish and shrimp within the ponds held little value, necessitating a low purchase price. Satisfied with the condition of the facility, Feng Wangda received his son's affirmative signal and expressed to the aquaculture facility that they would return to deliberate further. Upon returning, Feng Wangda utilized his network to investigate the facility's debt situation. Fortunately, although the aquaculture business was struggling, it did not bear severe debts. Some liabilities were typical of normal business transactions, while others stemmed from the original owner's personal expenditures. Thankfully, there were no rumors of gambling debts or other unsavory financial troubles, leading Feng Wangda to believe that negotiations could proceed. After gathering sufficient information, Feng Qianni began to appraise the aquaculture facility. With a precise bottom line established through his calculations, Feng Wangda, armed with this knowledge, prepared to enter negotiations. This time, Feng Wangda was brimming with confidence in negotiations, no longer exhibiting the nervousness and unease of their first encounter. The opposing party recognized that Feng Wangda was not easily deceived. Upon hearing the price he proposed, they shuddered, abandoning any thoughts of trickery and engaging in earnest discussions instead. After 2 rounds of negotiation, the original owner, losing patience, conceded and agreed to transfer the business to Feng Wangda for just a slight increase over the bottom price. Upon acquiring the breeding factory, both Feng Wangda and Feng Qianni were compelled to devote considerable effort to reorganizing, repairing equipment, adjusting personnel, managing accounts, and verifying debts, an overwhelming multitude of tasks that kept them exceedingly busy. Yet, at this critical juncture, Du Junqi called, urging Feng Qianni to return and expedite the production of the fantasy dolls. Feng Qianni found himself in a dilemma, as both avenues represented his business, with familial ties on one side and friendships on the other. Abandoning either was simply not an option. Sensing the hesitation and difficulty in Feng Qianni's tone, Du Junqi probed further and learned that Feng's father had acquired another factory, requiring his attention for the time being. With a heavy heart, Du Junqi had no choice but to concede, realizing she could not compel Feng Qianni to return. However, Du Junqi's relinquishment only intensified Feng Qianni's sense of guilt. He suggested that Du Junqi proceed with the doll clothing, after which he would dispatch a delivery driver from the factory to collect the garments, personally overseeing the final embroidery work. This was a viable solution, and Du Junqi agreed. The summer holidays marked a peak sales season for toys, and to avoid missing this lucrative opportunity, Du Junqi enlisted her mother, Song Huilan, to recruit 2 additional workers to handle various minor tasks. With these 2 skilled artisans, the production of the fantasy dolls accelerated. The latest issue of New Horizons was released, featuring an additional color page advertisement for Kunlun Fantasy, announcing the official sale of the original fantasy dolls, now accepting orders with a guarantee of quality replacements, and specifying the pickup location at XX Street, XX Road, XX number, accompanied by a series of color photographs of the dolls. Once the advertisement was published, the workshop's phone lines became inundated with calls, leaving Du Junqi hoarse from answering, while a steady stream of order letters flooded in, each often accompanied by a deposit. She had no choice but to enlist Jiang Kai and Du Junwan to assist with recording and collecting payments. 1 week after the advertisement was published, the workshop had received a total of 137 orders, some of which included multiple doll requests. Upon tallying, the total number of dolls to be produced reached an astounding 264. An immense undertaking. Du Junqi realized she had severely underestimated market demand. She had initially thought that, based on the publication cycle of New Horizons, selling over 200 dolls in a month would be commendable. To her astonishment, they had reached that milestone in just 1 week, and she dreaded to imagine how many orders would come in the following week, a thought that left her with a headache. Song Huilan was unable to offer assistance, as she was preoccupied with matters related to Du Guangming's company. Observing their granddaughters overwhelmed with work, the grandparents also lent a hand. Yet it was still insufficient. Consequently, Du Junqi had to invest further by hiring 3 skilled workers and 1 apprentice, as well as acquiring 2 sewing machines and 3 electric irons, all in a bid to enhance efficiency. Meanwhile, Fang Xinyi was equally consumed by work. Embroidery, though meticulous and involving small garments with limited areas requiring stitching, demanded considerable attention and effort to ensure quality. The doll workshop is exceedingly busy, and Du Junqi has no time to go over there, particularly since she has just endured the pressures of the high school entrance examination. Aware of this, the coach and her team has relaxed the restrictions on her, granting her a leave to enjoy herself. However, this respite has caused Du Junqi to entirely forget another matter. Kong Chongqing, filled with indignation, rushed to the Du residence, only to find it empty. He then inquired with the neighbors about the location of the doll workshop and stormed off in a fit of rage. Du Junqi? Kong Chongqing shouted, hands on his hips at the entrance, startling the elderly guard nearly to the point of a heart failure, who hurried out and gave him a whack on the head. You insolent child, what are you yelling for? This is a workplace, not a place for your reckless antics. Kong Chongqing's fervor was somewhat dampened by the reprimand, and his voice lowered, yet his eyes still brimmed with discontent. I am looking for the doll workshop. The entrance to the workshop is not here. You must exit, turn left, and enter the small path on the side. You will find the iron gate. Go in and head to the 2nd floor. The guard replied, shooting him another glare. Oh, thank you, sir, Kong Chongqing said, scratching his head in gratitude. After this lesson, his bravado had significantly diminished, and he dutifully entered through the iron gate and ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon seeing the industrious workers in the office, his voice involuntarily softened further. Excuse me, is Du Junqi here? The workers were engrossed in their tasks, and no one heard his soft-spoken inquiry. It was not until he raised his voice 2 more times that one of the workers responded. You are looking for Du Junqi? Who are you? The worker continued to work at the station while asking that I am her teammate. My name is Kong Chongqing. All right, just wait a moment. The worker turned and entered a small door at the back, which had been created for convenience, as a passageway had been made in the wall between the 2 offices. After a while, Du Junqi emerged. Oh, you actually found this place. How did you know the address? She asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Kong Chongqing puffed out his small chest. Humph, don't underestimate me, he shot her a sidelong glance. So you've become a model student and forgotten your old friends? Huh? Not at all. Come in and sit, Du Junqi replied with an innocent expression. She led Kong Chongqing through the small door into a storeroom, where several shelves lined the walls, stacked with fabrics, cotton, lace, and colorful beads. At the far end stood a small table adorned with several sketches. Du Junqi pulled out a folding chair and placed it beside the table. Please, have a seat. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Kong Chongqing nodded, and Du Junqi poured him a glass. What brings you here? She asked. Kong Chongqing shot her another glance. Now that your entrance exams are over, why haven't you reported back to the team? It's precisely because the exams are finished that I need to unwind. The coach has granted me leave, Du Junqi explained. Sensing Kong Chongqing's underlying thoughts, She added, "Congratulations, Kong Shitty. Welcome to the youth sports team." Kong Changqing scoffed, "I could have joined regardless. But you were rather inconsiderate. I thought you would come during my exams, yet you didn't show up. When I finally joined the team, you were still absent. And now that summer break has begun, you are still nowhere to be found." Junqi smiled and said, "I have been preparing for the high school entrance examination, so my studies have been quite intense. Although I have completed the exam now, there are still numerous tasks to attend to at the workshop, making it impossible for me to join the team at this moment." Kong Changqing grunted a couple of times. "I am aware of your capabilities. Last year, you excelled in the primary to junior high school transition, and now you have tackled the high school entrance exam. You are also engaged in cultural exhibitions and television appearances, remaining exceptionally busy. However, no matter how occupied you are, you cannot go back on your word. You clearly promised me that you would be my partner. Now that I have made it into the youth sports team, you cannot renege on our agreement. Rest assured, I will not change my mind once I have made a promise," Junqi replied, understanding that he had come to seek a commitment. His impatience remained unchanged. "Will you keep your word?" Kong Changqing asked once more, anxious that Junqi might overlook him in favor of another partner given the abundance of talent in the team. "Let us make a pinky swear," Junqi said, extending his little finger. Kong Changqing, overjoyed, quickly linked his finger with Junqi's. Junqi chuckled softly, "There is no need for you to be in such a rush. I have only been in the team for a year. Still laying the foundation. There is no urgency to finalize a partner just yet. New team members typically need to acclimate with others before selecting partners, usually based on their relationships, but of course, there are instances where coaches designate partners." Kong Changqing pouted, "You are different. You are a model student, and many aspire to partner with you. If I don't act swiftly, I might miss my chance. This month, I am too busy to visit the team, but I will report next month and seek you out then," Junqi stated. "All right," Kong Changqing nodded, his eyes darting around eagerly. "Do you know anything about the upcoming plot of The Legend of Kunlun? Please share a hint." Junqi playfully tapped him on the forehead. "In a way. Just a little hint, please," Kong Changqing persisted, leaning closer. "Your name is clearly listed in the screenwriter's column. You must know something about the next episode. Just a tiny detail, please. Stay tuned for the next episode. Take care on your way out," Junqi said, pushing him out the door. Chapter 47. New Ideas. The latest issue of New Horizons has just hit the shelves. With the arrival of summer vacation, a throng of students eagerly awaited outside bookstores, ready to rush in the moment the doors opened to snatch up copies. As the store opened for business, students poured in like a tidal wave, each clutching a copy with glee, leaving the staff overwhelmed. Fortunately, the students were remarkably disciplined in forming lines. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to predict how many copies might have been snatched away. Not only was the bookstore bustling with students, but the courtyard of the doll workshop was also overflowing, as children who had ordered the fantasy dolls arrived early with their parents. Above the small courtyard, a sunshade made of plastic has long been set up, and several tables are arranged in the middle of the space, effectively separating the throngs of people from those at the back. Junqi, Junwan, Jiangkai, and their grandparents each occupy a table, with a stack of bound papers in front of them, meticulously organized in alphabetical order according to the names of the customers. Each entry is annotated with the corresponding doll's name, enabling those in line to swiftly find their names and dolls upon announcing them, followed by payment, receipt issuance, and doll handover. Despite the four working together, they find themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of individuals coming to collect dolls. As time passes, the crowd grows ever larger, and in the sweltering heat of summer, the atmosphere becomes stifling, leading to rising impatience among those waiting, accompanied by an increase in urging remarks. Sensing the disquietude in the air, Junqi promptly instructs the workers to procure chilled beverages while also bringing in fans from the workshop, setting them to maximum power to provide a refreshing breeze for the waiting patrons. As they sip on chilled drinks and feel the cool air, the anxious crowd gradually calms down. By 11 o'clock. After a continuous flurry of activity, Junqi announces a break for lunch, halting the collection of dolls at 11:30, intending to resume at 3 in the afternoon. Due to the oppressive heat, people are reluctant to wait idly, and they begin to disperse, allowing Junqi and the others a moment to catch their breath and hydrate. After a lunch and a brief nap, they regain their energy and resume their labors at 3, continuing until 6 in the evening, managing to deliver over half of the dolls on the very first day. The following day is equally hectic, but by the third day, circumstances improve, and by noon, all dolls are collected. The orders from the previous month are finally fulfilled, yet before they can even exhale in relief, the worker responsible for answering phones arrives with a new list for the current month, a lengthy roster that induces an immediate headache for Junqi and the others. Here we go again. It is truly a daunting challenge. That night, As Du Junqi lies in bed after a refreshing shower, her mind begins to race. The scale of the doll workshop is still too small, although they are pursuing a boutique approach rather than competing on volume. They cannot afford to be unable to meet market demand. However, expanding at this juncture seems unwise, as the initial waves of orders are undoubtedly the largest, and subsequent orders are unlikely to match this magnitude. To expand now, hiring more staff and investing in equipment, only to see future orders dwindle would result in unnecessary waste. Yet, without expansion, the next 2 months will surely remain busy, and having experienced the frenzy of the first month, Du Junqi is reluctant to endure it again. She turns over in sighs, lamenting that outsourcing to another factory is not feasible. In this age of limited information, locating a suitable subcontractor could take an eternity, and by the time one is found, the orders might have already diminished. She shifts positions again, contemplating the possibility of directly acquiring a factory to establish a stronghold. With a factory at her disposal, not only could they manufacture the fantasy dolls, but they could also produce other toys, and the previously sold military and princess dolls could be resumed as well. The best part is that these two lines do not require intricate, time-consuming embroidery. Military attire inherently does not demand it, and the European princess gowns are predominantly lace and bows, thus alleviating the burden on Feng Qianni, who would otherwise toil tirelessly to meet deadlines. If they expand just a little further, they could not only produce toys but also venture into children's clothing. Indeed, children's clothing. Du Junqi sat up, realizing the immense potential before her. Upon this realization, she could no longer remain idle. She swiftly rose, seized a sheet of paper and a pencil, and began to sketch, recalling and revising for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, it struck her that the trend at the time was not the diverse and colorful styles of children's apparel that would later emerge, but rather the simplest of athletic wear. What a waste of time to be drawing these designs. Frustrated, Du Junqi crumpled the paper in her hands. Since the Asian Games were held in 1990, athletic wear had become a sensation in the market, worn not only by adults but also by children daily. The primary reason for this was the durability of such clothing. A piece could be worn for 2 to 3 years, making it ideal for the ever-growing youngsters. Parents, motivated by both frugality and a desire to prevent their children from engaging in unhealthy comparisons, predominantly chose to purchase athletic attire for their offspring. Du Junqi took a moment to gather her thoughts, smoothing out the crumpled paper once more and placing several heavy books atop it to ensure it lay flat. Although it may not be immediately useful, who knows when it might come in handy in the future? No need to waste it. She retrieved the drawing paper again and began anew, this time focusing solely on athletic wear. Many details were refined, making the fit less baggy and allowing the wearer's figure to appear elongated. She distinguished between male and female designs, creating short-sleeved t-shirts and pleated skirts for girls, ensuring that wearers could embody both modesty and youthful charm. In truth, she could have made the designs even more vibrant and lively. However, considering the aesthetic sensibilities and conservatism of the era, she opted for a more restrained approach, planning to make gradual adjustments over time. By implementing small changes, market acceptance would likely increase, and perhaps in the future, they could even introduce European-style uniforms or sailor outfits inspired by Japanese anime. After more than an hour of dedicated work, Du Junqi was deeply engrossed in her drawings while Du Junwan had long since drifted into slumber. It was only when Song Huilan came to urge her to sleep that Du Junqi reluctantly began to tidy up her materials for the night. The following day, after a restful sleep, Du Junqi took her design sketches to seek out Du Guoming. "Father, what do you think of the athletic wear I've designed?" she inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed on him. Du Guoming slowly perused the sketches, nodding in approval. "Not bad. They appear more appealing than what's available in stores, and they're not overly baggy. Shall we proceed to produce the clothing?" she proposed. Du Guoming's jaw nearly dropped in shock. "Produce them? Yes," Du Junqi affirmed with a determined nod. Recognizing that his daughter was not jesting, Du Guoming began to contemplate seriously. "If we are to produce clothing, we must find a factory to manufacture it. There is indeed a garment factory in the county. I can approach them for discussions, but do we truly need to produce clothing?" He still felt it was unnecessary. In truth, the production of clothing was merely a supplementary aspect. Her primary aim was to establish a long-term partnership with a clothing factory. This would allow for the outsourcing of doll models and clothing patterns, significantly alleviating the pressure on their workshop. Relying solely on the workshop would not suffice to meet the demands of orders. Du Junqi spoke earnestly. Currently, the clothing production is just an initial collaboration. If they prove to be reputable and their quality is good, we can continue our partnership for the long haul. Du Guoming nodded thoughtfully indeed. "It seems that my father must seek out a reliable garment factory. Only then can our collaboration proceed smoothly without undue stress. Well, I shall trouble my father to make a trip. By the way, Could you inquire if I can take responsibility for the design drawings while they merely follow them for production? Perhaps this could lead to a reduction in costs. All right, no problem, he replied as Du Guangming set out for work. He made a detour to the garment factory. Ever since he purchased the warehouse to establish his company, he and Song Huilan had applied for a leave of absence from their previous jobs, dedicating themselves entirely to the renovation business. Thus, Du Guangming enjoyed a fair degree of freedom in his schedule, no longer bound by the necessity of punctuality. When he returned home at noon, his countenance was far from cheerful. That shoddy factory seems on the brink of collapse, haphazardly quoting prices with exorbitant demands. They are clearly desperate, he expressed, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. They insist on a minimum order of 300 pieces, which is reasonable enough, but to demand 10,000 yuan upfront is outrageous. Over 30 yuan per piece. The fabric they use is no different from that of school uniforms, which only cost around 30 yuan each, even allowing for a profit margin. Their quoted price is essentially retail. How deceitful. Du Junqi's expression mirrored his discontent, flat and devoid of emotion. Her innate tendency to suppress feelings had rendered her expressionless, which in itself could be perceived as a sign of displeasure. Is there truly no other garment factory in the county? Song Huilan inquired from the side. Du Guangming furrowed his brow. There may be others. I will inquire at the factory this afternoon. Any factory must report to the power plant for industrial electricity. Aside from illegally constructed ones, all should be documented in the afternoon. Du Guangming returned to the power plant. As he had now assumed the role of boss, his colleagues could not resist teasing him, exchanging banter before he seriously delved into record checks. After some time, he finally discovered a small garment factory belonging to the local street committee. The electricity records indicated that the factory was on the verge of closure. With a continuous decline in electricity usage for over a year, and no payments made in the last 3 months, although the consumption was minimal, barely a dozen yuan per month, suggesting it had ceased operations. Du Guangming noted the factory's address and proceeded directly to the street office overseeing the garment factory. Upon arrival, he found the factory shut down, its large iron gates locked, with only an elderly watchman present. He obtained the name and address of the factory manager from the watchman, intending to visit the manager's home that evening. In the sweltering heat, Du Guangming traversed a considerable distance, drenched in sweat, and upon returning home, he downed 2 glasses of water in quick succession. It's unbearably hot. This is truly inconvenient. Without a telephone, one must rely on running about. It's exhausting just to accomplish a single task. Song Huilan turned the fan to its maximum setting. You know how difficult it is to install a telephone. If we hadn't established our company and arranged for a phone installation, our home would still be without one. Who knows how long we would have to wait for a quota from the postal bureau. Du Guangming wiped his brow. We have a telephone, while others do not. Having a phone yet being unable to reach anyone feels almost pointless, and the monthly fees are exorbitant. Du Junqi rested her chin on her hand, listening to her parents' conversation, reminiscing about the era when everyone possessed a mobile phone. However, the costs at that time were still exorbitant. She longed for the day when prices would align with those abroad. Regrettably, she had not lived to witness that time in her previous life. Song Huilan gave Du Guangming a firm pat. All right, enough with the rambling. The food has gone cold. Hurry and eat, and once you're done, go find the factory director's home. We need to wrap this up quickly to avoid lingering worries. I understand, he replied. After dinner, Du Guangming followed the address on the note to seek out the home of Director Luo of the small garment factory. This time, everything unfolded smoothly. Du Guangming's order was a lifeline for the small factory, and Director Luo was immediately filled with joy, receiving Du Guangming with exceptional warmth. Inquiring about the custom pricing, Director Luo presented a fabric catalog he had at home, sincerely offering several reasonable prices based on the different materials. Having made previous comparisons, Du Guangming found these prices quite agreeable. Once he grasped the pricing, Du Guangming presented Director Luo with Du Junqi's design sketches, asking if there would be any issues producing garments according to these designs. Although he was the director, Director Luo frequently visited the workshop. After all, it was a small factory with insufficient manpower, and the division of labor was not rigidly defined. Sometimes, when orders piled up, Director Luo would also lend a hand in the workshop. At a glance, Director Luo recognized that the activewear depicted in the designs was more tailored and aesthetically pleasing than what was currently popular in the market. However, he was not a professional pattern maker. Despite the proportions indicated on the sketches, the actual patterning process involved a complex series of steps. Sometimes, a visually appealing design did not guarantee a flattering final product. Lacking the technical expertise in this area, Director Luo could not make any promises, but he assured Du Guangming that he would consult with the factory's senior craftsmen regarding the designs. Du Guangming nodded in understanding, leaving behind the design sketches along with his home telephone number. Upon discovering that Du Guangming's family possessed a telephone, Director Luo felt an increased desire to secure the order. Having a phone indicated that Du Guangming's financial situation was stable, and this order was genuine, not merely a frivolous jest. Upon returning home, Du Guangming recounted the details of his conversation with Director Luo to Du Junqi. Due to Director Luo's cautious approach towards the designs, Du Junqi developed a favorable impression of him, believing him to be quite responsible in his dealings. 3 days later, Director Luo returned the call, informing Du Guangming that the patterning had been completed and that the activewear from the design could be produced in bulk. He also invited Du Guangming to the factory for further discussions and to examine the patterns of the activewear. Finding a convenient time, Du Guangming took Du Junqi to the small garment factory. Upon their arrival, the elderly gatekeeper recognized Du Guangming immediately and opened the door without waiting for him to speak, warmly ushering both of them inside. The small factory was housed in a 2-story building, with the director's office located on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the director's office, they were greeted by 4 individuals who were already waiting. Director Luo introduced Du Guangming to each of them: the deputy director, the office manager, and the pattern maker, and Du Guangming smiled as he shook their hands one by one. After the introductions, Director Luo produced a stack of patterns. He was meticulous in his work, having created a pattern for each style of activewear depicted in the design sketches. Du Guangming took over the design blueprint and opened it up. Du Junqi, seated beside him, examined it closely and found it quite impressive. The details were far superior to her original design sketches, with the cutting and stitching lines meticulously indicated. "How is it? The pattern hasn't deviated, has it?" Director Luo inquired with a smile, though his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Du Guangming instinctively glanced at his daughter, who nodded in affirmation. He then turned to Director Luo with a smile. "It's excellent. I am very satisfied." "That's wonderful to hear," Director Luo responded, visibly relieved. His smile becoming more genuine. "Boss Du, when will you need the goods? Please provide a specific timeline so we can arrange to start production." Du Guangming looked at Du Junqi, who pointed at the women's clothing on the blueprint. "I like this one. All right, understood," Du Guangming replied. "Let us proceed with this. It's perfect for summer, suitable for wearing dresses." Director Luo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, dresses are best suited for summer. If we delay, it will be too late. Young ladies look beautiful in them. They should sell quite well." After speaking, Director Luo turned to his staff, and the deputy director gave him a knowing glance. Director Luo then rubbed his hands together, somewhat sheepishly stating, "Boss Du, our factory believes this women's line is promising. It's a bit awkward to ask, but could you allow us to produce a larger quantity?" What Director Luo implied was that the clothing factory intended to manufacture this design and sell it under their own label. Du Guangming's expression darkened immediately. This was the fruit of Chi-Chi's hard work, and they intended to appropriate it for themselves. The deputy director, with a broad smile, interjected, "Boss Du, you see, our factory is very sincere. Although what you provided is merely a design sketch and not the official blueprint, we are still willing to compensate you at the blueprint's price." Du Guangming nearly erupted in anger. The deputy director's insinuation was clear. They already possessed the blueprint, and regardless of his consent, the factory could proceed with production on their own. Informing him was merely a formality. It was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Du Guangming turned to Director Luo, who surprisingly lowered his head, offering no response. The subsequent conversation became increasingly uncomfortable. Du Guangming discerned that the deputy director was a shrewd individual, and Director Luo seemed to heed his words closely. No wonder the factory struggled to thrive. Who would wish to collaborate with such a calculating person? There was nothing remarkable about their operations, and yet they sought to exploit others. After one collaboration, it was certain that they would not be approached again. Thus, the discussion ended on a sour note, with Du Guangming leaving in a foul mood alongside Du Junqi. He pedaled his bicycle to first drop her off at the doll workshop. Under the scorching sun, Du Junqi felt her skin burning painfully. "Dad, let us buy a car," she said, hugging his waist from the back seat, her voice somewhat sulky. "Buy a car?" The handlebars jerked suddenly as Du Guangming quickly steadied them. "What do we need a car for?" "To carry people or goods, either would do." "Let us get a pickup truck, Dad. The front can seat passengers, while the back is a cargo bed that can hold a lot of things." "Father, consider this. Every time the company undertakes a project, it must hire individuals to transport goods, which not only incurs significant expenses but also results in sluggish operations. If we possessed our own vehicle, the logistics of transporting goods would become remarkably more convenient. Furthermore, a vehicle would serve as a representation of the company. Possessing one would undoubtedly enhance our corporate image. Regularly transporting clients to construction sites would also reflect the company's commitment to valuing its clientele. Du Junqi elaborated extensively on the myriad advantages of owning a vehicle. Du Guangming, upon listening, found himself somewhat swayed. Setting aside the convenience of transporting goods, the ability to shuttle clients was particularly appealing to him. There had been numerous occasions when clients expressed a desire to visit the company or inspect the construction site, but due to the absence of a vehicle, he was compelled to hail a ride on the street. In this small county, taxis were non-existent. The only option was human-powered rickshaws, which often left him feeling quite embarrassed. If the company had its own vehicle, he could present himself more confidently in front of clients. This aspect of corporate image is indeed of paramount importance. What type of vehicle are you suggesting? One with a sedan front and a truck bed at the back? Du Guangming inquired. Yes, it's called a pickup truck. It's less expensive than a sedan yet slightly pricier than a small truck, but it is remarkably practical, capable of both transporting people and delivering goods. All right, I shall go and take a look then. If the price is reasonable, I will decide to purchase. Invite me along. I wish to see it as well, Junqi replied, confident in her understanding of vehicles, at least more so than her father, who had never even driven one very well. Du Guangming thought his daughter was merely curious and readily agreed. After dropping his daughter off at the workshop, he pedaled his bicycle to the company. As two projects were nearing completion, and he needed to promptly organize the documents, preparing to make copies for the clients for accounting purposes. Upon arriving at the company, he found Song Huilan diligently cleaning with a rag. As soon as she saw Du Guangming enter, she approached him to inquire about the outcome of his discussions. Du Guangming recounted the events in one breath. What kind of people are these? The factory is on the brink of closure, yet they still think they can take advantage of us. Song Huilan exclaimed, her frustration evident. Indeed, once it closes, I shall purchase the factory, dismiss these individuals, and send them home to fend for themselves. Du Guangming asserted in exasperation. Then do buy it, Song Huilan replied in agreement. Du Guangming expected her to mock him, but to his surprise, she readily concurred. What? Song Huilan cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you truly considering buying it? Du Guangming cautiously inquired. Yes, she nodded affirmatively. Are you genuinely going to buy it? He asked again. Buy. She reiterated emphatically. Du Guangming's expression shifted to one of skepticism. What prompted this notion of purchasing? Our family's spare funds are insufficient. We can take out a loan, Song Huilan replied with a look of triumph. What on earth is going on? Du Guangming pulled Song Huilan into the office, discreetly closing the door behind them. Song Huilan meticulously recounted the sequence of events to Du Guangming. Ever since Du Guangming established the construction team, occasional financial shortages compelled both him and Song Huilan to borrow money from relatives and friends. Gradually, this led to the formation of a reliable network for private lending. Due to the Du family's esteemed reputation and the flourishing business of the construction team, which has since evolved into a company, the number of individuals approaching Song Huilan for loans has significantly increased. In an era with limited financial avenues and a general lack of investment courage, private lending has emerged as a lucrative means of generating wealth. It can be said that whenever the Du family expresses the need for loans, numerous eager individuals rush forward to offer their money. The Du family's strong credibility has even caught the attention of bank loan officers. One of Song Huilan's high school classmates, who works as a bank loan officer, was struggling to meet her business targets halfway through the year. Upon learning that Du Guangming's wife was her former classmate, she hurried to reconnect and casually mentioned some loan matters during their conversation, which piqued Song Huilan's interest. In comparison, private lending is swift and does not require asset collateral, making it quite convenient, although the amounts are typically smaller and the interest rates exceed those of banks. Conversely, banks have complex procedures and necessitate physical or asset collateral, but they offer longer repayment terms and lower interest rates. For short-term borrowing, private lending is indeed more convenient. However, for business operations and enterprises, banks hold the advantage in the long run. Aware of the booming orders for the doll workshop yet facing severe production shortages, Song Huilan pondered ways to assist her youngest daughter. Upon learning that her daughter had a new idea to seek a long-term partner to fulfill the orders, Song Huilan considered the prospect of outright purchasing a factory. Now, as finding a suitable partner proved to be a challenge, she fully embraced the notion of acquiring a factory. Subsequently, she recalled her classmates' mention of bank loans and thought that securing a loan to purchase a factory would simplify matters greatly. After hearing Song Huilan's analysis, Du Guangming's mind began to race as well, though his thoughts gravitated not toward loans but rather toward asset collateral. Since last year, numerous factories have been shutting down, and the situation has worsened this year with many more closures. Consequently, banks are likely burdened with a plethora of debt accounts and non-performing loans. If they could acquire some of these collateralized assets at a low price from the bank, it would undoubtedly be more economical than engaging in market transactions, such as vehicles or factory premises. Du Guangming shared his ideas with Song Huilan, and her eyes lit up at once, as she too found the suggestion appealing. The most advantageous aspect was that the bank would reclaim purely collateralized assets, devoid of personnel relationships, unlike the transfer of contracts which would entail assuming the wages of existing factory workers and pensions of retirees. Opting for bank collateral seemed most suitable for the financially modest Du family. The two discussed the matter extensively, becoming increasingly convinced of its feasibility. However, they decided to first broach the subject with Chi. If she too deemed it viable, she would promptly consult her bank classmate. Unbeknownst to them, Junqi had subtly evolved into her parents' decision-making consultant. Upon returning home in the evening, Junqi listened intently to Du Guangming's plans and felt a surge of inspiration, realizing that indeed, her father possessed an innate talent for business. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish such a large enterprise in his previous life. When she expressed her approval of the feasibility of the ideas, Du Guangming and Song Huilan were immediately invigorated with enthusiasm. The following morning, Song Huilan promptly contacted a classmate from the bank, inquiring whether she could facilitate a connection with a colleague responsible for collateral. Her classmate readily agreed to assist and scheduled a meeting that afternoon at her office for a more in-depth discussion. Upon arriving at the bank that afternoon, Song Huilan was warmly welcomed by Zhang Guixiang, who had already made the necessary arrangements. Zhang guided her into the VIP room, brewed some tea, and requested that she take a seat. Subsequently, she utilized the desk phone to summon her colleague Zhu Ping, with whom she had a good rapport. Due to the increasing number of factory closures, the bank had accumulated a growing inventory of collateral, which had now become non-performing loans. If these assets were not addressed promptly, they risked becoming irrecoverable debts, causing significant concern for the bank. The institution sought to convert these collaterals into liquid assets. However, the unfavorable economic climate left many of the assets undervalued, aside from a few high-quality items that had been sold. In response, the bank had increased the workload for its dedicated employees, one of whom was Zhu Ping, who faced considerable pressure. Fortunately, an internal directive had been issued, promising bonuses to employees who successfully facilitated the sale of collateral through their connections. Thus, when Song Huilan approached Zhang Guixiang with this proposal, it was akin to presenting her with a bonus opportunity. Zhang Guixiang promptly sought out Zhu Ping, who was equally delighted. The two of them deliberated extensively and established the criteria for pricing the assets. Motivated by their individual goals, Zhu Ping by her sales targets and Zhang Guixiang by her potential bonus, both were eager to promote the available collateral. Song Huilan expressed her desire to purchase a pickup truck and a small factory, preferably one that had previously been involved in garment production. Upon clarifying her objectives, Zhu Ping and Zhang Guixiang immediately began sifting through the inventory of collateral, quickly identifying several suitable options. There were 3 pickup trucks available, with photographs and prices listed in the catalog. Zhu Ping quoted a price based on the bank's internal secondary pricing, which Song Huilan found agreeable. They arranged a time for her to visit the parking lot with Du Guangming to inspect the vehicles. As for the factory, several options were available. Some were vacant, while others still contained production equipment. However, none of the factories that met Song Huilan's criteria had previously been garment factories, leading her to opt for the vacant ones, as they were more affordable, with the equipment available for separate purchase. Zhu Ping meticulously compiled the information on the selected collateral, making copies that included the pricing details, and neatly packaged them in a folder, ensuring to leave her direct contact number on the cover. Song Huilan was highly satisfied with Zhu Ping's service. After years of banking experiences, this was the first occasion she had truly encountered genuine and sincere assistance. Encouraged by Zhang Guixiang, Song Huilan also acquired a gold card. Upon returning home, Song Huilan presented the materials to Du Guangming and Junqi. While the trucks could be assessed on-site later, the primary focus was on selecting a factory with convenient transportation access. Du Guangming and Junqi swiftly prioritized the available vacant factories. However detailed the photographs might be, they agreed that seeing the sites in person would be far more beneficial. Thus, they resolved to visit the factory while also checking the trucks. On the appointed day, the trio ventured to the parking lot. Du Guangming was not discerning in his choice of vehicle. It was only with the assistance of Junqi that they successfully selected a pickup truck. Zhu Ping looked on in mild surprise at Junqi, astonished that this family so indulgently catered to their daughter, even allowing her to dictate such a significant decision as purchasing a vehicle. Subsequently, the three were guided by Zhu Ping to inspect several vacant factory buildings. As before, it was under Junqi's suggestion that they ultimately settled on one of the empty premises. Zhu Ping couldn't help but marvel at the boundless affection the parents lavished upon their daughter, pondering if she were the sole daughter in her family, would she, too, be afforded such indulgence? Yet, her musings were fleeting. Zhu Ping swiftly reverted to her astute nature, promptly encouraging Song Huilan to procure another pickup truck. After all, having acquired a factory meant they would inevitably need to produce goods, and to transport those goods, a vehicle was essential. Thus, it was prudent to secure an additional truck, and the price could be negotiated for a more favorable deal. After some contemplation, the Du family concurred with Zhu Ping's reasoning, and they returned to the parking lot to finalize the purchase of another pickup. Due to insufficient funds in their account, Song Huilan could only pay a deposit, with the remaining balance due within a month. However, there was no cause for concern. Zhang Guixiang had already prepared the loan agreement, and once signed, it would proceed to the review stage. Given that Song Huilan held a gold card and had already secured financing for 2 pickup trucks and a factory, the approval process was expected to be straightforward. Amidst the bustling production of dolls and the anticipation of loan approval, Junqi received her results for the high school entrance examination. She had secured the top position in the county, achieving the honor of being the top scholar for the second time in 2 years. Junqi once again shone brightly in the public eye. Director Zhang and Principal Chun, in their elation, seized the opportunity to promote Junqi. The county and city television stations, as well as the local newspaper, repeatedly reported on her remarkable accomplishments, further elevating her status. Unsurprisingly, Junqi was included in the list of awardees for the Wincy Prize, and this time, no one dared to cast doubt upon her. Those who had questioned her abilities the previous year fell silent this time around. Upon learning from the television that Junqi had become the top scorer, Fang Qinyi promptly called to congratulate her. Naturally, Junqi was delighted to receive her friend's well wishes, yet she did not lose sight of her ambitions. Seizing the moment of the call, she discussed her plans to purchase the factory to expand operations, as well as her aspiration to venture into children's clothing. Fang Qinyi was taken aback by Junqi's swift new ideas and her decisive actions, which only heightened his regard for her. Indeed, she was no ordinary child. The bank approved the loan, enabling the purchase of the factory. Song Huilan, through Zhang Guixiang, connected with a machinery factory, a longtime client of Zhang Guixiang's, which was performing well. Thanks to Zhang Guixiang's introduction, the machinery factory offered a favorable price. With funds, a factory, and equipment secured, Junqi planned to recruit workers from a garment factory managed by the street office. This factory had ceased operations, leaving workers without wages and struggling to make ends meet. Most were seeking employment elsewhere, yet in County L, job opportunities were scarce despite the impending merger with City F. Consequently, the workers were anxiously subsisting on their savings while searching for new work. After Junqi observed the patterns crafted by the factory's skilled pattern maker, he became deeply invested in the artisan's expertise. The pattern maker is an invaluable technical asset in the garment industry. Possessing a proficient one can significantly enhance the efficiency of clothing production. Junqi instructed his father, Du Guangming, to ensure that the pattern maker would be invited to their new factory. After several inquiries, Du Guangming finally located the residence of the esteemed pattern maker, Sun Hongzheng. To convey sincerity, he personally visited Master Sun to extend the invitation. Over 40 years of age, Master Sun was in the prime of his life, yet facing considerable pressures. Upon hearing that Du Guangming wanted him to join the new factory as a pattern maker with a salary equivalent to his current one, he immediately agreed, even daring to inquire if he could bring a few colleagues along. Du Guangming graciously consented and encouraged Master Sun to assess their skills and character, inviting him to bring anyone he deemed suitable. Overjoyed and immensely grateful, Master Sun saw this as an opportunity for his apprentices, who were struggling to find employment, as well as several of his colleagues, all of whom were of similar age and facing significant life pressures. With Master Sun's goodwill and the recruitment notice prominently displayed outside the new factory, the establishment soon buzzed with potential workers ready to commence operations. While Du Guangming was responsible for recruitment, Song Huilan was busy as well, making yet another trip to the industrial and tax authorities to secure the necessary permits for the new factory. Having navigated this process multiple times, she was quite adept at it, ensuring swift approvals. Junqi named the new factory Noah Garment Factory, a title that resonated with contemporary aesthetics in the country. Furthermore, he designed the factory's logo, iron gate plaque, exterior paint, and outdoor advertisements, which Du Guangming meticulously executed according to his designs. With the hardware and workforce addressed, the focus shifted to financial and equity matters. To clarify the public accounts, Junqi arranged a meeting with Fang Qinyi, requesting that he and his father come to the factory for a detailed discussion. They reviewed the previous accounts from the original workshop and subsequently transferred the funds into the public accounts of Noah Factory. Given the Du family's significant investment, the Fang family would need to contribute corresponding funds to maintain their original 50% stake. However, due to the Fang family's recent acquisition of a breeding factory, they were temporarily unable to provide the necessary capital. Thus, Junqi proposed to Fang Qinyi that they would distribute profits based on the actual funds invested, while both she and Fang Qinyi, as the founders and technical core, would each hold an additional 10% share. Fang Qinyi had no objections to this arrangement and admired Junqi's meticulous and considerate approach to business. As both Du Junqi and Fang Qinyi were minors and not fully capable of civil acts under the law, the legal representative remained Song Huilan, as was the case with the workshop. However, due to the larger scale and greater financial implications of the new factory, operations needed to be more formal. Thus, Du Junqi summoned Fang Wangda to accompany Song Huilan to a notary office to formalize the investment proportions. Fang Wangda was hearing the term notarization for the very first time. Initially, he assumed he was merely an observer, not realizing he would be required to partake in the notarization process, which left him feeling so anxious that he hardly knew what to say. Upon entering the notary office, he found himself blankly trailing behind Song Huilan, listening attentively to her every word. He then dazedly signed his name and pressed his thumbprint on a large stack of documents. Once the financial and equity matters were sorted out, after dispatching Song Huilan and Fang Wangda to handle the notarization, Du Junqi immediately engaged in discussions with Fang Qinyi regarding management affairs. In terms of factory management, Du Junqi planned to divide the premises into 2 workshops, one dedicated to doll production and the other to children's clothing. Fang Qinyi expressed his agreement. Regarding the appointment of specific responsible individuals, since Song Huilan would be preoccupied with the renovation of the company and could not be present at the clothing factory full-time, and considering Du Junqi's apparent youth and inability to command authority, Du Junqi decided to invite his grandfather to oversee operations. After all, his grandfather was an experienced cadre who had previously served as the director of the factory office, thus possessing far greater experience in handling factory affairs than they did. Fang Qinyi concurred, having no suitable candidates himself, and he trusted Du Junqi's grandfather, an undeniably upstanding elder. With these 2 significant issues resolved, Du Junqi and Fang Qinyi proceeded to discuss various minor matters. By the time Song Huilan and Fang Wangda returned, the 2 had nearly concluded their discussions. Once the documents were organized and they boarded the factory vehicle home, Fang Qinyi suddenly found himself in a daze, realizing how swiftly everything had been resolved. Was it truly possible that so many matters had been efficiently handled today? Had even the miscellaneous tasks been finalized? Goodness, Du Junqi's efficiency was astonishing. Chapter 50. The cornerstone of opportunity, the awards ceremony for the Wincy Prize commenced, with the entire Du family gathered, proudly occupying their seats in the audience. This time, no one dared to insinuate that Chi-Chi's achievements were inflated. Following a lengthy series of speeches from various dignitaries, it was finally time for the awards to be presented. Du Junqi made her entrance in a brand new athletic dress, captivating everyone with her stunning appearance. The charming little girl, adorned in a well-structured red and white striped athletic outfit, resembled a miniature model straight out of a fashion magazine. Absolutely breathtaking. As Du Junqi received her certificate and red envelope, her radiant smile grew even brighter. The moment she shook hands with the dignitaries in gratitude was captured by the ever-watchful reporters. That evening, the county television station dutifully reported on the Wincy Prize, naturally giving Du Junqi, who had secured first place in the high school entrance examination, a prominent feature, thus introducing her striking red and white athletic dress to the audience. In no time, many young girls were enamored with her outfit, and mothers were equally impressed by the elegant athletic dress, making mental notes to purchase a similar one for their daughters to wear. Du Junqi had provided an excellent free showcase for this athletic dress, and seizing the wave of attention generated by the county television broadcast, Noah Clothing Factory initiated a strategy of free distribution to department stores and several larger clothing retailers. Requiring no upfront payment, they simply needed to display the apparel from Noah Clothing Factory and then share the profits based on actual sales. The promotional strategy of the Noah Clothing Factory was exceptionally effective, accomplishing the distribution tasks seamlessly within just 2 days. By the 3rd day, department stores and several clothing shops had displayed the athletic skirts, showcasing several pieces in a variety of colors: red and white, blue and white, yellow and white, pink and white, green and white, all hues favored by young girls. Subsequently, the actual sales figures aligned perfectly with Du Junqi's expectations. Each athletic skirt was priced at 50 yuan, a cost that most families could easily manage. Although the sales were not as frenzied as a clearance event, they still managed to sell 30 to 40 pieces daily, which, given the generally poor economic climate this year, constituted an impressive achievement. The athletic skirts became an overnight sensation, prompting Noah to swiftly produce several additional sportswear designs by Du Junqi. With the momentum gained from the initial success, these new sportswear pieces also sold remarkably well. And at this rate, Noah Clothing Factory could expect to turn a profit within 3 months. Seeing the flourishing sales of sportswear, Du Junqi felt a sense of relief and, reflecting on her recent busyness, decided to treat herself to a short vacation with her family. However, before she could even step out, a distress call from Qi Yuan interrupted her plans. Du Junqi arrived at Xian Shihai in a pickup truck from the factory and knocked on Qi Yuan's office door. Just as she straightened her posture, She was abruptly pulled inside. Qi Yuan was visibly upset, a large pimple adorning his nose, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. Nevertheless, Junqi dared not laugh, recognizing his foul mood and wisely choosing not to provoke him further. Lao Lu wants to resign. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth. Lao Lu was an illustrator and the principal artist for Kunlun Xinxiachuan. His resignation would significantly impact Xianshi High. When did he announce this? Junqi inquired immediately. Yesterday. Qi Yuan suppressed the urge to spit, remembering that he had to maintain decorum in front of the little girl. He said he would finish the next issue of Kunlun and then leave. The next issue of Xianshi High was set to be released next week, and the subsequent issue of Kunlun Xinxiachuan would require 2 weeks for completion, meaning they only had 2 weeks to recruit a suitable illustrator, a daunting task given the time constraints. Lao Lu had seemingly played a trick on them. Was there any mention of a compensation clause when you signed the contract with him? Junqi asked. Yes, he must compensate for 6 months' salary. But he claims he will provide it. Qi Yuan glared at the office door, as if he could pierce through the barrier to glare at Lao Lu, suspecting foul play in his departure. I wonder which company has lured him away. If I find out, they will surely regret it. Junqi furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. In the next issue, we should release a notice at the conclusion of Kunlun stating that the principal artist has left for personal reasons and cannot continue his work, thus putting Kunlun on hold. This will significantly affect the sales of the subsequent issue, Qi Yuan acknowledged, knowing that pausing the series was unavoidable. However, the sales of Xianshi High heavily relied on the support of Kunlun Xinxiachuan, and a halt would undoubtedly have adverse repercussions. There is no need for concern. We shall issue another notice, expressing our gratitude for the support of our literary friends. It shall state that anyone who purchases the complete series of this year's New Horizons will be entitled to a discount of 30% on the first 2 issues of next year. Junqi has already conceived this idea. Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This is indeed a splendid plan. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Qi Yuan readily concurred, assuring that he would send a notification to the distributors across various regions. Furthermore, for the next issue of New Horizons, we must prominently indicate on the cover that we are seeking to recruit illustrators. Excellent. We must promptly create some promotional flyers for New Horizons as well as recruitment notices, and they should be of substantial size. Additionally, let us reach out to our colleges and teacher training institutions to organize a recruitment fair. How does one conduct that? Qi Yuan was utterly perplexed. It entails reserving a large classroom at the school, where interested students can gather, while the recruiters present on stage elucidate the nature of New Horizons, the target readership, the offered remuneration, and the potential for career advancement. Following this, students may freely pose questions and engage in dialogue, ultimately leaving their contact information and addresses for those inclined to self-recommend or visit for further discussions. Thus, the process was meticulously outlined by Junqi. Oh, I see. Qi Yuan nodded in understanding. Let us first design the promotional and recruitment flyers. Also, find someone to liaise with the art colleges and teacher training institutions to finalize the schedule promptly, Junqi instructed. Art colleges and teacher training institutions. Qi Yuan nodded affirmatively, poised to call upon someone, when he suddenly turned back. What purpose does the teacher training institution serve? Junqi placed a hand on his forehead. They are bound to cultivate art teachers. Are they not? Otherwise, from where would art teachers originate? Oh, indeed, Qi Yuan realized his oversight, unwittingly having become a subordinate to Junqi, acquiescing to every suggestion made by him. Very well, hasten to summon someone, and then return to design the flyers. Junqi waved his hand, and Qi Yuan, as a diligent subordinate, promptly departed. In the ensuing 3 days, Junqi dedicated himself to designing the promotional and recruitment materials within the studio, with Qi Yuan lending his assistance. However, every draft produced by Qi Yuan was summarily dismissed by Junqi, as their aesthetic sensibilities were separated by a 20-year generational gap. Qi Yuan's drafts appeared to Junqi as excessively formal and unimaginative, while Junqi's design struck Qi Yuan as outrageously exaggerated, with jarring color contrasts and distorted imagery that he found intolerable. Over the span of 3 days, a day and a half was consumed in spirited debate, with the remaining time devoted to mutual compromise and earnest illustration. After enduring such trials, once the drafts were finalized, both felt utterly drained. With a wave of his hand, Junqi bid farewell to the partner who had caused him such vexation over the past 3 days and returned home to relax and unwind. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that school would commence in 2 weeks, heralding the onset of his high school journey and subsequently the Gaokao. Once he had surmounted the Gaokao and entered university, he would truly embrace the freedom of soaring to great heights. Encouraging himself, Junqi retrieved his high school textbooks, reigniting the mindset of a diligent scholar, and immersed himself in earnest review. Chapter 51. The start of school and accelerated advancement on the day of school registration. Junqi once again became the center of attention among all the students, entering the registration office accompanied by a throng of parents. Even while seated quietly in the classroom, the relentless crowd outside could not be ignored. Perhaps influenced by the profound impression of Junqi's consecutive advancements, Principal Chun remained exceedingly curious about the limits of Junqi's academic prowess. After summoning Junqi to his office, Principal Chun could not restrain himself from voicing his inner query. "Are you still planning to skip grades?" Before Junqi could respond, his father, Guangming, interjected, "No more skipping. High school courses are numerous, and it's better to learn them thoroughly." Upon hearing Guangming's reply, Principal Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. "Oh, very well, that makes sense to at this moment," Junqi spoke up. "I would like to take the assessment for the first year of high school." Principal Chin's eyes instantly lit up. "Excellent, I will fetch it right away." It turned out that Principal Chun had been well prepared, as he had an entire set of first-year midterm and final examinations ready on his desk. Upon seeing that hefty stack of papers, the expressions of Junqi's parents darkened. Such an abundance of work could scarcely be completed in a single day. Realizing he had presented too much, Principal Chen suggested, "How about starting with just the first semester?" The parents' faces remained grim. Even the first semester alone was quite substantial. Principal Chen glanced at Junqi, who also appeared somewhat troubled. "It seems a bit much. Perhaps I could complete 2 subjects now and tackle the rest in the afternoon and tomorrow?" "That sounds reasonable." Principal Chun nodded in agreement. "Would you prefer to stay in the office or move to a classroom?" "A classroom, please," Junqi replied, as he was more accustomed to taking exams in that environment. What began as registration had now transformed into an examination, leaving Junqi's parents with mixed feelings. While they felt immense pride in their child's exceptional abilities, they worried whether such rapid advancements might be detrimental. Given that Junqi had to take 2 assessments, the time could stretch considerably, and with 4 parents occupied with their work, they could not remain by his side for long. Under Principal Chin's assurances that he would ensure Junqi returned home safely, the 4 parents took their leave. Fortunately, Junqi had diligently reviewed his studies beforehand, and with the advantage of youthful memory, he navigated through the exam papers with relative ease. As the sound of pencil scratching filled the air. He completed the first assessment. The head of the first-year students, who had been vigilantly monitoring from the back of the classroom, eagerly collected the first paper and presented the second. Stepping out of the classroom, Junqi performed a set of punches to relax his mind before re-entering to continue the examination. He maintained this routine throughout the subsequent assessments. Due to time constraints, for the humanities subjects, he merely outlined his arguments and evidence, omitting extended discussions. This method of response naturally conserved a significant amount of time, allowing him to complete the entire set of first semester exams within a day and a half, leaving him half a day to rest before the official start of classes on the 3rd day. During the first semester of her freshman year, Junqi performed exceptionally well on her examinations. In the realm of science, she achieved scores exceeding 90 in all subjects in the humanities. Although she relaxed her standards and did not overly scrutinize the brevity and incompleteness of her essays, she still managed to secure a score of 90. However, her Chinese composition exhibited some minor deficiencies, earning only a satisfactory grade. Comparing it to the 2 micronovels she previously published in New Horizons, it is evident that her composition was merely a perfunctory effort. In contrast, her English essay was flawless, demonstrating excellent grammar and vocabulary usage, making it worthy of being showcased as a model essay. Consequently, Principal Chun, while thoroughly satisfied, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Alas, if only she had been afforded ample time to take a proper examination, she would undoubtedly have performed even better. After his reflections, Principal Chun began to entertain the notion of promoting Junqi to a higher grade. Given that she had already mastered the curriculum of the previous semester, it raised the question of whether she had also completed the upcoming semester's coursework. When asked to take a practice exam 2 days prior, she did not indicate any uncertainty about the material for the next semester. Perhaps she had indeed engaged in self-study. One wondered if she could tackle the sophomore exam as well, if she had already prepared for the sophomore level. Should she be advanced directly to junior year? If she participated in this year's college entrance examination, would she surpass the students from the prestigious schools in the city? Even if she did not emerge as the top scorer, surely she could secure a place within the top 10. Amidst the fierce competition, a dark horse might suddenly emerge, and how splendid it would be for our esteemed institution to shine brightly, provoking envy among those esteemed old-timers who looked down upon my second-tier school. Principal Chin's imagination ran wild, envisioning a future where he looked down upon the heads of those prestigious institutions with great pride. At the end of the school day, Junqi was summoned by her homeroom teacher, who informed her that Principal Chun wished to see her in his office. Junqi, not thinking much of it, assumed it was regarding the practice exam for the next semester. However, upon her arrival at the office, Principal Chen directly inquired about her current level of review. When she responded that she was preparing for the second semester of sophomore year, he banged the table and insisted that she should skip to junior year, leaving her utterly bewildered. Although she had contemplated advancing a grade, she had not anticipated leaping to junior year. What about the standardized assessments? Junqi voiced her concern, prompting Principal Chen to realize that there were indeed assessments in sophomore year, which could not be overlooked, especially considering the scheduling conflict with the college entrance examination. It was impossible to balance both. Finally, Principal Chen's mind cleared somewhat. If junior year was not feasible, then sophomore year it would be. Junqi did not oppose the idea of moving up to sophomore year, as she had initially intended to do so. This advancement was merely occurring sooner than she had planned. On the first day of school, she had barely exchanged a few words with her academically gifted classmates to build rapport. And by the second day, the astonishing news of her advancement to sophomore year spread like wildfire, leaving half the class in stunned silence. The A-level class was already comprised of high-achieving students aiming for the college entrance examination, and particularly in Class A1, the cream of the crop. It was a staggering blow to witness her leap to sophomore year without so much as a word of warning. The impact was simply overwhelming. During the morning self-study session, the homeroom teacher initially intended to deliver a customary admonition to the students, aiming to temper the enthusiasm of the top performers, urging them not to rest on their laurels following their exam results, but rather to immerse themselves in their studies. However, upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by an atmosphere laden with melancholy, and the plethora of words he had prepared were swiftly swallowed back. Perhaps it was best to refrain from lecturing them further, lest he extinguish the flicker of their confidence entirely. The source of this despondency, Junqi, remained blissfully unaware of the impact she had on her classmates. Seated in her new class, she could only marvel at the vigorous academic spirit of her peers, who were diligently engrossed in their studies, a stark contrast to her later high school companions who, even in their third year, indulged in online novels and video games, often borrowing her homework only to pass it around, leaving her in a perpetual state of searching for it. The second-year students, while flipping through their books, couldn't help but murmur their discontent, questioning who had brought this anomaly into their midst, lamenting the increased workload that inevitably accompanied her presence, and wondering if they could still enjoy their novels. The entire class was steeped in a sense of gloom, except for the homeroom teacher, who was positively radiant, reveling in the presence of this remarkable student, confident that her influence would spur the others to diligent study. Meanwhile, homeroom teachers from other second-year classes felt an immense pressure, incessantly urging their students to aspire to Junqi's level, reminding them of their age advantage and imploring them not to merely grow in stature without intellectual development. Even if they lacked in intellect, they ought to cultivate a measure of earnestness and diligence, suggesting that rather than clandestinely indulging in novels, they should devote that time to solving additional problems. The second-year students found themselves beleaguered by their teacher's insistence, while the third-year students felt a palpable sense of urgency, recognizing the formidable potential of this exceptional student, fearing that she might leap ahead at any moment, thereby exacerbating their own challenges. With the workload already daunting, the prospect of her comparison only seemed to diminish their chances of success, particularly for those merely aiming to secure a high school diploma, who cried out for respite. The high school division was engulfed in turmoil due to Junqi's formidable presence, while the middle school division faced similar unrest, stirred by yet another prodigious talent, Fangqiani, who had entered middle school at a tender age. Although he did not burst onto the scene as dramatically as Junqi had the previous year, his arrival nonetheless cast a significant shadow over the entire middle school. Having already been bested by one child, could they afford to be outdone by another? Initially, some students harbored doubts and a sense of luck, believing that this young prodigy's entrance exam results did not surpass theirs. Thus, he could not possibly replicate Junqi's dominance. However, upon discovering that this child was not only a classmate of Junqi but also her close friend, even the skeptics began to feel a sense of urgency, promptly purchasing additional practice workbooks and immersing themselves in rigorous study, convinced that by intensifying their practice, they could outperform this young genius. Chapter 52. Campus recruitment. The academic progress continued to unfold steadily, and the operations of the clothing factory stabilized as well. Junqi felt that everything was proceeding smoothly, devoid of any concerns, yet she had forgotten the matters pertaining to New Horizons. Chi Yuan once again called Junqi, informing her that the new issue of New Horizons had been released. The notices had already reached the booksellers, the recruitment forms were prepared, and communication with the educational institutions was complete. They were merely awaiting the recruitment fair to commence their promotional efforts. Despite the lengthy discourse, Chi Yuan's intent was singular. to persuade Du Junqi to accompany him to the recruitment fair. You are the person in charge. It would suffice for you to attend. Why must I be involved? Du Junqi expressed her reluctance to go. You are one of the principal creators of Kunlun, and this time we are specifically recruiting illustrators. Your presence is necessary to oversee the artistic direction. Qi Yuan asserted confidently. You can manage the artistic style yourself. You participate in every issue, so you are well aware of the aesthetic we seek, Du Junqi retorted dismissively. However, my artistic skills are lacking, and your requirements are exceedingly detailed. If the candidates do not meet your standards, you will blame me. Qi Yuan lamented, its not as if they will be drawing on the spot. They can submit their work to us later, and we can select the suitable candidates thereafter. That will not suffice. You must come. It is imperative, Qi Yuan insisted stubbornly. Du Junqi rolled her eyes at the phone. Fine, I will go, but I will merely observe. You will lead the proceedings, and I will remain silent. Agreed. In truth, whether Du Junqi attended or not mattered little. Qi Yuan sought solace in her presence, finding reassurance in the knowledge that she would be by his side. The recruitment fair was scheduled for the upcoming weekend, with the art schools on Saturday and the normal schools on Sunday. The studio lacked transportation, so Du Junqi's attendance would allow Qi Yuan and his team to share a ride. They arranged for those attending the fair to gather directly beneath the studio, with a vehicle scheduled to pick them up at 7 a.m. Come the weekend, Song Huilan had efficiently arranged 2 pickup trucks from a renovation company and a clothing factory. One truck came to her home to collect her and Du Junqi, while the other went to the studio to pick up personnel and cargo before converging in the city. Du Junqi was only 9 years old. Her family felt uneasy about her venturing into the city alone, even with Qi Yuan and his team. Thus, Song Huilan volunteered to accompany them. Du Junwan had initially expressed a desire to join, but due to the limited seating in the 2 pickup trucks, she begrudgingly remained at home. By 10 o'clock, they arrived at the art school, where the responsible teacher had already awaited them at the security office near the entrance. Under the teacher's guidance, the 2 pickup trucks drove directly onto the campus, traversing the lengthy avenue before halting at an open area beside one of the instructional buildings. The group disembarked, retrieving display stands and several large boxes, and followed the teacher upstairs into a spacious classroom. The large classroom was already half filled with students, while many others lingered hesitantly in the corridor. Perhaps they were shy and reluctant to showcase themselves, or perhaps they feared encountering fraudsters. The students were apprehensive about entering, and upon seeing the recruiters arrive, those in the corridor retreated further, only daring to approach the windows to peer inside once the room was occupied. Qi Yuan, accompanied by his subordinates, set up the display stands and promotional posters on the podium, while the teacher fiddled with an antiquated projector. Du Junqi, meanwhile, took a seat in the front row alongside Song Huilan. Since the arrival of the teacher and Qi Yuan, the previously lively discussions in the large classroom suddenly fell silent. The students were intently observing the representatives from the recruiting organization. In this day and age, job placements are predominantly managed by the school, leaving students with little to no autonomy in their choices. Although some might resort to gifts or connections to secure advantageous positions, the majority of students, lacking wealth and influence, can only wait expectantly for their school to arrange placements. Moreover, positions for art majors are notoriously scarce, and each year, several students find themselves without a job assignment. Given the rare opportunity for such a hiring entity to visit the campus for recruitment, the students were naturally eager to attend. If the benefits were enticing, they would certainly be inclined to seize the opportunity. Qi Yuan and his colleagues set up the display stands while the teacher adjusted the projector. He tapped the podium, signaling the official commencement of the job fair. The students below instinctively closed their mouths and straightened their postures, wide-eyed in anticipation as they gazed at the stage. Qi Yuan stepped up to briefly introduce himself, holding a set of notes summarizing Du Junqi's key points for the speech, which included the basic information about New Horizons, an overview of its current status, and future development plans. With a serious demeanor, Qi Yuan earnestly recounted the details, before transitioning to discuss the salaries and benefits for interns and full-time employees, as well as the professional growth opportunities for outstanding staff. After presenting this information succinctly, he opened the floor to questions from the students. Despite it being an open forum, many students remained shy, hesitating as they pushed each other to speak up. Eventually, one student raised his hand to ask, "Will your organization sign labor contracts?" After posing the question, the young man blushed with youthful timidity. Qi Yuan nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we will sign contracts, and everything will be conducted in strict accordance with national labor regulations. There will be social insurance, travel allowances, and overtime pay as well." With the first question posed, others soon followed. The second student inquired, "What is the relationship between your organization and the F City newspaper?" Qi Yuan responded, "We are part of the same system. However, Our studio operates on a self-financing basis, and our personnel matters are independent. The student who asked the question appeared somewhat disheartened, as many hoped this opportunity might lead them into the main system of the F-City newspaper. After all, self-financing entities are merely subsidiaries, with access to fewer resources and limited prospects for growth. The third student asked, "Are you recruiting illustrators? And will we need to provide artwork to showcase our drawing skills?" Chi-Yuan replied, "Indeed, but we have stringent requirements regarding artistic style. Our publication currently features a serialized comic that has received considerable acclaim, and the original illustrator style has been well received by readers. It is essential that the successor strives to maintain the original artistic style. Otherwise, the readers may be dissatisfied." Chi-Yuan picked up a copy of New Horizons from the stack on the podium. He informed the students interested in applying that they could register at the podium after the meeting and simultaneously take a copy of New Horizons for their perusal. Furthermore, the studio would generously provide 2 sheets of professional drawing paper for free. The students were tasked with illustrating 2 specific scenes, one depicting the protagonists of the comic engaging in discussion, and the other portraying a battle between good and evil. Once completed, they were to send their drawings back to the studio for review and potential acceptance. With the submission deadline set for the 16th of this month, the fourth student inquired, "Where is the studio located now? Do you provide accommodation?" It was confirmed that the studio is currently situated in L County, which does offer lodging. Another student asked whether there were plans to relocate to F-City. Naturally, students preferred to remain in urban areas, as the development opportunities in cities surpass the benefits offered by L County. Regardless of the incentives provided, it was already announced through formal documentation that L County would be incorporated into F-City, meaning that L County would become a district of F-City. Thus, whether or not they moved was inconsequential. L County would be part of F-City regardless. Following this, Chi-Yuan addressed the inquiries of 7 or 8 additional students, covering a range of questions, primarily concerning benefits and household registration, topics of significant interest to graduates. The students posed their questions politely and pragmatically, to which Chi-Yuan responded with thoroughness, facilitating an excellent exchange between both parties. As no further questions arose from the students, Chi-Yuan indicated that the recruitment session had concluded and invited interested students to register at the podium. Junqi had remained quietly seated. Feeling rather bored, however, noticing Chi-Yuan glancing her way from time to time, she maintained a serious demeanor until the conclusion of the recruitment session, at which point she stretched widely, feeling quite stifled. Chi-Yuan approached Junqi and asked, "So, how did I do? Was my performance satisfactory?" "Quite impressive," she replied. "I told you, you could handle it. Why make me endure the tedium of sitting here for so long?" As she spoke, she began to stretch her limbs. Chi-Yuan chuckled softly. "This isn't my first time hosting a recruitment session, so I wasn't entirely confident. Well, now you should feel assured I knew you could do it. So I suppose I won't need to come back tomorrow, will I?" Chi-Yuan nodded with a smile. "Correct, you needn't accompany me. Take the day to rest at home." This recruitment session was exceedingly successful, allowing students to engage directly with potential employers regarding specific benefits. Given the employer's positive attitude and reasonable offers, the students left with a favorable impression. The number of students registering far exceeded Chi-Yuan's expectations, resulting in the copies of New Horizons he brought being insufficient, ultimately leading to a few familiar students sharing a single copy instead of each receiving one. The teacher recruitment fair on the weekend mirrored this success, with a large number of students registering. Perhaps because aspiring educators must possess strong interpersonal skills, the majority of teacher candidates exhibited outgoing and cheerful personalities. Not only did the number of attendees surpass that of the art school, but the volume of questions posed was also considerable. Chi-Yuan spoke tirelessly, barely managing to get through. Both recruitment sessions concluded successfully, and as he gazed at the numerous completed registration forms, Chi-Yuan eagerly anticipated the arrival of the drawings, hopeful that among so many students, he would be able to select 2 suitable candidates. Chapter 53. Zhang Shuai's tutoring request. On the weekend, at the youth sports team, Junqi was drenched in sweat as he ran tirelessly under the scorching sun. Training truly leaves no room for relaxation, he reflected while running. Having taken a month off, followed by a series of typhoons that interrupted practice, he had maintained a routine of early morning and evening exercises at home. Yet the intensity of his training had significantly diminished. The volume and vigor of his workouts could not compare to formal training, and now, upon resuming normal practices, he found himself gasping for breath. Finally completing 1,000 meters, Junqi leaned against the wall, gradually regaining his breath. "Hey, how's it going?" Kong Chongqing approached with a playful grin, patting Junqi on the shoulder. Junqi stumbled slightly from the unexpected contact and shot him an exasperated glance. "Speak properly, and keep your hands to yourself." Kong Chongqing, unfazed, chuckled, "Hee hee, Enjoying your time off? Huh? A month of leave followed by 3 consecutive typhoons. Coming back to training must feel like a shock to your system. Du Junqi bent down to stretch his legs, ignoring him. Kong Changqing squatted down in front of Du Junqi, looking up at her. I heard your group has an exam today. Hee hee, you're doomed. Du Junqi rolled her eyes again. No worries, I'm a loyal friend. If you collapse from exhaustion, I'll carry you back. Kong Changqing patted his thin chest with feigned bravado. With barely an ounce of muscle, you think I would rely on you? Du Junqi shook her head. Are you just trying to sneak into my house to peek at the script? Kong Changqing had indeed done so before, rummaging through Du Junqi's desk in search of the script for Kunlun, and he had found it. Since that incident, he frequently concocted excuses to visit her home, seizing the opportunity to execute his espionage plans. With a sly chuckle, Kong Changqing conceded, don't be so petty. We're partners. After all, we share both joys and hardships. Du Junqi chose to ignore him. Noticing her steadfast refusal to engage, Kong Changqing became even more attentive, persistently seeking her company throughout the day, fetching water, assisting with stretches, and fanning her to cool off. Bustling around incessantly, Du Junqi could no longer tolerate his clinginess. How had she not recognized his insufferable nature in her past life? Had her youth rendered her oblivious to his antics back then? Ultimately, overwhelmed by Kong Changqing's relentless pursuit, Du Junqi relented and revealed a hint about the next episode, only to further pique his curiosity as he bombarded her with questions about why things unfolded as they did. Reaching her limit, Du Junqi resorted to a scuffle with Kong Changqing, delivering a stern lesson to the noisy boy. Exhausted from the day's physical exertion, between training and the altercation, Du Junqi felt utterly drained, ultimately relying on Zhang Shuai and Kong Changqing to escort her home. Zhang Shuai, a close friend who was 2 years her senior and in excellent shape, found it no trouble to carry Du Junqi, while Kong Changqing stubbornly insisted on following them, undeterred by the earlier scuffle. Upon arriving at Du's residence, they encountered Du Junwan returning from her dance class. Seeing Du Junqi in such a disheveled state for the first time, Du Junwan burst into laughter, unable to stand upright from her amusement, which only deepened Du Junqi's frustration. The transformation of Du Junqi can also be attributed to the influence of Kong Changqing. Kong, feeling a sense of responsibility to uphold his partner's dignity, promptly stepped forward to assertively express his thoughts, leading to a spirited exchange of words between the two children. Zhang Shuai carefully carried Du Junqi into the hall and gently placed her onto a chair. Feeling quite embarrassed, Du Junqi urged Zhang Shuai to help himself to a can of cola from the refrigerator, as she truly felt weak and powerless at that moment, unable to assist him any further. Zhang Shuai, however, seemed unfazed. He grabbed a bottle of cola, twisted off the cap, and took large gulps. Having sweated profusely, he paused only after consuming nearly half the bottle. Wiping his mouth, he initially intended to take his leave, but after a moment's hesitation and internal conflict, he finally mustered the courage to ask, Junqi, I'm in 5th grade this year. Would you be able to help me with some tutoring? Oh, you're in 5th grade now? Du Junqi finally realized that her little companion had reached the graduating class. Yes, my grades are inconsistent, sometimes good and sometimes bad. Why parents are worried that I might not get into Zhong, and I am a bit concerned myself. Zhang Shuai twisted the cola bottle as he settled into a nearby chair. Aren't you good at your studies? That's why I wanted to ask if you could help me with some tutoring. If not, it's fine. I can just go to our homeroom teacher's house for extra help. Du Junqi furrowed her brow in contemplation. To be honest, she had no intention of tutoring anyone. Although she could manage to assist Feng Qinyi and Jiang Kai, whose foundations were already solid, requiring only a few pointers, Zhang Shuai was different. According to his own admission, his foundation was shaky, necessitating targeted reinforcement of his weaknesses. She was neither a teacher nor a tutor and was reluctant to squander her precious time and energy on such endeavors, particularly since she was now a second-year high school student. However, upon seeing Zhang Shuai's eager expression, she felt a pang of sympathy. This fellow was, after all, quite reliable. He had taken good care of her on the sports team and had previously helped her family secure a significant business deal and introduced them to a warehouse, greatly aiding the establishment and expansion of their family business. Both in public and private spheres, she felt compelled to assist this friend. I'll think about it and call your home the night after tomorrow, she said. Zhang Shuai nodded vigorously. All right, thank you. What are you thanking me for? I haven't promised anything yet, Du Junqi replied cautiously, not daring to make any guarantees. That's all right. The fact that you are seriously considering my request already shows that you care, Zhang Shuai remarked, displaying his perceptive nature and intuitive understanding of social dynamics. He recognized that Du Junqi was genuinely contemplating his situation. As a second-year student, her time was indeed limited, and he wouldn't pressure her due to their friendship. Meanwhile, The verbal skirmish between Kang Changqing and Du Junwan had come to an end. After all, Du Junwan, being a little girl, was no match for Kang Changqing. He remained the playful, somewhat immature boy he was, lacking the poignant melancholy often associated with adolescence, oblivious to the nuances of compassion. His singular pursuit was victory, resulting in Du Junwan's complete defeat, leaving her with tears in her eyes as she entered. Kang Changqing strode in with his head held high, resembling a victorious little rooster. However, despite his pride, he was aware that he should not flaunt himself in front of Du Junqi, as they were twins. And he needed to consider the feelings of his dear friend, refraining from being overly ostentatious. After comforting Du Junwan and bidding farewell to Zhang Shuai and Kang Changqing, Du Junqi began to ponder the tutoring matter that Zhang Shuai had proposed. In this day and age, tutoring has become commonplace. Elementary school students typically start attending tutoring sessions at their teachers' homes from the 3rd grade onwards, and for middle and high school students, it is even more prevalent, with no respite during winter and summer vacations. Yet, human nature is fickle. Once tutoring became a normalized phenomenon, and the earnings from it clearly exceeded regular salaries, teachers' attitudes towards tutoring shifted significantly. Some teachers offered focused guidance only to those students who provided additional gifts or came from influential families, while others merely offered cursory assistance to the rest in the classroom. Some teachers would intentionally withhold important teachings, reserving them for their tutoring classes, leaving those who did not attend far behind and thus compelled to seek tutoring. Due to the rampant chaos and moral decline among educators, newspapers and television stations launched pointed critiques, eliciting a strong societal response. Consequently, the Education Bureau enacted policies to combat the disorder in tutoring, tightening regulations on teachers considerably. Currently, tutoring is still in its nascent stages, with public sentiment yet to skew negatively. If approached with the meticulous planning and rigor of a long-term enterprise, it might well evolve into a new Oriental. Contemplating the later splendor of New Oriental and the proliferation of tutoring institutions, Du Junqi felt a surge of inspiration. However, before indulging in further thoughts, a crucial prerequisite was clear: how to organize a tutoring class without compromising her academic performance. During dinner, Du Junqi voiced her ideas and concerns. While the prospects of establishing a tutoring class appeared promising, her studies could not be adversely affected, as this would directly impact her reputation. She had been molded into a model student, and her grades could not afford to drop significantly. At the very least, she needed to remain within the top 10 of her grade. The parents wholeheartedly agreed with Du Junqi's apprehensions. Indeed, academic performance was of utmost importance. After all, in the eyes of parents, as long as one is a student, their primary responsibility is to learn, especially since they were not financially constrained and should not burden their child with the worries of earning money. Recently, the renovation company and clothing factory had been thriving, and given Du Junqi's exceptional academic performance, her parents had no prior experience with tutoring classes and held little optimism for the tutoring market, perceiving it as insignificant and unlikely to yield substantial results. Thus, they urged Du Junqi to abandon the idea of starting a tutoring class and focus solely on her studies. Only Du Junwan exchanged a knowing glance with Du Junqi, indicating that she had something to say. Understanding her sister's intent, Du Junqi discreetly pulled Du Junwan aside after dinner. It turned out that Du Junwan had frequently been approached by classmates and their parents, inquiring if her sister possessed any special study methods or secrets to achieving high exam scores. Initially, in the 1st grade, such questions were posed as lighthearted jokes, but by the 2nd grade, the inquiries had multiplied. Now, in the 3rd grade, with Du Junqi having entered high school as the top scorer in the entrance examination, the number of people seeking her out had surged, and Du Junwan had long grown weary of their incessant questioning. Originally, Du Junwan was reluctant to discuss these matters in front of her younger sister, as she felt it portrayed her as weak, particularly in light of her sister's superior academic performance. The attention of everyone seemed to be focused solely on her sister, which wounded her pride. However, when Du Junqi mentioned the idea of tutoring, Du Junwan immediately considered it a splendid notion, eager to persuade her sister to pursue it, as it would allow her to reclaim her dignity among her peers. You wish to know more, do you? Very well, I can certainly introduce you. Thus, after the plan for a tutoring class proposed by Du Junqi was met with unanimous disapproval from all the parents, she garnered her first supporter. Chapter 54. Establishing a tutoring class. Recently, Fang Qianni has been in low spirits due to the consecutive onslaught of 3 typhoons last month, which severely impacted the operations of his aquaculture and dried goods businesses, resulting in substantial losses. With the arrival of the typhoon, the sea swelled, washing away a considerable portion of the aquaculture stock. Additionally, during the week before and after the typhoon made landfall, the winds were fierce and the waves tumultuous, preventing any vessels from venturing out to sea. Consequently, the family's boats brought in no income, and the dried goods factory faced a shortage of supplies. The cumulative losses proved catastrophic for the Fong family. Naturally, with the family suffering financial setbacks, Fong Qian's mood plummeted, and his studies began to falter. When the results of the first unit test were released, he was startled to discover that his ranking had dropped significantly, plummeting from excellence to mediocrity. If he did not promptly rectify this, it would be challenging to recover. Determined, Fong Qian promptly revitalized his spirits and began reviewing the previous coursework while keeping up with the current syllabus. When the day arrived for him to visit the Du family, he seized the opportunity to consult with Du Junqi. Last, during the second unit test, he managed to restore his academic standing to an excellent level. After advancing to the first year of middle school, Fong Qian was assigned a new homeroom teacher. Fong Wangda naturally bestowed a generous gift to befriend this new instructor and arranged for Fong Qian to receive tutoring at the teacher's home. However, one could hardly say that the new teacher was particularly devoted. Rather, his tutoring methods were entirely conventional. Unlike the former teacher Lin, who would systematically review the curriculum and provide targeted assistance based on students' weaknesses, the current teacher merely required students to solve problems, offering explanations only when they encountered difficulties. In essence, he functioned merely as a problem-solving facilitator. Fong Qian found himself quite discontented with this new teacher, as he was accustomed to high-quality tutoring. Being compelled to lower his standards and accept subpar instruction was indeed displeasing, especially considering that his father had agreed to pay an even higher tutoring fee, exemplifying the adage of high prices accompanying inferior goods. While studying at the Du residence, Fong Qian could not help but voice his grievances. Unexpectedly, his few complaints were seized upon by Du Junwan, who relentlessly probed him about the tutoring experience, inquiring about teacher Lin's methods, the current teacher's approach, the number of students involved, the costs, and what parents would do if grades did not improve, among other questions. Junqi also expressed great interest, continuously adding to the inquiries. Fong Qian felt increasingly uncomfortable as he attempted to withdraw his sleeve from Du Junwan's grasp, yet she remained oblivious, persistently tugging at his clothing, leaving him quite vexed. Although she was not akin to the flirtatious women of his past life, such persistent clutching of a boy's attire seemed rather inappropriate. Ultimately, it was Du Junqi who, unable to overlook the situation any longer, restrained Du Junwan, urging her to exercise some restraint so as not to frighten the innocent young boy. Du Junwan playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing that her excitement had gotten the better of her, and thus she spared Fong Qian from further distress. Du Junwan then elaborated to Fong Qian and Junqi about her aspirations to establish a tutoring center, expressing her optimism regarding the prospects of the tutoring market, outlining her general business strategy, as well as voicing her concerns. Fong Qian lowered his head in contemplation. According to Junqi's perspective, starting a tutoring center indeed held great potential. However, her academic performance was also of paramount importance, and it would be impossible for her to devote excessive time and energy to the tutoring center, which presented a genuine conflict. You have any concrete thoughts on this? Fong Qian inquired. Du Junqi rested her chin on her hand. We need to find a venue, recruit a few dedicated teachers, organize classes by subject, and implement a phased fee structure based on subject units. If it proves beneficial, we continue. If not, we withdraw. But dedicated teachers are hard to come by. Most teachers have already established their own tutoring centers. Why would they be inclined to join us? Even if they do, they would demand high salaries, and if we pay them well, we won't make any profit. I plan to recruit normal university students. They often take on tutoring jobs outside, whether one-on-one or in pairs. Our tutoring classes will primarily consist of small groups, with only 4 to 5 students per class, so having normal university students handle them should pose no issue, as we are not conducting large lectures. What do you mean by organizing classes by subject units? And what does phased fee structure imply? It already delineated in the textbooks by units. We will teach according to the textbook units, charging a fee for each unit. Parents can pay for one unit initially and decide whether to continue based on the results of the unit test. But what if they only choose to tutor the more challenging later units? Neglecting the earlier ones? Wouldn't that leave us at a loss? Fong Qian countered. We are operating small classes, with a maximum of 5 students per group. If the class is already full, then we simply won't accept more students. Let them deal with it, Du Junqi retorted dismissively. However, those who initially enroll in tutoring are generally students with poor academic performance. Parents will undoubtedly wish to start from the beginning, ensuring their child receives comprehensive tutoring. Once their grades improve, parents will naturally be reluctant to withdraw their children from the tutoring center. Consequently, even if they wish to join later, there will be limited spots available. We welcome those who come in. If there are no spots left, we can only express our apologies. Our tutoring center prioritizes quality over quantity. We seek excellence, not abundance. Fong Qian fell silent for a moment, So, how many classes are you planning to open? I estimate around 10, but the specifics will depend on funding and the quality of the teachers. If the funding is sufficient, we can rent a larger venue, allowing us to create more classrooms. However, the quality of teachers is equally crucial. We must select the best. If the teaching is subpar, parents will voice their dissatisfaction. It is indeed quite challenging to find normal university students with both teaching prowess and tutoring experience. And the selection process can be time-consuming. If suitable candidates are unavailable, I would prefer to run fewer classes. As I said, we seek excellence, not abundance. Feng Qianyi twisted the cap of his pen, appearing somewhat conflicted. Will the funding for the tutoring center still be split evenly between our two families? Junqi looked at Feng Qianyi with curiosity. What's the matter? Facing difficulties? Feng Qianyi nodded slightly. Yes, 3 typhoons hit us last month, which greatly impacted my family. We may incur losses this year. So, the rest of his words lingered unspoken, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment. Junqi nodded in understanding. All right, I comprehend. I merely mentioned it. There's no guarantee it will come to fruition. With a smile, she added. However, I genuinely believe that the tutoring center has promising prospects. If you could invest, perhaps you could recoup your expenses swiftly, which would serve as a support for your family. Feng Qianyi grasped Junqi's intent. He trusted her judgment. If she claimed it would be profitable, then it surely would be. She was attempting to lend him a helping hand. Feng Qianyi smiled warmly at Junqi. I understand. Sighing, he continued, in truth, while we speak enthusiastically about this endeavor, it seems almost feasible. My family still disallows me from acting impulsively and insists I focus on my studies. Junqi chuckled in resignation. Yet, Feng Qianyi felt this was hardly an obstacle. As long as you wish to pursue it, it can certainly be accomplished. Your parents primarily worry that you might divert your attention and hinder your studies. If we keep it small-scale and hire dedicated teachers to conduct the tutoring sessions, with you merely providing some problem-solving insights, it would pose no issue. Your parents would agree. Junqi considered this perspective, acknowledging, perhaps I have been overly cautious and obedient. All right, I shall give it another try. She approached her parents once more, reiterating her thoughts about Feng Qianyi's proposal. Upon hearing their daughter's earnest desire to establish a tutoring center, and understanding it would involve hiring instructors rather than her personally teaching, Du Guangming and Song Huilan felt compelled to yield, agreeing to their daughter's aspirations and permitting her to organize a few small classes. With her parents' consent, the tutoring center was set to be realized. Junqi was elated and immediately began to plan the specific steps. Initially, her parents had offered to fund the tutoring center, but Junqi declined, noting that most of the family's finances were already allocated to the renovation company and the garment factory. With limited discretionary funds and ongoing social obligations, the family's available capital was scarce. Moreover, she received dividends and salary from the garment factory, allowing her a more flexible financial situation compared to her parents. Since she was only establishing a few small classes, the costs would be minimal, leading Junqi to decide to finance it herself. The first matter at hand was securing a venue. With Song Huilan's expanding social network, she reached out to several leaders' spouses to inquire about available commercial spaces. Upon returning home with the information, the family collectively chose a suitable location, ultimately selecting a store situated on the second floor of a bustling commercial district. A lively location was essential for the tutoring center to attract foot traffic. Yet it could not be excessively noisy, as this would affect the quality of student learning. Thus, the second floor position in the city center proved to be an excellent choice. The store, spanning over 60 square meters, could be divided into 4 small classrooms, a communal office area, and a restroom, offering a comprehensive functional layout. Junqi was quite satisfied, although she recognized that expanding in the future might necessitate relocating. Nevertheless, she felt reassured, as she only intended to lease the space rather than purchase it, opting for a 2-year rental to start. Furthermore, the search for dedicated teachers is underway, and I have established connections to facilitate this. Last time, Qiyuan reached out to a teacher at Normal University, and I have their contact information for the outreach coordinator. Although the university currently lacks a specialized student employment guidance center that provides part-time job listings or graduation recruitment services, this opportunity can still offer students valuable teaching practice while allowing them to earn some income, which the school is likely to approve. As for the renovation, that is a straightforward matter, given that we operate within that industry. Finally, once the renovations are completed and the teachers are in place, promoting the program will also be simple. Junqi intends to focus the initial phase of the tutoring class on graduating elementary school students. Du Junwan, Zhang Shuai, and Kang Changqing are themselves elementary students, with Zhang Shuai and Kang Changqing being from the graduating class. Leveraging their network of classmates, along with Junqi's reputation, how could we possibly lack clientele? Chapter 55. Recruiting tutoring teachers. Junqi, Find a time over the weekend to review the draft illustrations, Chi Yuan called. You review them first, and then let me know, Junqi replied, tilting her head while holding the receiver, her pencil continuing to sketch the design of the new doll with meticulous attention. Are you still busy with your dolls? You've already released 3 series with dozens of designs, and you're not tired of it yet? Chi Yuan remarked disparagingly, though he was on the verge of jealousy. After all, how many copies of New Horizons could one doll sell? Of course I'm not tired of it. These are all money, Junqi responded matter-of-factly. TSK, at such a young age, you're already obsessed with money. How shocking anyway. Is it Saturday or Sunday, morning or afternoon? Set a time quickly and come over to review the drafts. Chi Yuan was relentless in his pursuit of Junqi. You can review them first, she said leisurely. Then I want to help you contact Teacher Chun. Chi Yuan played his trump card. Teacher Chun was indeed the outreach coordinator at the university. Junqi immediately capitulated. All right, I'll come over on Saturday at 4:30 p.m. The training for the youth sports team ends at 4 p.m. Chi Yuan was well aware of Junqi's fixed schedule. Good. It's settled then. No changes allowed. All right, on Saturday afternoon, Junqi packed her small backpack, preparing to leave the youth sports team for the studio when Kong Changqing approached her. Hey, let us go together, he said with a playful grin. Junqi waved him off. I have something to do. I'm heading to the New Horizons studio. Kong Changqing's eyes lit up, and he leaned in closer. Take me with you. Junqi pushed his head away slightly. No way. Why not? I'm going to work, not to play. Besides, you have a history of sneaking peeks at scripts. Kong Changqing pushed his head back toward her. I promise I won't cause trouble. I'll sit quietly. No, Junqi replied firmly, pushing him away again and waving her hand as she walked off. Kong Changqing watched her retreating figure, feeling a sudden pang of sadness. Aren't we partners? Aren't we good friends? Why are you pushing me away? As soon as Junqi arrived at the studio, she immediately commenced her work. Although Chi Yuan had conducted a preliminary screening, a considerable stack of drawings remained. Faced with this substantial pile of sketches, Junqi swiftly began to sort through them, setting aside those with acceptable artistry and intricate details, while discarding the rest. After her initial round of selection, 1/3 of the sketches had already been eliminated. Next, she scrutinized the narratives presented in the drawings, retaining those that aligned with the characters' personalities and discarding the remainder, further reducing the pile by half. Finally, she engaged in a meticulous examination, comparing each piece one by one. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Junqi successfully selected the final 5 sketches. Given the fixed and non-negotiable publication schedule, time was of the essence, and they needed to promptly choose 2 illustrators. Although she had informed her family the previous day, Junqi still made another call to reiterate that she would not be home for dinner, as Chi Yuan would drive her back after the review. Subsequently, Junqi and Chi Yuan hastily dined on noodles outside before returning to the studio to continue selecting, debating, and persuading each other until after 8 o'clock, when they finally settled on 2 illustrators. Once the illustrator list was confirmed, the matter fell to Chi Yuan, and Junqi refrained from further inquiries, instead broaching the topic of her tutorial classes. What? You intend to establish a tutoring class? Chi Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Junqi. You are merely a student. Whom do you intend to tutor? I'm not personally conducting the sessions. I plan to recruit a few normal university students to come for 2 days each weekend, with each one assisting 5 students in small groups. I will only provide some problem-solving experience, she explained. Chi Yuan posed several more questions to Junqi and soon realized that her plan was indeed feasible. Well, if you wish to proceed, then by all means, go ahead. After all, your family is supportive. He conceded with a wave of his hand, nonchalantly indicating that he would not dissuade her further. I would like to request the contact number for Teacher Chen from Normal University, Junqi stated. Oh, that's simple. I can find it for you, Chi Yuan replied, retrieving a phone directory from his desk drawer. He transcribed Teacher Chen's contact number for Junqi, adding, he isn't often in the office, so when you call, it might be another teacher who answers. Just leave your number, and he will call you back. I see, Junqi mused, resting her chin on her hand. In that case, why don't you accompany me to Normal University to find him? What? You want me to come with you to see him? Chi Yuan found it troublesome. I have a multitude of tasks to attend to here. Hey, that's rather inconsiderate of you. Are we not friends? Junqi retorted, placing her hands on her hips and giving him a defiant look. Chi Yuan raised his hands in surrender. All right, you're younger, so I'll yield. I will accompany you. Is that satisfactory? Thus, the arrangement was made. Chi Yuan later called to schedule an appointment with Teacher Chun, and on the weekend, he accompanied Junqi to Normal University. Prior to their departure, Junqi had already conferred with Chi Yuan, agreeing that Chi Yuan would take the lead in discussions with Teacher Chun. Given Junqi's tender age, Her appearance alone would render her less than credible in such matters. It was improbable that Teacher Chun would engage with her on an equal footing, as one would with an adult. Chi Yuan, having previously established a preliminary rapport with Teacher Chun, was in a favorable position to negotiate the involvement of several student teachers as tutors. This connection would facilitate a more amicable dialogue. Meanwhile, Junqi would attend as Chi Yuan's younger cousin, while also being a student in need of tutoring, thereby providing her with the opportunity to experience the teaching capabilities of the student teachers firsthand. Upon arriving at the normal university, Teacher Chen was already awaiting them in his office. He had gleaned Chi Yuan's intentions from their earlier phone conversation, and upon meeting, the discussion unfolded naturally. It had become commonplace for student teachers to engage in tutoring as a means of earning some pocket money. Teacher Chen had previously referred several outstanding students to children of relatives and friends for tutoring. However, he had never facilitated student teachers working in outside tutoring centers, as such establishments typically operated with a few teachers or student teachers collaborating informally. The prospect of being employed by a tutoring institution, receiving a salary, and adhering to external management was entirely novel to him. Consequently, Teacher Chun harbored reservations regarding Chi Yuan's tutoring initiative. Setting aside the willingness of student teachers to accept external oversight, the remuneration offered by such institutions paled in comparison to what they could earn independently. Chi Yuan, however, presented a compelling argument. First, within such a large normal university, there must be a few introverted student teachers who struggle to market themselves. Through the tutoring center, they could bypass their weakest point and directly assist students in a small classroom setting. Second, he emphasized cost reduction. The tutoring center would provide all necessary resources, classrooms, desks, teaching materials, and workbooks, which would present an excellent opportunity for economically disadvantaged students, allowing them to receive pure income without incurring additional expenses. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chen found his reasoning sound. Chi Yuan then mentioned that he only needed to recruit 4 student teachers. This posed a dilemma for Teacher Chen, as 4 was a meager number that hardly warranted organizing a formal meeting. Chi Yuan, perceptively sensing Teacher Chen's hesitance regarding the limited slots, promptly clarified that he did not intend to arrange this through the university. Instead, he sought Teacher Chen's assistance in introducing a few capable student teachers he personally knew, prioritizing those from economically challenged backgrounds. In essence, Chi Yuan subtly implied that Teacher Chun could refer his own students, which would serve as a gesture of goodwill. Teacher Chun understood Chi Yuan's implication and felt a surge of inspiration. This could indeed be advantageous. Successfully introducing a few economically disadvantaged yet academically proficient students who were not particularly adept at social interactions to the tutoring center would bolster his reputation among students. One must not underestimate the significance of such a modest renown. Aiding underprivileged students was an admirable mantle to wear. Thus, the arrangement was solidified. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Chun made 2 phone calls, summoning 4 students with the intention of having them conduct a half-hour teaching session for the elementary student, Junqi. Due to the unexpected summons, the 4 students were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Teacher Chun had called them to serve as tutors, conducting lessons on the spot. Initially, their reactions were somewhat bewildered. However, one student quickly grasped the situation. Teacher Chun was presenting them with an opportunity. He promptly stepped forward, volunteering to lead the first session. With his initiative, the subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. The other 3 exchanged murmurs for a brief moment before swiftly organizing their sequence, taking turns to tutor Junqi one after another. Each of the 4 possessed a distinct teaching style. Yet they all coincidentally adopted a comprehensive review coupled with a focus on key difficulties. In simpler terms, they followed a conventional lesson structure. First presenting the entire lesson thoroughly, then summarizing its main points and challenges, and finally inviting students to pose questions for clarification. This method proved particularly suitable for tutoring classes, as they often contain multiple students with varying learning levels, revisiting the material from the beginning and addressing foundational gaps. The tutors could rapidly ascertain each student's true proficiency. In contrast, a more targeted reinforcement strategy, focusing solely on weaknesses, is better suited for one-on-one tutoring, particularly with students who already possess a solid grasp of the basics. After the 4 took turns delivering the lesson, Junqi expressed satisfaction with their teaching performance. Chi Yuan decisively approved, establishing the 4 as a team with Teacher Chun on the spot. Teacher Chun felt content, as Chi Yuan's decisive actions enhanced his standing in front of the students. Upon hearing Chi Yuan's detailed introduction, the 4 students were pleasantly surprised. They had secured fixed part-time positions with a monthly salary of 300 yuan, along with transportation allowances and meals provided over the weekend, significantly alleviating their living expenses. Junqi was equally pleased. With the addition of tutors, the tutoring class could commence without delay. All parties were delighted, each attaining their respective desires. Chapter 56. The class begins in Kong Chongqing's classroom. Can you really go tutor at that little prodigy's home? Of course. She is my partner. We are both on the youth sports team. Kong Chongqing replied proudly. Wow, how enviable. Can you take me along? You? Indeed. Given our close relationship, why not help me out? Aren't you tutoring at the homeroom teacher's place? Half of our class is tutoring there. He can't possibly manage us all. It's just a bunch of people sitting together doing homework. Once we finish, we discuss the problems. Honestly, it's quite similar to doing homework at home, except we can't watch television. Are you considering a change? Would your family approve? My mom has long wanted to find me a new place, but she hasn't found a suitable option yet. However, if I mention tutoring at that little prodigy's home, my mom would absolutely agree. All right, I'll take you over tonight to see if she is willing to accept you to in Zhang Shuai's classroom. Hey, have you heard? That guy Zhang Shuai can go to that little prodigy's home for tutoring. I've heard, moreover, I also heard that he brought 3 friends along, all of whom he is close with. He can bring people. That's news to me. I'm going to ask him right now if he can include me. Do not. You rarely spend time with him, and now you wish to seek him out. Don't you feel it would be rather embarrassing? Why not accompany me instead? The more, the merrier to me. Indeed, let us go and inquire. After all, what harm could it do? Du Junwan is in the same class. Does your sister truly assist others with tutoring? Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Although she doesn't personally conduct the lessons due to her own heavy coursework, she merely shares her previous notes for others to review. Within those notes are numerous problem-solving steps, and she has even enlisted university students to provide instruction. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? How splendid. With notes and university students, I wish to join. Join what? My sister only tutors 5th graders. Why is that? Because she has a friend who is in the 5th grade and about to graduate, and it was at their request that she agreed to help. What a pity. Another girl pushed her way past. My cousin happens to be in the 5th grade. Could you possibly speak to me about letting her attend the tutoring? Certainly, we are friends after all. You can bring your cousin over to my house tonight, and my sister will assess her. If all goes well, she will surely accept her on my behalf. Wow, thank you. Wanwan, my cousin will be absolutely thrilled. That evening, a multitude of elementary students gathered at the Du residence, where Du Junqi prepared a handwritten quiz for them to complete on the spot. They were permitted to consult their books, but not to copy from one another. The quiz contained only a few questions, and after 45 minutes, Du Junqi began to grade the papers one by one. In no time, she organized them into 3 distinct piles. One for those with satisfactory scores who did not require additional tutoring, another for those with poor scores who needed to start from scratch, and a final pile for those with average scores requiring targeted assistance. Du Junqi discussed with the students in the average and poor categories that should they choose to attend her tutoring sessions, they would be divided into separate classes, one for the average performers and another for the struggling students, with differing fees. The average class would incur a charge of 50 yuan per unit, while the struggling group would pay a higher fee of 70 yuan per unit. However, this higher fee was justified, as they would receive quality instruction in small class sizes of no more than 5 students, ensuring ample tutoring resources. Furthermore, she employed university students from a teacher training university for instruction, guaranteeing quality education. Additionally, the tutoring would occur every Saturday and Sunday, and if they had prior tutoring sessions with their homeroom teacher, it would not interfere with this schedule. Du Junqi clarified all the details, urging them to discuss with their parents and, if agreeable, to register for her tutoring class on Friday evening. The 2 groups of students were easy to negotiate with, but the few with good scores proved more challenging, as Du Junqi believed they did not require tutoring and could simply practice more exercises at home. However, they disagreed, preferring to spend money on tutoring, as no one would object to higher grades. After all, the higher, the better. Moreover, the opportunity to receive exclusive guidance from Du Junqi's notes was certainly better than having none at all. With no other option, Du Junqi ultimately settled on a price of 50 yuan per unit and dedicated Friday evenings for targeted tutoring sessions conducted by the university students. Initially, excluding these few academically proficient students, the slots in the 4 small classes of the tutoring center would have been perfectly filled. However, these students were forcibly included, occupying the time on Friday evening, which rendered it impossible for the normal students to return to their campus. Consequently, Du Junqi had to arrange accommodations for them. Du Junqi erected a partition in the tutoring center, reducing the originally communal workspace and creating a small room furnished with 2 bunk beds, thus managing to address the sleeping arrangements. The center had restroom facilities, which resolved hygiene concerns, but for bathing, the students would have to go to Du's home. Nonetheless, this was merely a minor inconvenience. Due to the increased workload for the normal students, when they arrived for registration on Friday afternoon, Du Junqi briefed them and offered a stipend of 50 yuan. The normal students had no objections to this. After all, It was just an additional evening of teaching, with accommodations provided by the center, along with extra pay. They had no complaints, but upon discovering that this young girl was not only not a student in need of tutoring, but also a high school sophomore and the organizer of the tutoring center, they were all left astounded. Goodness, the world was indeed harsh, and they felt utterly outpaced. Soon it was evening, and students and parents began arriving at the tutoring center. When parents saw the business license, the student identification from the normal university, and Junqi herself, they felt reassured and hurried over to register and pay, fearing they might miss out on a spot. A few academically gifted students, after registering, entered a small classroom for tutoring, with 4 teachers providing guidance throughout, akin to a one-on-one tutoring service. Parents peering through the glass windows were quite satisfied with the teaching environment. This was what tutoring should be. How could one expect effective tutoring in a crowded setting? Each student receiving personalized attention was far more beneficial. They felt justified in withdrawing from their homeroom teachers' tutoring sessions to attend here, where the teachers were dedicated. The tuition fees were not higher than those of the homeroom teacher. And there was no expectation of gifts during holidays. In comparison, this was indeed a more economical choice. Aware that parents were observing from outside, the tutoring teachers exerted themselves to perform admirably. The evening sessions, originally planned for 2 classes, extended to a full 2 hours, from 7:13 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. The parents who had come to register patiently waited and crowded around the small window to observe the proceedings. After the tutoring concluded, they rushed to surround the students and teachers, bombarding them with questions for nearly half an hour before departing home, satisfied with their inquiries. On Saturday morning at 8 a.m., parents brought their children to the tutoring center, and by 8:30 a.m., the sessions officially commenced. 3 classes were scheduled for the morning and 3 for the afternoon, with concerned parents continuing to accompany their children throughout the day. By Sunday, after a full day of accompanying their children, parents felt secure enough to allow them to attend tutoring independently, recognizing that their presence would not contribute much. They opted to wait for the unit test results before making further decisions. As the unit tests occurred bi-weekly, and time would pass swiftly, if their children's grades improved, they would continue with the tutoring. 2 weeks later, the students who attended the tutoring class were astonished to discover a marked improvement in their academic performance. Among them, those with average grades exhibited the most significant progress, with even the least improved among them raising their scores by a dozen points. The few who were already excelling in their studies also noted an enhancement in their results, albeit by a mere 8 or 10 points. Yet for them, those few points could very well determine whether they would secure a place in the top 5 of their class. The students rejoiced. The parents were satisfied, and the reputation of the tutoring center soared, attracting even more parents eager to enroll their children. On Friday evening, several parents seeking to register their children arrived at the tutoring center together. However, the 4 tutors firmly turned them away, citing that the class was already full and that no additional students could be accommodated. Despite the parents' earnest pleas, they found themselves confronted by undergraduates who, yet to graduate and enter the professional world, upheld their principles with steadfastness. They insisted that small class sizes meant precisely that, no more than 5 students, and without available slots, there was simply nothing to be done. Frustrated by the obstinacy of these 4 university students, the parents fumed but were powerless to change the situation. They vented their anger to relatives, friends, and colleagues, intending to complain, yet inadvertently magnifying the tutoring center's renown. Many learned through their accounts that the prodigious Junqi had established a tutoring program for elementary students. Following this minor setback, Junqi's tutoring center gradually gained traction within the circles of elementary school parents, all eagerly anticipating the upcoming midterm examinations to ascertain whether Junqi's success could indeed be replicated among other students. In Chapter 57, Borrowing Wind, Fang Qianyi accompanied Junqi to the tutoring center. Observing the students and tutors in the small classroom filled him with unease. "Qianyi, would you like to join?" Junqi inquired, hoping to extend an invitation to her friend. Fang Qianyi appreciated Junqi's kindness, but shook his head in refusal. "No. The success of this tutoring center relies solely on your efforts. I cannot simply reap the rewards without contributing. But this venture is highly profitable. After this term concludes, my investment will be recouped. And thereafter, it will yield profits." Junqi persisted in her efforts to persuade him. "No. I am aware of your good intentions, but truly, it is unnecessary. Why family's difficulties are only temporary. Now that the typhoon has passed, our boat has set sail, and the dry goods factory will soon have shipments ready. Although the aquaculture venture takes longer, once the fry are raised, everything will be fine." Fang Qianyi replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall not press the matter further. Come, take a look. This is my latest collection of children's clothing. What do you think of these sweater designs?" Junqi led Fang Qianyi to her desk, retrieving a large sketchbook to showcase her newly drawn sweaters. Fang Qianyi obediently sat down, engaging in a leisurely discussion with Junqi. As autumn approached and the weather turned cooler, the sales of athletic skirts had plummeted, and the demand for lighter athletic wear had significantly decreased. Parents began purchasing yarn to knit sweaters for their children, prompting Junqi to commence designing sweater patterns in alignment with the seasonal shift. The economic climate over the past 2 years has generally been unfavorable, leading parents to be reluctant to spend on clothing. Coupled with the broader societal trend of mothers knitting sweaters for their children, this has become a natural habit, resulting in a lack of purchases for machine-knit sweaters. Consequently, the children's clothing market has seen decent sales only for outerwear, while other types of garments, particularly sweaters, have consistently underperformed. Junqi believes that the sole determinant of sweater sales hinges on pricing. If the cost of aesthetically pleasing, vibrantly colored sweaters in the market is comparable to that of hand-knitted ones, mothers would undoubtedly opt to buy the sweaters. After all, who would wish to spend their days knitting, enduring neck strain and shoulder pain, if not for the sake of saving money? In order to estimate the production costs of sweaters, Junqi specifically consulted the accountant at the Noah clothing factory and discovered that the manufacturing costs were indeed modest, by controlling the retail price to ensure affordability for average families. The children's sweater market holds significant potential. Junqi plans to produce an initial batch of sweaters to gauge market response, with the intention to ramp up production should the reception prove favorable. Thus, she has meticulously designed several styles, including the timeless V-neck knitted vest, pullover sweaters, hooded sweaters, and the recently popular knitted batwing tops, with a variety of designs primarily featuring floral and animal motifs. Junqi has crafted dozens of doll outfits and has developed an understanding of contemporary aesthetic trends, assisting in the selection of several designs, thus solidifying the patterns and motifs for the inaugural batch of sweaters. To promote the sweaters, Junqi intends to place an advertisement in New Horizons, as is customary, opting for a 2-page color spread. New Horizons has now become the best-selling children's publication in the province, attracting new advertising contracts each month. With limited advertising space, the cost for placements in New Horizons have naturally surged. Yuan, initially considering raising the advertising fees for the Noah clothing factory, found himself at a loss. Junqi's creative endeavor, Kunlun, serves as a cornerstone for the sales of New Horizons, and recognizing the studio's financial constraints, she graciously waived the full manuscript fee, leaving Yuan in a position where he could not broach the subject of increased costs. Thus, he chose to proceed as if nothing were amiss, accepting the advertising order at the original price. Yuan is not one to conceal his feelings adeptly. Although he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts, his demeanor betrayed a hint of discomfort, as he bears the responsibility for the studio's operational status. Having been a business elite in her past life, Junqi's first instinct upon witnessing Yuan's expression was to propose a price increase, and upon inquiry, her suspicion was confirmed. Noticing Junqi's expression of bemusement, Yuan grew increasingly flustered. There's no need to raise the price. Let us stick with the original. Flustered yet eager to clarify his stance, Yuan hastily asserted, No, we must increase it. Whatever price applies to others should apply to me as well. Junqi understood that Yuan hesitated to raise the price out of concern for their relationship, but she was unwilling to expend previous favors on such a trivial matter. If it meant spending a little more, so be it. After all, anything that can be resolved with money is not truly a problem. Yuan, his face flushed, pulled out the new advertising price list. I feel awkward charging you according to this list, so let me offer you a discount. He calculated a new price on his calculator and presented it to Junqi for her consideration. Junqi was unwilling to quibble over such trivial matters. The current advertising costs were still reasonable, and even the most exorbitant fees for children's literature could not surpass those of television networks. If they could capture a larger market share, this modest investment in advertising would certainly be worthwhile. After finalizing the new advertising contract, Junqi neatly folded the documents and placed them in her backpack, preparing to head home. However, Yuan placed a magazine before her. Take a look at this. What should I be looking at? Junqi casually flipped to the table of contents. Which one do you want me to see? That one, Wushuang Xinjian. Junqi turned to the page of Wushuang Xinjian. Oh, this art style looks quite familiar. It's old Lu. So he has been poached by this company. This magazine, Xingdou, had always been steeped in the martial arts genre, holding the title of second best in the South China region for a millennium, consistently overshadowed by Jianghu. She hadn't expected it to adopt a new style, mimicking their serialized comic format, and similarly delving into the realm of fantasy martial arts, attempting to seize their market share by riding on their coattails. How shameless. Yuan's face was one of disdain and contempt. We ignited the trend, so it is only natural for imitators to emerge. How is Xingdou's sales doing now? Junqi was more concerned about this. Chi Yuan adopted a disgruntled expression. Better than before, Du Junqi nodded. This indicates that the fantasy martial arts genre remains quite popular. Upon inspection, I notice their imitation is quite earnest. The backgrounds, characters, and art style are all closely aligned with Kunlun, making it a relatively successful imitation. However, they have only just begun to explore this genre, and the story has only just started. We won't be able to ascertain its quality until several more issues are released to see if their narrative resonates with readers. They poached Old Lu, so naturally, the backgrounds, characters, and art style resemble Kunlun. What thieves him? Moreover, Old Lu, lacking any sense of ethics, will surely divulge our plot to them. If they manage to release Kunlun a storyline ahead of us, we would have to make last-minute changes, which is incredibly frustrating. Chi Yuan felt anger welling up at this thought. There's nothing we can do about it now. There are currently no protections for original works, and Old Lu is considered one of the original creators. If it comes to a lawsuit, we wouldn't stand a chance, Du Junqi remarked with resignation. Reality can be quite disheartening. Intellectual property lawsuits are notoriously difficult to win. Chi Yuan sat sulking on the sofa, visibly aggrieved. So we just let this go. What else can we do? Du Junqi shrugged. Should we wait until Xingdoa sales plummet and then mock them with a letter? Can't we condemn such vile phenomena in our own new horizons? Enough of that. It would only attract their loyal supporters, accusing us of malicious slander and attempting to climb to prominence on the back of green fields. Even if our supporters voice their rebuttals, it would merely ignite a war of words between both sides, resulting in a net loss for us. Du Junqi was decidedly against such actions. If there were to be any criticism, it should come from an unrelated third party, preferably from a publication or authority of significant standing. Chi Yuan, arms crossed and fuming on the sofa, wore an expression of deep discontent. Well, let us not dwell on it any longer. Instead, let us deliberate on a contingency plot. Should Mr. Lu indeed proceed with our originally intended storyline for the unmatched divine sword, it would be prudent for us to have an alternative plan in place to avoid any disarray. Du Junqi has always been an advocate of foresight, believing that preparation is the key to mitigating unforeseen circumstances. Given that events have already transpired, we must swiftly devise a corresponding strategy to minimize our losses. Chi Yuan, feeling resigned, understood that this was not the moment for sulking. He took up pen and paper to engage in a discussion of the plot outline with Du Junqi. Their discourse continued until dusk, finally solidifying the storyline. Upon returning home, Du Junqi found it was just in time for dinner. Having pondered for most of the day, he was quite famished, only to discover that dinner was not yet prepared. The rice was still simmering away in the pot. Chi, I sincerely apologize. Both your mother and grandmother had prior commitments and have returned late. Please wait a little longer. The meal will be ready shortly. Song Huilan handed over a large, red apple, suggesting he might snack on that while waiting. Du Junqi, with the apple in hand, made his way to the living room, intending to enjoy some television while he munched. Du Junwan was already in the living room, engrossed in a show, with an apple core lying on the table, indicating she too had snacked on an apple to stave off hunger. Upon noticing her sister approaching with an apple, Du Junwan chuckled and teased, "Huh? You're hungry too, aren't you? How foolish of you to come back so late without bringing any snacks. If it were me, I would have certainly bought a pack of biscuits." "Eating biscuits? Aren't you concerned about gaining weight?" Du Junqi shot her a sidelong glance. Du Junwan grimaced in response. How annoying. Now at the age of 9, Du Junwan was on the cusp of entering her teenage years, and her dance instructor had begun to impose weight requirements upon her. "What is going on today? Why have both mother and grandmother returned so late?" Du Junqi inquired between bites. "One is busy with company matters, and the other is occupied at the factory. Have you not noticed that father and grandfather have yet to return? Indeed, why is today so hectic?" Du Junwan relayed the news she had gathered from their mother. "I heard that leaders from the city are visiting for an inspection, and the county has mandated a thorough sanitation check across all units." Du Junqi nodded in understanding. Inspections necessitate a pristine environment, as appearances must always be maintained. Mother mentioned that once this inspection concludes, our L County will officially be renamed as L District, and my school will also undergo a name change, likely to second experimental primary school. As the city already has an experimental primary school, she added with disdain. "How tiresome." Du Junwan pouted in agreement. "Oh, then my school will also have to change its name, as the city has a first high school as well?" mused Du Junqi, taking a sizable bite of the apple, pondering what the new name might be. Chapter 58. Wan's Presumptions. L County's first high school is to be renamed as F City 18th High School. Thankfully, it is not the 3rd 8th High School. The students of the first high school played and laughed together. "How wonderful! Our enrollment has expanded. We have secured our positions," cheered the teachers who were previously outside the official roster. What a hassle, what a nuisance. The school emblem and uniforms will need redesigning, Principal Chen lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the impending changes. Principal Chen experiences a throbbing headache at the mere thought of revising the school emblem and uniform. He has always despised such arduous and thankless tasks. If the changes are successful, they are deemed expected, but if they falter, he will be subjected to blame for years on end. How delightful it would be if the entire province could unify its school uniforms. If they were unattractive and met with criticism, it would not be his concern. Principal Chun summoned the vice principal and the head of the academic affairs office to deliberate on this matter. The other two shared his sentiment, finding the task unappealing and preferring to distance themselves from it. Firmly deciding to shift the responsibility onto others, the vice principal proposed, why not have a few art teachers from the school design it? After all, that is their area of expertise. The head of the academic affairs office added, why complicate matters? We could simply engage a few garment factories to handle the design. Once they are completed, we can choose from the options presented. This suggestion of utilizing garment factories was indeed a feasible approach, and Principal Chen consented. He then raised the subsequent question. Which garment factories should they select? The vice principal and the head of the academic affairs office exchanged glances, recognizing this as an opportune chance for personal gain. Which factory should they recommend? The previous one, or perhaps seek out new ones? Before their silent communication could conclude, Principal Chen suddenly recalled that Du Junqi's family owned a garment factory. Acting swiftly, he called upon Du Junqi during the recess to inquire if she would be interested in taking on this project. Naturally, Du Junqi was eager to accept at once. Principal Chen harbored a personal inclination towards Du Junqi, as she was a model student he had ardently championed, and due to her respect for him, he regarded her as a protégée, fostering a natural emotional bias. However, the vice principal and the head of the academic affairs office each recommended their own garment factories. To ensure fairness, he explained to Du Junqi that in a month, all three would compete for the contract. Understanding Principal Chen's predicament, Du Junqi was undaunted by the competition and gracefully acquiesced to the public bidding process. Upon returning home, she promptly began designing the emblem and uniform for No. 18 Middle School. The uniform was relatively straightforward to design, adhering to established guidelines. The national school uniform was essentially sportswear, and any modifications would only involve slight adjustments to the fit, such as adding thin sponge padding to the shoulders for a more upright appearance, altering the trousers to resemble a suit more closely, and enhancing the skirt design to make it more aesthetically pleasing. However, the emblem posed a greater challenge, as it needed to be both simple and striking, ideally memorable at first glance. The uniform design progressed swiftly. After a week of revisions, Du Junqi finalized the blueprint and meticulously tucked it away, turning her focus to the emblem. Unexpectedly, the design was acquired by Du Junyan at the second experimental primary school. The third-grade students had already begun to develop a nascent awareness of gender dynamics, with boys occasionally seeking to win favor with girls. Du Junyan, with her strikingly beautiful features and a physique honed by dance practice, was widely regarded as the most attractive girl in her class. Furthermore, her talented younger sister contributed to her rising popularity, subtly positioning her as a notable figure within the school, a small celebrity of sorts. Teachers favored her, girls sought to befriend her, and even boys were particularly deferential towards her. Consequently, Du Junyan gradually began to revel in showcasing and flaunting herself in front of others. Du Junwan harbored a deep appreciation for the school uniforms designed by her sister, Du Junqi, for the 18th Middle School. Coincidentally, the nearby primary school had recently undergone a name change and required a new uniform design. The class teacher had discreetly approached her, inquiring whether her family's clothing factory would be interested in taking on this project. Naturally, Du Junwan sought to showcase her capabilities. Upon seeing that Du Junqi had finalized the design drafts, she promptly presented them to her teacher, reasoning that since her sister was adept at design, they could always create additional options if necessary. Thus, unbeknownst to Du Junqi, her two design drafts were already resting on Principal Xie's desk at the primary school. Junwan, are these designs from your family's clothing factory? Principal Xie inquired with a warm smile. Du Junwan nodded affirmatively. Yes, they were designed by Chi. She has also sketched several others, but these two are our favorites. Principal Xie acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully. Since Du Junqi favored these two designs, he believed the students would likely appreciate them as well. He trusted her judgment and wished to avoid selecting uniforms that the students would find unappealing, thereby sparing himself from accusations of poor taste. And how shall we determine the pricing? Principal Xie continued with his amiable demeanor. Du Junwan momentarily faltered, having not anticipated this question. Her sole intention had been to present the designs. My family hasn't discussed that yet. I merely brought the designs for you to review. Principal, if you're satisfied with them, my grandfather will come to negotiate the pricing. She quickly recovered her composure. Principal Xie nodded with satisfaction. I am quite pleased. Please ask your grandfather to visit the school tomorrow so we can discuss the pricing. Very well. Upon returning home for lunch after school, Du Junwan proudly shared her accomplishment with her family. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, I secured an order for our clothing factory today, she declared with a sense of pride. Her grandfather chuckled. Oh, our Junwan is quite capable. What order did you receive? It's for the school uniforms of our institution. We VE changed our name and need new uniforms. I've already discussed it with the principal, who requested that Grandpa come to the school tomorrow to negotiate the price. Song Huilan expressed her surprise. Ah, negotiating the price tomorrow? Doesn't Principal Xie need to review the uniform designs first? He has already seen them and is very pleased, Du Junwan replied confidently. Song Huilan was taken aback. He has seen them? She then turned to Du Junqi. Chichi, did you design the uniforms for the primary school? Du Junqi shook her head. No, I have been busy designing uniforms and insignias for our own school, not for the primary school. Song Huilan then questioned Du Junwan. Junwan, whose designs did you present to Principal Xie? You cannot use designs that are not from our factory without permission. That could lead to complications. It was Chi-Chi's designs. Du Junwan asserted defiantly. Chi-Chi, didn't you finalize 2 sets of uniforms yesterday? I took them to show the principal. Du Junqi was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of indignation. Those were designs for my school. Regardless, you've designed other sets as well. They can be revised without conflict, Du Junwan replied, oblivious to the gravity of her actions. You didn't even consult me first. This is utterly unacceptable. Du Junqi, infuriated, slammed her chopsticks onto the dining table. Why such ferocity? Du Junwan pouted her small mouth, tears welling up as she cast a pitiful glance at the adults. Anger surged within Du Junqi. In her past life, Du Junwan had always sought the spotlight, relishing in the attention while leaving the burdens to her sister. Whenever trouble arose, she would feign innocence, consistently relying on her sister to bear the consequences. Time and again, Du Junqi had taken her sister's support for granted, even requesting Du Junwan to yield when she had snatched away her first love. Now, in this new lifetime, she found her sister's behavior unchanged, unabashedly self-serving and assertive. Since her rebirth, Du Junqi had regarded Du Junwan as a mere child, unwilling to lower herself to engage in petty disputes, striving to treat her with objectivity. After all, she was still just a child, not the malicious sister who had once taken away her sister's first love. Yet today, she came to realize that a person's character is largely predetermined. Du Junwan was indeed a person who thrived on self-promotion, indifferent to the feelings of others. Fuming, Du Junqi abandoned her meal and retreated to her room, picking up the design sketches she had previously set aside. She needed to regain her composure, to think rationally. Work was her best sedative. This was the wisdom gleaned from years of being a workaholic. Only in the high-pressure environment of her profession could she truly forget all negative emotions and become her most exceptional self. The adults were taken aback by Du Junwan's audacity and equally astonished by Du Junqi's intense anger. Song Huilan was also furious. She disapproved of Wanwan's actions and scolded her harshly, ignoring her tears as she tended to Chi-Chi. Almost forcefully urging her to eat lunch, Du Guangming felt a headache coming on. He had always indulged his children. Although Wanwan's behavior was far from acceptable, seeing her being chastised by his wife and crying pitifully tugged at his heartstrings. He could only gently explain to Wanwan why her actions were wrong and why Chi-Chi was so upset, advising her not to repeat such behavior in the future. Grandparents, staunch party members with strong principles, felt that Wanwan needed to be properly educated. If not corrected while still young, would they wait until she made more significant mistakes in adulthood to teach her? Thus, as Du Guangming instructed Wanwan, the grandparents interjected, ensuring Wanwan fully understood her errors. Meanwhile, Du Junqi, under her mother's watchful gaze during lunch, was inundated with the sounds of her grandparents' admonitions and her father's defense. Her mind was in turmoil. The recent provocations had stirred memories of her past life, colliding with her present frustrations, igniting her anger. Now, having calmed down, she recognized that her irritation with Wanwan was not substantial enough to warrant a complete severance of ties. She could not remain angry with her sister indefinitely. Even if she chose to ignore Wanwan, the family would persist in urging her to reconcile. However, the remnants of past grievances lingered in her heart, making it difficult for her to set aside her feelings and return to their previous relationship. Her heart was truly in disarray. Due to Du Junwan's presumptuousness, not only did Du Junqi have to revise her design sketches, but their grandfather and the accountant from the clothing factory were also occupied for the entire afternoon. To provide a quotation, one must first calculate the costs, which include the fabric, dyeing and printing expenses. labor fees, and also allocate funds for public relations and benefits. It is implausible for the small school to solicit quotes from only a single clothing factory. They will undoubtedly seek comparisons from several others. Public relations and benefits are indispensable. Regardless of whether Principal Xia accepts them, this expense must be reserved as for the appropriate amount to set aside. That would require an assessment of the market conditions, and the accountant will need to spend time inquiring among industry insiders. Grandfather, being a veteran cadre and an old party member, has always opposed such practices. However, he can only uphold his own integrity and cannot prevent others from engaging in such behavior. The societal environment has changed, and he is powerless to quell the rising tide of human desires. Thus, he can only turn a blind eye. Chapter 59. Industry competition. The conversation between Grandfather and Principal Xia proceeded smoothly. Grandfather offered a fair price, not only lower than that of competitors, but also providing sample fabrics that were more substantial than the original school uniforms, which pleased Principal Xia immensely. Grandfather had long contemplated broaching the subject of the red envelope, yet he found himself utterly unable to voice it. The mere thought of mentioning it rendered him speechless. After holding back for an extended period, he finally mustered the courage to bring it up just before their departure. Naturally, Principal Xia declined. This meeting was merely to establish preliminary intentions, and he had no authority to finalize any agreements. The small school decided to emulate the high school by organizing a bidding conference, allowing several clothing factories to publicly compete. Whether Noah Garment Factory would secure the bid would entirely depend on their performance at the conference. Upon hearing Principal Xia's words, Grandfather felt a sense of relief. He was not daunted by the overt competition. He believed in competing openly and fairly, and as long as there were no underhanded dealings, he had no apprehensions about his own designs and prices being overlooked. In order to secure this order, the factory had presented a remarkably low price. Junqi's original design for the high school had been appropriated by Junwan in a fit of determination. Junqi spent an additional 2 days crafting 2 even more exquisite school uniform designs. Although still based on sportswear, the styles clearly leaned towards a Western aesthetic, due to the overwhelming influence of Japanese animation. Domestic students were well acquainted with Japanese uniforms and held a fondness for them, yet they were largely unaware of Western school attire. These 2 Western-inspired designs would surely provide them with a more significant visual impact. With the new designs completed, Junqi directly handed the design drawings to Grandfather. Although she understood that Junwan would likely refrain from any further underhanded tactics in the short term, she still wished to convey her dissatisfaction through this gesture, leaving a more lasting impression on her sister. Grandfather received Junqi's designs with a sigh, lamenting that when children quarrel, it is the adults who suffer. The discord between the sisters weighed heavily on the hearts of the adults. This time, Chi was genuinely furious, and he hoped Wan would learn a lesson and behave more sensibly. The bidding conferences for the 2nd Experimental Primary School and the 18th High School were scheduled on the same day. Grandfather attended the conference at the 2nd Experimental Primary School, while Song Huilan went to the one at the 18th High School. Other clothing factories, like Noah Garment Factory, also needed to attend both conferences, as information exchange was not well developed. Thus, only a few local clothing factories were aware of the events, resulting in the same few competitors attending both conferences. In the realm of industry, competitors may also serve as potential collaborators. Apart from the newly established Noah Garment Factory, which maintains a purely competitive relationship with other apparel manufacturers, the remaining factories have long-standing connections forged over many years. Prior to this encounter, several garment factories had already engaged in clandestine discussions, and their purpose for attending was to collectively undermine the Noah Factory. The athletic skirts and summer sportswear produced by Noah Factory had previously enjoyed remarkable sales, capturing a significant share of the market. Although several factories attempted to replicate Noah's designs, their sales remained consistently subdued due to the intricate nature of Noah's pattern designs. For instance, the best-selling athletic skirt, comprised merely of 2 colored stripes, featured varying widths and densities of each color, creating an appearance of randomness. Yet, when worn, it accentuated the wearer's silhouette, particularly at the waist and abdomen, rendering a slimming effect. After numerous modifications, the other factories finally managed to emulate about 70 to 80% of the design, but by the time they completed their revisions, the weather had turned cooler, and the demand for athletic skirts had dwindled. Frustrated by the market share lost to Noah, the competing factories harbored resentment. Upon hearing that Noah would participate in the bidding, the factory heads convened, determined to undercut Noah's price. They strategically assigned pricing, with each subsequent bid slightly lower than the last, until the final offer merely covered costs. They were skeptical that Noah could withstand such price suppression, dismissing concerns over the quality of materials, reasoning that school uniforms are not worn daily. Once or twice a week would suffice, allowing them to last through a semester, with price increases anticipated for the next term. At the bidding meeting, the representatives of the competing factories exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with derision as they regarded Noah Factory. Confident in their strategy, they believed the contract would surely be theirs. However, when the school officials unveiled the design presentations via projector, the moment Noah's design was revealed, the representatives of the competing factories were left utterly astonished. What a remarkable cut for a school uniform. This is madness, they thought. How much does a school uniform cost? At most 30 yuan. This design, if marketed, could fetch 70 yuan. And yet the factory head seems oblivious to basic business acumen. How ruthless to pursue the contract like this. If this order is awarded to Noah, will they take it to market, leaving us unable to sell our winter apparel? Outrageous. The competing factory heads raged internally as the school officials began to dismantle the bids and announce prices. Suddenly, they were jolted into action, collectively raising their hands to withdraw from the bidding. Noah's tenacity was formidable, and they decided to relinquish the contract. Instead, they would replicate the design and hasten production to seize the market ahead of Noah's launch, ensuring that their winter garments would not be overshadowed. After all, school uniforms offered little profit compared to winter wear. Had it come to an end? The principal and teachers were left perplexed. This was not how the process was supposed to unfold. Why had the bidding concluded so inexplicably, with no competition remaining? Is it truly to be relinquished to Noah Factory just like that? The bidding session between the two schools has scarcely commenced before it abruptly concludes. Both grandfather and Song Huilan regard the few garment factories as utterly irrational. Even if their designs fail to surpass their own, there is no need to undercut prices as well. They should have withdrawn outright. Had they known it would unfold this way, they could have easily delegated the task to someone else, sparing themselves the trip. There remain a multitude of matters to attend to in the factory and the company. They are mistaken if they think everyone is merely idling about to partake in the frivolity. Upon returning to Noah Factory, grandfather conveyed the results of the bidding session to Junqi, who was similarly taken aback by the outcome. However, after her initial surprise, she dismissed it from her thoughts, as her current focus lay elsewhere. With the school uniform matter resolved, she now needed to deliberate on the sweater designs. The patterns for the sweaters required machine weaving and a complete reconfiguration, as the factory's machinery could only produce relatively coarse lines, lacking the finesse necessary. Junqi found herself unable to resolve this technical issue. Thus, she could only modify the patterns to a level the machines could accommodate. This task proved to be no trifling matter, and Junqi was deeply engrossed in contemplation. Two seasoned craftsmen in the factory also engaged in this endeavor, and the three of them toiled for the better part of the day, repeatedly testing the machines. Yet, the samples remained unsatisfactory to Junqi. While the two craftsmen deemed the results commendable, Junqi's standards had been elevated by subsequent technological advancements, rendering her unable to accept the current samples. Undeterred, she continued to experiment, and her persistence began to fray the temper of the two craftsmen, who, being tech-savvy, possessed a certain stubbornness, complying with her wishes through numerous trials. Observing the three of them tirelessly manipulating the machinery, grandfather and Song Huilan dared not intervene. Although they had secured the order, a multitude of preparatory tasks loomed ahead, including the procurement of fabric and dyes, all of which required their attention. After a week of relentless effort, Junqi finally crafted a design that satisfied her. With the pattern issue resolved, production of the sweaters could commence, and concurrently, the materials and dyes for the school uniforms had also arrived, allowing for the official launch of the uniforms. The students of 2nd Experimental Primary School and 18 Middle School, having eagerly anticipated the new uniform designs for over a week, finally received their brand new attire. Elated, they donned the fresh uniforms, their joy akin to that of wearing new clothes for the new year. The following day, students from both schools donned their new uniforms in unison, striding confidently toward school, transforming the road into a makeshift runway. The new uniforms attracted countless gazes from passers-by, not only curious adults but also students from other schools. Envy and desire swelled within the hearts of students from other institutions. Why is it that our school's name remains unchanged? Why must we wear such unattractive uniforms? Their uniforms are truly splendid. In response, several other garment factories hastily produced similar autumn and winter lines, and indeed, sales were promising. The frustration of being overshadowed by Noah Factory for 2 months finally dissipated. Seizing the momentum, these factories ramped up production, eager to capture the initial wave of seasonal sales before Noah Factory could distribute their stock. However, contrary to the expectations of the other garment factories, Noah Factory opted for an unconventional approach this time, choosing to release sweaters instead of autumn and winter outerwear. Once the supply of school uniforms was exhausted, the Noah Factory commenced the production of sweaters, and the first batch of these delightful garments has just hit the market. As the temperature drops, it is time to don sweaters, children's sweaters, available in an array of styles and sizes. Priced at 35 yuan for one, 60 yuan for two, and 80 yuan for three, the more you buy, the greater the savings. Even if you do not intend to purchase, do stop by for a look. The clothing stores supplied by the Noah factory have prominently displayed promotional posters, enticing passing mothers who are irresistibly drawn in by such affordable prices. Quickly, they beckon their sisters-in-law, cousins, and best friends to join in the shopping spree. The new sweaters have sparked a sales frenzy, prompting the Noah factory to significantly increase production to meet the rapidly expanding market demand. The introduction of these sweaters has opened up the market, and mothers have swiftly embraced the concept of high-quality, reasonably priced sweaters. Recognizing the vast market potential, Junqi began to offer thicker sweater options, only 10 yuan more than the previous models, yet still enjoying cumulative discounts. 45 yuan for one, 80 yuan for two, and 110 yuan for three. The first batch of these thicker sweaters was quickly snatched up by eager mothers, leaving the store owners overjoyed as they promptly placed additional orders. The Noah factory, fully committed to sweater production, found itself in a situation of overwhelming demand, with supply falling short. As soon as the freshly manufactured sweaters were packed, they were swiftly claimed by the store clerks waiting outside the workshop. The scene of this frantic competition was too beautiful to behold. With these sweaters, the Noah factory has successfully captured a substantial portion of the market amidst fierce competition from several clothing manufacturers, elegantly seizing the largest share of autumn sales. Chapter 60. The tutoring class turmoil. As the weather cools, not only does it bring about a surge in sweater sales, but it also heralds the arrival of midterm examinations. With Junqi's presence, the difficulty of the sophomore examination papers has noticeably escalated. As soon as the exam concluded, despair echoed through the sophomore cohort, with many fretting over their disappointing scores. When the results were released, it was indeed evident that the overall performance was subpar. With the exception of a few outstanding students, most scored between 20 to 30 points lower than expected. The students' lamentations rendered this examination particularly ruthless. Even Junqi could not preserve her myth, as her total score also declined, placing her third in her grade. The academic pressure in the sophomore year is already immense, and any slight relaxation can lead to regression. During this period, Junqi was preoccupied with designing school uniforms and sweaters, diverting her time and energy, and thus she reaped the bitter fruits of her distraction. Frowning in dissatisfaction with her performance, she resolved to refocus her efforts on her studies. Although Junqi's overall score declined, her third-place ranking was still commendable in the eyes of most students and teachers. Her role as a role model remained intact, as everyone spontaneously sought to justify her situation. It was understood that she had not completed her freshman year and had jumped directly into sophomore studies, missing the smooth transition that typically accompanies the first year. Given the pressures of the sophomore year, her ranking of third was still quite impressive. Continuing to shine, Junqi's influence was further magnified as the elementary school's midterm examinations concluded. The students who attended Junqi's tutoring classes all exhibited marked improvements in their scores, particularly among the average and underperforming students, whose advancements were notably significant. This occurrence only served to amplify Junqi's status as a role model. See, this is the power of tutoring classes. With the guidance of university students, coupled with Junqi's problem-solving techniques, scores improve rapidly. My child will surely be able to enroll in the prestigious No. 18 middle school next year. All the parents of students who attended the tutoring classes have become increasingly resolute in their confidence, proudly flaunting their foresight to those around them. Eager parents once again filled the tutoring center over the weekend, insisting firmly on enrolling their children, declaring they would not leave without securing a spot. Fang Qinyi had also experienced a midterm examination, and this time his overall score had improved slightly compared to before. He had acclimated to the junior high school curriculum, possessing a mature understanding, and with the guidance of Junqi, he was making rapid progress. The Noah garment factory had secured contracts for school uniforms for 2 institutions and successfully launched sweaters, yielding considerable profits. Fang Qinyi held shares in the Noah garment factory, and the dividends from last month had been exceedingly generous, significantly alleviating the financial difficulties at home. With the household in order and his grades improving, Fang Qinyi's spirits were naturally high. In a buoyant mood, Fang Qinyi visited the Noah factory to find Junqi. He was well aware of Junqi's schedule, when he was at the sports team and when he was at the factory. At this moment, the training for the sports team had concluded, and usually, Junqi would take a stroll around the factory before returning home with his grandfather for dinner. However, upon arriving at the Noah factory, Fang Qinyi was surprised to discover that Junqi was not present, Nor was his grandfather. A factory worker informed him that his grandfather had received a phone call at 9 a.m. regarding an issue at the tutoring center and had left immediately after. Junqi had not yet arrived that day. This was puzzling. What could have possibly required the grandfather's urgent presence at the tutoring center? Fang Qianyi hastily made his way to the tutoring center, only to be startled by the throngs of people crowding the second floor. The corridor was abuzz with commotion, and Fang Qianyi cautiously leaned against the wall to eavesdrop on the discussions. After a while, he finally grasped the situation. The crowd consisted entirely of parents of students who had heard of the tutoring center's remarkable effectiveness and were eager to enroll their children. However, there were no available slots, and several irate parents had begun to create a scene, insisting on forcing their children into the program. With a few leading figures inciting chaos, other parents, who had initially intended to leave, lingered on, joining in the uproar, transforming the atmosphere into utter pandemonium. Listening to the din outside, Junqi found the parents utterly unreasonable. They were fully aware that there were only 4 classrooms. How many more could possibly be accommodated? It was impossible to fit all their children in, and their uproar was futile. The atmosphere had been skewed by a few aggressive parents, and the tutoring center had only one viable course of action to quell the parents' grievances: to accept all applicants. Yet, such an approach was impractical. Setting aside the immediate concern of finding a space large enough to conduct classes, doing so would also create conflicts between the tutoring center and the independent tutors, which would not bode well for the center's development. Du Guangming and the grandfather were on site, attempting to communicate with the parents. However, the leading parents were unreasonable. As discussions reached an impasse, Junqi, shielded in a small classroom, discreetly had a tutoring teacher bring in a phone, and she hid in the small classroom to call Director Zhang of the Education Bureau. As noon approaches, Director Zhang is at home awaiting his meal when he unexpectedly receives a distress call from Junqi. Upon hearing her vivid description of the scene, his heart nearly skips a beat. Regardless of the reasons behind the incident, it pertains to the realm of education. Should a violent altercation ensue, he would undoubtedly be singled out for criticism by the municipal bureau. And should the media catch wind of it, the county government's reputation in L District would suffer irreparably. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Director Zhang promptly contacts the county mayor and the station chief before hastily making his way to the tutoring center. Having frequently appeared on the county television station, Director Zhang's presence at the tutoring center immediately tempers the parents' tempers. As they await his guidance, he has already gleaned the essence of the dispute over the phone. One party seeks enrollment while the other lacks adequate facilities. Moreover, Junqi harbors concerns about the potential displacement of the regular teachers, a sentiment he empathizes with. Consequently, he finds himself unable to propose a suitable resolution at that moment, advising the parents to return home while he confers with the tutoring center to devise a plan and issue a notice thereafter. Naturally, the parents are unwilling to acquiesce. They demand an immediate resolution. At this juncture, the county mayor and the station chief arrive, and under the mayor's assurances and the station chief's verbal intimidation, the parents gradually leave the tutoring center. Once they have departed, Fang Qianyi, who had been hiding at the far end of the corridor, finally reveals himself. Entering the tutoring center, he feels a pang of sympathy upon seeing Junqi's furrowed brow. She is still just a child and should not have to endure such tribulations. Though surprised to see Fang Qianyi, Junqi has no time to acknowledge him and instructs him to wait aside while she collaborates with the county mayor and Director Zhang to find a solution. She begins by objectively outlining the challenges faced by the tutoring center. To expand, they require a larger venue and additional instructors. While the center can seek these resources independently, the expansion will inevitably lead to competition for students with the school teachers, giving rise to conflicts between teachers and students. There is the risk that students who withdraw from the tutoring center may face repercussions from their teachers, such as isolation or unfair grading. Should such issues arise, it would lead to grievances between students and their parents, potentially igniting familial discord. If numerous families experience similar strife, it could incite societal moral scrutiny of the school and its educators. Such a chain reaction could escalate the situation far beyond today's concerns, with the tutoring center being the source of these interconnected conflicts, attracting various criticisms. The county mayor is taken aback, questioning the exaggeration of her claims. After all, isn't it merely about expanding the tutoring center? Director Zhang, drenched in cold sweat, realizes that no matter the course of action, he will ultimately bear the brunt of criticism and punishment. Discontinuing the tutoring center is out of the question, as the parents would vehemently oppose it. Expanding the center, however, would invite a cascade of conflicts. He is left feeling that any decision he makes will be erroneous. What options do we have? Both the mayor and Director Zhang inquire in unison. The only viable solution that Junqi can conjure is for the county to spearhead weekly open classes. Open classes? Will that be effective? Isn't the public class merely a conventional method to assess the teaching quality of trainee teachers and to evaluate outstanding educators? Junqi began to elaborate on her thoughts, proposing a long-term public class initiative spearheaded by the county. A large classroom would be selected, where 2 teachers would teach each week for 2 hours apiece, each presenting a topic they excel in, allowing students to pose questions freely. If the explanation is commendable, their reputation will naturally flourish. Students who struggle in certain areas may select the most suitable teacher for tutoring based on these public classes, alleviating teachers from the burden of explaining topics they are not proficient in. Such a market-driven choice would render tutoring more refined and personalized. Furthermore, to incentivize teachers to participate, a fee of 100 yuan would be paid for each lesson. Generously sponsored by Junqi's tutoring center. 100 yuan. The county chief and director Zhang were taken aback. This seemed exorbitant. However, Junqi found it reasonable. Although 100 yuan significantly exceeds the compensation provided by schools, these teachers might not regard it highly. Currently, the tutoring fee for 5th graders typically amounts to 80 yuan per month, with at least 20 students in a class, making the monthly earnings for teachers quite substantial. Were it not for the county's initiative and the public lectures enhancing their visibility, these teachers would hardly consider the 100 yuan. After listening to Junqi's explanation, the county chief exchanged a meaningful glance with Director Zhang. His child never needed to pay for tutoring, and he was unaware of the current high costs and the substantial earnings for teachers. Director Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. He was aware of the market rates, yet such matters are best left unspoken. Once revealed, noble educators could easily be perceived as mercenary businessmen, leaving him, as the head of the Education Bureau, feeling discredited. Nevertheless, is this public class genuinely beneficial? The county chief remained skeptical. Junqi continued to elucidate that the primary purpose of the public classes was to shift the focus of conflicts, encouraging teachers to concentrate on building their reputations through these sessions. With a growing reputation, students would follow, and thus, profits would ensue. Teachers would not be overly concerned about losing a few students. The only contention between tutoring centers and teachers lies in student enrollment. If they are indifferent to student fluctuation, they would naturally refrain from directing their grievances towards the tutoring centers. Moreover, the public classes would reflect the county government's supportive stance, motivating teachers to enhance their teaching quality, which would ultimately benefit the overall tutoring environment. The county chief and director Zhang were persuaded and decided to convene a meeting next week to discuss the matter. Thus, the plan was established. And the following day, the tutoring center posted a notice about its expansion. The tutoring center would increase its scale and add new venues, but the newly available spots would be allocated through a random selection system. Akin to a lottery, parents would receive a number, and then a drum would be used to draw numbers. Whoever's number was drawn would secure a spot. Although some parents expressed mild reservations about the randomness of the selection process, they ultimately accepted it as a fairer method based solely on chance. Chapter 61. The calm after the storm. As the tutoring center sought to expand its scale, Junqi found herself increasingly occupied with numerous responsibilities. Foremost among these was the task of locating a new venue and reorganizing the classes. Junqi intended to classify the students according to their academic performance. Those with above-average grades would continue their studies in the original location, as their numbers were manageable, while those of average or below-average performance would be transferred to the new facility, necessitated by their larger numbers. In addition to finding a suitable venue, there was a pressing need to increase the number of tutoring instructors. To ensure effective learning outcomes, the center would adopt a small class system, which required recruiting an additional 12 instructors based on enrollment statistics. Junqi reached out once more to Teacher Chen, requesting the introduction of 12 more students from the teacher training program. With the addition of new instructors, the dormitory arrangements would also need to be revised, necessitating the search for suitable housing, as it was no longer feasible to make do with makeshift quarters within the tutoring center. Fortunately, armed with prior experience, Junqi and her family, each taking on a specific task, efficiently managed to address these various matters. They were soon awaiting the completion of renovations at the new venue to commence classes. Having witnessed Junqi's challenges firsthand, Fang Qianyi took the initiative to assist his friend, undertaking tasks such as organizing enrollment documents and sorting students into classes based on their academic performance. Though these tasks were minor, they were crucial, and Fang Qianyi approached them with great care, alleviating much of Junqi's burden. Kang Changqing and Zhang Shuai also lent their support. On the day when the parents had surrounded the tutoring center, they too had found themselves trapped in a classroom, frightened by the scene. Once the parents departed, they left with other students, only to realize upon returning home the extent of their inaction in assisting Junqi, who, being younger and a girl, must have felt even more frightened than they did. Overcome with guilt, Kang Changqing and Zhang Shuai returned to the tutoring center, eager to help with cleaning and tidying up, as well as comforting their equally startled classmates. encouraging them to remain and continue their studies. With their assistance, Junqi felt a great deal of relief and joy. Having friends to share the load was indeed a blessing. Is the open class starting next Saturday? Fangqiani inquired while tidying the desks. Junqi nodded. Yes, next Saturday at 3 p.m., in the large classroom of the second experimental primary school. Will you be attending? Kang Changqing asked. I'll see if I have any other commitments. If not, I'll go to listen. After all, I did sponsor the class fees. It's only fitting to attend the inaugural lesson. She replied, by the way, I also suggested that Director Zhang contact the county and city television stations to promote the open class, demonstrating the county government's support for education. There may be quite a turnout that day. Would you like to join? If so, I can get you tickets. Sure, Fangqiani responded, thinking it would be nice to partake in the festivities. Kang Changqing and Zhang Shuai nodded in agreement, expressing their desire to attend as well. On Saturday afternoon, a considerable influx of attendees arrived at the primary school, comprising students, parents, fellow teachers, as well as journalists from television stations and newspapers. Junqi and Fangqiani arrived together at the school. Both of them were alumni of this institution. Their faces served as their credentials, and the teachers on duty recognized them immediately. Upon learning that the four of them had come together, they were admitted without even needing to show their tickets. As it was the inaugural lesson, a significant number of leaders were present to demonstrate their commitment to education, including members of the county government and the county committee, not to mention the county education bureau. With Director Zhang himself in attendance, the journalists were equally excited, as such an open class had never been conducted before, bringing a refreshing novelty. With L County poised to officially transform into L District by the end of the year, it appeared the two administrative factions were eager to make a favorable impression in the city, energetically creating a buzz at this moment. The initiative of conducting an open class was indeed commendable. It was certainly more appealing than superficial projects like street cleaning or road paving, allowing the public to praise their tangible accomplishments while also saving the city money. Recently, the city had been vocal about streamlining its administrative structure and reducing expenditures, and this endeavor aligned perfectly with the city leadership's aspirations. The teacher delivering the first lesson was particularly exhilarated, his face flushed with excitement, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He repeatedly wiped his brow with a handkerchief. Yet, being an experienced educator, he managed to deliver a lively and in-depth lecture without allowing his exuberance to hinder his performance, thus setting a positive tone for the open class. That evening, both the county and city television stations broadcast news about the open class in L County. The news article was excellently written, first lauding L County's dedication and support for education, and subsequently commending the teaching prowess of the instructor. Following the broadcast, the leaders of L County expressed their satisfaction, and the citizens felt a sense of pride, leading to an increased emphasis on the importance of open classes, with hopes for continued improvement. With the tutoring sessions wrapped up, Junqi refocused her energy on her studies, always mindful that she was a student first and foremost. Regardless of her activities, her academic performance remained paramount. Her achievements were her halo, granting her a smoother path in all her endeavors. Observing Junqi engrossed in her studies brought great comfort to her family, her homeroom teacher, Principal Chen, and Director Zhang, all of whom shared the belief that academic success was of utmost importance. Their admiration for Junqi deepened, particularly as she remained undistracted by temporary successes and maintained her dedication to her studies. That day, after completing 2 hours of exercises, feeling somewhat drowsy, Junqi decided to unwind by watching television. Known for her self-discipline, her family did not impose restrictions on her television watching. She could indulge whenever she wished. In contrast, Junwan lacked such self-control and was only permitted to watch television during designated times. Pouting, Junwan watched as Junqi entered their grandfather's room to watch television, feeling dejected as she returned to her homework. Standing in front of the black and white television, Junqi turned the channel knob, musing for the 100th time about the need to purchase a color television with a remote control. This year, the family had acquired a washing machine and a refrigerator, yet they steadfastly refused to replace the television, arguing that the black and white set was still functional. Thus, she could only endure and continue watching the monochromatic images. The channel switched from one to another, each offering little of interest, until Junqi finally stumbled upon an agricultural technology program, which he decided to watch. Agricultural technology shows have maintained a consistent style for decades, primarily focused on educational content. Even though later programs may have undergone some changes, the core subject matter remained largely unchanged. For many, agricultural shows may seem tedious and uninspiring. However, for Junqi, the techniques of farming and animal husbandry were quite captivating. She engrossed herself in the program for 40 minutes, and when it concluded, advertisements followed. Feeling somewhat bored, Junqi continued to watch the ads, during which he encountered one for a packaging machine. The advertisement was straightforward: swiftly demonstrating how the machine encapsulated items in packaging bags and sealed them vacuum tight, concluding with the company name and contact number prominently displayed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Junqi's mind. She quickly seized upon this thought and began to brainstorm. Packaging, vacuum packaging, processed foods. She realized that the Fong family's dried goods factory had been engaged in low-end bulk sales. If they were to delve into deep processing and vacuum packaging of their dried goods for the market, they could capture the high-end dried goods sector. This could significantly propel the development of the Fong family's factory. Hadn't she previously considered the idea of shredded squid chips? How had she forgotten to suggest it to Fong Qianni? Junqi promptly returned to her desk and took notes. When the day arrived for Fong Qianni to visit the Du household, she immediately approached him and shared her thoughts. Junqi's ideas essentially comprised two distinct plans. The first plan involved producing high-quality pure dried goods, which would simply require selecting premium catches for drying. Although straightforward, breaking into the local market posed challenges, as the area was situated close to the coast. Abundant in seafood. Locals were accustomed to consuming freshly caught seafood, viewing dried goods primarily as seasoning. Consequently, the market for high-end dried goods was limited. To penetrate this market, they would need to venture to larger cities further inland. This was due to the increased costs associated with accessing fresh seafood at a distance, making dried goods more appealing to consumers. Additionally, being not too far from the coast meant that residents would not be averse to the distinctive flavor of seafood, which is often pronounced in dried products. To establish a foothold in a new market, the Fong family's factory would need to open a storefront in a new city, necessitating significant renovations to create a branded establishment. This would require a substantial initial investment, contingent upon whether the Fong family was willing to allocate the necessary funds. However, once they solidified their presence, the long-term profits could be considerable. The second plan revolved around producing ready-to-eat foods. Shredded squid chips stood as a successful example, with impressive sales in subsequent years, indicating a high market acceptance of squid products. If they were to pursue this avenue, it would be prudent to start with this item. Producing ready-to-eat foods would not require a physical storefront. They could continue to utilize farmers markets or supply grocery stores with bulk items, selling by weight, which could also prove lucrative. In comparison to the first proposed plan, the second plan requires a considerably smaller investment. According to Junqi's perspective, it would be prudent to initially pursue the second plan, and upon realizing the first profit, subsequently develop the first plan. At that point, the simultaneous execution of both plans could more effectively capture market share. However, it is essential to procure a packaging machine for both plans, and this expense is unavoidable. Fong Qianni listened intently, his mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 62. Back to the news. Junqi's suggestion was exceptionally astute, immediately resonating with Fong Qianni. Yet, despite his inclination, Fong Qianni hesitated to give an immediate affirmative. He first needed to ascertain how much capital his family could allocate at present. I understand what you mean. I will call my father to discuss this. If the family's finances permit, I will persuade him to expand our operations, Fong Qianni stated. Junqi playfully smiled. It's perfectly fine if your family is temporarily unable to manage funds. You could consider applying for a loan from the bank. Bank loan? Fong Qianni instinctively recoiled at the thought, recalling the exorbitant interest rates he had encountered in his previous life with moneylenders. If the banks here operated similarly, there would be little left to profit. Though the interest may be a bit high, the repayment period is long. When considered over time, securing a loan from the bank can be quite advantageous. Junqi explained, drawing from her own experiences with bank loans. She elaborated on the application requirements, interest rates, repayment terms, and collateral, even drafting a detailed list for Fong Qianni to contemplate. Once the loan details were meticulously outlined, Junqi produced a large envelope made of cowhide. Earlier, she had made inquiries regarding the functionalities and prices of the packaging machines, and she had just received a quotation in the mail. Together, they examined the price list, selecting two models that would be particularly suitable, instructing him to take the information home for Fong Wangda to calculate the costs. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Fong Qianni was both touched and elated by Junqi's earnest assistance in crafting a market strategy and her thoughtfulness in conducting preliminary inquiries. Having such a considerate friend, who selflessly contemplated his interests, made him feel far more fortunate in this life than in the previous one, sparing him the struggle of solitary endeavors. After articulating his thoughts and handing over the loan details and price list to Fong Qianni, Junqi refrained from further discussion on the matter, understanding that he needed time to reflect and weigh his options, as well as consult with his father. It was not her venture, and she had no intention of intruding. She had merely offered her suggestions. With this matter set aside, Junqi focused on her practice. The following day, Fong Qianni called his father, Fong Wangda, stating that he had something important to discuss and requested that a delivery vehicle be arranged to pick him up from the factory. Fang Wangda promptly organized a vehicle, personally traveling to the county to bring his son back the next day. During the journey, Fang Qinyi briefly outlined the two plans for exploring new markets, knowing that his father was always receptive to his eldest son's suggestions. Upon arriving at the processing plant, Fang Wangda immediately summoned the accountant and sales manager to the office to begin deliberating the feasibility of both plans. After hearing the analysis from the accountant and the sales manager, both were inclined towards the second plan, as it required minimal investment yet boasted remarkable feasibility. The channels of the agricultural market were already established, and supplying grocery stores was quite straightforward, requiring no special connections or significant expenses, merely the act of distribution. Furthermore, creating some food posters for advertising was simple, convenient, and involved very little expenditure. After listening to the accountant and sales manager's insights, Fang Wangda also leaned towards the second option, and Fang Qinyi had no objections. He too favored this steady and pragmatic approach. With the second method decided upon, the next step was to negotiate the price of the packaging machine with the machinery factory. Fang Qinyi produced the price list from the machinery factory, and Fang Wangda promptly called the provided contact number. The sales personnel on the other end were exceptionally enthusiastic and proactive. Upon learning of their intention to purchase, they immediately expressed their willingness to come for discussions at the earliest opportunity. The machinery factory was located in Guangdong, a region where the market economy had matured considerably, allowing the sales personnel to operate with remarkable efficiency. They arrived by train the very next day, and on the third day, they took a bus to L County. After a quick phone call, the Fang family dry goods factory sent a vehicle to pick them up and bring them to the factory. In the following days, Fang Qinyi skipped classes, taking a week-long leave to assist his father, Fang Wangda, with various preliminary tasks, including price negotiations, installation, and trials. The week was pressing, and it remained uncertain whether it would suffice. A few days later, the day that Fang Qinyi was supposed to tutor Junqi arrived, and she felt a slight discomfort as she gazed at the empty seat belonging to him. Having grown accustomed to his presence, she found herself somewhat out of sorts in his absence. The youth sports team suddenly issued a notice, instructing all members to request a day off from school, along with the 2 days of the weekend, as they would be participating in a Sino-Japanese martial arts exchange competition in the city. A Sino-Japanese martial arts exchange competition. The team members began to murmur and discuss among themselves. It turned out that a Japanese folk martial arts organization was visiting the province for exchange, hoping to hold a Sino-Japanese martial arts competition. F City, being the provincial capital, was naturally chosen as the venue, and all prefecture-level cities in the province would send teams to participate. As the host city, F City further encouraged each administrative district, county-level city, and administrative county to send their respective teams to enhance the event's stature. Additionally, since this Sino-Japanese martial arts exchange competition featured youth and junior categories, all eligible members of the youth sports team would register for the competition, while those underage would undergo training to welcome the Japanese delegation at the airport. The age for the junior category was set at 12, meaning that all team members who had reached that age were to prepare for the competition, while the remaining members would train for the welcoming duties. Under normal circumstances, such arrangements were quite reasonable. The pressures of elementary school were minimal, and taking a day off was not a significant issue. For middle school students, who generally aimed for sports schools, academic pressures were also manageable, making a brief absence feasible. However, this year presented a unique situation with Junqi. Only 9 years old, she was assigned to the group tasked with training for the welcoming duties, yet she was currently in her second year of high school and a top student aiming for university. How could she possibly find the time for extracurricular activities, especially when it involved 3 consecutive days, 2 of which overlapped with her regular classes? The team is aware of Junqi's unique circumstances, yet they find themselves unable to take action. As a subordinate unit, they can only relay the superior's notice before submitting a request to the municipal bureau, seeking an exemption for Junqi from her team duties. Generally speaking, this matter is considered trivial, and the application is likely to be approved, especially since Junqi is not an indispensable seed player vying for national glory. Initially, Junqi herself thought little of the situation, briefly mentioning it to her family before dismissing it. However, to her astonishment, the application was ultimately rejected. The municipal bureau had previously overlooked Junqi, but after reviewing the request from the L County youth sports team, they became intrigued by her. 9-year-old high school student with a remarkable martial arts talent cultivated from a young age. Is she not the epitome of an exemplary role model, who claims that athletes are merely physically adept with simple minds incapable of academic pursuits? This is a resounding counterexample. Junqi's case illustrates that martial arts training does not hinder academic performance. Rather, it enhances physical strength and sharpens cognitive abilities. Have we not seen this young girl excel in her studies while practicing martial arts? even advancing several grades to reach her second year of high school. The municipal bureau not only insisted on her participation but also designated her as a welcoming representative, tasked with holding flowers and leading the reception of the visiting Japanese team on television. It would be even more splendid if she could deliver a few lines of welcoming remarks in English. To persuade Junqi, the bureau even dispatched an official to L County to meet with her, highlighting their earnest commitment. With the bureau's stance being so unequivocal, Junqi was disinclined to refuse any longer. To put it plainly, the municipal bureau was providing her with a platform to shine. Who would decline such an opportunity for recognition? In order to effectively fulfill her welcoming duties, Junqi's schedule diverged from that of her team. She was required to arrive in F City 2 days in advance for training, and then greet the Japanese delegation upon their arrival at the airport. However, her responsibilities ended with the welcome. After both Chinese and Japanese parties completed their interviews with the media, she could prioritize her return to L County instead of remaining for the entirety of the competition. Junqi took a 3-day leave and, accompanied by the official, traveled to F City. Upon checking into the designated reception center, she was taken to the municipal bureau to begin her professional etiquette training. Recognizing this as a valuable learning opportunity, Junqi approached her studies with utmost seriousness. Considering she was merely a young girl, the etiquette instructor set modest expectations, focusing on teaching her how to smile sweetly, maintain an upright posture, and walk gracefully. Additionally, it was imperative to impart specific Japanese customs, given the significant gender disparities and intricate expectations placed upon women in Japan. Alongside etiquette training, Junqi also received one-on-one Japanese language instruction from a professor in the Foreign Languages Department of a teacher's college. The professor, a kind-hearted woman in her 50s, began by helping Junqi memorize the basic hiragana syllabary, followed by a pre-written welcome speech in Japanese, which he explained line by line. Once clarified, the professor recited each phrase for Junqi to hear, repeatedly guiding her and correcting her pronunciation. The professor's dedication inspired Junqi to strive earnestly to emulate her demonstrations, determined to excel in her studies. The 2 days of training were exceedingly arduous. Yet the effort invested promised substantial rewards. On the 3rd day, the Japanese team arrived, and Junqi, adorned in a meticulously chosen dress and cradling a vibrant bouquet, greeted the Japanese team leader with a radiant smile. Upon seeing the charming young lady approaching with flowers, the Japanese leader instantly broke into a broad smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He initially assumed it was merely a customary airport reception, but to his astonishment, the young girl began speaking in Japanese, delivering an extended welcome from the Chinese side. Although her pronunciation and phrasing were not impeccable, her message was distinctly clear, eliciting a note of surprise from the Japanese leader. Once she concluded her speech, he reciprocated with a lengthy expression of gratitude. Junqi articulated the warm welcome from the Chinese delegation in fluent Japanese, while the Japanese representatives graciously accepted the bouquet and engaged in friendly conversation. This welcoming ceremony was thoroughly documented by the provincial television station's cameras. That evening, back home, Junqi eagerly watched the provincial news with her family, enthusiastically recounting the stories behind the footage. After the provincial news aired, Junqi was unaware of the public's reaction within the province or city, yet she sensed that her reputation in L County had markedly increased, as more parents from the tutoring class sought to enroll their children. Although the tutoring market was vast, Junqi and her family were reluctant to expand their operations, having been previously shaken by the tumultuous events surrounding their tutoring classes. They now wished only to maintain the status quo. Wary of any unforeseen complications that might arise in County F, Yonggang, a throng had gathered by the dock, captivated by the spectacle of the Fong family's fishing boat returning with a small craft in tow, which surprisingly contained a foreigner. It was indeed a rarity for their humble fishing village to encounter someone from abroad. Fong Wangda, having endured a barrage of incomprehensible foreign chatter, had not set sail for months. Seizing the opportunity of a pleasant day, he decided to helm the boat again, fearing that his skills might wane. Little did he expect to encounter an unprecedented foreign visitor. After inspecting the small vessel, he discovered that its engine was faulty and the fuel tank was empty. He reasoned that even if it had been full, it would hardly have traversed more than 20 nautical miles, leaving him puzzled as to how the foreigner had ventured so far. The foreigner continued to babble incessantly in his native tongue, gesticulating wildly, yet none on board could decipher his words. For Fong Wangda, the cacophony was a source of discomfort. As soon as they reached land, he led the foreigner, using a combination of gestures and pulls, to the border police station, reasoning that once he handed the individual over to the authorities, it would no longer be his concern. The officers at the border station found themselves equally perplexed by the foreigner, as they were unable to communicate with him. Even if they were to apply the standards for handling spies, effective communication would be essential, yet none among them knew English. Only two had studied it for a year, but had long since forgotten everything except the 26 letters of the alphabet. Amidst the cacophony of suggestions on what to do, it was the chief who had a stroke of inspiration. Wasn't Feng Wangda's son a prodigy? Wasn't he attending the best middle school in the county? Isn't he supposed to be learning English? Did he not take a leave of absence to stay at the factory? Call him over. The director promptly dispatched someone to accompany Feng Wangda to the factory, urging them to bring Feng Qianyi over swiftly. A crowd eagerly watched Feng Qianyi, hoping he could immediately communicate the situation at hand. Under the weight of everyone's expectant gazes, Feng Qianyi felt immense pressure. He had only just begun his studies and was limited to basic readings and simple inquiries about directions and time. Gritting his teeth, Feng Qianyi engaged in conversation with the foreigner. After clarifying the foreigner's name and origin, he was left perplexed as to how the individual had arrived at this location. The foreigner introduced himself as Daniel Smith, an American, age 36, who had drifted at sea for 1 day and 1 night before reaching Taiwan. Feng Qianyi relayed all the information he had to the director, who furrowed his brow and tapped his head, recognizing that such scant details were insufficient. With no other recourse, the director decided to escalate the matter to higher authorities, instructing Feng Qianyi to convey to Daniel the importance of cooperating, urging him to board the vehicle and refrain from causing any disturbances during transit, assuring him that he would be properly briefed upon arrival. When Feng Qianyi communicated this, Daniel refused to comply. Passionately grasping Feng Qianyi's hand and speaking fervently, the officers, fearing a potential conspiracy, such as a kidnapping, swiftly subdued him with force, restraining him in handcuffs and forcefully attempting to usher him into the vehicle. Despite not being particularly robust, Daniel, standing at 1.8 meters tall and somewhat lean, possessed considerable strength, making it challenging for 3 officers to contain him. However, as they struggled to secure him in the vehicle, he resisted vehemently, his limbs clinging to the exterior. They could not simply break his limbs to force him inside. Due to the coercive measures employed, Daniel harbored a profound animosity towards the officers. Willing only to converse with Feng Qianyi, Daniel sought assistance from Feng Qianyi, while the border patrol hoped he would persuade Daniel to cooperate. Caught between the trust placed in him by both parties, Feng Qianyi felt utterly conflicted. After much deliberation, an idea struck Feng Qianyi. He thought of Junqi, whose proficiency in English would undoubtedly facilitate communication with Daniel. He shared this thought with the director, who had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss. Upon hearing Feng Qianyi suggest contacting someone to communicate with Daniel, he readily agreed. Coincidentally, it was Sunday, and Junqi was at home working on exercises. Upon receiving Feng Qianyi's call and hearing a swift overview of the situation, Junqi consented to engage in a telephone conversation with Daniel. Daniel, on high alert, observed the individual surrounding him, his muscles taut, ready to bolt at the slightest opportunity. Feng Qianyi approached Daniel, briefly explaining the situation and inviting him inside to take the call. Daniel, making a mental gamble, chose to trust this Chinese boy, believing that a naive child would not deceive him, especially since he had not caused him any harm. Once inside, Daniel picked up the phone resting on the table at hello. Hello, Daniel, please try to relax. May we have a brief chat? Junqi discerned the tension in Daniel's breathing. Taking several deep breaths, Daniel replied, All right, what shall we discuss? May I inquire how you journeyed from Taiwan to China? Did you encounter turbulent waves at sea? Daniel took a deep breath several times, gathered his thoughts, and then articulated, I have a friend in Taiwan who invited me to his party aboard a yacht. The weather was splendid, and we ventured into international waters. I competed with him in fishing. He was on a large vessel while I opted for a smaller boat. We each selected our fishing spots, but then the weather changed, and my small boat was swept away by the waves. It was then that I encountered your vessel, which brought me ashore. I understand. Additionally, were you injured at sea? Do you require medical assistance? Daniel tilted his head, clutching the microphone, and ran his hands over his body. I was struck several times by your personnel, and I am in considerable pain in many areas. I believe I need a doctor and medication. Junqi paused for a moment before rephrasing his inquiry. Aside from the accidental injuries caused by miscommunication, did you sustain any injuries at sea? For instance, discomfort or hallucinations due to dehydration and sun exposure? Daniel grimaced. No hallucinations, but I do need water and food. Could you provide your personal information, such as your social security card, passport, workplace, home address, and trusted contacts? These are indeed standard requests, and Daniel promptly provided the details, which Junqi recorded swiftly. On what date did you travel from the United States to Taiwan? On what date did you enter international waters from Taiwan? Furthermore, please share your friend's details from Taiwan. Daniel cradled his head, attempting to recall. Drifting at sea for a day and night, the discomfort from sun exposure and dehydration had muddled his memory. He mumbled through his itinerary until he confirmed the specific dates. Junqi posed additional questions, and Daniel cooperated fully. Despite the lengthy duration, he answered all queries. Please cooperate with our government officials and proceed to the relevant administrative unit to address the matters concerning your unexpected entry. Next, kindly hand the phone to the personnel beside you. Daniel passed the phone to the director, who had been vigilantly observing him. The director took the call. Hello. Greetings, I am relaying Daniel's situation to you. Please prepare pen and paper. Additionally, provide Daniel with water and food, as he is quite thirsty and hungry. Junqi's tone was entirely official. The director, accustomed to such formalities due to his military background, promptly instructed someone to fetch pen and paper while ensuring Daniel was provided with sustenance. Once prepared, he said, please proceed. Junqi recited the recorded information sentence by sentence, maintaining a measured pace to allow ample time for the other party to document. He intermittently clarified how certain terms should be written. After more than 10 minutes, the director had noted all the information, expressed succinct gratitude, and promptly ended the call, leaving no opportunity for Junqi to take the phone. After nearly half an hour of telephone conversation, the director felt an overwhelming sense of distress, realizing that this month's phone bill would undoubtedly exceed the budget. Given the already limited public funds, calls were usually made sparingly. However, after today's lengthy discussion, it was evident that the monthly allowance for phone expenses would fall short once again, necessitating the drafting of a report to apply for reimbursement. Meanwhile, Daniel sat quietly beside him, diligently consuming his meal. 2 pieces of bread and a cup of water seasoned with both sugar and salt. This constituted his repast. The soldiers, unaware of the typical American diet, observed on television that they often consumed bread. Consequently, they hurried to a nearby grocery store to procure some, also considering that after drifting at sea for so long, he would surely need to replenish his hydration. In these times, ordinary households often resorted to drinking sugar and salt water to mimic glucose solutions, so they prepared a large cup of this concoction for him. Daniel found this meal rather unpalatable. The bread was stale and somewhat greasy, and the taste of the water was peculiar. He had clearly seen advertisements for Coca-Cola on the way, so he wondered why these individuals could not provide him with a refreshing soda. Nevertheless, despite his inner dissatisfaction, he maintained a composed demeanor. He was well-mannered and, although the food was unappetizing, he diligently finished his meal. The television had emphasized that the locals placed great importance on food and harbored a strong disdain for those who waste it. He could not allow himself to leave a negative impression, especially since he was representing the United States. Once the director had meticulously recorded the necessary information and Daniel had completed his meal, their communication became more amicable. With gestures and signals, the director successfully guided Daniel to the vehicle, intending to escort this American to the county's station troops. The director prepared to depart with his companion. Fang Wangda also took the opportunity to escort Junqi out of the border station, boarding the factory vehicle to return home. Their obligations had been fulfilled, and the ensuing matters were no longer of their concern. Chapter 64. Instant dry goods. Without delving into the series of harrowing and chaotic events triggered by Daniel's arrival at the station troops, it was timely that Junqi had just concluded his holiday and returned to the county for school the following day. That evening, he visited Jia to meet Junqi. Junqi and Junqi enthusiastically discussed Daniel, with Junqi present as well. Upon hearing Junqi recount such an intriguing tale, he abandoned his homework. Captivated by their conversation, Junwan, with her large, bright eyes, listened attentively beside them. Although their family had already heard Junqi mention Daniel the previous day, he had only communicated with Daniel over the phone. Consequently, he was entirely unaware of Daniel's appearance or his various confrontations at the border station, making Junqi's account all the more fascinating. After narrating Daniel's numerous exploits at the border station, both Junqi and Junwan expressed their astonishment, exclaiming how terrifying it was to resist the soldiers so violently. Was this not akin to courting death? Junqi shared their sentiment, recognizing that Daniel's future appeared bleak. Regardless of the circumstances, openly opposing the state could only lead to dire consequences, especially considering that Daniel was challenging foreign troops on their own soil. Junqi is, however, the only individual who harbors no concerns regarding Daniel's predicament. As long as he is not intentionally entering the country to engage in sensitive and suspicious activities, the state will not take any action against him. According to Junqi, Daniel was brought back by Fang Wangda from the sea and was taken directly to the border control station upon disembarking, leaving him with no time for any other arrangements. He should be able to return home soon. After discussing Daniel, the 4 of them immersed themselves in their studies, for the matter concerning Daniel was merely a trivial topic of conversation, while their academic pursuits remained paramount. Initially, It was presumed that Daniel's situation would dissipate like dust in the wind within a couple of days. However, 2 days later, Fang Qianyi and Du Junqi were summoned by the National Security Bureau. The two meticulously recounted every conversation they had with Daniel, only to face a barrage of repetitive inquiries from the interrogators. After 3 hours, they were finally allowed to return home. In truth, their youth worked in their favor. Had they been adults, being detained for an entire day and night would have been entirely plausible. Believing the matter had concluded, they were unexpectedly called to the principal's office the following morning during the early study session. Inside the office sat 2 officers from the National Security Bureau who had already arranged an extended leave for the 2 boys. Their purpose was to request that they temporarily accompany Daniel for a period of time. Daniel, an American, was not permitted to interact with anyone until it was absolutely certain he was safe. Yet, this was no longer the Cold War era. Daniel was not a prisoner. He enjoyed a degree of freedom and expressed a desire for communication rather than solitude. Such a request was reasonable. The National Security Bureau deliberated extensively on Daniel's appeal, contemplating the possibility that adults might harbor various ulterior motives when interacting with him. In contrast, children, especially those under the age of 10, tended to be more innocent and less susceptible to manipulation, trusting their parents and the state more readily. Furthermore, young children are generally not adept at deceit. Should any unusual behavior arise, the National Security Bureau could easily discern it from their expressions. After careful consideration, the National Security Bureau resolved to assign Fang Qianyi and Du Junqi to engage with Daniel. Fang Qianyi had already met and conversed with Daniel on the very day he arrived, while Du Junqi had initiated preliminary communication with him over the phone. Given this initial interaction, Daniel would naturally feel a fondness towards them, fostering a willingness to converse. Their family backgrounds were unblemished, and their conduct was exemplary. Notably, Du Junqi was a model student, which further assured the Bureau in their decision to allow the boys to interact with Daniel. Thus, Fang Qianyi and Du Junqi assumed the role of Daniel's temporary companions. Daniel cheerfully distributed candies to Fang Qianyi and Du Junqi, relishing the favorable treatment he was currently receiving. His room was stocked with sweets, cola, biscuits, wafers, fruits, as well as English novels and playing cards. Despite their youthful exteriors, Fang Qianyi and Du Junqi possessed the composure of adults. They accepted the candies with grace, but refrained from consuming them, setting them aside. "Do you not enjoy sweets?" Daniel inquired, opening the nightstand to reveal an abundance of snacks. "Hey, good kids, come take a look. Feel free to take whatever you like." Fang Qianyi and Du Junqi exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. "Thank you, but we do not eat snacks." Daniel furrowed his brow in response. "Is that so? It is truly unimaginable that children in China do not indulge in snacks. In my country, every child relishes them." Du Junqi shook her head and explained, "There are indeed many children in our country who enjoy snacks. However, he and I are exceptions, as we do not partake." "Why?" Daniel inquired, puzzled. "Personal preference," was all Du Junqi could offer as an explanation. "Oh, all right," Daniel shrugged, deciding not to dwell further. "What games do you usually play? Let us play a game." "How about cards?" Du Junqi suggested, pointing to a deck of playing cards. Daniel's face lit up. "Great. Which type?" "Spider Solitaire," Du Junqi replied, the card game she was most familiar with, having played it during her brief breaks in the office in her previous life. "Spider Solitaire? How do you play?" Fang Qianyi asked. Daniel also admitted to never having played it. Du Junqi picked up a deck. Spider Solitaire comes in 3 levels of difficulty. The beginner level requires just 1 deck. The specific rules are as she spoke, she deftly began to deal the cards, her fingers skillfully arranging them into neat rows. The rules sounded rather intricate, but after flipping a few cards, Daniel and Fang Qianyi grasped the basic mechanics. Noticing their understanding, Du Junqi shuffled the cards anew and officially commenced the game. Daniel and Fang Qianyi collaborated to flip the cards, while Du Junqi took on the role of adjudicator for the rules. Spider Solitaire is far simpler than games like poker, requiring less mental exertion, making it an excellent pastime. Moreover, the game is non-competitive. 2 unfamiliar individuals can gradually forge a bond while playing without the adverse emotions that winning or losing might invoke. Throughout the game, Daniel began to engage in discussions with Fang Qianyi, realizing that this Chinese boy was quite intelligent, exhibiting excellent logical reasoning. Every card connection was made with careful consideration. The Chinese girl beside him was even more intriguing. Possessing an astonishing memory, he attempted to continuously undo his moves, managing to reverse his actions 4 times in succession, yet she could swiftly recall where each previously revealed card had originated and how each column had transitioned to its current position, as well as how to rearrange the cards after an undo. Her remarkable memory was truly astounding. The trio played until mealtime, after which they proceeded to the cafeteria to dine. They each had fixed meal plans. Daniel preferred 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup, while Du Junqi and Fang Qianyi opted for 1 meat dish, 2 vegetables, and a soup. Once their meals were served, the three gathered around a table, enjoying their food and conversing. Du Junqi had studied abroad for 3 years and communicated fluently in English, engaging in delightful conversation with Daniel, while Fang Qianyi was just beginning to learn, understanding only a few words, often relying on Du Junqi for translation. Consequently, a significant portion of their dialogue involved Du Junqi providing real-time translations, a scene that caught the attention of many in the bustling cafeteria in the days that followed. Du Junqi and Fang Qianyi consistently arrived on time to accompany Daniel, engaging in conversation and games to pass the time. 5 days later, Daniel was sent to the capital, and Du Junqi and Fang Qianyi finally completed their mission, returning to school. For no apparent reason, Du Junqi and Fang Qianyi took a week's leave, and upon returning to school, they naturally attracted numerous inquiries from their classmates, with even the teachers posing a few questions. Having been briefed by the National Security Bureau, they were instructed not to mention the Bureau or refer to Americans. Thus, they merely stated that they were busy assisting with family business. Fortunately, as they belonged to different grade levels, the students and teachers who expressed concern were not the same, preventing any connections from being made. Additionally, both of their families were involved in factory and company operations, making their excuse of helping out at home readily accepted by all. The days that followed were uneventful, and before they knew it, the year-end had arrived, which signified the impending final examinations. Naturally, the students were diligently preparing for their exams, while the parents busied themselves with thorough cleaning and preparing for the new year. During their shopping for dry goods, housewives discovered a new type of ready-to-eat dried product available for sale by weight in the stores. Although the price per pound was slightly higher than regular dried goods, it made for an excellent gift, particularly for those who had married into the area, who felt compelled to purchase a couple of pounds to bring home during the Lunar New Year visit. Moreover, men enjoying drinks with colleagues and friends also noticed this new ready-to-eat dried product in the grocery stores. After trying a few bags, they found the flavor quite delightful, and they suddenly felt they had a new option. Henceforth, when gathering for a casual drink, they could forego the usual marinated and cured meats, as this new snack required no dishes to clean. They could simply toss the packaging into the trash after eating, thus saving considerable effort. Seizing the opportunity at year-end, the Fang family's dried goods factory launched a line of ready-to-eat products, and indeed, during this sales peak, they profited handsomely, not only recouping the cost of the packaging machine but also expanding their sales channels. Grocery merchants from not only their county but also several neighboring counties began to place orders, much to the delight of Fang Wangda, who felt compelled to work tirelessly, even foregoing sleep. Generously, he awarded substantial New Year red envelopes to all his employees, invigorating their spirits. In Chapter 65, Daniel's letter, Du Junqi once again achieved the top score in her grade for the final examinations, while Fang Qianyi secured the 4th position. After concluding the exams, Fang Qianyi did not return home immediately. Instead, he stayed behind. Prior to the final exams, he had already requested his homeroom teacher to allow him to retake the final exams for the 2nd year of junior high. If his results were satisfactory, he wished to advance to the 2nd year. Inspired by Du Junqi's exemplary performance, many top students across both elementary and junior high schools sought to skip grades this year. In response, the Education Bureau issued a directive prohibiting any practices that might promote premature advancement and mandated strict scrutiny of all grade-skipping applications. Having already advanced twice, Fang Qianyi completed elementary school in just 2 years. This time, as he applied once more to skip a grade, both his homeroom teacher and the grade coordinator advised him against pushing himself too hard. However, Fang Qianyi remained resolute, driven by an inner determination, feeling as though he was inherently an adult in his previous life. He had toiled in the business world for several years, managing multiple large stores. He believed that if he devoted himself entirely to his studies in this life, yet couldn't surpass the average child, it would be a profound failure. Furthermore, with Du Junqi as a benchmark, he felt compelled to maintain his efforts. Even if he couldn't match her, he resolved not to fall too far behind. After receiving his report card, Fang Qianyi participated in the 2nd year junior high final exams and then returned home to await the results. After returning to Yonggang, Fang Qianyi had only taken a day's respite when the neighbor's troublesome child, Zhang Chong, was brought over by his parents. It turned out that Zhang Chong's academic performance this semester had worsened compared to the last, leaving his parents both furious and anxious. Knowing that Fang's eldest son had advanced to the best high school in the county and had achieved an impressive 4th place in his grade during the recent final exams, they naturally sought Fang Qianyi's assistance in tutoring their son. Although the winter break was short and not much could be covered, any improvement would be better than allowing him to squander the entire holiday indulging in frivolity. Fang Wangda, being a father himself, understood the heartfelt concerns of parents for their children. It took little time for Zhang's father to persuade him, and Feng Wangdao readily agreed. Seeing his father consent, Feng Qianyi also nodded in acquiescence. As for Zhang Chong, Feng Qianyi found himself at a loss for words. Before he recalled his past, he and Zhang Chong existed in entirely different worlds, with divergent personalities and no daily interactions. However, after recollecting his former experiences, Feng Qianyi felt even less inclined to associate with Zhang Chong, who, in his view, was excessively unruly. Moreover, Zhang Chong's poor academic record was well known, coupled with a lack of discipline. He was frequently punished for not submitting assignments or for causing disruptions in class, such as teasing his female classmate or sneaking peeks at comic books. Tutoring Zhang Chong was undeniably a burdensome task. Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, Feng Qianyi approached the tutoring with earnestness, recognizing it as a duty his father had entrusted to him. Upon reviewing Zhang Chong's homework, he realized that the boy's foundational skills were alarmingly deficient, necessitating a gradual approach to remediation. During the winter break, Junqi remained busy as well. She was tasked with scripting for the comic book Kunlun, designing costumes for dolls, and creating children's spring attire for the garment factory. In addition to these responsibilities, she had to accompany her parents in receiving visiting relatives and partake in festive greetings. This year, more relatives than last visited the Du family, primarily to see Junqi and to encourage their own children to forge connections with her, hoping they could learn from her. Some relatives whose workplaces had closed came to inquire about job opportunities at the renovation company and garment factory. Overall, the Du household was abuzz with activity. Bustling with visitors, Song Huilan barely found time to take her husband and daughters back to her parental home for New Year's greetings. Finally managing to squeeze in a visit, she found herself inundated with requests from relatives, ranging from enrolling children in tutoring classes to seeking employment at the factory, as well as various business propositions. After the lively spring festival, as the school season approached, 2 officers from the National Security Bureau unexpectedly arrived at the Du residence. They personally handed Junqi a letter, while at the Feng household in Yonggang, Feng Qianyi received a letter from the same officers. These letters were gratitude notes written by Daniel before his return to his home country. In addition to expressing his heartfelt appreciation, he included his contact information, urging Junqi and Feng Qianyi not to forget him and to write to him, as he hoped to maintain a lasting friendship as international pen pals. Could you present Daniel's letter to the 2 individuals, indicating that it has been thoroughly inspected and is permitted for transmission? Furthermore, it could be elaborated that the National Security Bureau has confirmed that Daniel is indeed an ordinary American citizen, and that this incident was merely an accidental entry, thereby allowing Junqi and Feng Qianyi to engage in correspondence with him. As Junqi caressed the letter, a decision formed in her mind. Daniel appeared to possess a straightforward and innocent disposition, and cultivating a friendship with him could prove beneficial, as it would grant her access to electronic devices such as a Walkman, MP3 player, and computer, thus sparing her the need to purchase substandard goods. After resolving to become pen pals with Daniel, Junqi promptly penned a reply, and after 1 week of sending her letter and another week for its return, a fortnight had elapsed by the time she received Daniel's response, coinciding with the commencement of the new school term. The narrative of Kunlun had entered its concluding phase, and Qi Yuan had begun urging Junqi to develop the plot for her next comic. Junqi intended to craft a tale of ascending immortals, as in her previous life. She had lacked the time to indulge in online literature, thus her reading choices were predominantly finished works that had garnered immense popularity. She had perused very few female-oriented genres such as time travel, farming, domestic strife, and rebirth narratives, having only a handful of titles to her name, primarily due to her habit of only reading those highlighted in promotional sections, which were scarce in female-centric literature. Conversely, the male-oriented genres of ascending narratives had dominated the rankings across major bookstores, and naturally, she had immersed herself in them the most. Given her extensive reading, the thought of creating a new story immediately led her to consider an ascending narrative. However, due to her familiarity with numerous plots, she often found herself conflating storylines, though the overarching structure remained clear. The protagonist must start from the bottom, ideally looked down upon by those around them, only to encounter fortuitous events or awaken latent abilities, gradually progressing while retaliating against those who had scorned them, subsequently unlocking new realms and facing new bosses and adversaries, defeating foes and amassing allies, ultimately triumphing over all challenges, claiming dominion, and establishing a harem. In truth, after consuming so many of such narratives, Junqi felt a sense of discomfort, as she was a woman, and the themes of ascending intertwined with romantic entanglements culminating in grand achievements and harems were fundamentally misaligned with her values. Fortunately, this discomfort was short-lived, as male-oriented literature began to introduce narratives featuring either no female lead or a singular female protagonist, some of which were indeed well-crafted. focusing more on progression and retribution, greatly alleviating her discomfort. Consequently, Junqi resolved to compose a single female protagonist's ascending cultivation narrative, first listing the main characters, establishing their backgrounds and personalities, and then crafting an outline, diligently incorporating various ideas from her mind to enhance the excitement of the story. However, as this work was intended for publication in children's literature, excessively extreme measures and overly intense conflicts could not be included, necessitating the infusion of positive and uplifting values, such as the notion that greater power entails greater responsibility. After laboriously drafting the outline, Junqi received a letter from Daniel, who had surprisingly sent her a copy of Superman. A devoted admirer of Superman, Daniel sought to introduce this cherished masterpiece to Chinese children by directly mailing them the first volume. It is indeed a timely assistance, and Junqi is overjoyed. Although Superman may not be categorized as an upgrade genre, there are certainly elements to draw inspiration from, particularly regarding character development and the rhythm of conflict, which proved to be quite beneficial. The new work is titled The Way of Heaven, featuring a protagonist who is an orphan, raised by a whimsical master. This master, an old rascal, spends most of his days drinking and sleeping, teaching the protagonist martial arts and techniques whenever he feels inclined. The master and disciple reside deep within the mountains, isolated from the world. Upon the protagonist reaching the age of 18, the master instructs him to venture into the world to gather 8 rare treasures. Thus begins the journey of the Na'vi youth entering the city. Upon entering the urban realm, the protagonist inadvertently showcases his extraordinary abilities, saving many and astonishing the populace. This concept draws from Superman, as Clark Kent reveals his overwhelming prowess upon his entrance. As the narrative unfolds, the protagonist increasingly realizes his vast differences from ordinary mortals, his capabilities being remarkably astonishing. Consequently, he begins to conceal his true strength and adopt disguises, leading to numerous misunderstandings, provocations, and insults. Ultimately, the protagonist unleashes his power, confronting his adversaries with undeniable force. Having completed the initial outline, Junqi visited the New Horizons studio to meet Chi Yuan. Upon reviewing the outline, Chi Yuan became deeply engrossed, eagerly inquiring about the subsequent plot. Junqi revealed a few details, prompting Chi Yuan to decisively approve the project. Fang Qianyi successfully passed the promotion exam and advanced directly to the second year upon the commencement of the new semester. Observing Fang Qianyi's progress, Junqi felt a pang of jealousy. He believed he was no less capable than Fang Qianyi and regretted not considering a jump in grades last year. Now, they were both in the second year, and he found it hard to accept. Junwan was also stimulated by Fang Qianyi's advancement, with a remarkably gifted younger sister beside her for comparison, and now even Fang Qianyi had jumped grades 3 times. She increasingly felt like a mere backdrop. Determined to change this, she resolved to strive diligently this semester, gritting her teeth in hopes of advancing to the 5th grade next semester. With her earnest desire to learn, Du Guangming and Song Huilan naturally supported her. However, they were aware that the bond between the sisters was not as harmonious as it once was, and with Junqi focused on studying for university entrance exams, they arranged for Junwan to attend a tutoring class, entrusting the tutor to diligently assist her. Chapter 66. Kidnapping at 9 o'clock in the evening, Fang Qianyi concluded his study session and exited the Du residence. Walking along the road towards home, the night was cold and dark, with few passers-by, most of whom hurried by on bicycles. Fang Qianyi turned into the alley leading to his uncle's house, when suddenly, from a shadowy corner, 2 individuals lunged at him. One person restrained his upper body from behind, forcefully covering his mouth, while the other lifted his legs, dragging him toward a small door that was ajar. Together, they swiftly and silently hoisted Fang Qianyi through the door. Suddenly losing control of his body, Fang Qianyi's mind went blank, instinctively using all his strength to twist, kick, and struggle. However, being small and weak, he ultimately succumbed to the overpowering force of the 2 adults. Under their violent restraint, Fang Qianyi's hands and feet were bound. A cloth was stuffed into his mouth, and he was unceremoniously shoved into a sack. This was the Fang family's dry goods factory. Staring blankly at a single sheet of paper in his hand, the brevity of the 2 lines rendered the page as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Fang Wangda's hands trembled uncontrollably, his body turned cold, and a sense of panic enveloped his heart. 300,000. 300,000. He needed 300,000 to ransom his son. It was only at the urging of a worker that the disoriented Fang Wangda finally reported the incident to the police. Meanwhile, another worker from the same village hurried back to inform Fang's mother. Upon hearing the news, Fang's mother immediately collapsed to the ground, and after a prolonged moment of shock, she wept and cursed the kidnappers who had taken her son. The Fang family had enjoyed prosperity over the past 2 years, and Fang Wangda had become a relatively well-known businessman in the town. Upon reporting the kidnapping, the local police station promptly opened a case and dispatched officers to gather information. Although Fang Wangda had contacted the authorities, he remained skeptical of their efficacy. He quickly returned to his factories to have the accountants calculate the available cash, and then hurried home to review the family's bankbook. After much deliberation, he found that the combined liquid assets from both factories and home amounted to only 190,000, leaving a staggering shortfall of 110,000. The kidnappers had granted him merely 3 days. Should he fail to raise the necessary funds by the deadline, he would receive a severed finger from Fang Qianyi, a thought too horrific for him to contemplate. Desperate, he turned to relatives and friends for loans. Fang's mother took the younger child and sought help from their relatives, while Fang Wangda approached his friends. After a day of frantic borrowing, they had only managed to gather 60,000, still 50,000 short. In the biting cold, Fang Wangda was drenched in sweat from anxiety, yet his mind remained clear. He mentally revisited his acquaintances and finally remembered to approach the Du family for assistance. The incident had occurred so abruptly that the Du family had not noticed Fang Qianyi's absence. As he did not visit them daily for lessons, it was only when Fang Wangda arrived asking for money that they learned of the grave predicament. For the Du family, coming up with 50,000 was not particularly challenging. However, the news struck them like a bombshell, directly impacting their hearts. They were also affluent and had children, 2 delicate daughters, to be precise. The thought of encountering such a disaster themselves was terrifying. While chaos ensued at the Fang household, anxiety gripped the Du family. Meanwhile, Fang Qianyi was abandoned in a dilapidated warehouse, enduring the bitter cold and gnawing hunger. Throughout the ordeal, the 2 kidnappers wore woolen hats that obscured their faces, revealing only their eyes. And they never uttered a word. That night, after abducting Fang Qianyi, they had swiftly transported him to this small warehouse at the foot of the mountain on a motorcycle. They offered him little more than 2 mouthfuls of cold water and half a steamed bun each day. Even when nature called, they secured him with ropes around his waist to prevent any chance of escape, starving and binding him, leaving him no opportunity to flee. During this frigid season, the southern spring was marked by incessant rain, a damp chill that penetrated to the very bones. The cold wind seemed omnipresent, and the abandoned warehouse, having been neglected for some time, was riddled with cracks and holes, allowing the biting wind to seep through, rendering any attempt to find refuge futile. Fang Qianyi, both astonished and terrified, endured a long night, only to find himself famished the following day, feeling utterly drained of energy. The most distressing aspect was the sensation of his body heat gradually dissipating. His feet were on the verge of becoming numb from the cold. If this continued, he was certain he would fall ill, and becoming ill would only exacerbate his dire situation. Fang Qianyi was determined to avoid illness, and even more so, to avert death. Thus, upon recognizing that his predicament could worsen, a stronger instinct for survival ignited within him. I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to perish. What shall I do? How can I escape? While Fang Qianyi grappled with these thoughts, a kidnapper entered, holding a porcelain bowl and half a steamed bun, signaling that it was mealtime. The kidnapper gestured with a nod, and Fang Qianyi obediently straightened his posture and opened his mouth. Fang Qianyi's compliance made things easier for the kidnapper. After traversing numerous provinces and abducting many individuals, he found only this one to be so docile. The malevolence in the kidnapper's eyes softened somewhat as he squatted before Fang Qianyi, stuffing the bun into his mouth. Fang Qianyi struggled to chew the bun. Having gone a day without water, he was parched, and swallowing the dry, cold morsel proved challenging. The kidnapper, however, lacked the patience to wait for him to finish. He brought the porcelain bowl to Fang Qianyi's lips, and Fang Qianyi cooperatively lifted his head to take a sip, swallowing the bun down, a bite of bun, a sip of water. Thanks to Fang Qianyi's cooperation yesterday, the kidnapper's demeanor today was somewhat gentler, lacking the brutality of before. Seizing the moment while drinking, Fang Qianyi intentionally gazed into the kidnapper's eyes, emanating subtle mental suggestions. Perhaps spurred by the desperate will to survive, his latent abilities surged, and this intermittent suggestion surprisingly began to yield results. The kidnapper's movements slowed, and upon seeing that Fang Qianyi had finished, he even retrieved another half-bun from his pocket. After feeding him, the kidnapper stood and exited. As Fang Qianyi watched the kidnapper leave and heard the sound of the iron chains locking the door, he slowly lowered his head, though a bright glimmer ignited in his eyes. Leaning against the wall, he observed the sunlight filtering through the tiny crevice, estimating the time. Thanks to the experiences of his past life, Fang Qianyi possessed an acute discernment of daylight. As the light began to shift in angle, he surmised that evening was approaching and called out loudly, requesting to relieve himself. The same kidnapper returned, first binding Fong Qian's waist with rope before untying his feet and leading him outside by the waist tether. Once outside, Fong Qian began to survey his surroundings, noting that the small dwelling of the kidnapper was devoid of any other presence. The only items on the small table outside were a porcelain bowl and a takeout box, indicating that at this moment, only one kidnapper was present. Perhaps the other had gone out for cigarettes or to gather information. Regardless, this presented an excellent opportunity for escape. Upon reaching the thicket behind the warehouse, Fong Qian continued to observe the ground, swiftly searching for a suitable location, and finally spotted a slightly larger stone with a sharp edge nestled in a small depression. "Uncle, could you assist me in loosening my trousers?" Fong Qian asked sweetly. The kidnapper stepped forward, using his foot to part the grass and inspect the area. There were neither shards of glass nor scraps of metal nearby. Noticing the absence of any tools capable of severing the ropes on the ground, he felt reassured and proceeded to unbutton Fong Qian's restraints. "Uncle, my eyes hurt a bit. Could you take a look for me?" Fong Qian spoke again. The kidnapper lifted his gaze to meet Fong Qian's eyes, which were a deep, striking black, truly beautiful, though regrettably belonging to a boy. Within those pupils, there seemed to be a glimmer of starlight, utterly mesmerizing. Suddenly, with a forceful blow, Fong Qian headbutted the kidnapper, sending him sprawling backwards. Before the kidnapper could regain his footing, Fong Qian leapt onto his stomach, fiercely grasping his hair and yanking his head down forcefully against the ground. A sharp pain surged through the kidnapper's skull, causing him immense agony. He momentarily forgot about punishing Fong Qian and instead clutched his head, rolling about in distress. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Fong Qian grasped the rope at his waist and turned to flee. After enduring the initial excruciating pain, the kidnapper struggled to his feet, hastily returned to the small cabin to find a cloth to staunch the wound, and picked up a flashlight to pursue him up the mountain. Meanwhile, Fong Wangda paced anxiously, having finally gathered 300,000 yuan in cash. The money was ready, but the time had yet to arrive. There was still a day left to endure, which felt like an eternity. He longed to deliver the ransom immediately to secure his son's release. Money could always be earned again, but the thought of any harm befalling his son was unbearable. After a night of torment and a grueling morning, the hours that typically passed in mere moments now felt like decades. At last, he reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hour specified in the letter from the kidnappers when they would call to inform him of the time, place, and procedure for the exchange point 2, 50, 2, 55, 3, 00, 3, 05, 3, 10, 3, 30. The phone remained silent. Fong Wangda trembled in anticipation until he felt utterly drained and numb. Fong's mother had fainted from her distress. Fong Wangda stared blankly at the phone, yearning for it to ring. Finally, at 4:30, the phone rang, and he leapt as if electrocuted, snatching up the receiver. "Hello, this is the Mashuta Border Defense Station. Is Fong Wangda there?" Fong Wangda clutched the phone tightly, pressing his body against it. I am Dado. Your son Fong Qian is with us. Hurry over to pick him up." The long-awaited good news had arrived, and tears, which had not flowed for over a decade, streamed down Fong Wangda's face as he choked out his gratitude, turning to awaken his wife, who had fainted on the sofa. "Wife, our son has been found." Chapter 67. Buying a house. Fong Wangda incessantly urged the driver to hasten, growing increasingly frantic as they approached the Mashuta Border Defense Station. Without waiting for the vehicle to come to a complete stop, Fong Wangda leapt out and dashed through the entrance. Upon entering, not spotting his son, he instinctively grabbed a passing soldier, urgently inquiring about the whereabouts of a 10-year-old boy. The soldier, eager to assist, understood Fong Wangda's thick local accent and led him to the instructor's office. Within the confines of the office, the instructor gently inquired about the intricate details surrounding Fong Qian's ordeal, striving to extract as much personal information about the kidnapper as possible from the victim. Upon Fong Qian's arrival at the border station to report the incident, the station chief promptly led his soldiers to the small warehouse. However, based on past experiences, both the chief and the instructor believed the chances of locating the kidnapper were slim. Once a victim flees, if they are not apprehended immediately, the captor is likely to abandon the pursuit and erase all traces before vanishing. Thus, the victim became the most crucial lead, serving as the primary conduit for information about the kidnapper. The instructor persistently questioned the victim about the events, diligently capturing every potentially overlooked detail. A young soldier knocked on the office door, prompting the instructor to momentarily halt his inquiries and rise to open it. Upon seeing Fong Qian safe and sound on the sofa, Fong Wangda rushed forward to scrutinize him thoroughly. Noticing that aside from a few superficial injuries, his son was free from any grave harm, He felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the divine had intervened and his ancestors had manifested their protection. He joyfully grasped the instructor's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude for the bravery of the soldiers. The instructor, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Feng Wangda's expressions of thanks, eventually managed to interject with a recounting of Feng Qian's successful self-rescue. However, Feng Wangda quickly redirected his focus back to his son. After listening intently to his son's detailed account of the kidnapping and the self-rescue, Feng Wangda's palms were drenched in sweat. Upon hearing the instructor's analysis indicating that the two kidnappers were likely seasoned criminals who had probably fled the area, Feng Wangda broke into a cold sweat, filled with trepidation. The instructor further elucidated that Feng Qian had likely been targeted due to his family's affluence, rendering them capable of paying a ransom. Additionally, his youth, perceived frailty, and solitary presence in the county made him an easy target. This revelation deepened Feng Wangda's heartache. He already felt guilt for having sent his son to live under someone else's roof at such a tender age, and now, due to their financial means, his son had faced such dire peril. While fortunate this time to have escaped, he feared what might happen in the future. Determined to secure a home in the county, Feng Wangda resolved to expedite this plan. He would ensure he purchased a house this year and arrange for someone to escort his son daily. Given that he had numerous relatives, finding someone willing to work as a caretaker in the county should not prove difficult. After a brief respite, the instructor resumed his questioning of Feng Qian. Despite the exhaustion from his escape, Feng Qian was invigorated by his triumph and recounted the entire episode, detailing his observations such as the kidnapper's height, weight, eye characteristics, and gait, along with his speculations that they might be from another province and possibly trained. Midway through the inquiry, the station chief returned with the soldiers, confirming their earlier suspicions. The kidnappers had indeed vacated the small warehouse and meticulously obliterated all evidence, even erasing their footprints. After an extensive search of the vicinity, the chief and his team finally discovered 2 footprints left behind in a muddy thicket, marking a small yet significant breakthrough in their investigation. Based on the footprints retrieved from the scene, one can ascertain the approximate height and weight of the kidnapper. By cross-referencing this with the height provided by Feng Qian, the calculated height and weight emerge as credible identifying traits. The instructor meticulously recorded all the information and conjectures, ensuring that sufficient details were gathered before allowing Feng Qian to affix his signature and imprint his red seal, subsequently permitting him to return home. Upon arriving home, Feng Qian naturally partook in the cleansing rituals of his hometown, took a refreshing bath, and then enjoyed a hearty meal before retiring to his room for a restful night's sleep. Feng Wangda lingered in the kitchen, once again broaching the subject of purchasing a house with Feng's mother. Startled by the recent events, Feng's mother expressed a fervent desire to secure a home immediately, wishing to relocate to the county town to care for her son, leading to a swift consensus between them. Due to Feng Qian's safe escape, the ransom of 300,000 that had been gathered was rendered unnecessary. Feng Wangda returned the funds to relatives and friends, settled the public accounts of 2 factories, and after deducting the 50,000 owed to the Du family, the household retained 50,000. Feng Wangda resolved not to deposit this amount in the bank, but to invest it directly into purchasing a residence. After allowing his son a day of rest at home, the next day, Feng Wangda took him to the county town, first repaying the debt to the Du family, and then expressing their intention to buy a house in the county, inquiring if the Du family had any suitable properties to recommend. Currently, L County has transformed into L District, and several construction companies have already begun establishing connections in the area ahead of the new year. Junqi recalled that this year, new buildings would be erected along the sides of an old street in L District, providing ample options for prospective homebuyers, if it were for their own family. Junqi would certainly not consider purchasing a home this year, as prior to 2003, all residential property transactions were for completed buildings, not the later developed pre-sale properties. Thus, they could afford to wait until the developments were completed before selecting a home, at which point the orientation of the buildings, the stability of the foundations, the condition of the walls, the lighting situation, the green space, the area of storage rooms, parking spaces, and other details would be readily apparent, devoid of the unreliable allure associated with pre-sale properties, ensuring a sense of security in the transaction. Therefore, had it been for their own family, Junqi would opt to wait until the buildings were finished before choosing a home. However, the Feng family found themselves in a different predicament. Having just endured the trauma of a kidnapping, they were compelled to expedite the purchase of a house in the county town to accompany Feng Qian, making it impractical to wait for the new buildings to be completed. At this juncture, the majority of housing options for the populace stemmed from 2 avenues: ancestral homes or units allocated by workplaces, with very few instances of property transactions occurring. Consequently, for the Feng family to procure a home within a short time frame proved quite challenging. The elders of the Du family shared this sentiment, though they expressed their commitment to keep a vigilant eye out for available properties. After extending his gratitude, Feng Wangda raised another matter. The kidnapping incident had sounded an alarm for Feng Wangda. The fact that his son had escaped unharmed was an extraordinary stroke of luck, yet such fortune was not to be relied upon repeatedly. Thus, he resolved to have his son learn martial arts, ensuring that he would possess some self-defense capabilities in times of trouble, and to build his physical strength for potential escapes. Du Junqi had transitioned from martial arts classes to the youth sports team, prompting Feng Wangda to inquire whether, at his son's age, he could still enroll in a martial arts class and what the prerequisites for joining such a class might be. Du Junqi elucidated to Feng Wangda that the martial arts class is open to the entire community. Anyone who wishes to learn is welcome. Generally, it is understood that martial arts training begins at a young age, which is why parents typically enroll their children. Feng Qianni is still quite young and perfectly capable of attending. The enrollment criteria are quite lenient. One simply needs to be in good health, free from disabilities, serious illnesses, or infectious diseases. The costs are also modest, requiring only 150 yuan per semester. After hearing Du Junqi's explanation, Feng Wangda felt a sense of reassurance and, after sitting for a while longer, took his leave with Feng Qianni. Once they departed from the Du household, Feng Wangda headed directly to the martial arts class with Feng Qianni. Seizing the opportunity of being in the county today, he wished to expedite the enrollment process, especially since the semester had just begun, allowing them to catch up with the curriculum. After the father and son from the Feng family left, the members of the Du family began discussing the prospect of purchasing a home. In this regard, Song Huilan was particularly enthusiastic. It is only natural, for even in a harmonious relationship with in-laws, a daughter-in-law often desires her own independent household when conditions permit. With some funds now at her disposal, her desire to buy a house had intensified. Song Huilan cautiously broached the topic, seeking to gauge her in-laws' sentiments. The grandfather's attitude was quite accommodating. If they wished to buy a house, they could proceed, provided it was not too far away, ideally in the vicinity. In contrast, the grandmother wore a stern expression and remained silent, clearly opposing the idea. Recognizing the resistance, Song Huilan decided not to press further. Since embarking on her business venture, her approach to handling matters had become more tactful. Now is not the time to confront challenges directly. It would be prudent to tread carefully regarding family issues. She resolved to first inquire about available properties nearby and, once she had information, to revisit the topic if the house were close enough. Her father-in-law would likely have no objections, and with his support, they could persuade the grandmother, who would surely soften her stance in time. Aware of her mother's aspirations, Du Junqi, however, was not inclined to rush into buying a house. The current market offered little choice, and with the upcoming construction of housing by the power plant, a substantial sum could secure a fine property. Moreover, once the new commercial buildings along Yuhua Road were completed next year, there would be even more options available. Why rush to purchase a home now? Additionally, Du Junqi had no intention of separating from his grandparents, having experienced two profound separations in his past life. He cherished this opportunity for familial togetherness. Purchasing two properties, one upstairs and one downstairs, or perhaps two adjacent units, would provide ample personal space without disrupting the family's unity. Mother, let us hold off on buying a house this year and consider it for next year. I know that Yuhua Road is slated for demolition, and new buildings will be erected this year, likely completed by next year. We could acquire 2 units on the same floor, ensuring our family remains together. Du Junqi stated confidently, revealing this insight. What? Yuhua Road is going to be demolished? Song Huilan exclaimed, her eyes widening. Du Guangming immediately straightened his back, inquiring, is this information reliable? Will it truly be demolished? Yes, Du Junqi affirmed with a nod. But don't ask me who told me. I promise not to disclose that. Just know that this year, Yuhua Road will indeed be demolished along both sides, and new buildings will be constructed. Du Junqi's feigned air of mystery aroused no suspicion among her family, for they were well aware that her social circle was no less extensive than their own. The contracts from the county machinery company had indeed been introduced through her network. Rendering her knowledge of this news unsurprising, Du Guangming's mind began to race. With new houses being constructed, it was inevitable that there would be buyers, and those buyers would require renovations. Individuals who could afford new homes would certainly not lack the funds for even basic renovations. This represented a vast market. Father, once the demolition announcement is made, you could approach the construction companies and propose that our firm would be willing to renovate 2 apartments free of charge, serving as a showcase for prospective buyers, a model home. With a model home in place, potential buyers would undoubtedly be more inclined to make a purchase. When they sign the purchase agreement, we could arrange for the construction company to slip in a renovation advertisement along with the contract. This way, should any buyer contemplate renovations, our company would be their first point of contact. Du Junqi offered yet another suggestion to her father. Du Guangming's eyes lit up, and he smacked his thigh in realization. Indeed, Chi-Chi is truly clever. This revelation from Du Junqi exhilarated the entire family. Song Huilan envisioned living in a new home next year, a space to call their own, while Du Guangming dreamed of seizing this opportunity to make a substantial profit. The grandparents were equally delighted at the prospect of acquiring 2 apartments on the same floor, ensuring the family could remain together without separation. Chapter 68. A new realm of profit. As Du Junqi had predicted, the old street of Yuhua Road began mobilizing for demolition. The district government established a dedicated office for urban demolition, posting notices that delineated the scope of the demolition and the compensation standards. As this was the first demolition in the area, both the district government and the citizens were somewhat bewildered by the process, approaching it with caution. However, in these times, the majority were individuals with jobs. For them, the district government found it relatively easy to persuade. Simultaneously, the government endeavored to handle the situation delicately, seeking to reassure residents while offering conditional increases in compensation, especially since many of the properties being demolished were ancestral homes. They feared that a heavy-handed approach might incite public backlash. After an initial period of shock and panic, most residents gradually accepted the impending reality of the demolition. However, among those without stable employment, or who worked for companies on the verge of collapse, sentiments were much more intense. These individuals, grappling with unemployment or meager wages, were eager to take advantage of the demolition. This led to some friction during the process. Demolition was a time-consuming endeavor, a fact that Du Junqi was well aware of, which is why she chose to direct her focus elsewhere. In contrast, Du Guangming eagerly anticipated the swift completion of the demolition, the rapid construction of new buildings, and the prompt acquisition of renovation contracts. Thus, he made it a point to visit Yuhua Road daily to monitor the progress of the demolition, seeking updates and news regarding any resistance to the process. As anxious as a contractor himself, the tale of Kunlun Xinxiajuan has reached its conclusion, and the latest issue of New Horizons has transitioned to Tiandao. The reader's reactions remain uncertain for the time being, as we must await the sales statistics of the next issue for clarity. However, Du Junqi has inquired among her peers who follow New Horizons, and their responses appear to be quite positive. Expressing anticipation for the narrative developments in Tiandao.in, tandem with the change in the comic series, the Noah Clothing Factory has also updated its color page advertisements to feature the new spring collection. The young models gracing the pages are none other than the sisters Du Junqi and Du Junwan, each donning distinct styles that showcase their individual flair and elegance. With the increasing sales of the clothing factory and a growing order quantity for plush dolls, Du Junqi has begun contemplating the establishment of a dedicated brand store. This store would exclusively display the factory's garments and various doll series, catering to wholesale and retail orders, thus facilitating the procurement process for clothing retailers and doll enthusiasts alike. Given her intention to open a brand store, it would be prudent to directly purchase a storefront, especially considering that the market prices are currently quite reasonable, with a few tens of thousands sufficient for acquisition. Song Huilan once again approached Zhu Ping, recognizing that purchasing from the bank would be significantly cheaper than from the market. After careful selection, Song Huilan returned with information on several storefronts, and Du Junqi sifted through them, ultimately choosing a location on a secondary road. This road is currently classified as secondary, but in a few years, as urban development progresses, it is poised to become a primary thoroughfare, making the current purchase a savvy investment. Having selected the storefront, Du Junqi commenced the design of the interior decor, and once the necessary paperwork was completed, Du Guangming would be primed to commence construction using Du Junqi's design plans. Following the transformation of L County into L District, F City has invested substantial funds into initial planning for L District, directing several major projects into the area, which has begun to improve the economic landscape. However, the number of previously shuttered establishments is significant, and for the time being, the projects provided by the city do not suffice to create adequate job opportunities. The surplus of idle individuals juxtaposed with the scarcity of available positions has incited unease among the populace. Moreover, given the province's long-standing tradition of seeking opportunities abroad, dating back to the Ming and Qing dynasties and continuing into modern times, many individuals, both young and middle-aged, have entertained thoughts of clandestinely migrating overseas. The most favored destination for those contemplating illegal immigration from this province is the United States, owing to its lucrative wages. During presidential elections or amnesty periods, immigration policies tend to relax, potentially granting work visas. Thus, the United States remains the primary choice for many. A considerable number of individuals have been drawn to this notion, including several parents from tutoring classes. These parents have privately approached the tutors, seeking to pay for lessons in essential English dialogues, believing that a foundational grasp of English would facilitate their job search in America. However, the tutors, being impoverished students themselves, are too fearful to acquiesce to such requests. They lack both financial resources and influential connections. Should their intentions be exposed during an attempt to immigrate, they could be apprehended alongside the others, leaving them in dire straits. The tutors have conveyed these concerns to Junqi, as they have grown accustomed to this junior superior and no longer conceal work-related matters from her. Junqi also found the matter quite troublesome. The government's crackdown on illegal immigration is exceedingly stringent, and the success rate of crossing borders illegally is, at best, 50%. In the unfortunate event that some parents from tutoring classes are caught, they might, in a bid to absolve themselves, casually implicate the tutoring centers during their interrogations. Nevertheless, the market for illegal immigration is thriving and is expected to remain so for a decade or more, only to decline after the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States. Missing out on this opportunity would be a significant loss. If one cannot act as a smuggler, why not consider establishing a labor service company? Junqi was aware that legitimate labor export companies currently exist. The father of her elementary school deskmate had gone to Singapore through such a company and had even signed a 5-year labor contract. Within those 5 years, her father earned enough to purchase 2 properties, and he even managed to take a family visit during that time, traveling back and forth by plane, entering and exiting the country through formal channels, thereby proving that all his labor-related procedures were legal and compliant. Given these real-life examples, it is evident that this path is indeed viable. So, how does one go about applying for the establishment of a labor service company? Junqi sought advice from the most knowledgeable person she knew, Director Chi. Upon first hearing of Junqi's intentions, Director Chi was initially perplexed. While he was familiar with the concept of illegal immigration, he had never heard of labor export companies. However, as a somewhat influential figure within the system, he agreed to look into Junqi's inquiries and planned to reach out to his connections at the Municipal Labor Bureau. A week later, Director Chi called the Du family, inviting Junqi to his home for a detailed discussion. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Chi Yuan was also present, a rare occurrence, as Chi Yuan had become a workaholic since starting New Horizons, often spending nearly 20 hours a day in the studio. Unexpectedly, he had returned home early today. Chi Yuan had heard from his father about Junqi's plans and felt intrigued, considering joining her venture. Knowing that his father had arranged to meet with Junqi today, he had taken the liberty of leaving work early now. Upon seeing Junqi, he subtly hinted at his interest. Director Chi felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that his younger son was attempting to take advantage of the young lady, which he found rather embarrassing. Previously, his son had persuaded her to write stories for New Horizons without compensation, and he was well aware of how popular those stories had made the publication. It was rather unbecoming for an adult to seek such advantages. Director Chi's stern gaze caused Chi Yuan to feel somewhat guilty, causing his voice to dwindle to a murmur. Interrupting Chi Yuan's remarks, Director Chi gradually outlined the stringent conditions for establishing a labor export company. The requirements were quite rigorous, with considerable registered capital and elevated management standards. While it is possible for an individual to set up a labor export company, it is a daunting task. However, for those genuinely interested in entering this field, individuals can apply to become a representative office of an established labor export company. The criteria for setting up such offices are significantly less demanding. They are permitted to be established in various locations with relatively modest registered capital and operational qualifications, akin to those of regular companies. However, the scope of work is considerably narrower, limited to publishing job advertisements, accepting applications from laborers, and guiding them in preparing relevant documentation and filling out forms. The assessment of laborers' skills and qualifications, as well as the scrutiny for overseas deployment, would be handled by the parent company. Junqi found this arrangement rather agreeable. Although her authority was somewhat diminished and her profits reduced, the accompanying responsibilities were also lessened, and the barriers to entry were significantly lowered, making the initiation process considerably simpler. Director Chi approached his duties with meticulous attention, not only clarifying the specific materials and procedures required for the application of the office, but also assisting Junqi in connecting with an internal contact at a labor export company within the province. It was evident that Director Chi had leveraged personal connections to facilitate this introduction, and though he did not mention it, Junqi could easily imagine the considerable effort he must have exerted. Grateful for Director Chi's assistance, Junqi felt compelled to reciprocate. She had taken to heart Chi Yuan's earlier remarks. However, she did not intend to engage solely with Chi Yuan. Given Director Chi's substantial contributions, it was only fitting to involve him as a stakeholder. Moreover, Director Chi had other children besides Chi Yuan. If Chi Yuan were the only one to reap the benefits, it would surely cause discontent among his elder son and younger daughter, leading to accusations of favoritism against Director Qi in a brief span of time. Junqi's thoughts had already taken several turns. Upon catching a glimpse of Chi Yuan's eager expression, She smiled and playfully drew closer to Director Chi, articulating her thoughts clearly while indulging in a bit of charm. Some matters are best addressed openly in advance. Clarifying intentions only serves to strengthen bonds, while silence may foster resentment. Director Chi, wishing to enjoy a tranquil retirement, though he had not yet officially retired, had already begun to step back from the forefront. With an abundance of free time, he was reluctant to expend unnecessary effort. While he recognized that establishing the office would create a lucrative opportunity, he was hesitant to engage actively in the endeavor. Junqi, however, persisted in her charming persuasion, insisting that Director Chi give his approval. Chi Yuan joined in the encouragement, understanding that while Junqi was explicitly seeking to involve his father, he inherently believed that his father's profits would eventually benefit him as well. After all, a father and son are one entity. If the elder was successful, it would likely translate into greater financial support for him during his future marriage, a delightful advantage of being the youngest. Caught between the earnest pleas of both the young woman and his son, Director Chi found himself lacking a firm stance. Ultimately, he considered that the young lady was merely trying to augment his retirement income, which was thoughtful of her. Besides, given his current idleness, there was little difference between reading the newspaper in the library or at the office. He decided to visit the office, manage some trivial matters, and see how things unfolded. Chapter 69. Vocational Training Institution. Having resolved to invest in the labor export company's office, Director Chi naturally intended to take some actionable steps. Despite his age, he was still capable of navigating the necessary connections to process the application for the office and liaise with relevant departments to secure the required permits. While obtaining the permits was relatively straightforward, establishing the office at the labor company posed a bit more complexity. The labor company was located in the city center of F City, and although L District had been incorporated into F City, traveling to the city center remained cumbersome and time-consuming until the new road was completed. To accommodate Director Chi's health and express her gratitude for his tireless efforts, Junqi generously arranged for a long-distance taxi. L District boasted regular, licensed long-distance taxis operating between L District and F City, making the rental process quite convenient. Director Chi has been tirelessly running around to handle the necessary documentation, while Junqi has begun the process of selecting a suitable rental space. The office does not require excessive size, yet it must be conveniently located. The previous site of the doll workshop was quite favorable, and since the workshop vacated, the premises have remained unoccupied. Thus, renting it again should pose no difficulties. Junqi approached them once more, even voluntarily increasing the rent slightly, prompting the responsible party of that establishment to promptly sign the lease agreement, resulting in a smooth transaction. In this country, connections and personal relationships play a significant role. Although the process may seem a bit convoluted, it is fundamentally rooted in personal ties. After 2 weeks of effort, Director Chi successfully obtained approval from the Labor Export Company, and matters concerning industrial and commercial taxation were even simpler. Song Huilan took the initiative and spent a day sorting everything out. They selected an auspicious date, and the office officially commenced operations. Next on the agenda was advertising and promotion, aimed at ensuring that the entire L District is aware of the establishment of a legitimate labor export office. Junqi, currently in her second semester of her sophomore year, lacked the extra energy to manage advertising efforts, so she opted to provide the district's broadcasting station with a sum for advertisement, requesting them to create a straightforward and effective commercial. 3 days later, the advertisement aired. Due to the generous funding, the station specially placed it in the prime 5-minute advertising slot just before the evening news concluded, leading to a notable increase in inquiries at the office. During the preparation of the office, Junqi had already recruited 2 front desk customer service representatives, both young women who had just graduated high school this year and were also distant relatives of Song Huilan. Given the scarcity of positions in public institutions and their average academic performance, they sought opportunities elsewhere. Upon hearing that the Du family intended to establish a labor export office, they promptly approached Song Huilan, competing fiercely among several candidates to secure this well-paid and respectable position. Consequently, they approached their work with great enthusiasm, perfectly equipped to handle the influx of inquiries. To enhance the office's professional atmosphere and convey a sense of legitimacy, Junqi not only adorned the walls with various policy posters, but also displayed application process charts and English sample forms. The 2 front desk staff members were attired uniformly, and their responses followed a standardized protocol. With these superficial enhancements, visitors to the office would instinctively feel a sense of decorum upon entering, speaking softly and maintaining order, thus preventing chaos even amidst a high volume of inquiries. Director Chi sat comfortably in his executive chair, sipping tea with a satisfied smile as he observed the bustle of the office and the courteous demeanor of the front desk staff. Labor export is fundamentally a matter of skill transfer. requiring applicants to possess nationally recognized skill certificates. Whether for technical roles such as electricians, welders, and plumbers, or for soft skills positions like hotel attendants and domestic workers, relevant certification is mandatory. However, this requirement presents a significant obstacle for the majority of inquirers, as they typically possess only internal qualifications from their respective organizations and lack national skill certificates. This issue was brought to the attention of Director Chi by the esteemed Junqi. After some contemplation, Junqi acknowledged that while the labor company had certain compromise solutions, such as obtaining a qualification certificate from the organization, participating in skill examinations conducted by the Provincial Labor Bureau, or even procuring a fraudulent certificate, the probability of successfully securing a work visa remained dismally low. The foreign authorities often do not recognize such measures, and this particular hurdle proves to be the most challenging. More than half of the inquirers, upon learning of the cumbersome process, would likely abandon their efforts and resort to illegal immigration, which would yield no benefits for the office. Junqi then recalled her own tutoring program and thought it prudent to adopt a similar approach by establishing a skill training institution. This would involve organizing systematic training sessions, after which participants would be collectively registered for examinations. Once they obtained their certificates, their application forms could be submitted uniformly. This approach would not only facilitate the applicants but also enhance their chances of approval, thereby increasing the office's credibility. Grandfather Chi, why don't we establish a skill training institution? Junqi remarked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Establish a training institution? Director Chi inquired, puzzled. Given the abundance of individuals lacking national certification, we should create a skill training institution to impart essential theoretical knowledge and standardized practices. When the examination period arrives, we can register them collectively and escort them to the tests. Once they pass and receive their certificates, we can assist them in completing their application forms, significantly improving their chances of obtaining a visa, Junqi elucidated. The task of having each individual obtain a certificate from their respective organizations and register for examinations at the Provincial Bureau is indeed cumbersome. While some may pursue this route, others might abandon it and opt for illegal immigration, resulting in a substantial loss of clientele for U.S. by establishing a training institution, as long as the fees remain reasonable, they would be inclined to remain for training. Furthermore, running such an institution would enhance our reputation, instilling greater trust in our services. Observing our professionalism and comprehensive service, they would undoubtedly encourage their friends and relatives to join as well, ultimately expanding our client base. Director Chi, upon hearing this proposal, deemed it quite sound. As long as the skill training institution was successfully established, a continuous influx of clientele would ensue. Very well, if we are to proceed, we must do so with excellence. Leave the search for trainers to me, he volunteered, confident in his connections at the Municipal Labor Bureau. He promised to leverage his old contacts to introduce several examiners as instructors, ensuring a high pass rate. Thank you, Grandfather Chi, for your dedication, Junqi expressed gratefully, pouring him another cup of tea. With the responsibility of finding trainers entrusted to Director Chi, Junqi granted him considerable autonomy, clearly stating that as long as the training institution did not incur losses, she would be amenable to subsidizing it, even if it meant sharing a substantial portion of the profits with his connections and the examiners. Director Chi let out a hearty laugh. He had been entrenched within the system since the founding of the nation, having witnessed numerous movements and upheavals throughout the years. He had experienced a multitude of human relationships and affairs over the course of his life. While he might not claim to be an expert in the intricacies of the system, he was certainly well versed in its fundamental rules. Within the system, everyone acted in accordance with these basic principles. Those who aspired to stability and longevity would refrain from excessive actions. Therefore, this matter posed no challenge for him. As long as everything was conducted properly, both overtly and covertly, success would naturally follow. Junqi had underestimated him, yet he understood that Junqi's intentions were rooted in goodwill. After his laughter, Director Chi affectionately ruffled Junqi's hair and said, "You should focus on your studies. There's no need for you to concern yourself with these matters. Just wait patiently." Given the intention to establish a skills training institution, it was essential to accompany this initiative with appropriate publicity. The following day, Junqi instructed 2 front desk staff members to not only inform inquirers about the required national skill certificates for application, but also to mention the upcoming establishment of the skills training institution, encouraging them to keep an eye on the district's television news for subsequent advertisements. Afterward, the front desk staff provided feedback, confirming that there was indeed a significant number of inquiries regarding the skills training institution. The most frequently asked questions concerned the training fees, followed closely by inquiries about the pass rates. It seemed that the inquirers were quick to grasp the crux of the matter. With the responsibility of finding instructors entrusted to Director Chi, Junqi felt at ease and turned her attention to the matter of renting training facilities. After some contemplation, she concluded that it would be best to rent the entire small building where the current office was located. Combining registration and training in one place would allow new arrivals to witness the office's capabilities and legitimacy. Junqi approached the head of that establishment once more to express her intention to rent the entire small building. Initially believing this to be a trivial matter that could be resolved that very day, she was surprised when the head left the office to confer with others outside for an extended period. Upon returning, he informed Junqi that she should return home and discuss the matter with her parents. The head suggested that since the small building had been idle for too long and was of no use to their unit, it would be more convenient for the Du family to purchase it outright rather than merely renting it. Furrowing her brows, Junqi returned home and relayed the situation to her parents. She opined that purchasing the property could be a good idea, but they ought to first investigate why the establishment was so eager to sell. They pondered the possibility of being entangled in a triangular debt situation. If the only reason for selling was the unit's poor performance and the desire to dispose of idle fixed assets, then the process would indeed be straightforward. However, they were wary of potential complications arising from a triangular debt, which might lead to trouble for their family. Du Guangming and Song Huilan each utilized their networks to probe into the economic disputes of that establishment. Song Huilan also took the time to visit several key figures at the establishment. Ultimately, they discovered that the unit was indeed embroiled in some economic disputes, stemming from historical issues related to the land ownership of the small building. The portion of the land where the building stood belonged to the unit, while another portion, due to historical complications, belonged to several private individuals. The unit had constructed the small building on this land without compensating the rightful owners for any rental income, leading to a long-standing dispute that had escalated to court proceedings. The family of Du has grown weary of the incessant troubles regarding the small building and has contemplated selling it. However, to acquire the property, it is imperative that all title holders affix their signatures to the sales contract. The esteemed members of the Du family find this process exceedingly cumbersome. Securing the agreement of all title holders not only involves considerable effort in locating them, but also entails significant financial expenditure. Why endure such inconvenience? Chapter 70. The purchase of the building. The Du family deems the acquisition of the small building to be an unwise investment, fraught with complications. They are not deterred by the prospect of difficulties if there are benefits to be gained. Yet the thought of incurring additional costs is unappealing. It is far too troublesome. Chi. Let us seek another place to rent, advised Song Huilan. Indeed, there are countless places available for rent, and this time we are considering a purchase, which would undoubtedly require a greater financial outlay than renting, added Du Guangming. Chi, might you reconsider? Although the grandfather's tone was inquisitive, his disapproval was palpable. Dear Chi, your grandmother shall help you find a better place, she remarked. Despite the elder's disapproval, Junqi felt a pang of regret at the thought of abandoning the small building. While its location was somewhat less desirable, being set back slightly from the street, it would eventually become a prime spot once the road was widened to accommodate 4 lanes. Though the initial purchase might be a bit more burdensome and costly, the potential for appreciation in value was quite promising. I believe it is quite favorable, Junqi mused for a moment, ultimately concluding that relinquishing it would be a regrettable decision. One must not only consider the present, but also the future trajectory of development. With District L now incorporated into City F, the municipality had allocated substantial funds for its enhancement and had invested in several major projects. In any perspective, District L is poised for significant transformation in the next 2 to 3 years. At the very least, the urban landscape and infrastructure must rise to meet city standards. The roads cannot possibly remain as mere 2-lane thoroughfares. They must be expanded to 4 lanes, at the very least. After articulating her thoughts, Junqi surveyed the elders, yet they appeared perplexed. Constructing roads, and then what? Inquired Du Guangming. Widening the roads necessitates the demolition of buildings along the street. As the 2-lane road expands to 4 lanes, the street will encroach inward, thereby transforming our small building into a street-front property, Junqi elaborated further. The previously bewildered elders now grasped her insight. Indeed, how astute of you, Chi. Your foresight is remarkable, Junqi continued. Even if the demolition does not occur within the next year or 2, it will inevitably happen one day. We are not short on funds. We can afford to wait. Moreover, if we acquire the small building, we can subsequently mortgage it to the bank, allowing us to recoup a substantial portion of our investment. Ultimately, we would only incur minor interest losses, which pale in comparison to the anticipated appreciation. Indeed, mortgaging is a possibility, the elders acknowledged. Junqi's persuasive discourse thoroughly swayed the elders, and the decision to purchase the building was firmly established in the days that followed. The arrangements for the training instructors were delegated to Director Chi. while Du Guangming took charge of the acquisition of the small building. This allowed Du Junqi to focus on her studies as a high school student. By the time she participated in her midterm examinations, the matters concerning the training institution were successfully resolved. Director Qi had recruited 5 instructors, each responsible for a distinct skill training program, conducting classes over the weekends. Additionally, the transfer of ownership for the small building was finalized, with the Du family paying 20% above the market price for the entire structure. As soon as the property rights of the small building were finalized, Song Huilan promptly approached Zhu Ping to arrange for a mortgage. With the funds in hand, she swiftly turned to the bank's mortgage register to select a Santana, which would thereafter serve exclusively for transporting family members and for the weekend commutes of the skilled instructors. It is worth mentioning that, in pursuit of this Santana, Du Guangming expended a considerable sum to obtain his driver's license. This endeavor not only required him to laboriously pass the driving test, but also involved treating the instructor to meals and presenting red envelopes to the examiners, an undertaking akin to engaging in business socializing. A few days later, the district television station aired an advertisement for overseas labor skills training, clearly outlining the various skill classes available, the training fees for each, and guaranteeing that participants would be eligible for national qualification examinations, with legitimate national certificates awarded upon successful completion. Following the broadcast, the office was inundated with a surge of inquiries. Not only did a multitude of individuals arrive in person, but the phones rang incessantly. The 2 front desk staff even lost their voices, compelling Director Qi to step in to manage the situation. In a mere 3 days, all 5 skill classes reached full capacity, prompting the office to post a notice at the entrance and issue an urgent announcement on the district television station, advising people against further registration. With all 5 classes fully enrolled and tuition fees collected, the office's finances surged, enabling the procurement of operational machinery. The task of purchasing equipment was entrusted to the 5 training instructors, who were experts in this domain, thus alleviating the burden on the office. Although they would earn a commission on the price difference, their established channels might result in even lower costs than if an outsider attempted to wholesale. The affairs of the office and the skill training institution were entirely placed under Director Qi's stewardship, allowing Du Junqi to focus serenely on her midterm examinations. With ample time for review, Du Junqi effortlessly secured the top position in her grade once again. As the dust settled from the midterm exams, the looming challenge of the final examinations approached. However, amidst the intense preparation, there remained one aspect that the second-year students could not neglect: physical fitness training, for they were also required to undertake a physical education examination prior to the finals. For most students, particularly the girls, the prospect of the 800-meter run was daunting, even inducing dread. Nonetheless, Du Junqi experienced no such concerns, as her young age had led the District Education Bureau to apply to the City Education Bureau for an exemption from the physical education test. Once again, Du Junqi benefited from her youth. Due to her diminutive stature, she struggled to meet the standards in every physical test: high jump, long jump, shot put, facing challenges with her height and strength. Even the physical education teacher feared that she might struggle to catch her breath during long-distance running, leading Director Xie to bypass inquiries and directly submit the application to the City Bureau. It was only when her homeroom teacher announced it verbally during class that Du Junqi realized she had once more gained an advantage. Ah, what a relief! Director Xie truly is a considerate little warm-hearted soul. The girls in the class cast envious glances at Du Junqi, all thinking how wonderful it is to be young. The exemption from the physical examination has brought both ease and convenience. Grateful for the significant favor granted by Director Xie, Du Junqi felt compelled to personally express her gratitude. Upon returning home and discussing with her parents, Du Guangming and Song Huilan also deemed it necessary to pay their respects. Thus, that very evening, Du Junqi and her parents brought juice and milk to Director Xie's residence. Director Xie, we are truly thankful for your assistance. Otherwise, we would still be at a loss regarding where to submit our application. Even if we had submitted it, we would be uncertain about its approval, Du Guangming said with a slight bow and a smile of appreciation. Indeed, we are immensely grateful to you. This is but a small token of our respect. Please do not take offense, added Song Huilan. Director Xie waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, there's no need for gifts. Just your presence is sufficient. But you must accept it," Du Guangming insisted earnestly. After a brief exchange of polite remarks, Director Xie ultimately accepted the offerings. Once pleasantries were exchanged, they settled into their seats and began a leisurely conversation. Director Xie inquired about Du Junqi's academic progress and her confidence regarding the upcoming examinations. Du Junqi shared her recent performance in the last 2 mock exams, which alleviated Director Xie's concerns and put him at ease. As their discussion continued, Director Xie praised Du Guangming and Song Huilan for their commendable parenting. Eventually, the conversation shifted towards the establishment of the office. Noticing Director Xia's interest, Du Guangming succinctly explained the reasons behind setting up the office and his vision for its future. He then encouraged Du Junqi to elaborate on the specific services offered and the operational procedures. As Du Junqi began her detailed introduction, Director Xia occasionally posed questions, prompting her to pause and clarify his inquiries. After discussing the office, Director Xia turned his attention to the skills training program. Observing Director Xia's genuine interest, Du Guangming seized the opportunity to suggest reserving a few spots in the upcoming training sessions for him, along with a potential discount on the tuition fees. With Du Guangming's lead, Director Xia continued the conversation, revealing that he had 2 relatives eager to study abroad. However, they were unaware of the local television station's broadcasts. They had learned from others about a legitimate labor export company in District L that also offered skills training, which provided students with the opportunity to obtain official certifications. Unfortunately, upon attempting to enroll, they discovered that the training sessions were already fully booked. After deliberating for a couple of days, they thought of Director Xia, reasoning that since the training program fell under the education sector, it would not be too difficult for him to secure 2 spots. With no choice but to assist his relatives, Director Xia, coincidentally visited by the Du family that day, decided to broach the subject. If the Du family could intuit his intentions and voluntarily offer the 2 spots, it would simplify matters greatly. Upon realizing that Director Xia was acting on behalf of his relatives, and that accommodating just 2 individuals would not pose a challenge, Du Guangming exchanged a glance with Du Junqi, who subtly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Du Guangming beamed with a radiant smile, assuring Director Xia that he would arrange the placements by tomorrow, facilitating the swift integration of the 2 individuals into the program. Director Xia, naturally, was quite pleased. On this particular evening, the Du family expressed their gratitude towards Director Xia for his assistance, and in turn, offered their help to him as well. Previously, Director Xia had extended his generous aid to Du Junqi, and this evening, his benevolence was duly reciprocated. The matter concerning a relative's request was resolved with ease and efficiency, leaving both parties thoroughly satisfied as they achieved their respective goals and deepened their rapport. The night was one of joyous camaraderie. The following day, Du Junqi informed Director Qi about the arrangement to place 2 individuals into the training program. Director Qi expressed some concerns, fearing that this precedent might lead every leader to seek to insert their own candidates, which could become quite troublesome. Du Junqi had anticipated this issue, hence she had previously briefed Director Xia, advising him to reassure their relatives by stating that these 2 individuals had already registered but had missed a few classes due to illness, and were merely returning to their studies now. As for the instructors, since they were not locals, they would not raise any suspicions. All that was needed was for Director Qi to prepare the registration forms and include the details of the 2 additional